sometime later, Harry arrived in a separate convoy. And I remember, Anna, 25 years ago, there was a time of grief then when they were here as a family, when Princess Diana died. I remember the faces of William and Harry as children, the shock, wonderment, grief in their eyes. They came here last night as men, and you could certainly see the difficulty in losing a loved one when they arrived. So they will be working that through and grieving as a unit behind the gates of Balmoral. Prince Charles has issued a statement. I'll read it to you. And he has said, King Charles indeed, King Charles III, he has said, "The death of my beloved mother, Her Majesty the Queen, is a moment of the greatest sadness for me and all members of my family. We mourn profoundly the passing of a cherished sovereign and a much-loved mother. I know her loss will be deeply felt throughout the country, the realms and the Commonwealth, and by countless people around the world. During this period of mourning," he goes on, "and change, my family and I will be comforted and sustained by our knowledge of the respect and deep affection in which the Queen was so widely held." That a statement from the new monarch. And, you know, he's a monarch who has spent much of his 73 years preparing for the role, a new set of duties which will begin today with his travel down south to meet the Prime Minister in the first instance and address the nation on television. So a new role, a new monarch, but also he's a father, and he's at the father at the heart of the family's grieving process, and that clearly will be a priority for him as we stand here at Balmoral today.
And to comfort his sons as well, and other members, his siblings who are there too. James, for the moment, thank you very much indeed. Well, Sky's Dominic Waghorn joins us live from Buckingham Palace, and James Matthews there, Dominic, talking about when he was here 25 years ago when Diana died and the boys had to leave to go to London, learning that their mother had died. And certainly we saw in London that need to be together, that collective grief that we saw, and elements of that appearing at Buckingham Palace last night as people gathered there to pay their respects to the Queen.
Yeah, very much so. Yes, I have memories, of course, of back then as well. And I think, you know, it's a very different character and tone likely to be seen over the coming days, very different events. But yes, that sense of people needing to join each other to have a sense of belonging, a sense of common purpose, I guess, common mourning is something that we have felt here already and experienced and witnessed. I was here as the news broke last night, and thousands of people started streaming through Green Park, north of us here, and up from other parts of Westminster, some of them saying that they just heard the news in the office, they felt they had to do something, and this was the obvious place to be. Buckingham Palace is the focal point of so many of the nation's great events, whether they're joyous events, celebration, or whether moments of mourning and grief, as we are now witnessing here. And people felt they had to be here, some of them bringing flowers, others just wanting to be part of the crowd. And there was a weird sort of feeling, I think. There was a sense of loss, of shock. A lot of people just stood sort of staring to space, looking on in stunned disbelief. There was a small crowd of people singing the national anthem, and as the evening went on, people were cheering for the new king, and also those sort of ripples of sound rippling through the crowd, but also here to mourn the loss of the Queen. A few people just standing around weeping, standing there totally lost for words. And the feeling this morning, I think, is similar. A steady stream of people already arriving here. The railings of Buckingham Palace along the front entrance of the palace are lined several bouquets deep with flowers, the entire length of the railings. And among those flowers there are cards, there are pictures, and there are messages written by the Union flag adorning one of the stretches of the railings. And in the middle of that are the words, "Grief is the price we pay for love." And those were the words that the Queen sent to the people of America after the 9/11 attacks, words which President Clinton, I remember saying at the time, said he found personally very consoling, and he said was very typical of the Queen, finding words of wisdom that met the moment, and those words now being offered up by one subject to console others as they come here to mourn outside the palace. And I think we will see thousands more people streaming here through the day and in the days to come, and Buckingham Palace is likely to remain the focal point of this period of mourning we're now seeing begin. And in terms of events, we know the King is on his way here with the consort. He'll be meeting in an audience with the Prime Minister. There will be events at National Cathedral at St Paul's, and he will address the nation this evening. And then the plans underway, of course, put into place that have been thought through for years now as to what happens with the Queen's coffin, which will be spending some time in Scotland and then on its way here as well.
Dominic, thank you very much indeed. Well, let's take a closer look then at what will be coming up in the next few days. Certainly we heard from Dominic there about the national address, but beyond that, it is expected that Her Majesty's death will be marked by gun salutes, which is the case with all major royal events. MPs will sit in Parliament today and tomorrow to pay their respects. It will be only the 6th time since 1939 that the Commons has sat on a Saturday. In the coming days, the Queen's body is expected to be moved from Balmoral to London. It is anticipated that the Queen's coffin will then lie in state in central London. This will be a chance for people to come and pay their respects. The Queen will have a full state funeral. Members of government, as well as heads of state from across the Commonwealth, will be among those in attendance. After the funeral, the Queen's coffin is expected to be taken to Windsor Castle for a burial service. Her husband, Prince Philip, was also buried within the Windsor Castle grounds. Well, let's bring in somebody who has followed the Queen over her lifetime, photographer and author, Ian Lloyd. Good to speak to you again, Ian. And certainly it's very important, is it not, that the Queen is laid to rest alongside her beloved husband, with whom she shared such a long and happy life.
Yes, I mean, Prince Philip is at the moment lying in the Royal Vault, where we saw his coffin descend during that service a couple of years ago last year at the St George's Chapel, and then the two of them will lie together in the King George VI Memorial Chapel, which is the little chapel that was built in the 1960s, the first modern addition to St George's in quite a few hundred years, but it's where the King and Queen, her parents, the Queen's parents, and Princess Margaret's ashes lie there, and the Queen and Prince Philip will also lie in that small chapel. So that's it's quite nice, really, that family is going to be together. I think it's a kind of the King called them "we four," meaning the King and Queen and the two princesses, and they were a very tight unit. And the King trained Elizabeth because he himself hadn't been trained. You know, he came to the throne unexpectedly after the abdication of his brother, and he was landed with the job, and it was very difficult. So he was determined that Elizabeth would be trained, and she said in the documentary Elizabeth R in 1992 that training was very important, and she feels she has been trained. She was trained as much as they could do, I suppose, given the fact she was only 25. But he showed her documents from the war years, really, from the middle of the war onwards, that she was given access. She had her own red box as a princess, and she was shown foreign office documents and so on. So they trained her as much as they could. So it was a very tight unit, and she was very close to the King, her father, and she sort of replicated what he did, really. She sort of quite often, I interviewed this man called Sir Edward Ford, who was assistant private secretary in the early years, and he said in the early years that she would say, well, what would my father do? You know, she was very keen to continue his work and to be a monarch in the style of her father. And later years, she kept very much in touch with her mother and sister. They spoke every day on the phone, so they were a very close unit. So it's very nice that they'll be together again, I think.
And much was made. I mean, she was named, wasn't she, after three queens, as it turned out, even though at the time she was never due to be queen herself. But much was made about the second Elizabethan era, and yet her father would pick up on the fact that she was more like Victoria. Indeed, the longevity of her reign would certainly allude to that. But she was very organised, wasn't she? The story was that she would hop out of bed several times in a night to get her shoes aligned so they were all lined up properly. And apparently she was laughed out of that eventually. But the organisation, the structure that she enjoyed as a personality certainly helped her as a constitutional monarch.
Yeah, she had the right sort of frame of mind. You're right. I mean, she did sort of line up the little horses, and she couldn't go to sleep without sort of stabling these horses and grooming them and so on. She was a very methodical person, a very organized person. I interviewed her cousin once, called Margaret Rhodes, who lived on the Windsor estate, and she said, thank goodness it was that way round, meaning that, if Princess Margaret had been the elder sister, then goodness knows what would have happened to the monarchy, I suppose. But the Queen was a more dedicated, and thoughtful person, and methodical, and sort of was good at the academic side of the job, if you like, the boxes and so on. But had a very sort of trained approach to everything. She would read her briefs before she would go somewhere, and then sort of just carry through engagements as well as she could. So yes, she was quite well trained, I think. So it's marvelous that it was that way round, and great long reign, as you say.
And today, Ian, will be a day, will it not, about tributes, personal tributes that people will want to pay. We've seen them at Buckingham Palace, here also at Balmoral, the floral tributes that people want to leave for her. The bells pealing out, certainly gun salutes as well. It's as if the nation needs to slowly digest this news, which comes as a shock because we saw her, with that radiant smile of hers only on Tuesday.
Yeah, a total shock, but of course not a surprise because her health's declined. I mean, from last year, and my personal feeling is that she didn't really get over the death of Prince Philip. I mean, that must have affected her, and she sort of bounced back to work straight away. He died in April of 2021, and she was opening Parliament the following month in May. So I don't really think she had that much time to grieve, I think. But yeah, it's been a very difficult time in the last few years, and last year, and her health certainly declined. So it was like you say, it was a shock, but not really particularly a surprise, I think, given the nature of what's happened to her health.
Ian Lloyd, thank you. And people come, they take their time, they read, they hug. They look at those tributes, the flowers that are being left for Her Majesty the Queen, the people who are coming to see the floral tributes here and lay their own, to make their own mark, to pay tribute themselves to this long decades, 70 years of service of Her Majesty the Queen. Well, it will be the turn, too, of MPs and Lords in the House of Commons and the House of Lords to pay their tributes, gathering later on today, led by the Prime Minister Liz Truss, to pay their tribute to the Queen. Let's get the latest then from our political correspondent in Westminster, Mari Aurora. So what can we expect today then, Mari?
So today we know that kind of normal parliamentary business is suspended until after the 21st of September for that period of mourning. We also know Parliament's not going to be sitting in its usual sense, so it will be sitting from midday today until about 10 p.m. tonight, and then 2 p.m. tomorrow until about 10 p.m. that night as well. And that's all to give MPs, ministers, Liz Truss, the new Prime Minister, time to pay those tributes in the House to Her Majesty. And also that also applies not just to the House of Commons, but to the House of Lords as well. And we know we've had this, time now for Parliament and Westminster to be able to digest the news, to be able to digest what has happened recently, and now we have a new king. Obviously, we've had tributes pouring in from Westminster, and just a few. The new Prime Minister Liz Truss, she described Her Majesty as the rock on which modern Britain was built. Keir Starmer, the leader of the opposition, said that she stood as head of the nation, but in spirit she stood among us. And Boris Johnson, who recently until, just a couple of days ago was our Prime Minister, said she embodied the continuity and the unity of the UK. We've had tributes from Sir John Major, from Tony Blair. I mean, we can expect to see some really heartfelt words in the chambers today and tomorrow in Westminster as MPs are given that opportunity. And obviously for King Charles III, huge, huge shoes to fill.
Murray, thank you for that, and certainly we will have full coverage of those events in the Houses of Parliament, and certainly hear too some of those tributes from members of Parliament and from the Lords as well. Well, leaders from around the world too have been offering their condolences after the Queen's death. Joe Biden, Barack Obama, Russia's President Vladimir Putin even have been among the global leaders paying their respects. The Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky said Her Majesty's death is a heavy loss for Europe and the whole world. Our US correspondent Mark Stone reports as the world mourns.
She was, he had said, more than a monarch. She defined an era. And with that reflection, the American president was the first to sign the Book of Condolence at Britain's embassy in Washington. She led with enduring strength and dignity, he wrote.
We mourn for all of you. She was a great lady. We're so delighted we got to meet her.
At the White House, the lowering of the Stars and Stripes was a salute to the closest of friendships. America, the colony which split from British rule and yet became so fondly entwined from afar.
This is CNN Breaking News.
I want to go straight to London.
And so it was that the news of her death dominated everything, and will do for days.
Queen Elizabeth II, Britain's longest reigning monarch, has died at the age of 96.
For the woman who had met 13 of the last 14 presidents. From Truman, Eisenhower and Kennedy to Obama, Trump and Biden, she knew them all and she charmed them all. The so-called special relationship was one she fostered through so many American presidencies. Over the border, Canada, a Commonwealth nation, and a Prime Minister with a deeply personal reflection.
In a complicated world, her steady grace and resolve brought comfort and strength to us all. Canada is in mourning. She was one of my favorite people in the world, and I will miss her so.
She was head of state in nations far beyond Britain, but where the institution was increasingly questioned, the fondness for her was never in doubt.
This time of mourning will pass, but the deep respect and warm regard in which Australians have always held for Her Majesty will never fade.
Last summer's G7 meeting in Cornwall was, it would turn out, the last time many of today's leaders saw her in person. The French people are also in mourning, President Macron said. The one who rubbed shoulders with the giants of the 20th century on the path of history has gone to join them. She was above the turbulent geopolitics of the decades she reigned through, and yet so often her duty was to navigate it all. The tributes from around the world suggest a duty well done. Mark Stone, Sky News in Washington.
And with the death of Queen Elizabeth, the United Kingdom has a new monarch. The Prime Minister, Liz Truss, was the first person to use his official title, King Charles III. He remained, of course, in Balmoral yesterday evening, is still here. He will return to London, we are told, later on today. Paul Kelso reports now on the challenges facing the new king.
It's a job he'd spent his whole life preparing for. One he could only inherit through the death of his mother.
To Princess Elizabeth, heiress presumptive to the throne, a son had been born.
It has been a long apprenticeship, and unlike the Queen, he takes on the duty at a time in his life when most people would retire.
I believe no one has ever been better prepared for the role of head of state than the new king. He's been heir to the throne for so long, but it's not just that. He's been very assiduous, hard-working heir to the throne.
I, Charles, Prince of Wales, to become your liege man of life and limb.
He does it for no other reason that he was born to do it. I mean, no one says, work 16 hours a day, sir. I mean, he does it because he wants to.
But you know, I think you're very sexy. Oh, no!
For the Prince of Wales, living in a less deferential age has had its challenges. But as heir, he has brought attention to some of the most pressing global issues.
The combination of pollution and overconsumption of finite natural resources. The urgency, I think, is even greater to try and do something about those challenges. So I would ask how these people are going to face their grandchildren.
Speaking out about the environment for more than 50 years, gaining a reputation as one of the world's most respected and pioneering campaigners.
But sometimes you think that, do we really have to face catastrophes and chaos before we understand that real action needs to be taken? And the difficulty with all that is that by the time you try to take the action, it's already too late.
While some people might have found his interventions inconvenient to the running of their particular versions of business or thinking, actually, in the end, I think the world will look back at his career as an environmentalist and say that it was an incredibly important contribution at a critical time.
Through his Prince's Trust, he connected with millions of young people. His approach liberal and inclusive, especially when it came to race and religion. Well briefed, outspoken, yet unelected, did Charles, as heir, blur the lines between public service and political interference? His outspoken views on issues such as architecture and alternative medicine were at times controversial. His so-called Black Spider memos, written directly to government ministers, show a level of intervention not expected from a royal.
I think he enjoyed the controversy. I think on some occasions I compliment him on the controversy. I think he was right about architecture to an extent. I think he was right about the environment. Clearly he was ahead of his time. But the point is the way he did it. And what he would do is he would criticize people but couldn't stand being criticized himself. He would create controversy but didn't want to listen to people answering back. How am I feeling?
Yes,
older.
Around his 70th birthday, he set straight how he sees his future role.
Clearly, I won't be able to do the same things I've done, as heir. So, of course, you operate within the constitutional parameters.
People have expressed worries about whether this involvement will continue in the same way.
No, it won't. I'm not that stupid. I do realise that it is a separate exercise being sovereign.
Charles, as king, now assumes a number of key roles that will demand strong leadership. He's head of state, defender of the faith, or as he'd rather, defender of faith more generally. He's also head of the armed forces, who will pledge to serve king and country.
He's had military service. He served in the Royal Navy. He was the captain of a ship. And he knows, therefore, what you have to do if you're the boss and you're making decisions. So he can look commanders in the eye, and he remembers what it is to look after soldiers, sailors and airmen. Now, as king, he will receive defence briefings all the time. He's an excellent figurehead for the armed forces.
There was a time when the thought of the Prince of Wales as king went against the public mood. A failed marriage, followed by tragedy, and Charles's popularity plummeted. It would be 8 years before he married Camilla Parker Bowles, the true love of his life. They have become a close working team. And on taking on her new role as Princess Consort, Camilla will support her husband, just as the Duke of Edinburgh supported the late Queen.
Camilla turned Charles from this morose, serious, unhappy man into someone who lightened up, who laughed again, after years of not really laughing very much.
Well, it's yours now.
And as a result, he became a much better Prince of Wales.
His sense of humour and desire to connect has softened his image in recent years, as we've seen him more as a family man, a committed husband, father and grandfather, who, like the rest of the country, missed his loved ones during the COVID-19 pandemic.
It's terribly sad, let alone one's friends. But, I mean, fortunately, you know, at least you can speak to them on telephones and occasionally do this sort of thing. But it isn't the same, is it? You really want to give people a hug every now and then.
3 resounding cheers for Her Majesty the Queen. Hip, hip!
The line of succession was secure as signs of transition became clear. Overseas tours on the Queen's behalf, leading the nation in moments of reflection. With the support of his family, he embarks on his new role. After decades of watching, learning, supporting, and developing a deep sense of service, he now takes his place as king.
Well, as the nation begins a period of mourning following the death of the Queen, many will be reflecting on the life of the country's longest reigning monarch. And joining me now is the royal editor of the Daily Mirror, Russell Myers. You, amongst many, reflecting on your own memories and the coverage that you have written about Her Majesty. You know, what stands out for you at this time?
Good morning, Anna. Well, I think the cascade of people that have flocked to monuments such as Buckingham Palace, Windsor Castle, not only just across the UK, but across the world. I mean, the astonishing pictures from across the globe. I think the amount of people who have come together to try and pay their own tribute, to try and get a sense of the occasion, has been absolutely extraordinary. I think what we'll witness over the next few days will be something like we've never seen before. I mean, they hark back to the images of Princess Diana's tragic death, of the flowers outside Kensington Palace, but the amount of people on the streets of London, I think, will be quite extraordinary. And just people have just tried to meet to try and to reflect and to see how different the world will be when they wake up this morning. I think it will be very, very different, and certainly a sombre occasion over the next few days.
Well, we certainly saw the newspapers, including your own paper, with the simple words, thank you, you know, an emotional way of actually drawing in what this extraordinary woman did for this country.
Well, absolutely. I think that this is a day that we all imagined how we would feel on such a day. And when the news came, or was being drip-fed out by Buckingham Palace yesterday, I think we understood the gravity of the situation, which sort of turned up a notch as we learned that the royals were scrambling from various locations to try and get up to Balmoral as soon as they could. I mean, you saw the pictures, the moving images, as well as the pain etched on the royals' faces, especially Prince Harry, as he was driven in several hours after the rest of his family. But certainly, regardless of how the family had been feeling in recent months or the last couple of years, I think they'll be certainly united in their grief today, and it will be a very fast-moving situation over the next few days. I expect the King and Queen's Consort to return to London later on today, and then we will find out some further details of how long Elizabeth II will remain at Balmoral when she will be brought back to London. But certainly I think that a lot of detail to come, and certainly an awful lot more short stories to be shared.
And how important do you think it was that Prince Harry, who was obviously in the UK, did travel up here? You know, he's the son of a king.
Well, he is. I mean, the relationship it couldn't be worse. I think it's incredibly fractured. I think you can just determine that from the fact that he travelled alone yesterday. I mean, he looked absolutely crestfallen in the images we've seen. Again, my understanding, I think, will work through the time. But Prime Minister Liz Truss was notified of the Queen's passing at around 4:30, and whether the party Prince William was travelling in made it in time to say their goodbyes. I don't think that was was doable. But Prince Harry travelling alone didn't arrive till several hours after the party, and the fact that the Duchess of Sussex wasn't with him as well speaks volumes. I mean, this relationship has been absolutely torn to shreds, but I think that hopefully there will be some form of reconciliation in the coming days and weeks, because it'll certainly be a family who will need to come together.
And you'll no doubt be keeping an eye on King Charles III. You know, he is known to be emotional. You could see that when his father, Prince Philip, died as well. You know, close to his mother as well. He's paid real tribute to her. And he has a real job now, doesn't he? He'll be travelling the nation, we understand, travelling back to London, making, we are expecting, a speech to the nation on television this evening.
Well, certainly, I think a nation united in grief, certainly a Commonwealth. You look at all the coverage from across the world; the world has absolutely stood still. It's been quite a surreal moment. I mean, we will get a sense of King Charles III's vision, I suppose, in his speech, which we expect will be later on a pre-recorded message to the nation. I think you saw in your VT just before I came on that he will have to adapt. He definitely recognises the fact that he won't be able to be as vocal on issues such as climate change or business of the government as he was as the heir, now that he is king. But I think that he has shown himself to be an incredibly compassionate man, and knowing and working with him over the last few years, I think you can absolutely see he's dedicated to duty, just as his mother was, and demonstrated in her final days. I mean, working right up until her final hours almost, with a packed schedule, and Prince Charles is very, very much cut from the same cloth. And I think people have seen that over the last few years.
Absolutely, and the causes that he has championed now are at the forefront of everyone's minds. You know, the Queen, as you say, working, you know, right up until the day of her passing. No doubt if she could, she would have been working on that important Privy Council meeting due to take place on Wednesday, which then had to be cancelled. You know, it was said that there were only 2 days in a year where she did not get a red box delivered to her door, her birthday and Christmas. I mean, it was a lifetime of hard work, wasn't it?
Well, it was, and I imagine she was even attending to business on those days as well. I mean, absolutely relentless schedule. I mean, take you back to just on Tuesday, where she bid farewell to the outgoing Prime Minister Boris Johnson, and then had a meeting with Liz Truss. She also ran an investiture of her outgoing communications secretary, and also had many visitors to Balmoral over the last few weeks, and certainly that day as well. A packed schedule. And again, speaking to people close to her, they said that she was utterly determined to carry out that business of state. But I think we realised the gravity of her mobility issues, potentially how she'd been feeling when she looked fairly frail in those pictures on Tuesday. But again, the gravity of the situation really hit home when she didn't attend that Privy Council meeting. That's a very, very important meeting within her calendar to sort of welcome the new Prime Minister who swears an oath in front of her. And regardless of whether that was via video call, I think the writing was on the wall, unfortunately, and it does seem that she did have she wasn't feeling well at that moment.
And just, you know, quickly, if there was one phrase that would, for you, describe this second Elizabethan era, what would it be?
Well, one of her biographers said it best. I think Queen of the World sums her up remarkably. Not only a mother and grandmother of the nation, but indeed the whole Commonwealth, and the outpouring of emotion speaks volumes.
Russell Myers, Royal Editor, busy day for you. Much appreciate your time. Thank you very much indeed there from the Daily Mirror. Thank you very much indeed.
Thanks, Anna.
Certainly the world has changed immeasurably since Queen Elizabeth ascended to the throne. And even more since her birth 96 years ago. Before she died, some of those who knew her best, including her family, have spoken about what made her so unique.
All those years of wisdom and compassion, we've been so lucky.
Her work ethic, her strong faith, her leadership, there wasn't anything Her Majesty couldn't do.
There was a courtesy and a humanity and a kindness that I'll remember forever.
Born in 1926, Princess Elizabeth wasn't expected to be queen. Her destiny changed with the death of her grandfather and the abdication of her uncle. Her father was now king, and Elizabeth his heir. Her role for life was set, and her approach to it shaped by the Second World War.
The sort of keep calm, carry on philosophy was absolutely embedded in her, I think.
The princess became a member of the ATS.
Wartime also sparked the most important relationship of her life. Her marriage to Prince Philip was celebrated across the country. Soon, Prince Charles was born, followed by Princess Anne.
They're taking the places of the King and Queen who would have gone but for His Majesty's illness.
But duty called, her father was ill, and they had to take his place on a tour of the Commonwealth.
To the stunned heart of London and to the whole Commonwealth came the tragic news from Sandringham of the passing of a beloved sovereign, King George VI.
In a remote lodge in Kenya, Prince Philip told her the news. She was now queen. The following year came her coronation. Years later, she described how it felt.
In a way, I didn't have an apprenticeship. My father died much too young. It was all a very sudden kind of taking on and making the best job you can.
From the very start, she felt she had to get out and connect with the public.
The Queen and Duke now took their places.
Through thousands of engagements and inventing the walkabout.
Whether you were the lollipop lady or you know, you were a president or a prime minister of a nation, people become nervous. And it was wonderful to see how Her Majesty would put them at ease.
With constitutional responsibilities and weekly audiences with her prime ministers.
Virtually alone, of all the people that you knew anything that you said to us stayed within the room.
Do we think that this is a good idea? Do we know what it's about?
She was a wonderful boss. We used to put up a red box every evening, and we knew that she would have been through them and it would be back on our desk the next morning at 8 o'clock.
The principle of listening to what she thought Churchill might have done in similar conditions or circumstances to what I found myself in. It was those sort of conversations that I learned a huge amount from and will treasure forever.
As head of the Commonwealth and Queen of other realms, she travelled more than any other head of state, always conducting her own powerful form of soft diplomacy.
She can have a personal conversation which, you know, helps to move on some really quite difficult and tricky political moments.
Uachtaráin agus a coide.
The first British monarch to visit the Republic of Ireland in 100 years. She was a figurehead of unity and stability.
She never wavered from duty or service. And in uncertain times, people need anchors. We've lost one of our most important anchors.
I'm very glad to have been able to join you today.
Often, she adapted the way that she worked, such as during the coronavirus pandemic, to reach out, set an example, and rally the nation with messages of resilience.
We will be with our friends again. We will be with our families again. We will meet again.
Her Majesty is the warrior queen. She has done it. She's been there. When Her Majesty addressed the nation, it's the empathy. We're all in this together, but it's going to be okay.
Behind the formality was an utterly devoted wife and mother.
The family is very close together, and we do enjoy spending time
And she's always made time all the way through her life. And yes, there have been those particular moments of the year when that very much comes first.
Whenever we had the family moments and we met up, she'd be very keen on watching what the children were up to. And I think there were moments when she loved the noise and running around the house. It kind of brought the house to life, and it kind of made the real family atmosphere.
We see if this is strong enough to... Get off, get off. How light it is.
While she was head of state, Philip was head of the family and a huge support.
Come around this side.
They were a couple with a different relationship than many people have. But he learnt to live with that. It's difficult to be a monarch with the degree of responsibility that you have without a very good partnership to back you up.
In 2021, she said goodbye to her beloved husband and dedicated consort.
What you see is courage, but also a complete lack of self-pity. She feels grief, but as she said on one occasion, it's not about me.
In a less deferential world, they did weather more difficult times, especially in the 1990s, as her children got divorced and a fire wrecked Windsor Castle.
It has turned out to be an annus horribilis.
In 1997, Princess Diana died in a car crash. It was a low point for the royal family, as the crowds criticised them for staying in Scotland.
The Queen's life has been a continual process of shaping how you keep in touch with a world that's changing very fast, but she was always doing that.
In recent years, the Queen led the monarchy through more turmoil. She rarely showed emotion in public. Privately, she was known for her genuine warmth and kindness.
You stick all these things in.
We were up shooting one day up in Balmoral, and the weather changed in the afternoon. So I took my raincoat, wrapped it round, I gave him my scarf and my gloves, and as I walked away, I cheekily took my flat shooting hat off and put it on top of her headscarf. 3 weeks later, she called me into her office, and she'd had this photograph developed and put in a beautiful frame for me, and she said, "I thought you'd like to keep this as a souvenir."
That's it.
She was never happier than when she was with her dogs and watching her horses. And just sometimes we'd see a glimpse of her sense of humour.
I always keep one for emergencies.
So do I. I keep mine in here.
Oh.
For later.
As the Queen grew older, the whole country would come together to celebrate her milestone moments. She would go on to become Britain's longest reigning monarch.
Inevitably, a long life can pass by many milestones. My own is no exception.
And the first to mark a platinum jubilee. Her family increasingly expected to step in to support her. The Queen's remarkable reign and the stability it brought, helping to secure the future of the monarchy as her family continued to grow. Throughout her life, honouring to the end the pledge she made at just 21.
I declare before you all that my whole life, whether it be long or short, shall be devoted to your service and to the service of our great imperial family to which we all belong.
that famous speech she made in South Africa. Well, joining me now to reflect on the Queen's 7 decades of service is the historian and author Anne Seba. And a very good morning to you on what will be a very sad day as this news filters through to people, the shock news really. But let's look back at the Queen's long reign, if you like, because of course she was never expected to be on the throne, was she? And it was at the age of 10 that she found out.
Well, of course, the abdication was what set her course in life. She might have eventually become monarch if her uncle had reigned and not had children, but she wouldn't have had such a long reign. And I think the reason that those events of 1936 are important, when she saw her uncle give up the throne for the woman I love, is the effect that it had on her parents, Queen Elizabeth, the Queen Mother, and King George VI, because as far as Queen Elizabeth was concerned and her grandmother, Queen Mary, this was such a shocking thing to do, to abdicate, to give up what had been entrusted in you for so long, so much privilege, and not to be able to see your way to rule. So she was never going to abdicate. And I think that's one of the most important things, this life of duty and service, as we've heard so many people say. But I think she set herself the task in 1952 of being a monarch in opposition to everything that her uncle stood for, if you like, individual fulfillment and personal happiness. That was not something that she was going to allow herself to crave, because her family believed that what he did was so wrong. So, you know, you see that right until the day she died. She was never going to abdicate, to give up hard work and this work ethic that we've heard so many people talk about as they saw it. And I think that really is what for me and for so many other people marks her reign, this sense of duty, but also, you know, discretion, diplomacy, decency, dignity, all these words that have a sort of old-fashioned ring to them. It's really a watershed moment, isn't it?
Well, she was obviously a teenager, wasn't she, during the Blitz, finally working as well towards the war effort. How much would that have also shaped the way she looked at, you know, international relations, if you like, conciliation? You know, Prince Philip had these German relations, didn't he?
Absolutely, the war marked very much what she believed in. It's a question of service. She was 21 when she joined up, and this wonderful picture of her in the ATS. But she had this very close relationship with veterans, and her first prime minister, of course, was Churchill. And when she came to the throne, this was a country rebuilding itself. So yes, diplomacy was important, building the Commonwealth, and working to create friends among this global community. So although we feel this terrible loss personally, she was the nation's grandmother. She's a much bigger picture than that on the world stage. And she certainly worked towards building relationships. You've heard President Macron and his articulate tribute to her. She was the best traveled monarch, not only the longest living, but she went out of her way to make friends in many, many places.
And then, of course, she was abroad when her beloved father died. She was so close to him, wasn't she? They were such a close family unit, in fact, brought back from East Africa to pay tribute to him, and still such a young woman. Was she ready for the role, do you think? Do you think she'd been trained into that role already by then?
Of course, she hadn't been trained into it. She was very funny talking about it, saying that she had had no preparation at all. It wasn't that her mother didn't believe that she should have formal education. She learnt on the job. She had something instinctive. Of course, she'd been brought up to expect that this would happen. there is no special training that can be given. She had enormous attributes that she learnt. Physical courage when she had an intruder. Nobody seems to have talked about that. I don't think one can necessarily be taught these things. She just had an instinctive way of being very aware of her soft power and her influence, but also modest. Very fine line, and she oversaw these enormous social changes. Television, she could never have imagined that she would become the most photographed monarch, that everyone felt they knew her. Of course, at the same time, she never gave interviews in this age when everybody does and allows people to see inside that what they're thinking. She didn't give interviews, and yet we feel we do know this woman. So I think that's something that she just learnt from innate qualities of tremendous respect and, dare I say, Christian duty. Church was everything. You know, again, to go back to her uncle, could he possibly have believed that he could be anointed in this sacred duty of hundreds of years of being king of Britain, and yet at the same time he was actively subverting the law by organizing his collusive divorce? So of course she grew up knowing this hypocrisy that she stood against. She was really going to be straightforward and believe in this Christian duty to give her life, to give a life of service, and right up until the end, that is absolutely what she did.
Well, it's fascinating to hear how those early years shaped her life. Thank you so much for that, Anne Seba, Reuters foreign correspondent, historian and author. Thank you. Well, let's reflect then on what's happening here at Balmoral. James Matthews is here, and James, you were here yesterday as well when the family started arriving, trying to get back in time to see the Queen. And now, obviously, they're still inside the castle. They expect King Charles III to leave at some point. So what is your understanding of where we are?
We are still in a very somber phase, I think, Anna. Yesterday, as you say, we were here, media were here. There were a couple of dozen members of the public, and as the news was reported on one side of the road, you could hear the groan on the other side from members of the public hearing the news. Since then, they have been coming to the gates of Balmoral, laying flowers in tribute. And, you know, I had an interesting chat with the Reverend Kenneth Mackenzie. He's the minister at Crathy Kirk, who latterly, during COVID, came to Balmoral itself, and in the hall, he would stand at one end, keeping a distance from the Queen, and she would have her religious observance that way, say prayer, take worship, and so on. And he was talking about the Queen at Balmoral in this community, talking about how at this time of year, when she's just about to return south, she would be looking out the window, watching the leaves turn, a beautiful time of year, and the engine would be running, the cases would be packed, and she would say, I really must stay longer next time. And, you know, she was wired into this community. People talk about, because she was 96, and she'd been here through generations, she would bump into people. They would have conversations with her about members of the community. And she would reply, well, yeah, I know that person. I know their mother, their father, and their grandfather and grandmother. You know, she was wired into the local community, Balmoral, Braemar, Aberdeenshire. They will miss her and fondly remember her.
They will indeed, and certainly some of those have come and paid tribute at the gates of Balmoral Castle there. There's more people arriving now. They have to get permission of the police now to move through, and they read and take their time to look at those messages for Her Majesty the Queen, who died yesterday. More coverage coming up in just a moment.
This is Sky News. A state of mourning begins around the UK following the death of the Queen.
King Charles III, now the monarch, is expected to leave Balmoral and address the nation on television this evening.
A remarkable queen and inspiration to the world. As tributes pour in, we'll take you through the timetable of events, including gun salutes for every one of her 96 years.
King Charles III starts his first full day as the new monarch, addressing the nation as king for the first time. Stateswoman of unmatched dignity, world leaders pay tribute to as President Biden signs a book of condolence.
From the Empire State to Christ the Redeemer, landmarks around the globe are lit up.
And we'll take a look at how the morning newspapers here have paid tribute to Her Majesty the Queen.
Hello, good morning. The UK has begun a period of mourning after the death of Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II, marking the end of the Elizabethan era. Tributes have poured in from around the world after the news that the Queen had died at Balmoral. Her son is now the monarch. King Charles III will make his way from Balmoral to London this morning and is expected to address the nation on television later today. Well, thousands came to pay their respects here at Buckingham Palace. They began gathering even before the Queen's death was announced, following that statement that her doctors were concerned. Well, through today's show, we'll get reaction from those who worked with her and knew her, and we'll take you through what happens next. First, Alex Rossi reports on the end of an era and the start of a new chapter for the monarchy.
As the rain fell like mist, they came to pay their respects. But adjusting to the Queen's death after 7 decades on the throne will not be easy.
It's just heartbreaking, really, isn't it?
I feel like it's the end of an era. She was our one kind of staple in the country.
Has it sunk in?
No. I don't think so, no.
It is all the harder to absorb when you consider that only a few days ago Her Majesty was performing her royal duties. Her infectious smile present, as it had always been, during her long life of service. And within hours of the announcement, no one wanted to hear. Flowers were laid as people gravitated towards her main residence to be part of history. Despite the weather and the late hour, it is the middle of the night. People are still arriving here at Buckingham Palace. And it's difficult to describe the atmosphere. There is a sense of shock and sadness, disbelief too, at the death of a revered monarch, the only one most people alive today can remember. But within these crowds, there is also something else, and that is a desire to celebrate a queen who's been a stabilising force for many decades. For many, the Queen's extraordinary longevity had made her such a permanent feature in so many lives. She was an anchor through uncertain times as Britain transitioned through the modern age after the Second World War. But now, across the nations, uncertainty as new constitutional questions will be asked.
She was an influence for good in our country, and now she's gone. I wonder where we'll go.
It doesn't really feel real yet.
The lady was a very great woman and held the country together.
But in the midst of all this, there is a family dealing with tremendous loss. Prince Charles, who's now king, was the first to arrive by her side. Prince William soon followed, driving his uncles. They looked tired and worried. A few hours later, and the worst fears were confirmed. The Queen was dead.
The death of Her Majesty the Queen is a huge shock to the nation and to the world. Queen Elizabeth II was the rock on which modern Britain was built.
For the coming days, flags will remain lowered as a carefully choreographed transition of power begins, the new king making his way back to London this morning. And what all this will eventually mean for the monarchy and the country is very much unknown. But for now, there is still a rawness at the loss of such an enduring figure. Alex Rossi, Sky News, Central London.
Well, Dominic Waghorn is here with me now alongside the contemporary historian Sir Anthony Seldon. And Dominic, we've seen crowds gathering here since the news from the palace that there were concerns about the Queen's health. And there's been real sadness, hasn't there, amongst people here, and sometimes a mood of celebration about her life. And it's a real reflection of the deep affection that she was held in this nation.
Yeah, a huge range of emotions. And crowds were gathering before the news was announced. Obviously, people anxiously waiting through the day for news. And then when it was announced, they were streaming in their thousands through Green Park and other parts of London to come here to mourn. But also, I think a lot of them were saying they wanted to be with others as they were struggling with their emotions, trying to get a sense of sort of common mourning, I suppose, common grief. And we've got the same sense this morning I've talked to British people, Canadians, Australians and Brazilians. And I think what they have in common is a sense of loss, a very personal sense of loss. One half American, half British woman said that the Queen was like a grandmother to the world. I think people feel a deep sense of personal loss, but also this sense that someone who has been a solid source of constancy and stability, always there, has gone. And one former RAF veteran said that we're all currently experiencing an emotion none of us have really felt before. So I think if you're waking up this morning feeling disoriented, bewildered, I think you're not alone. It is something that's going to take a long while to sink in, because she was such a constant presence, someone that's really, I think, part of our identity that we've lost overnight, and it will take some time to come to terms with that. And I think we're going to see thousands of people coming here. Buckingham Palace has always been the focal point for great events, whether they're joyful moments of celebration or moments of great grief as now. And I think this will be where people come to pay their respects, but also, I think, to get a sense from others of how you cope with this momentous event.
Yes, because Sir Anthony Seldon, this is a huge moment for the nation, isn't it?
This will be a defining moment of the 21st century for Britain, and people are waking up exactly, experiencing a shock, remembering the shocking news of last night. And here we are outside Buckingham Palace, and it feels like the death of Diana, almost exactly 25 years ago. This time we're mourning the people's queen, not the people's princess. And there's a real sense, I can't think since the birth of the democratic age we've ever had. We started this week with Boris Johnson, head of Her Majesty's government. We finished this week with Liz Truss, head of His Majesty's government. Not in 200 years have we seen the head of government and the head of state change in such a short time. This is a massive moment in British history. History has stopped at this moment.
And that's something that, of course, we'll be reflecting on throughout the morning. But Anthony and Dominic, thank you both for the moment very much indeed. So let's take a look at what will be coming up in the next few days. So it's expected that Her Majesty's death will be marked by gun salutes, which is the case with all major royal events. MPs will sit in Parliament today and tomorrow to pay their respects. It will be only the 6th time since 1939 that the Commons has sat on a Saturday. In the coming days, the Queen's body is expected to be moved from Balmoral to London. It's anticipated that the Queen's coffin will then lie in state in central London. This will be a chance for people to come and pay their respects. The Queen will have a full state funeral. Members of government, as well as heads of state from across the Commonwealth, will be amongst those in attendance. After the funeral, the Queen's coffin is expected to be taken to Windsor Castle for a burial service. Her husband, Prince Philip, was also buried within the Windsor Castle grounds. Well, Sky's Becky Cottrell is amongst the crowds here at Buckingham Palace. And Becky, people already gathering here this morning.
Yeah, there have been thousands coming to pay their respects, to lay flowers and to kind of take in this moment of national mourning together. But yes, already people gathering here early this morning, and I've got some people here to speak to. Brian, you're 68, yes. Like many of us. The Queen was the only monarch you've ever known. How do you feel reflecting on her passing?
No, it's a very sad occasion, I think. You know, she's given her life of service and dedication to the country. So, you know, I feel sad. You know, I felt I needed to be here just to pay my respects to the family and to her service.
And looking back on her reign, is there anything that sticks out in your memory as a particularly great moment of hers?
Nothing particular. She's just been there all the time. You know, she's dependable, always been there. I think the death of her husband was very moving, Philip, obviously. But she's just been there you know, for all the time.
Thank you, Brian. Thank you for speaking to us. And over here, three women from Australia, mother and daughters. When I found you earlier, you said to me that this is kind of a tribal moment.
Yeah.
Just talk to me a bit more about that.
Yeah, it just feels like, you know, everyone's coming together. It feels very tribal. It feels really... yeah, it's hard to say. We just arrived in yesterday and it's like we couldn't not be here.
Yeah.
We just...
Pay our respects.
Yeah, to pay our respects to... She's been as solid as a rock and very, very selfless.
Yeah, she's dedicated her whole life to us, so I don't think many people would be prepared to do that, so I think we need to be here today too.
And we were talking about how highly thought of the Queen was by many in Australia. What about King Charles?
Yeah, I think, Kate and William bring the younger generation.
Yeah.
But, yeah, I suppose just got to wait and see, I suppose.
Yeah.
What
about you? What are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, I don't know. I think there might be a bit of a holding pattern for a little bit, but I think that everyone's got deep respect for him as well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes. Thank you for talking to us.
No.
Yeah, and I think that's kind of hit the nail on the head, that tribal feeling that people felt kind of drawn, the people that have come down to be together, to pay their respects and to kind of mourn and reflect collectively.
Becky, thanks very much indeed. So we will be returning here to Buckingham Palace very shortly as those crowds gather there at the gates to pay their respects.
And respects being paid here too. In fact, floral tributes outside the gate here at Balmoral Castle. The family are still inside. We saw those pictures of them arriving. Prince William certainly driving his uncles. Prince Charles already here. Princess Anne already here as well. And the anticipation is that Prince Charles, as he was, I was going to say, that King Charles III will leave Balmoral at some point today and head to London and obviously make that national address to the nation later on this evening. That is the anticipation, but obviously very difficult times for the family, reflecting on the 70 years of Her Majesty the Queen, together also with Prince Harry, and things have obviously not been easy over the last couple of years, but the father there looking after his two sons, Prince Harry, of course, now the son of a king. And certainly we expect to see King Charles III leaving Balmoral a little bit later. So the morning newspapers obviously capturing this historic moment with their own tributes. Let's take a look at those. The Mirror simply says, "Thank you." "We loved you, ma'am," says the son. The Telegraph quotes the Queen's own words, "Grief is the price we pay for love." "Our hearts are broken," declares the Mail. The Guardian has chosen this elegant image of Her Majesty. The Express includes a black and white photograph with the headline, "Our beloved Queen is dead." And the Times focuses on comments by now King Charles III, who has described his mother's passing as the greatest sadness for his family. Well, certainly leaders from around the world have offered their condolences after the Queen's death. Joe Biden, Barack Obama, even Russia's President Vladimir Putin have been among the global leaders paying their respects. The Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky said Her Majesty's death is a heavy loss for Europe and the whole world. Our US correspondent Mark Stone reports now as the world mourns.
She was, he had said, more than a monarch. She defined an era. And with that reflection, the American president was the first to sign the Book of Condolence at Britain's embassy in Washington. She led with enduring strength and dignity, he wrote.
We mourn for all of you. She was a great lady. We're so delighted we got to meet her.
At the White House, the lowering of the Stars and Stripes was a salute to the closest of friendships. America, the colony which split from British rule and yet became so fondly entwined from afar.
This is CNN Breaking News.
I want to go straight to London.
And so it was that the news of her death dominated everything, and will do for days.
Queen Elizabeth II, Britain's longest reigning monarch, has died at the age of 96.
For the woman who had met 13 of the last 14 presidents. From Truman, Eisenhower and Kennedy to Obama, Trump and Biden, she knew them all and she charmed them all. The so-called special relationship was one she fostered through so many American presidencies. Over the border, Canada, a Commonwealth nation, and a Prime Minister with a deeply personal reflection.
In a complicated world, her steady grace and resolve brought comfort and strength to us all. Canada is in mourning. She was one of my favorite people in the world, and I will miss her so.
She was head of state in nations far beyond Britain, but where the institution was increasingly questioned, the fondness for her was never in doubt.
This time of mourning will pass, but the deep respect and warm regard in which Australians have always held for Her Majesty will never fade.
Last summer's G7 meeting in Cornwall was, it would turn out, the last time many of today's leaders saw her in person. The French people are also in mourning, President Macron said. The one who rubbed shoulders with the giants of the 20th century on the path of history has gone to join them. She was above the turbulent geopolitics of the decades she reigned through, and yet so often her duty was to navigate it all. The tributes from around the world suggest a duty well done. Mark Stone, Sky News in Washington.
Well, our Scotland correspondent James Matthews is here with me now as more people turn up to pay tribute here. They have to get permission of the police now, don't they, to come down here? But certainly you were here yesterday watching the concerned faces of the royal family arrive, and they're still in the castle behind us.
Yeah, they've overnighted inside the Balmoral, and a place they know well, of course. We were here in the dark last night, and some members of the public, members of the media, and two separate convoys went into the gates. The first one led by Prince William, he was at the wheel, beside him his uncle Prince Andrew, and in the back Sophie and Edward. And then sometime later, after the announcement, after the official announcement actually of the Queen's death, Prince Harry was driven inside. They all, I wouldn't necessarily say shock was the word, but certainly you could see the distress and the difficulty in dealing with the loss of a loved one. They're in a place now where they knew happy times, family times, in the company of their mother and grandmother. And that's the thing about this place. It's why they are so welded to the Balmoral estate and surrounding territory, because it's somewhere that is secluded. They can seek refuge from the pressures of public duty, and that's something that the Queen herself particularly enjoyed. Family barbecues. We've seen the pictures, and we've heard from people who went to Honka House, a small log cabin that was a short drive away, barbecues where Prince Philip would do the cooking, the Queen herself would do the washing up. It was a chance to get away from it all, where they enjoyed good times, but have also grieved through the bad. 25 years ago, they were here when Princess Diana died, and we remember William and Harry as young children looking at flowers laid in tribute on this very road 25 years ago. Today, we see tributes to their grandmother as they deal and work through their grief behind the gates of Balmoral. And at the heart of that, of course, we have King Charles III. New duties as a monarch, but also duties as a father to pull his family together at this extremely difficult time. A family, of course, whose members are some distance apart. It won't be easy. He faces challenges, yes, as the new king, but also at the heart of that family.
And it will, I suppose, be hard to tear himself away from this 50,000-acre estate where he has some seclusion, some time to grieve in private, but work must continue now for King Charles III. So let's go now to our chief North of England correspondent, Greg Milam, who is at Aberdeen Airport for us. And certainly we are anticipating the King leaving, in effect, the sanctuary, Greg, of Balmoral to head to London as the work of the accession begins.
Yes, and the aircraft that brought members of his family here less than 24 hours ago, as that news developed yesterday, is still on the tarmac. The new king will leave from Aberdeen Airport, as you say, and begin that process. But a reminder, I guess, that this is a family's grief still, but in the midst of that, we see those wheels beginning to turn, that process of continuity that is so essential to the monarchy continuing to move, and the new king will make that move even as he grieves his mother, to return to London to meet with the new Prime Minister, the first audience that he will have with the Prime Minister, who his mother, of course, met only earlier this week. That audience, also a meeting with Earl Marshal, the Duke of Norfolk, the person who has been planning the accession, planning the Queen's funeral, as well as a televised address to be recorded, which will be broadcast to the nation later. So that work will go on. Of course, it's a role that the new king has been preparing for so much of his life, and in particular over the last year or so, stepping up the number of engagements that he has carried out on behalf of his mother with her health failing. So if you like, that transition has been going on for some time, and of course it's something he's been preparing for in his whole life. And that statement that he issued shortly after the confirmation of his mother's death, where he talked about the moment of great sadness for him and the members of his family, but also that her loss was felt deeply around the world, I think again is a reflection that here is a family, here is a son who is grieving. It was always known that this moment would come in his life that would have involved the death of his mother, but reflecting that family's grief, while at the same time that process, that continuity that is so essential continues to take place.
Greg Milam, thank you very much indeed. And obviously we will keep abreast of the movements of King Charles as he leaves here, and full coverage too of that national address later on. Well, the Prime Minister, Liz Truss, was the first person to use his official new title, King Charles III. He remained in Balmoral yesterday evening. He's still here now, as we said, returning to London later. Paul Kelso reports now on the challenges that he faces.
It's a job he's spent his whole life preparing for. One he could only inherit through the death of his mother.
To Princess Elizabeth, heiress presumptive to the throne, a son had been born.
It has been a long apprenticeship, and unlike the Queen, he takes on the duty at a time in his life when most people would retire.
I believe no one has ever been better prepared for the role of head of state than the new king. He's been heir to the throne for so long, but it's not just that. He's been very assiduous, hard-working heir to the throne.
I, Charles, Prince of Wales, will become your liege man of life and limb.
He does it for no other reason that he was born to do it. I mean, no one says, work 16 hours a day, sir. I mean, he does it because he wants to.
But you know what, I think you're very sexy. Oh, no!
For the Prince of Wales, living in a less deferential age has had its challenges. But as heir, he has brought attention to some of the most pressing global issues.
The combination of pollution and overconsumption of finite natural resources. The urgency, I think, is even greater to try and do something about those challenges. So I would ask how these people are going to face their grandchildren.
Speaking out about the environment for more than 50 years, gaining a reputation as one of the world's most respected and pioneering campaigners.
But sometimes you think that, do we really have to face catastrophes and chaos before we understand that real action needs to be taken? And the difficulty with all that is that by the time you try to take the action, it's already too late.
While some people
might have found his interventions inconvenient to the running of their particular versions of business or thinking. Actually, in the end, I think the world will look back at his career as an environmentalist and say that it was an incredibly important contribution at a critical time.
Through his Prince's Trust, he connected with millions of young people. His approach liberal and inclusive, especially when it came to race and religion. Well briefed, outspoken, yet unelected. Did Charles, as heir, blur the lines between public service and political interference? His outspoken views on issues such as architecture and alternative medicine were at times controversial. His so-called Black Spider memos, written directly to government ministers, show a level of intervention not expected from a royal.
I think he enjoyed the controversy. I think on some occasions I compliment him on the controversy. I think he was right about architecture to an extent. I think he was right about the environment. Clearly he was ahead of his time. But the point is the way he did it. And what he would do is he would criticize people but couldn't stand being criticized himself. He would create controversy but didn't want to listen to people answering back. How am I feeling?
Yes,
older.
Around his 70th birthday, he set straight how he sees his future role.
Clearly I won't be able to do the same things I've done, as heir. So of course you operate within the constitutional parameters.
People have expressed worries about whether this involvement will continue in the same way.
No, it won't. I'm not that stupid. I do realize that it is a separate exercise being sovereign.
Charles, as king, now assumes a number of key roles that will demand strong leadership. He's head of state, defender of the faith, or as he'd rather, defender of faith more generally. He's also head of the armed forces, who will pledge to serve king and country.
He's had military service. He served in the Royal Navy. He was the captain of a ship. And he knows, therefore, what you have to do if you're the boss and you're making decisions. So he can look commanders in the eye, and he remembers what it is to look after soldiers, sailors and airmen. Now, as king, he will receive defence briefings all the time. He's an excellent figurehead for the armed forces.
There was a time when the thought of the Prince of Wales as king went against the public mood. A failed marriage, followed by tragedy, and Charles's popularity plummeted. It would be 8 years before he married Camilla Parker Bowles, the true love of his life. They have become a close working team. And on taking on her new role as Princess Consort, Camilla will support her husband, just as the Duke of Edinburgh supported the late Queen.
Camilla turned Charles from this morose, serious, unhappy man into someone who lightened up, who laughed again, after years of not really laughing very much.
Well, it's yours now.
And as a result, he became a much better Prince of Wales.
His sense of humour and desire to connect has softened his image in recent years, as we've seen him more as a family man, a committed husband, father and grandfather, who, like the rest of the country, missed his loved ones during the COVID-19 pandemic.
It's terribly sad, let alone one's friends. But, fortunately, at least you can speak to them on telephones and occasionally do this sort of thing. But it isn't the same, is it? You really want to give people a hug every now and then. 3 resounding cheers for Her Majesty the Queen. Hip, hip!
The line of succession was secure as signs of transition became clear. Overseas tours on the Queen's behalf, leading the nation in moments of reflection. With the support of his family, he embarks on his new role. After decades of watching, learning, supporting, and developing a deep sense of service. He now takes his place as king.
Well, here at Buckingham Palace, as the crowds continue to gather, with me and throughout the programme this morning is the contemporary historian Sir Anthony Selden. Sir Anthony, let's reflect a bit on Prince Charles. I mean, the nation is mourning the loss of the Queen, and that's going to be felt most keenly, of course, by her family. So for Prince Charles, this is a moment of real personal grief, but also a moment of real responsibility.
Yes, I mean, absolute anguish. How do we all feel when we lose our mother? And that's what he will be feeling. And yet, at the same time, he is also now our king. And he has to immediately step up. The Queen is dead, long live the king. There's not a heartbeat's pause in that process. And so he will also be working out those first moments, first appearances. How does he come across? What does he say? What kind of impression does he want to give that will be the hallmark of his entire period as the King of Great Britain?
And we understand that we will, of course, hear from him later in the day. Liz Truss, the Prime Minister, called the Queen the rock on which modern Britain was built. And she has been a constant in so many of our lives. How does Prince Charles go about filling that kind of gap?
Well, I don't think he does fill that gap because the Queen was unique in all our lives. She defined consciously and unconsciously who and what we are as a nation and as people. So he has to find his own rock. He has to become his own person. And I think he will, and I think he should be, and will need to be, a very different kind of monarch, a monarch for the 21st century. Her first Prime Minister was born in the 19th century. The royal family, we know the succession carries on into the 22nd. Prince Charles will be there and will be that transitional monarch that will ensure, if it all works well, the future stability of this building behind us, of this entire monarchy over Britain and over the Commonwealth, by redefining what it means to be the monarch.
And I think a moment ago I might have called him Prince Charles. It's so hard to get used to this idea that he is now King Charles, of course. So that sense of transition, how different might the monarchy be under King Charles?
And indeed, people waking up to remember that we now have a king and the beloved Queen has passed. I think it'll be very different. He has strong beliefs, and in many ways his beliefs are ahead of the rest of the nation. So it's been odd that he has been criticised for his beliefs and thought to be weird and talking about things that don't matter. What he said about the environment ahead of almost anybody matters deeply. It matters deeply for the survival of our world into the 22nd century and beyond. And he is utterly and profoundly committed and understands that. But it's more than that. He's also very obviously passionate about the arts. He's patron or president of 20 leading national bodies, including the Royal Shakespeare Company, which he loves dearly and has acted on the stage, said a few lines at the Royal Shakespeare Company. He's very into youth, the work of the Prince's Trust and volunteering. He's passionate about, as indeed his father was, the Duke of Edinburgh. And then faith. He's bringing faith into the 21st century, recognising when Her Majesty came to the throne in 1952, Britain was fundamentally a Christian country. It's now a Christian country and a Muslim country, a Buddhist, a Jewish, a Hindu, a Sikh country, and he is going to defend all faiths while reminding us that faith is at the heart of all our lives. So he will be a totally different kind of monarch, whereas the Queen was reticent and understated. We know what he thinks. He doesn't have to keep making speeches about it. But those I see are the four signature, I'm going to say Prince Charles, King Charles beliefs, and he will be supporting those with great intensity and truth, authenticity.
And of course, the Queen, you knew very little about what she truly believe deep down she was always discreet, always diplomatic. Will we see a different side to King Charles? We've heard his views in the past, but will he continue to express them, do you think?
I think he doesn't need to express them because it's so clear his belief in the environment, in faith, in the arts, in young people and volunteering. But I also think that he will remind us that we are a monarchy, we're not a republic. And the monarch unites and speaks to the whole nation as well as to the Commonwealth, to Scotland, Northern Ireland, Wales and England. I mean, put it this way, what else unites this country, and indeed the Commonwealth, if it isn't now King Charles? And when politics seems to be more and more strong and opinionated and the media more and more diverse, it is the monarch that is the still centre, reminding us of things that are true, historic, the culture, the young people, the faith, the environment. These are things which are eternal, which will be there as long as this country and indeed the world exist.
Well, Sir Anthony Selden, thanks very much for your thoughts for now. We will be talking to you again throughout the morning, of course. For now, thank you. So let's cross over now to our royal correspondent, Rhiannon Mills. So, Rhiannon, the nation is mourning the death of the Queen. The royal family, too, of course, feeling this most keenly. What are the plans for the rest of the day for them?
So it's difficult to know exactly what other members of the royal family will do, but certainly we know that King Charles III and Camilla, Queen Consort, will in the next few hours be heading here to London from Balmoral. Now, of course, an awful lot is being written about what we can anticipate seeing throughout today and over the next 10 days. However, I think there is a caveat to that, and certainly the palace are keen that they lead the charge when it comes to making the announcements of exactly what is going to happen. But today, you would anticipate that for King Charles, of course, those constitutional duties immediately began as soon as he assumed that new role. So I think we can anticipate that he is probably likely to meet up with the Prime Minister. There are, of course, important funeral plans to look at, which will take place over the next 10 days or so. And so he is likely to look at those. And then in the coming days, we will then be given further details about those. Also yesterday, of course, we had a written statement from the new king talking about the death of his beloved mother, and we could also potentially expect him to give some kind of televised address later on today, which I think will be a hugely emotional moment for him. Of course, as I said, the important duties of state, they simply don't stop. He will have had his red box of papers today, no doubt. He will have to have literally taken on everything that his mother left behind. But we know that King Charles is an emotional man. We often contrasted that with the way that his mother or his father would have reacted in public. And King Charles, as well as his other siblings and also the Queen's grandchildren, are continuing to mourn the death of a much-loved monarch. And we're going to see that pendulum swing, I think, over the next 10 days between mourning her death, but also this ritual pageantry and ceremony that we have never seen before, in which we will welcome a new king.
Rhiannon, thanks very much indeed. Well, let's find out now what's happening at Westminster. I'm joined by our political correspondent in Downing Street, Amanda Acass. So, Amanda, what will now happen at Westminster? How will the politicians be marking the Queen's death?
Well, it's so poignant, isn't it, that the last official duty of the Queen was meeting with Liz Truss to invite her to form a government, and then a very heavy responsibility for Liz Truss in only her second full day in the role, having to find the words to sum up what she said was the shock and devastation felt by the entire country, describing the Queen as the rock on which modern Britain has been built, a woman whose life of service stretched beyond most living memories. Now, we're expecting later later on today that she will be meeting with King Charles III. She ended her speech by professing her loyalty and devotion to him after he and the Queen Consort fly back from Balmoral to London. He and Liz Truss did speak on the phone, we understand, last night. She then had a meeting with the Home Secretary, Defence Secretary, police and members of the royal household to discuss the plans for the coming days, a 10-day period of mourning, during which, of course, normal political business is all on hold. So the House of Commons won't be sitting as planned at 9:30. They will be convening with the House of Lords at noon for members to pay tribute to the monarch.
Amanda, thanks very much indeed. Well, joining me now from Cardiff is our correspondent, Dan Whitehead. So, Dan, tell us what's happening there in Wales, marking the Queen's death.
Well, a period of mourning, of course, in Wales, as in all of the home nations. The flags behind me here at the Welsh Parliament at half-mast, as they are at Cardiff Castle here today. The Queen last visited Wales just nearly a year ago. She opened the Senedd, the Parliament here at the Senedd in October last year, where she gave kind words to the people of Wales, saying that it was a source of pleasure for her that her family had lived and had homes in Wales and experienced its very special sense of community. And that was the last time that Her Majesty visited Wales here. In terms of events today, well, we know from the Welsh Government that there are official events planned over the next official 10 days of mourning, the details of which we do not have yet. They will be ironed out throughout the day here. It may be the case that the gun salutes that are happening in London take place, of course, in the home nations as well. We heard Wales, Mark Drakeford, where he paid tribute to the Queen's long and exceptional life, and also said that the Queen had firmly upheld the values and traditions of the British monarchy. We came down late last night and spoke to some people here in the Bay in Cardiff. There were a couple of bunches of flowers laid outside the Parliament. One gentleman saying that he wasn't a royalist particularly, but felt a great sense of pride that he wasn't expecting at what the Queen had achieved and what she had offered to the people of Wales. And of course the royal family and Wales have strong connections. King Charles III, formerly known as, of course, the Prince of Wales, has an official home here in Wales, and that strong tie will no doubt continue. This is not a moment really, of course, to focus on the new king and his connections. It is a period, of course, of reflection and remembrance, and that is what will continue certainly today and in the coming days for the people of Wales.
Indeed. Dan, thanks very much indeed. Well, here with me at Buckingham Palace, I'm joined now by Mary MacLeod, who was a policy advisor to the Queen and royal household between 1998 and 1999. So welcome to you. Lovely of you to come down to join us today. So you worked with the Queen. Tell us what that was like, first of all.
Well, I mean, she was an inspiration, and her legacy will remain because of that. I mean, she was Elizabeth the Great, the steadfast, the wise, and I think that's where I think everyone feels their lives have been touched by her, and that was whether they met her once or they saw her on television or whether they actually worked with her, and my heart goes out to our new king and the members of the royal family as they deal with that personal grief. And King Charles said it was just how cherished and loved that she was. But for the nation, the outpouring of sadness that we have all felt, because we felt she was our grandmother too, that she was part of us. And to me, it was for all the things that happened in her life, we constantly saw that grace and dignity and kindness and wisdom that she brought with her to everything she did. And whether it was here in my old office or whether it was in Balmoral or Holyrood or wherever I was with her, or even as a member of Parliament when I would come to events with her, she lit up the room. She showed her ability to adapt, to change, that she knew she had to be relevant to every generation. And that's why we see people mourning right across the generations today, because she managed to adapt over time to be relevant.
Well, that's so interesting, because I know that you work with her on public relations, but also on this sense of strategic change in the monarchy, didn't you? And we think of her as someone who was very respectful of tradition, very respectful of the duties that she had. But how open was she to change and to modernising the monarchy?
Well, duty was everything. It was absolutely part of her DNA and core to her being. And that was what I think just made the job easy, because if you could say that something was important because the people needed it or the country, it was important to the country, then she would be absolutely behind it. And I think she did it by, it was also, I mean, part of it was the experience, the years of experience that she brought with her. But it was also that personal touch that she had. I mean, when she was talking with you, you felt you were the most important person in the room. She listened as well as, and told her stories, and that was done with humour. And you know, the first day I met her, I was up in Balmoral, and it was a small, very small dinner with the corgis under the table, and you know, so I laughed the whole evening because the Queen told story after story after story, and that's, again, it's just she made it always so relevant and put people at their ease. But we saw her over time just adapting to change, whether that was about paying tax, whether that is about the work she did with the firstborn being able to inherit the throne. We saw her with doing the James Bond for the Olympics, and then of course Paddington Bear, which was lovely. And I think we all said with him in one voice, just thank you, ma'am, for everything, because it's that legacy that she's given us, that inspiration, and I think that will just transcend generations for times to come.
I know, and watching that Paddington clip again, it will be a poignant moment for many of us, won't it? Her real humour came through there.
Absolutely.
But you worked with her in the late 1990s, not long after Princess Diana had died, of course, and that was a very difficult time for the royal family, and a time when they really feel they did have to adapt. Did you get a sense of that when you were working with her?
Yes, and I think also, I mean, I think the Queen has always realised over time that she and the monarchy has had to adapt with the nation. But I think what was interesting is she still managed to adapt in that way, but at the same time she was still our strength and stay. She was still that steadfastness that we all needed, and she handled that beautifully with real grace and dignity as things happened around the country. And she was there in the good times and the bad times. And there's many difficult things that she had to go through, and she saw the nation go through, and she saw the world go through. But she was always that rock, as our new Prime Minister Liz Truss has said. She's been that rock and that steadfastness that has made all of us just feel hope for the future and make us feel that we've got something to live for. And that's why I think the legacy will live on in our new King, King Charles III, where, you know, he's had the most wonderful role model in stepping into her shoes, and therefore he will, you know, I think, do an incredible job of leading this country as monarch by not only the wealth of experience that he brings from the work, amazing work he's done with the Prince's Trust and leading the campaigns and environment and many other issues, but as sovereign, he has got the example of the Queen, and he will make sure that the legacy of her will live in him, and therefore by that example it hopefully lives in all of us too.
Well, Mary McLeod, we must leave it there, but thank you very much indeed for joining us and giving us your reflections on the Queen's life.
So the tributes being paid at Buckingham Palace, a slow and steady stream of people here at Balmoral, somewhat harder to access. People are being stopped on the bridge over the River Dee. The police then usher them through. So a controlled environment really for people to come here on what is a very a dreek day, as they would say in the Highlands here. Very wet day, and certainly perhaps they've got the fires on inside Balmoral, as they did in that photograph we saw of the Queen as she welcomed first Boris Johnson and Liz Truss on Tuesday, and have the fires on then to console themselves for this momentous moment for the family. This is really a family event as much as it is for the nation. Let's have a look though now at the moment that the news of Her Majesty's death was brought to people around the world.
This is CNN Breaking News.
I want to go straight to London.
The Queen has passed away. The Queen died peacefully, the royal family says, at Balmoral this afternoon.
Breaking news. Queen Elizabeth II, Britain's longest reigning monarch, has died at the age of 96.
70 évnyi uralkodás után meghalt második Erzsébet angol királynő.
The sad news of England's Queen Elizabeth II's death.
La reina murió pacíficamente en Balmoral esta tarde, hora local. El rey y la reina consorte permanecerán en Balmoral esta noche y regresarán a Londres mañana.
Queen Elizabeth II, Britain's longest reigning monarch, dies at the age of 96.
Well, let's have a look at some of the words of condolences left by world leaders. The UN Secretary-General, Antonio Guterres, said Queen Elizabeth II was a good friend of the United Nations and visited our New York headquarters twice, more than 50 years apart. She was deeply committed to many charitable and environmental causes. The world will long remember her devotion and leadership. In a message to King Charles, the Russian President Vladimir Putin said, "I wish you courage and resilience in the face of this difficult, irreparable loss. May I ask you to pass on sincere condolences and support to members of the royal family and the entire people of Great Britain." Meanwhile, the Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky tweeted to say, "It is with deep sadness that we learned of the death of Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II. On behalf of the Ukrainian people, we extend sincere condolences to the royal family, the entire United Kingdom and the Commonwealth over this irreparable loss. Our thoughts and prayers are with you." Former US President Barack Obama said Michelle and I were lucky enough to come to know Her Majesty, and she meant a great deal to us. Time and again, we were struck by her warmth, the way she put people at ease, and how she brought her considerable humour and charm to moments of great pomp and circumstance. And Pope Francis said, "I willingly join all who mourn her loss in praying for the late Queen's eternal rest and in paying tribute to her life of unstinting service to the good of the nation and the Commonwealth." Just some of the tributes that have already been heard. Well, the former Chief of the General Staff, General Lord Dannatt, joins me now. And certainly this was the Commander-in-Chief of all armed personnel who swore an oath of allegiance to her. What will their loss be felt today?
Well, the loss is very real and is very great. I think as we all woke up this morning, we had that sort of sinking realization in our hearts that the day that we had dreaded, that the Queen would die, was yesterday. And today is the new day. It's the beginning of something else. And you're absolutely right. For members of the armed forces, the Royal Navy, the British Army, the Royal Air Force, it's particularly special. It's also very personal, because on the day that we join one of the three armed forces, we swear an oath of allegiance, not to the government, not to the Minister of State for Defence or anything like that, but actually to the sovereign. And 28th of August 1969, when I held a Bible in my hand, I swore an oath of allegiance to the Queen, Queen Elizabeth II. But that allegiance, as she breathed her last breath, passed seamlessly to the new king, to King Charles III. And that's who our allegiance is with now. And you know, it's an incredible aspect, part of the unwritten British Constitution, that those of us who choose to serve the nation in uniform, we serve the nation, we serve the person of the sovereign. And that's a very special aspect. And that allegiance has now passed, just in a flash of lightning, as it were, from Queen Elizabeth II to King Charles III. That's very, very special. And this is now the start of something new, just as we look back with great fondness and all our memories of just how special that person of Queen Elizabeth II was.
And of course, this is a family that's steeped in military history itself, is it not? You know, Prince Philip committed to the Navy, a job that he had to give up to marry the Queen. Prince Andrew, we know, served in the Falklands. Princes William and Harry too, Harry in Afghanistan. You know, it really was all around them, the Queen's own children and grandchildren being part of this service.
Well, that's absolutely right. The sovereign and the members of the royal family take their very close association with the Royal Navy, the British Army, the Royal Air Force very, very seriously. And it's really important that they do, and they do it very willingly, and they do it extraordinarily well, because it's the embodiment of that personal link between every individual serviceman and servicewoman with the head of state, with the sovereign. And that link is so very, very special. So, as I said just a moment or two ago, this is a great loss for the nation, but actually it's a very personal loss for soldiers, sailors, airmen, airwomen, and Marines, because the sovereign is our leader, is our commander-in-chief, and that commander-in-chief role passed seamlessly yesterday from Queen Elizabeth II to King Charles III. It's very special, it's very personal. I think it's almost unique in the world. Other countries like the United States and France, the elected politician who is the head of state is their senior person. But in this country, there is something mystical, there's something magical, there's something spiritual, there's something very special about having the sovereign as the head of state and the head of our armed forces. I think it's unique. It's certainly very, very special.
Well, we hear you, certainly. Lord Richard Dannett, former Chief of the General Staff, thank you.
Thank you.
Well, from the Empire State to Christ the Redeemer, landmarks around the world have paid homage to the Queen. The Eiffel Tower went dark in a tribute to Her Majesty. The monument's Twitter page said, "In homage to Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II, I will not twinkle and will turn off at midnight tonight." In Brazil, Christ the Redeemer in Rio de Janeiro can be seen lit up in red and blue. Well, the Empire State Building in New York shines purple and silver for Her Majesty. And here in the UK, a tribute was displayed on the famous Piccadilly Circus billboards. Well, I'm joined once again by the contemporary historian, Sir Anthony Selden, and crowds continuing to gather here today. On my way here, Anthony, I saw all the bus shelters with pictures of the Queen had been put up overnight with the dates of her life. And we will see so many tributes up and down the country as people want to come and pay their respects.
Yes, but I don't know what it is about tragedy and loss that makes us want to be together. Somehow we find solace in the company of others. So here we are over our shoulders, people gathering here in front of Buckingham Palace, as they will be all around the country, seeking comfort from each other at this extraordinary national moment, and around the world. I mean, she is the most famous person in the world. Is there anybody else whose death will unite the world as far from Brazil to America? Sadly not probably in Beijing, but that says more about Beijing and indeed Moscow than it does about the Queen. All good people who recognise what leadership, what kindness and what goodness is, will be sad today and over the coming days at the loss, not just of our British leader, but a giant in the world and in world history.
Well, yes, and it's interesting that you mention international response, because we've seen some of the landmarks around the world lit up in tribute to her. And she was someone that had the respect of so many world leaders. They were nervous to meet her. People who were at the top of their field in their own countries were in awe of her.
Absolutely. Look at the way that American presidents want to beat a path to her door. Of course they want to see the Prime Minister and go to Downing Street, but they and the First Lady, what is most exciting them was coming to see Her Majesty and to come to Buckingham Palace or to go to Windsor. Even Donald Trump produced perhaps his gentlest, kindest, almost most loving and respectful tweet last night, so she could even extract goodness from Donald Trump. That is the mark of a saint. I think she was a saint.
That's so interesting, and so many people have felt that she was their rock, the word, of course, that the Prime Minister, Liz Truss, used. So it's a moment of real uncertainty for people, isn't it, to see her pass and to see the handover of the monarchy to her son. How might people feel reassured in the days ahead, do you think?
Well, having a proper passing and a period of mourning, we all need that in losses. In a way, it is a personal loss for all of us because she was so important to us. And then Charles really stepping up to the mark and assuring us that he will be steady, He'll be his own rock. He'll be a different rock, but a 21st century rock that people can also relate to. We need to have that. The political parties, leaders come and go, 15 in her reign. We need that rock.
Sir Anthony Selden, for the moment, thanks very much indeed. And we'll have plenty more coverage from Buckingham Palace as the crowds gather to pay their respect at the gates of the palace. You're watching Sky News. A state of mourning begins around the UK following the death of the Queen.
King Charles III, now the monarch, starts his first full day as the new monarch, addressing the nation as king for the first time.
The UK has begun a period of mourning after the death of Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II, marking the end of the Elizabethan era. Tributes have poured in from around the world after the news that the Queen had died at Balmoral. Her son is now the monarch. King Charles III will make his way from Balmoral to London this morning and is expected to address the nation on television later today. Well, thousands came to pay their respects here at Buckingham Palace. They began gathering even before the Queen's death was announced, following that statement that her doctors were concerned. Well, through today's show, we're going to get reaction from those who've worked with her and who knew her, and we'll take you through what happens next. First, Alex Rossi reports on the end of an era and the start of a new chapter for the monarchy.
As the rain fell like mist, they came to pay their respects. But adjusting to the Queen's death after 7 decades on the throne will not be easy.
It's just heartbreaking, really, isn't it?
I feel like it's the end of an era. She was our one kind of staple in the country.
Has it sunk in?
No, I don't think so, no.
It is all the harder to absorb when you consider that only a few days ago Her Majesty was performing her royal duties. Her infectious smile present, as it had always been, during her long life of service. And within hours of the announcement, no one wanted to hear. Flowers were laid as people gravitated towards her main residence to be part of history. Despite the weather and the late hour, it is the middle of the night. People are still arriving here at Buckingham Palace. And it's difficult to describe the atmosphere. There is a sense of shock and sadness, disbelief too, at the death of a revered monarch, the only one most people alive today can remember. But within these crowds, there is also something else, and that is a desire to celebrate a queen who's been a stabilising force for many decades. For many, the Queen's extraordinary longevity had made her such a permanent feature in so many lives. She was an anchor through uncertain times as Britain transitioned through the modern age after the Second World War. But now, across the nations, uncertainty as new constitutional questions will be asked.
She was an influence for good in our country, and now she's gone, I wonder where we'll go.
It doesn't really feel real yet.
The lady was a very great woman and held the country together.
But in the midst of all this, there is a family dealing with tremendous loss. Prince Charles, who's now king, was the first to arrive by her side. Prince William soon followed, driving his uncles. They looked tired and worried. A few hours later, and the worst fears were confirmed. The Queen was dead.
The death of Her Majesty the Queen is a huge shock to the nation and to the world. Queen Elizabeth II was the rock on which modern Britain was built.
For the coming days, flags will remain lowered as a carefully choreographed transition of power begins, the new king making his way back to London this morning. And what all this will eventually mean for the monarchy and the country is very much unknown. But for now, there is still a rawness at the loss of such an enduring figure. Alex Rossi, Sky News, Central London.
Well, Dominic Waghorn is here with me alongside the contemporary historian Sir Anthony Selden. And Dominic, we're seeing people arriving here from all around the country, from other countries as well, to pay tribute to the Queen. And a real sense that this is a very emotional time for a lot of the people here.
Yes, and on lots of different levels. People are struggling with a whole range of emotions, and I think at times like this, people want to be drawn together to see how other people are coping with it and to draw some reassurance from it. There's a great sense of loss on different levels as well. People saying they feel this deeply personally. In the words of one woman, the Queen was a grandmother to the world. And I think to many people she felt like a family member, and people are feeling that loss personally, but also feeling this sense of a sort of a deeper sense of loss. There's someone who's been a constant presence. Someone or something who's always been there with the Queen, and now we've lost that. And I think people are struggling to work out what that means for them. People are feeling bewildered and disorientated. In the words of one RAF veteran, he said this is an emotion none of us have experienced before, anything quite like this. So I think people are trying to get reassurance from each other. I think there's a sense of apprehension that this has happened at such a turbulent time as well, of course, after the pandemic, with the economic uncertainty we face, a new Prime Minister and a war on the fringes of Europe. All of that, I think, we would normally be looking at the Queen to be a source of stability and constancy in our lives, and now she's gone. So I think people are looking for reassurance. They are hoping that the process of mourning, the period of mourning and succession, will give them consolation but also reassurance at what is I think a time that is bewildering for many of us.
And so, Anthony, people then feeling it very personally this morning, but this is a very big moment for the nation, isn't it?
Massive. I can't think of a moment like this since the war. This is a moment when history has stopped. We have lost the monarch who has been with us in all our memories for 70 years, important to us, important to the country, the most famous figure, obviously, in this country, the most photographed figure in the world, as we've been hearing the world leaders all talking about her. I mean, she is a saint. She is the most famous human being in the world. She's a woman, like many of our most best monarchs, Elizabeth I, Queen Victoria, saying a lot about the ability of women to really lead well and to bring the country together. I like that word, I don't like the word, but it's true about us. We're all struggling at the moment. We woke up this morning suddenly remembering that something desperately sad yesterday had happened, and then remembering what it was. And it will take time for us to get used to it, and it will obviously, all our thoughts are with the royal family, and particularly with our king. Still feels funny to say that, with our king as he is absorbing his personal loss of the loss of his mother and taking on his responsibilities.
So, Anthony, Dominic, thanks both very much indeed for the moment. We'll be talking to you throughout the morning, of course. So let's take a look now at what will be coming up in the next couple of days then. And it's expected that Her Majesty's death will be marked by gun salutes, which is the case with all major royal events. MPs will sit in Parliament today and tomorrow to pay their respects. It'll be only the 6th time since 1939 that the Commons has sat on a Saturday. In the coming days, the Queen's body is expected to be moved from Balmoral to London. It's anticipated that the Queen's coffin will then lie in state in central London. This will be a chance for people to come and pay their respects. The Queen will have a full state funeral. Members of government, as well as heads of state from across the Commonwealth, will be amongst those in attendance. After the funeral, the Queen's coffin is expected to be taken to Windsor Castle for a burial service. Her husband, Prince Philip, was also buried within the Windsor Castle grounds. So that's what lies ahead in the days to come. Let's take you now down amongst those crowds here at Buckingham Palace. Becky Cottrell is there with them. Becky.
Yeah, thousands of people have been gathering and already the crowds are turning out this morning. And I'm joined by one very special fan of the Queen, Annika, who is 8 years old. You live around the corner and you've come here before you go to school this morning. Annika, you were just telling me why you were such a fan of the Queen. What was it about her that you liked so much?
Because she was a very kind person, even though she was very old, and
and she also is the longest reigning monarch in British history.
She is. And how did you feel when you found out that she had sadly died?
I felt very upset, and I felt like I felt very upset.
Yeah.
And gone.
And Annika, you had a special bond with the Queen because you played her in a school play recently, didn't you? Tell me what you did in the play.
So I had a lot of lines, and then the narrator was one of my best friends, her name was Naomi. And then Zion, he was a boy in my class, and he had to play Prince Philip. And
you said that you had corgis involved as well.
Yeah, there were corgis, and so we did Who Let the Dogs Out with the corgis, and the corgis had to dance to Who Let the Dogs Out.
That sounds great. And I'm going to let you go because I know that your dad wants to take you to school, but thank you for talking to us, Annika.
Thank you.
And we've also got Barbara with us. Now, Barbara, you are from Australia. You were already here when the news broke, and you are 70 years old, so
yes,
only monarch you've ever known, like many of us. What did she mean to the people of Australia?
Oh, well, I think that she's our head of state, and her appeal is that she was very consistent and always there, and so I think, you know, there's an affection, and in our family we've got some very strong royalists, and my father was born in London, so there was a picture of the Queen on our over our kitchen table, and so yeah, it's just a very sad, not unexpected but sad day.
Yeah, and you mentioned having the picture in your house.
Yes.
Do you think that kind of sentiment for the royal family will continue now that the Queen has passed?
I think people have... I mean, Australia, I think there's mixed feelings, and I think that there's probably a will for a republic, but I think everybody respects the royal family and the contribution they make, because they work incredibly hard. And so I think there will be changes, probably, maybe not immediately, but yeah, I think on the whole, people, I think from my family and friends in Australia, the feeling has been what a wonderful person she was, and a great woman, and a great role model for women.
Thank you, Barbara.
Thank you.
I think that's I think beyond the longevity of the Queen's reign, so many people that I've been speaking to here have been talking about how much respect they had for her as a person as well.
Becky, thanks very much indeed. And it is extraordinary, the range of ages and nationalities of people who are arriving here at Buckingham Palace to pay tribute to them. Quite a sombre atmosphere this morning. There was a moment last night, though, of real celebration of her life when people cheered her at one point in the crowds here at Buckingham Palace. Anna, over to you, though, now at Balmoral.
Yes, an international flavour there at Buckingham Palace. It feels much more community-spirited here. Certainly a mum and two young children arriving, other people turning up, dog walkers coming as well to lay their flowers, pay their tributes to Her Majesty the Queen. That was such an important part of this part of Royal Deeside in Aberdeenshire. She absolutely loved coming to Balmoral. There is a sense of wildness here for her, a sense of getting away from it all. 50,000 acres. It's a working estate. She was able to, drive her Land Rovers. She was able to take her dogs for a walk, those famous corgis and dorgies. The gate is open, as I said. It is a working estate. There are people coming and going all the time, but we are obviously anticipated King Charles III leaving here at some point this morning to head to Aberdeen Airport and then on to London. This is the part of the accession which is so important to work out the details, meeting members of the Privy Council, and then that national address, which no doubt will be being worked on possibly in advance. Perhaps he will be changing parts of that here in Balmoral as the family gather there. Prince Charles, apologies, there we go again. King Charles III alongside his two sons, Princes William and Harry, here too, and obviously his siblings as well. Princess Anne was clearly here already, but the gate opened, the tributes are being paid, and we'll certainly watch out for the King. In the meantime, of course, the newspapers have captured this historic moment. Let's take a look in more detail at those. The Mirror simply says, "Thank you." "We loved you, ma'am," says the Sun. The Telegraph quotes the Queen's own words: "Grief is the price we pay for love." "Our hearts are broken," declares the Mail. The Guardian has chosen this elegant image of Her Majesty. The Express includes a black and white photograph with the headline, "Our beloved Queen is dead." And the Times focusing on comments by now King Charles III, who has described his mother's passing as the greatest sadness for his family. Well, leaders from around the world have certainly been offering their condolences after the Queen's death. Joe Biden, Barack Obama, even Russia's President Vladimir Putin have been among the global leaders paying respects. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky said Her Majesty's death is a heavy loss for Europe and the whole world. Our US correspondent, Mark Stone, reports now as the world mourns.
She was, he had said, more than a monarch. She defined an era. And with that reflection, the American president was the first to sign the Book of Condolence at Britain's embassy in Washington. She led with enduring strength and dignity, he wrote.
We mourn for all of you. She was a great lady. We're so delighted we got to meet her.
At the White House, the lowering of the Stars and Stripes was a salute to the closest of friendships. America, the colony which split from British rule and yet became so fondly entwined from afar.
This is CNN Breaking News.
I want to go straight to London.
And so it was that the news of her death dominated everything, and will do for days.
Queen Elizabeth II, Britain's longest reigning monarch, has died at the age of 96.
For the woman who had met 13 of the last 14 presidents. From Truman, Eisenhower and Kennedy to Obama, Trump and Biden, she knew them all and she charmed them all. The so-called special relationship was one she fostered through so many American presidencies. Over the border, Canada, a Commonwealth nation, and a Prime Minister with a deeply personal reflection.
In a complicated world, her steady grace and resolve brought comfort and strength to us all. Canada is in mourning. She was one of my favorite people in the world, and I will miss her so.
She was head of state in nations far beyond Britain, but where the institution was increasingly questioned, the fondness for her was never in doubt.
This time of mourning will pass, but the deep respect and warm regard in which Australians have always held for Her Majesty will never fade.
Last summer's G7 meeting in Cornwall was, it would turn out, the last time many of today's leaders saw her in person. The French people are also in mourning, President Macron said. The one who rubbed shoulders with the giants of the 20th century on the path of history has gone to join them. She was above the turbulent geopolitics of the decades she reigned through, and yet so often her duty was to navigate it all. The tributes from around the world suggest a duty well done. Mark Stone, Sky News in Washington.
Well, you come to us as two vehicles leave the palace. We don't know who's in them. We are keeping a careful eye out for King Charles III, who is due to leave Balmoral, leave his family, and indeed leave the body of the Queen behind and head to Aberdeen Airport. We'll certainly try and verify who's in those vehicles. But there is, you know, some occasional movement here. James Matthews is with me, our Scotland correspondent. You know, what a moment, you know, in there for the royal family, who are trying to work out now how to process this themselves. It came as quite a shock that Her Majesty passed away when she did, and now the work for King Charles really does begin.
Yes, the process of grief, leading a nation's grief, but also being at the centre and leading a family's grief. We didn't quite see who was in that car, if any of the royal family. They certainly arrived in separate convoys last night, and they are together in a time of distress, of grief. That was certainly the look on the faces of Prince William, Prince Andrew, Sophie and Edward, who arrived in one convoy, Prince Harry, after the announcement of the Queen's death last night. And, they are there together, a family that is disparate, and, there is distance between particular members of the royal family. One would imagine they want to spend some time together. We're expecting King Charles III and the Queen Consort Camilla to leave to head south at some stage this morning, but my understanding is there will be no desperate rush. Bear in mind that Prince Harry and Meghan, they had been invited to come to Balmoral. That was an invitation that appeared to have been declined. So it's a rare opportunity for the family to get together, albeit in very difficult circumstances. But one imagines they will talk about the good times. To seek comfort, they will talk about the comfort that their mother and grandmother enjoyed here in Balmoral. And you speak to people, who dealt with the Queen, estate workers, the local minister, Reverend Kenneth Mackenzie at Crathy Kirk, who would typically, give a service every Sunday. And Prince Charles latterly has been attending Mass, but the Queen has not. During COVID, the minister would cross the road and go into Balmoral Castle itself. And I spoke to Ken Mackenzie. He was with the Queen very close to her moment of passing, and I asked him what his thoughts were. And he said, well, the grief is something that we share in common. And he said that hers was a long life, a life shaped by faith, infused with grace, and characterised by selfless service. That's the view of the local minister, and one shared, I think, by the local community. And we see that manifested by people who have been coming, in a steady stream last night, this morning, to lay flowers in tribute. People who knew the Queen, who liked the Queen, who were very proud of her association with their community. It's a place where she will be fondly remembered and much missed.
And absolutely loved her time here, and many are drawing comfort from the fact that it was here that she passed. I think that has come through very clearly, has it not, as well? Well, let's find out more. Joining me now is our chief North of England correspondent, Greg Milam, who joins me from Aberdeen Airport. And certainly that is a staging post for what will become a very important part of today, which is the beginning of the accession, Greg.
Yeah, that's right. Aberdeen Airport, which has been a focal point for the last few extraordinary days, hasn't it? And the aircraft that brought members of King Charles's, as he now is, family here yesterday remain on the tarmac here, and we anticipate that he will come here and take one of those aircraft back down to London. And it's a reminder, I guess, the fact that it is less than 24 hours ago that his family members arrived here, and what has taken place in that time, and a reminder that we're still talking about a family's grief here, but also the wheels turning, this issue of continuity, this issue of continuity that to the monarchy. The new king and the Queen Consort will make their way to London. They will have an audience with the still new Prime Minister, of course, and remember it was a couple of days ago that she came here to go through those formalities of becoming the Prime Minister. So that meeting will take place. There will be a meeting with the Duke of Norfolk, who's the Earl Marshal, the person who's planned and done so much about the accession and the funeral plans, of course, for the Queen, to approve those plans, and then an address to the nation, which will be broadcast tonight, may well be pre-recorded by the new king. So those issues to be dealt with by the new king. But as I say, this transition that he's prepared his whole life for, that he knew would come with the death of his mother, now very much in train.
Greg Milam there at Aberdeen Airport. Thank you very much indeed. Well, let's turn our attention to the Commonwealth now and speak to Chris Kelly, CEO of the Queen's Commonwealth Trust. And we know that the Commonwealth was really important to Her Majesty. Tell us about your part in that.
Yes, thank you. So the Queen's Commonwealth Trust, which is an organisation of which Her Majesty is and was our patron, is there to support young leaders doing incredible things in service across the Commonwealth. And so this really resonates with the importance Her Majesty attributed to the Commonwealth, to the young people across the Commonwealth, and to those that were performing service. And she was very clear she wanted this set up just under 5 years ago as a legacy vehicle for her to kind of recognise those important features of her life and I mean, we've heard and we've seen across the news an incredible life of 70 years of service, and that was something that was both important to her here, but also in her endeavours across the Commonwealth. And she touched many people across the 56 countries in the Commonwealth. I've had in this morning and overnight email messages, text messages, phone messages from the Maldives, from Kenya, from India, from Australia, from the Caribbean. I mean, it's coming in from all over the place. People have been really touched by what she's done and her commitment to service and duty.
Well, one contributor yesterday said that actually one of the biggest or the greatest contributions that the Queen had made during her reign was the transition from empire to Commonwealth over those 70 years. Now, for many people, that will involve, reconciliation of Britain's imperial past. But is that how you see it, this binding of these nations, which is, as some suggest, a third of the globe?
Yes, it is a third of the globe. The Commonwealth is a collection of countries willingly, of their own volition, coming together, recognising principles of democracy and freedom of speech. And there is a waiting list of people to join. We saw Togo and Samoa just joining a couple of months ago. And there are people who want to be within that community, within that family, which the Queen was the head of, and which King Charles will become the head of. So you've got a very powerful sense of family. They see real value in it. I don't think the historical narrative is really the one that people focus on. They focus on the value the Commonwealth brings, and particularly including in young people. They see that kind of the real value of others who talk a common language, who've got a common history. Actually, you've got a common sense of Her Majesty being the central point there. And it doesn't have to be a really strong sense, but is there something that binds us together in this day and age when there are so many conflicting winds, and it has been powerful, and people keep on wanting to join. Countries keep on wanting to join the Commonwealth, and young people across the Commonwealth are continuing to honour Her Majesty's work and service in their own way.
And what a legacy that is, certainly. Chris Kelly, CEO of the Queen's Commonwealth Trust, thank you. Let's take you back then to Buckingham Palace.
Anna, thank you. Well, yes, thousands of people have come here to Buckingham Palace to gather together after the news of the Queen's death. We've seen young and old, people from all around the world wanting to pay tribute here. And some of the things that people have said about her and her passing: she's been called a cherished sovereign and the rock on which modern Britain was born. Her Majesty the Queen also held the title, of course, of Defender of the Faith. So joining me now is Anne Easter, who served as chaplain to the Queen for many years. Anne Easter, welcome to you. Thank you so much for joining us here.
Thank you for inviting
And we
me.
were just looking at pictures of those crowds who've come here to Buckingham Palace. Are you surprised that there are so many people who, despite the rather mixed weather that we've got here, who want to gather together and who want to pay their respects?
No, I'm not surprised at all, because there's something about being there, isn't there? Being here, being near. I think when somebody dies, it's very often the family will congregate, just as Her Majesty's family congregated yesterday. And there's something about being together, sharing our grief, sharing memories, talking about her, laughing as well as crying, There's something about that. So I'm not surprised at all. And I mean, it's quite early yet, and yet there's a lot of people here who've come. The Queen reach so many people, As a chaplain to the Queen, I was always invited to a garden party. And although you can't see the Queen because she was so small, I always knew where she was, because it was like a Disney putting sparkles all over that part of the crowd, because they'd all be wreathed in smiles. They'd all be feeling good. They'd all be feeling special, because they'd been near that warm and radiant sort of presence, which somehow made you feel better and made you want to stand up and be good.
And did you feel that personally when you had your dealings with her as her chaplain? Did you feel that she showed a real interest in you and your life and where you came from?
Yes, strangely. I mean, I'm very much an Upton Park girl, you know, born in my nan's back bedroom.
East London.
In that time, in East London. And when she talked about, for example, the effect that the Olympics had, she asked to speak to me and I went to see her and she said, you know, now, a couple of years on, what difference has it made to the people of Newham? Has it made any difference to the people of Newham? And I talked about jobs and about improving the environment, but I mentioned that 47% of the children in Newham are brought up below the poverty line. And she seemed really concerned about that and a bit crestfallen, you know, her face. And she said, oh, there's one for our prayers tonight, which I thought was lovely and very simple, not simplistic, but simple, and to be interested. And then at the end of our interview, she said, is your husband here? And I said, yes, ma'am. Oh, and I had to go and get him and fetch him. And she looked at us and talked to him a bit as well, because he's also a priest in the Church of England. And then she looked at her lady-in-waiting and said, these two are a pair, which I thought was so sweet, very romantic, you know. I think as a lady brought up in the era of the lovely films of the 40s and 50s, very romantic and gorgeous, you know, she really sort of smiled, these two are a pair, and that was such a nice thing to say.
And of course she was head of the Church of England, but to what extent did you get a sense of how important her faith was to her? Did she discuss it with you as her chaplain?
Not as such, no. I mean, I think she would have seen, I'm sure she would have seen her faith embodied in what she did. I think that the Queen's work was a vocation. It wasn't just a job. It was something that she felt God had called her to and in which God would support her. And I thought it was very interesting with the Christmas broadcast how over more recent years she's spoken more openly about faith things. And I think that's very good because people need to know that it isn't just something you do on a Sunday. You know, it's something you put your life into. And I think the Queen felt that very much. I gather that she would often at Sandringham or Balmoral pop into the local church, just very quietly into a seat there and join in with everybody. And I think that would have been her direct line to God. You know, she would have spoken very openly to God. Because after all, if you're the Queen, who else can appreciate what you're feeling?
Well, on that thought, Anne Easter, such a pleasure to talk to you, former chaplain to the Queen. Thanks very much indeed for coming down to join us here at Buckingham Palace.
Thank you very much. Thanks.
So let's bring in now our royal correspondent, Rhiannon Mills, who joins me live. So Rhiannon, obviously a time of mourning for the nation, but a time of real grief being felt by the royal family. What next for them over the days ahead?
It's unbelievable, really, isn't it, to think that it's less than 24 hours since we received the news. And as you can see, the people at Buckingham Palace and no doubt most keenly on the Balmoral estate, people will be feeling that sense of loss. And amongst them at Balmoral still are members of the Queen's family. And it was yesterday when we heard that they were travelling up to Scotland, some of them making that very long journey up to Aberdeenshire, that really that cause for concern was elevated. And then, of course, we received that news at 6:30 that the Queen had peacefully died at Balmoral. But over the next 10 days or so, of course, we will see a whole series of events unfold. You'll read an awful lot today about it's anticipated is going to happen. Has to be said, the Palace are very keen to stress that things may shift and change, so we anticipate possibly differences to plans that people have talked about in the past. But today, certainly we do know that King Charles and Camilla, his Queen Consort, are going to make that journey down to London from Balmoral. And for him, of course, that role as head of state, that role as monarch, started immediately, and with it come those constitutional responsibilities. So I would anticipate that he is likely to meet the Prime Minister at some point today. Also, of course, there are funeral plans to look at, and it's the Earl Marshal who has been coordinating those, of course, over a number of years. But in the end, it is the King who has the final sign-off in terms of what happens over the next few days. Yesterday, we already had a very heartfelt written tribute from Charles to his mother, talking about the passing of his beloved mother and how he will be feeling reassured by the fact that he knows that she meant so much to so many. But I would anticipate that we are likely to see a televised broadcast from him later on today. And I suspect that will be a hugely emotional moment for him. Yes, of course, we cannot help but talk about how incredible the Queen was in terms of those official duties, that role as head of state, a head of state without equal, many would say, but also what we are increasingly hearing, and I think we will hear a lot more over the next few days, is about her warmth, her kindness, and the woman that we didn't get to see, but who was so loved by so many.
Yes, indeed, Rhiannon, and of course we'll have a full coverage of any statement from King Charles when it happens later in the day. So people paying tribute, of course, to the Queen up and down the country. Let's cross over now to Lisa Dowd, who's in Birmingham. And Lisa, how are people remembering her there?
All around the city, we have seen huge billboards and photographs of the Queen in remembrance of her. And the focal point of commemoration is here at the Hall of Memory, where books of condolence will be opened for people to come and sign. And also across the city at the Birmingham Cathedral, there will be services taking place and people will be able to lay flowers here. And when those books of condolence are full of people's memories, their thoughts, their reflections, they will be housed in the city's library behind the Hall of Memory for generations to come and see them. Also, the library will be lit up at night in the regal colour of purple in the Queen's memory, and there'll be a photographic exhibition as well of all of those trips the Queen has made to Birmingham and the West Midlands during her reign. Most recently, people were saddened when she was unable to attend the Commonwealth Games, of course, in the summer due to her mobility problems. Prince Charles, as he was then, attended for her, but she was greatly missed. And although the flag on the council building here is at half-mast, it will later be raised into tomorrow to commemorate the new King, King Charles. And we know as well that the Lord Mayor of the city here, she has sent her thoughts and condolences to King Charles from the citizens of Birmingham to commemorate the Queen's passing.
Lisa, thanks very much indeed. So what about the politicians? Let's find out what's happening at Westminster. Our political correspondent is in Downing Street. Amanda Acas is there for us this morning. So, Amanda, yes, what will politicians be doing to mark the death of the Queen?
Well, the flags are all at half-mast and politics, as usual, is on hold. MPs and members of the House of Lords will be gathering from midday today to pay tribute to the Queen, led, of course, by the new Prime Minister, Liz Truss, who is only, of course, on her third full day in the job after on Tuesday being asked by the Queen in her last official duty as monarch to be asked to be formed a new government. She last night had the heavy duty of summing up the nation's shock and devastation at the news, describing the Queen as the rock on which modern Britain is built. She ended with a profession of loyalty to the new King, Charles III. The two of them, the new King and the new Prime Minister, then spoke on the phone. We understand he will be flying down from Balmoral Balmoral to London later on today. We're expecting the two of them to meet perhaps as early as this afternoon. Last night we know that Liz Truss had a meeting with the police, members of the royal household, the Defence and Home Secretaries to discuss the 10-day mourning period which is now beginning. Normal parliamentary business will be postponed until after that, but we do know that the House of Commons will be sitting unusually tomorrow for those tributes to continue. It's only something like the 6th time that's happened. Previously at other moments of real national turmoil, the outbreak of World War II, the Falklands War and so on, but that will be for tributes to be paid to Her Majesty the Queen, and senior MPs will also be able to make an oath of allegiance to the new king.
Amanda, thanks very much indeed. Well, let's take you to Wales now. Joining me from Cardiff is our correspondent, Dan Whitehead. So, Dan, paint the picture for us there in Cardiff. How is the Queen being remembered there?
Well, we're outside the Welsh Parliament here. This, in fact, was where the Queen last visited Wales in October last year. She opened the Parliament here, addressing the people of Wales and the politicians here. The flags behind me, as you can see, are at half-mast, as they are at Cardiff Castle, where a 96-gun salute will take place at 1 o'clock this afternoon, a shot being fired to mark every year of Her late Majesty's life. We were here last night speaking to a number of people in Cardiff Bay, getting their instant reaction really to how they were feeling after the news broke. This is what they had to tell us.
It was only this morning that we looked and it was like she was ill, and then we were in the cinema and we didn't expect to come out and see that we now have a king.
She epitomises loyalty, hard work, and it's a very, very sad day.
I feel upset. I had a lot of respect for her. I was very thankful for her, and it's the end of an era.
Well, an end of an era indeed, and it is, of course, a period of mourning, a 10-day official period of mourning across all of the UK home nations, and the Welsh Government tell me there are a series of events which will take place over the next 10 days. As I say, the Queen addressed Parliament here back in October last year, saying it was a source of pleasure that her and her family had had homes in Wales and experienced its very special sense of community, and those were the final words that Her Majesty said while on Welsh soil here. We've had tributes, of course, led by the First Minister of Wales, Mark Drakeford, who issued a statement yesterday saying that the Queen, paying tribute to the Queen's long and exceptional life. Mark Drakeford saying that Her Majesty had firmly upheld the values and traditions of the British monarchy. As I say, it is a period of reflection which continues today and, of course, for the next 10 days in that lead up and the events which will take place before, of course, the state funeral. But it is also a time, perhaps more in the coming days, for the people of Wales to reflect on the new king, of course, King Charles III, who formerly known as the Prince of Wales, and those very strong ties which the new king has with the nation of Wales, and that will be no doubt a focus in the coming days. But for today, the flag's at half-mast and that 96-gun salute taking place at 1 o'clock at Cardiff Castle.
What's that from? Dan Whitehead there in Cardiff. Thanks very much.
Well, let's bring you back to events here in Balmoral, and certainly people are coming here to pay tribute to the Queen, including this family. Welcome. Who have I got here then? Who's this? Are you?
Abigail.
Hello, Abigail, and you are?
Sophie.
And Mum is?
Alison.
And why did you decide to come down here then, Alison, and bring your children with you?
We live quite locally, and we just thought it was an important part of history to show the children, but also she was just a really special person for the local community because she's in Aberdeenshire a lot, and we've come to the estate many times and like wandering around it, and I think she's just such a special person for so many people.
Do you come to the estate to go for a walk then? Is that why you come down here?
Yeah.
And what did you think of the Queen?
She was a really happy person.
She was a really happy person. And did you like seeing it when she smiled?
Yeah.
Yeah. What did you feel when she smiled then?
I feel like she was filled with joyness.
You were filled with joyness. That's lovely, isn't it? Oh. And when you come and see the flowers here, there's more people arriving now. Does it make you feel emotional that, you know, this was such an important part of Her Majesty's life coming up to Balmoral, to Royal Deeside. You know, do you feel like she was part of your community?
Absolutely. And it's nice to see that there's so many floral tributes already, and I'm sure there'll be many more during the course of today as people come to pay their respects.
Did you miss school to do this?
No, we're just on our way now.
Just on your way now. Is it still that early?
Yes.
Are you glad you came down? Does it feel good that you did?
Yeah.
Will you tell your classmates to come down as well, do you think?
Yeah.
Do you think they will?
Yeah.
Yeah. And will you carry on walking here? Is it nice to come in and see the grounds and the, you know, and the beautiful countryside that you've got here?
Yeah.
Yes. And will there be church services, do you think? Do you think the community will come together?
I'm sure they will. Yeah, there'll be a number of events locally, and Crathy Church nearby is such a focal point for everyone that lives locally.
Well done. I'm not going to delay you. It's wet and you've got to get to school. You might have to get dry and get into uniform as well. Thank you both very much indeed. Thank you for coming and thank you for talking to us. Much appreciated. Well, yes, families certainly coming down and trying to pay their respect, certainly. But let's move on to other matters that were important too to the royal family and speak to former Royal Protection Officer David Robinson. Very good to have you on. So what are your reflections, recollections of Her Majesty the Queen?
Well, thank you very much for having me on this morning. I have many memories because the role of the personal protection officer to the Queen is very unique. So you're not only with her when she's away, perhaps on a state visit to Australia or state opening of Parliament in London, or whether it happens to be something private where she's going to visit her friends or go out for dinner. So I was very fortunate, really, because I started my career with the Princess of Wales in 1981 and subsequently moved to the Queen later on. And I was with her for 8 years, and before that with her husband, Prince Philip, for 8 years. So I got to know her well. And my recollection and memory of her is that she was indeed, as many people around the world have said, a remarkable woman, a remarkable monarch. I remember Tony Blair saying the Princess of Wales was the people's princess, while the Queen was global. And the reaction around the world is a fitting tribute to this lady who was remarkable in so many ways.
So how remarkable then? Help us understand how you saw her work, how she talked to people, you know, her commitment to the detail, trying to see what made people tick. You know, help us understand what she did, you know, to make that job so special to her.
Well, I think your previous person that you had on talked about the Queen's Christian faith. And although she didn't wear it on her arm, she lived it in her life. And she was a woman of tremendous kindness. She had a great sense of humor. And although I think she was quite shy in many respects, she had this ability to get close to people. And everybody that met her had the feeling that they knew her. So she was accessible to people. And, you know, she was in everybody's life. She was really a very humble lady and very gracious and very shrewd, I think, as well. She made people feel at their ease. And because when people meet the Queen for the first time, you know, they do all sorts of crazy things like call her sir or lose their words or never know quite what to say. And she was always very good at making people feel at her ease. And then in relation to her staff and the people that worked for her, she had a real genuine interest in her staff, in her household. And it doesn't matter what position in the hierarchy you stood, she treated everybody very much the same. I can remember, for example, sitting on a grouse moor with her before my children were born in 1997, my twins, and she was very interested in the fact that my wife's going to have twins at that time, and subsequently would always ask about them. So a very human, a very passionate, compassionate woman, and Yes, I mean, it was a unique experience for me for 20 years to be employed in that way, looking after various members of the royal family, but latterly the Queen. And it was one of those experiences where you weren't a friend, you were a protection officer, but you, by definition, were there all the moments. So for me, the 2 years that stood out greatly were 1997, of course, when the Princess of Wales died. And I was at Balmoral as the Queen's police officer, so I was probably the second person in the United Kingdom to know that she had died, and all that went on that week. When there was a little criticism of her because she wasn't coming down to London. But for those of us that were there and seeing the distress of the two boys that had just lost their mother, I'm absolutely convinced in my own mind that she did exactly the right thing by being in Scotland and being the grandmother that she was to those, to Prince William and to Prince Harry. And then, of course, I was there in 1992, which she described as a pretty horrible year when things were going wrong in the family, and then that dreadful disaster of the fire at Windsor. But she is very stoic, was very stoic, had a huge amount of common sense, had a huge amount of wisdom. You know, it's an end of an era, as someone recently said on your program. She was really a very amazing woman. And I thought it was no coincidence, really, that there was a rainbow over Windsor Castle yesterday, shortly after the announcement was made. You know, she was a godly woman. She had a great faith. And, you know, in a sense, she had a full life. She lived to 96. And for those of us that are Christian, we do not believe that death is the end, but it's rather a gateway. And so, you know, although we mourn her loss and feel tremendous sadness for her family, you know, I feel that she's reunited with her husband and in a better place now.
Well, you know, you're talking about two seismic years for Her Majesty then, and I just wanted to go back on what you were saying about being there when the news came through about Diana. What was the sense of shock in the room at this, you know, extraordinary event that nobody could have predicted, which had such major potential consequences for the royal family?
Yes, I think, I mean, you know, the Queen's death and the Princess of Wales' death are very different, obviously, because the Queen was 96. And as Prime Minister, late Prime Minister said, you know, don't expect everyone to live forever. But Princess of Wales was obviously different because that was a huge shock. And it happened in the middle of the night. So, you know, I was the first person that was told, because I was told by the police control room that she'd been involved in an accident, and subsequently had to get the wheels in motion. So we've got, I got the private secretary out of bed who lived on the estate at Balmoral, and then I think the whole family were absolutely devastated by the news that the Princess of Wales had died, and the outpouring of grief that happened was unique in that time, and I think we're going to see a similar sort of outpouring of grief and loss now because of the Queen's death. I mean, it was a shock for the whole family in 1997, and although we don't expect everyone to live forever, excuse me, it is a shock that the Queen has died yesterday.
Well, we feel your emotion, we feel the love you have for her. You say she's being reunited with Prince Philip, and certainly that sense of humour, that twinkle in her eyes was mostly safe for him, was it not? And I'm sure you witnessed that at first hand. David Robinson, former Royal Protection Officer to Her Majesty the Queen, we much appreciate you telling us your recollections and your fond remembrances of that time. Thank you.
Well, here at Buckingham Palace, people are continuing to come and gather to pay tribute, some bringing flowers, perhaps a single stem, sometimes a big bouquet, and wanting to gather to pay tribute. I've got Sir Anthony Seldon here with me throughout the morning, and in a moment we'll be reflecting on what she's meant to the nation, but also what she's meant internationally, her global reach as well. But first, let's take a look at the moment that the news of Her Majesty's death was brought to people around the world.
This is CNN Breaking News.
I want to go straight to London.
The Queen has passed away. The Queen died peacefully, the royal family says, at Balmoral this afternoon.
Breaking news. Queen Elizabeth II, Britain's longest reigning monarch, has died at the age of 96.
70 évnyi uralkodás után meghalt második Erzsébet angol királynő.
The sad news of England's Queen Elizabeth II's death.
La reina murió pacíficamente en Balmoral esta tarde, hora local. El rey y la reina consorte permanecerán en Balmoral esta noche y regresarán a Londres mañana.
Queen Elizabeth II, Britain's longest reigning monarch, dies at the age of 96.
So let's take a look now at some of the words of condolence that have been left by world leaders. And in a message to King Charles, the Russian President Vladimir Putin said, "I wish you courage and resilience in the face of this difficult, irreparable loss. May I ask you to pass on sincere condolences and support to members of the royal family and the entire people of Great Britain." Meanwhile, Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky tweeted to say, "It's with deep sadness that we learned of the death of Her Majesty the Queen Elizabeth II. On behalf of the UA people, we extend sincere condolences to the royal family, the entire United Kingdom and the Commonwealth over this irreparable loss. Our thoughts and prayers are with you." And Pope Francis said, "I willingly join all who mourn her loss in praying for the late Queen's eternal rest and in paying tribute to her life of unstinting service to the good of the nation and the Commonwealth." Well, from the Empire State to Christ the Redeemer, landmarks around the world have paid homage to the Queen. The Eiffel Tower went dark in tribute to Her Majesty. The monument's Twitter page said, "In homage to Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II, I will not twinkle and will turn off at midnight tonight." In Brazil, Christ the Redeemer in Rio de Janeiro can be seen lit up in red and blue. The Empire State Building in New York shines purple and silver for Her Majesty. And here in the UK, a tribute was displayed on the iconic Piccadilly Circus billboards. Well, the contemporary historian, Sir Anthony Seldon, is here with me, and we got a real sense of the Queen's reach, if you like, not just across this nation, but around the world.
Isn't that incredible? Can you think of anyone, I can't, who would have died, who would have had that effect rippling across the world? I think it does underline that she is the most famous, but also the most respected leader in the world. So this moment that we're witnessing now, this pausing in history, is a deep sadness, not just for Britain, but is rippling around the whole world. Truly, the world has lost somebody, a woman of quite extraordinary calibre, service, humanity, depth and quality.
We'll pick up with you again, no doubt, in just a moment, Sir Anthony, but I want to hand over now to Rhiannon Mills, who has a developing line. Rhiannon.
Well, we understand that in the last few moments, cars have been seen leaving Balmoral, and in one of those cars, we understand, was the Duke of Sussex, Prince Harry, who we know purely by luck was in this country with his wife Meghan this week, carrying out charity engagements, and yesterday with other members of the royal family was able to make that journey up to Aberdeenshire to be there and mark the moment of his grandmother's death. Of course, so much has been written in the last 18 months about the relationship between Prince Harry and other members of the family. However, I think it is worth reflecting on the words that the Queen always used, despite all of the difficulties involving the Sussexes deciding to step away from royal life. The Queen at all times described them as much loved members of the family. So you can only expect that other members of the family will have welcomed him yesterday, as they did for Prince Philip's funeral. Of course, he was there alongside other members of the royal family following the coffin at his funeral. And once again, he was there yesterday. We were told mid-afternoon yesterday that the Duchess of Sussex had decided not to travel up to Scotland, but now Prince Harry, it appears, is heading possibly on his way to Aberdeen Airport to head back to be reunited with his wife, Meghan.
Rhiannon, thanks very much indeed. So we leave the scene there in Balmoral as people continue to arrive and lay flowers there. The place, of course, where the Queen died yesterday afternoon. It's a similar scene here at Buckingham Palace. The weather equally drizzly, the rain coming and going, and yet the crowds keep on coming. We're seeing, as you can see there, a mixture of ages. You've got young people, you've got older people, all with their own personal feelings about the passing of the Queen, but all of them feeling moved to come to the gates of Buckingham Palace and pay their respects. Some bringing flowers. You can see a number of them attached to the bars there of the palace. Quite a sombre mood there this morning. Last night there was a moment when people broke out into a spontaneous 3 cheers in celebration of the Queen's life. But people want to come and pay their own respects in their own way. We'll have full coverage throughout the morning here at Buckingham Palace. This is Sky News. A state of mourning begins around the UK following the death of the Queen.
King Charles III, now the monarch, is expected to leave Balmoral and address the nation on television this evening.
A remarkable Queen and inspiration to the world. As tributes pour in, we'll take you through the timetable of events, including gun salutes for every one of her 96 years.
And King Charles III starts his first full day as the new monarch, addressing the nation as king for the first time, as world leaders remember the Queen.
Hello, good morning. The UK has begun a period of mourning after the death of Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II, marking the end of the Elizabethan era. Tributes have poured in from around the world after the news that the Queen had died at Balmoral. Her son is now the monarch. King Charles III will make his way from Balmoral to London this morning and is expected to address the nation on television later on today. Well, thousands continue to arrive to pay their respects here at Buckingham Palace. They began gathering even before the Queen's death was announced, following that statement that her doctors were concerned. Through today's show, we'll get reaction from those who worked with her and knew her, and we'll take you through what happens next. First, Alex Rossi reports on the end of an era and the start of a new chapter for the monarchy.
As the rain fell like mist, they came to pay their respects. But adjusting to the Queen's death after 7 decades on the throne will not be easy.
It's just heartbreaking, really, isn't it?
I feel like it's the end of an era. She was our one kind of staple in the country.
Has it sunk in?
No, I don't think so, no.
It is all the harder to absorb when you consider that only a few days ago Her Majesty was performing her royal duties. Her infectious smile present, as it had always been, during her long life of service. And within hours of the announcement, no one wanted to hear. Flowers were laid as people gravitated towards her main residence to be part of history. Despite the weather and the late hour, it is the middle of the night. People are still arriving here at Buckingham Palace. And it's difficult to describe the atmosphere. There is a sense of shock and sadness, disbelief too, at the death of a revered monarch, the only one most people alive today can remember. But within these crowds, there is also something else, and that is a desire to celebrate a queen who's been a stabilising force for many decades. For many, the Queen's extraordinary longevity had made her such a permanent feature in so many lives. She was an anchor through uncertain times as Britain transitioned through the modern age after the Second World War. But now, across the nations, uncertainty as new constitutional questions will be asked.
She was an influence for good in our country, and now she's gone. I wonder where we'll go.
It doesn't really feel real yet.
The lady was a very great woman and held the country together.
But in the midst of all this, there is a family dealing with tremendous loss. Prince Charles, who's now king, was the first to arrive by her side. Prince William soon followed, driving his uncles. They looked tired and worried. A few hours later, and the worst fears were confirmed. The Queen was dead.
The death of Her Majesty the Queen is a huge shock to the nation and to the world. Queen Elizabeth II was the rock on which modern Britain was built.
For the coming days, flags will remain lowered as a carefully choreographed transition of power begins, the new king making his way back to London this morning. And what all this will eventually mean for the monarchy and the country is very much unknown. But for now, there is still a rawness at the loss of such an enduring figure. Alex Rossi, Sky News, Central London.
Well, let's get some reaction now to the death of the Queen. I'm joined now by Cardinal Vincent Nichols, Cardinal Archbishop of Westminster. Cardinal Nichols, thanks very much indeed for joining us here this morning. Your thoughts on hearing of the passing of the Queen?
Well, like everybody else, mine, first of all, was a sense of shock because on Tuesday she'd been fulfilling her duties. And we read today that over the weekend she was full of life and full of fun. And then after that initial shock, a profound sadness that is just sweeping over this country, the Commonwealth, and as we hear this morning, so many different people and places around the world. For me personally, as the David Robinson was saying before, the sense of the Queen's personal faith, her personal Christian faith, is just so central to this moment. She said, you know, that the teachings of Christ and her own accountability before God was the framework in which she tried to live her life. And somebody who does that approaches death in a very particular way. They know that this is a step, a transition to the fullness of life in the presence of God and reunited with her beloved Prince Philip. They're my thoughts at this moment.
Well, yes, I think I'm right in saying that I've seen you described her as a gift to the world.
Yes.
How would you sum her up? And what do you think she's meant to this country?
Well, she's a gift to the world, not simply in her longevity that she's lived through much, but it's the qualities that she's brought. In that photograph of her, the quality of joy in life, the quality to enjoy the good things, the horses, but also the stability through so many different traumas, both personal, international, and in her own personal life. And I think it's this stability, this wisdom, and this approachability. I've been at her side when she's met people. One young priest wanted to talk to her about his memory of playing the recorder as a 10-year-old when she came to Wales. And she just accepted him, and he went away absolutely overjoyed, as it were, the way she'd affirmed him. So she had this gift to put people at ease, to strengthen us, and to be steady throughout her life. And again, I say, we mustn't forget where this came from. These qualities came from her faith. That was its source and her inspiration. And while we pay great tribute to her, let's not forget where those gifts come from, because they can come to us as well if we go there.
And it's interesting you talk about her importance in terms of her constancy, and that she was there at a time when the country may have been going through some turbulence. Now her own death is a real shock for the nation. How do you see your role and other religious leaders in trying to reassure people and try to instill a sense of stability again?
Well, I think every family, when faced with a death of a loved one, goes through certain rituals and routines which help them, first of all, to gather, secondly, to remember, thirdly, to express whatever it is that they trust their lives to. Now, for a religious faith, we trust our lives to God. In a Christian faith, we pray through Christ to our loving Father that he now brings this life of our loved one to its fullness in his presence. So as a nation, we find ways of doing that. The rituals will be there. We will be coming together in all sorts of different ways. There will be these solemn moments of prayer and turning to God. And I think this is a moment when everybody, no matter how they manage their daily life, can pause and open themselves to that greater horizon, the horizon that goes beyond the busyness of every day. And there they will find a light and a peace that is God's gift to us.
Cardinal Vincent Nichols, Cardinal Archbishop of Westminster, we appreciate your time this morning. Thank you for your reflections on the Queen today.
Thank you very much.
Well, let's cross over now to our royal correspondent, Rhiannon Mills. And Rhiannon, I understand that you do have an update from the palace on what might happen over the days ahead.
Yeah, and in many ways this reflects on what the Cardinal was saying there, how people are going to want to mark this moment in special ways. And we've now had confirmation through from Buckingham Palace in terms of a few things when it comes to mourning, how they're going to fly flags, gun salutes and that kind of thing. So first of all, we now understand that it is the King's wish that a period of royal mourning is going to be observed and from now until 7 days after the Queen's funeral. And the date of the funeral is going to be confirmed in due course. Now, when they talk about royal mourning, that means the mourning that will be observed by members of the royal family, the royal households, and representatives of the royal households on official duty. So in essence, it means a pause, I think, to public engagements that aren't related in some ways to the events, the death of the Queen and subsequently the accession of the King. Flags at royal residences, of course, were flown at half-mast yesterday, and that's going to continue until the morning after the final day of royal mourning. Now, they are, of course, stressing that that does not apply to the royal standard, which, of course, always flies because it represents continuity of the crown. In terms of those noisy, important gun salutes that we see on those big royal occasions, they're going to be fired in London today at 1 o'clock in Hyde Park by the King's Troop Royal Horse Artillery and also at the Tower of London by the Honourable Artillery Company. 1 round will be fired for each year of the Queen's life, so 96 rounds will be fired. Royal residences, as you would anticipate, are now going to be closed until the Queen's funeral. Floral tributes, people are being given different advice. You'll find that online in terms of how to leave tributes and where, and also books of condolence. There are no physical books of condolence at royal residences, so don't go there expecting to be able to sign a book of condolence. Instead, that's all going to be done virtually and online if you want to pay your tribute to Her Majesty the Queen.
Rhiannon, thanks very much indeed for that. So as Rhiannon was saying there, we now know that there will be a period of mourning that will be observed from now until 7 days after the Queen's funeral, and flags, as you can see, the one over Buckingham Palace now will be half-mast until 8 o'clock on the morning after the final day of royal mourning. Well, there amongst the crowds at Buckingham Palace is Becky Cottrell, and Becky, still people arriving, of course, throughout the morning to pay their respects there at the gates of the palace.
Yeah, more and more people gathering. It's getting busier as the morning goes on. And I've got one woman here with me who is a self-described royalist, and you've been extremely emotional just talking to me. I'm just going to let you turn off, because that's your friend who's meeting you, isn't she?
Yeah.
Pauline here, self-described royalist, and you got really emotional when we were just talking about...
For the first time, actually. It wasn't until I was talking to you that the tears came.
Why is it that you feel so emotional?
Because I think because I'm 63, she's all I've ever known, and you feel like you know her, even though you don't. You know, like when Diana died? It's an overwhelming feeling of emotion. Even though we were expecting it, it's not until... It's like when your parents pass away. I mean, you know, at my age they have. You expect it, but when they're gone, you just feel so empty. So I came last night just to soak up the atmosphere in the pouring rain. So I got soaked too, but it was fine.
Okay, I'll talk to you later.
But everyone was here laying flowers. Everyone was singing. It was an amazing atmosphere. And it's just nice to pay your respects. And that's why I'm here today. My friend's about to come and meet me. We just thought we'd lay some flowers, you know, and just soak up the atmosphere. Yeah, and I just think it's so fitting. Sorry, do you want to? Yeah,
carry on.
I just think it's so fitting that she passed away at Balmoral. It was her favourite place. It was just meant to be. And I think we knew yesterday something was happening, because she looked very poorly, didn't she? She lost a lot of weight. But sad nonetheless that she's passed. And long live the king. That would be yes.
You know, as someone who has kind of closely watched the monarchy,
yes.
How do you feel thinking about King Charles III?
I think it gives me the shivers, because it's such a new chapter in our history of the monarchy. Yeah, he's always wanted to be king. We knew he would be king one day, but to hear people say "Long live King Charles III," because all you remember from my age is history. You know, it's Charles I, Charles II, and now Charles III in my lifetime. You know, it's quite amazing. Yeah.
How do you think that he will be a different monarch to his mother?
He's more modern, even though she embraced a lot of modernity, didn't she? The older she got, you know, with her great nephew, grandchildren and things like that. But I just think he's a bit more, what's the word I can use? He's a bit more...
Maybe in touch with
the people.
Right.
I think with what's going on with climate change and the planet, he's always championed that, hasn't he? You know, with his organic vegetables and trees and things. So I think he'll keep her legacy going, but he'll add a new twist to it, which is a bit more modern. Sorry.
You were talking to me about kind of imagining the moment with the family yesterday at Balmoral, and you were saying, I really hope that, you know, they got there in time.
Yes.
Does it make you emotional thinking...
Sorry, it does.
Can we just finish our live? We're just getting moved on by the police. Okay.
Oh, okay.
We're going to move down here, but we're going to carry on talking to Pauline.
No worries.
Okay, I'll hand back to you.
Yes, getting busy there, getting busy here too as daylight comes and people decide to stretch their legs and walk down here in Balmoral. Certainly there have been a lot more people. One comings and goings we've heard of too. Our understanding is that Prince Harry has now left. There were a couple of vehicles. We believe he's in one of those. So a fairly early departure then for Prince Harry.
Yeah, Harry, the first to leave. He was the last to arrive last night. Something like an hour and a half after the rest of members of the royal family. That was due to clearly logistics in part, Anna. He was flying from abroad. They were rather closer to Balmoral. So he arrived last night. He arrived after the official announcement of the Queen's death. But as we saw about half an hour ago, he was in one vehicle of a two-car convoy heading probably to Aberdeen and for an onward journey. So he's first to leave Balmoral. We're expecting, of course, at some stage, King Charles III will leave those gates, head to the airport and make the journey south with the Queen Consort.
International media here, it has to be said. People are coming from all over the world, as they are at Buckingham Palace. And it is said that even in nations which have a monarchy, when they say the Queen, they mean the Queen, Elizabeth II. You know, such as, you know, her standing across the world here. But what can we anticipate now, do you think, inside that house, that that the house has become home, a summer holiday destination for so many members of the royal family. And certainly we've seen some people taking comfort that this house, this building, this place, this 50,000 acres that the Queen loved so much is where she ended her days.
Yeah, it's a feel-good place. It has been a feel-good place, excuse me, for the royal family through the years. It feels bad right now because of that sense of loss. And speaking to people in this community, you know, who came across the Queen on a regular basis, not close personal friends, but very much neighbours and people who associated with her at various points around town. In the butcher's shop, they would see her out and about, you know, having barbecues, for example, and that's what this place was to the Queen: seclusion and a refuge from the pressures of public life. Here, she could have barbecues with friends and family, and that's something that she particularly enjoyed. Indeed, every year she would invite the grandchildren, the great-grandchildren, for a big sleepover. Extended family, you know, they would all pile into the back of the Range Rovers and head to Honka House, which is a log cabin, or her cottage on Glen Mick. And indeed, at Glen Mick, in the last couple of weeks, she was seen picnicking with her lady-in-waiting, looking very happy in a place where she was extremely content.
James Matthews for the moment there. Thank you very much indeed. James Matthews, our Scotland correspondent. Well, let's bring you and show you those morning newspapers then that have also been attempting to capture this historic moment. The Mirror, the Daily Mirror, simply says, "Thank you." "We loved you, ma'am," says the Sun. The Telegraph quotes the Queen's own words, "Grief is the price we pay for love." "Our hearts are broken," declares the Daily Mail. The Guardian has chosen this elegant image of Her Majesty. The Express includes a black and white photograph with the headline, "Our beloved Queen is dead." And the Times focusing on comments by now King Charles III, who has described his mother's passing as the greatest sadness for his family. Well, leaders from around the world have offered their condolences after the Queen's death. Joe Biden, Barack Obama and Russia's President Vladimir Putin have been among the global leaders paying their respects. Let's take you now to Aberdeen Airport. Pictures from there. We're just seeing a convoy arrive. Once again, not clear who is in it. We're presuming it may well be the same vehicles who left here, in which case the expectation is that it would be Prince Harry who has decided to depart, the Duke of Sussex as was. We're just trying to locate that, as you can see. And certainly perhaps to some it was a surprise that Prince Harry was had decided to arrive here. This is a tape pictures of a little bit earlier, in fact, of that convoy arriving just in the last couple of minutes. And as I was saying, a surprise to some that Prince Harry had decided to also join the family. We saw Prince William driving his uncles to Balmoral as they tried to get back to see the Queen before her death. But Prince Harry arriving after the announcement that the Queen had died. Live pictures then of Aberdeen Airport. And Prince Harry obviously making his way back to London before moving on to his other engagements. The next movement we expect to see from here is King Charles III, who will be leaving Balmoral Castle, leaving his family behind for now and heading to London, where he will have a series of engagements, this important part of the process of the accession, including, we understand, the Prime Minister, the new Prime Minister, Liz Truss, and members of the Privy Council. And of course it was the cancellation of that important Privy Council meeting on Wednesday which led to indications of the Queen's health. It had been due to swear in, if you like, Liz Truss and the new cabinet members, and that was decided by the Queen's doctors that it was too much for her to do, that she was tired, we were told, after her very busy day on Tuesday, an investiture, and also greeting the outgoing Prime Minister Boris Johnson and the incoming Prime Minister appointed by Her Majesty the Queen, Liz Truss. A very busy day, but certainly we saw her with that radiant smile still in her beloved home of Balmoral Castle. We will certainly return to those pictures of Aberdeen shortly if we see more movement there. Well, let's go back to that international reaction then, shall we? And our US correspondent Mark Stone reports now as the world mourns.
She was, he had said, more than a monarch. She defined an era. And with that reflection, the American president was the first to sign the Book of Condolence at Britain's embassy in Washington. She led with enduring strength and dignity, he wrote.
We mourn for all of you. She was a great lady. We're so delighted we got to meet her.
At the White House, the lowering of the Stars and Stripes was a salute to the closest of friendships. America, the colony which split from British rule and yet became so fondly entwined from afar.
This is CNN Breaking News.
I want to go straight to London.
And so it was that the news of her death dominated everything, and will do for days.
Queen Elizabeth II, Britain's longest reigning monarch, has died at the age of 96.
For the woman who had met 13 of the last 14 presidents. From Truman, Eisenhower and Kennedy to Obama, Trump and Biden, she knew them all and she charmed them all. The so-called special relationship was one she fostered through so many American presidencies. Over the border, Canada, a Commonwealth nation, and a Prime Minister with a deeply personal reflection.
In a complicated world, her steady grace and resolve brought comfort and strength to us all. Canada is in mourning. She was one of my favorite people in the world, and I will miss her so.
She was head of state in nations far beyond Britain, but where the institution was increasingly questioned, the fondness for her was never in doubt.
This time of mourning will pass, but the deep respect and warm regard in which Australians have always held for Her Majesty will never fade.
Last summer's G7 meeting in Cornwall was, it would turn out, the last time many of today's leaders saw her in person. The French people are also in mourning, President Macron said. The one who rubbed shoulders with the giants of the 20th century on the path of history has gone to join them. She was above the turbulent geopolitics of the decades she reigned through, and yet so often her duty was to navigate it all. The tributes from around the world suggest a duty well done. Mark Stone, Sky News in Washington.
Well, joining me now is the former Chancellor of the University of Dundee, Lord Naren Patel of Dunkeld. Very good to have you on, and obviously this is a deeply traumatising time for the local community here in Aberdeenshire. What are your thoughts about the Queen now and this extraordinary life that she's lived?
Thank you very much. Can I start by, first of all, extending my deepest and most sincere condolences to His Majesty, King Charles III, and all the royal family. We all mourn the passing of a great, great person. And I join with those people who are all mourning, millions and millions who had the privilege to meet her, and millions who never met her but had very high regard for her.
Did you meet her?
I was privileged to have met her on several occasions. The last time I met her was on 30th of June at Holyrood Palace, and we were able to have a conversation for about 10 minutes. Her late Majesty, the Queen Elizabeth II, was looking rather frail. She also, we had a bit of a joke about her her sketch with the Paddington. And I said, I think you stole the show that day. And she said, and did you enjoy it? And she said, very much. And I said, how did you manage to keep it a secret from the rest of the family? And she said, well, it wasn't me. It was the BBC who tried to keep it a secret. And I said, well, you were brilliant. And this is her sense of quick reaction and humor, an example of. So I said, and I think the bit about producing a jam sandwich from your handbag was really fantastic. And she said, marmalade. So she corrected me immediately. There wasn't jam sandwich, it was a marmalade sandwich. So she did have a sense of humor. I have met her on other occasions. I've had the immense privilege to be appointed to the Order of the Thistle, which is this highest chivalric order of Scotland, that only the monarch can give. And that gave me the privilege on occasions to meet the late Majesty the Queen Elizabeth II. And, you know, if you were asking me, when I said a few words about Duke of Edinburgh when he died in House of Lords, I quoted a bit of scripture from Gita, which is the Hindu scripture. And I like to quote one today. And it would read, let me read it. It would say, non-violence, that this is how life should be lived. Non-violence, truth, freedom from anger, renunciation, serenity, aversion to fault-finding, sympathy for all beings, peace from greedy cravings, gentleness, modesty, and steadiness. I think that personifies Her late Majesty Queen Elizabeth II. Apart from that, she also had humor and fantastic one-liners. But at the same time, at the times when I met her, she could be quite indiscreet at times. But of course, I won't repeat any of that today. So it was an immense privilege for me to have met her. It's an end of an era. I don't think we'll ever see the likes of again. And it's been a privilege for people like me at my age to have lived the whole of our lives in this era. Her warmth, her kindness, her charm. And the thing that always struck me most was her smile. When she met you, and you see it all the time in all the pictures you're showing, it's a fantastic smile that says it all. And when you meet her, it's the kindness in her eyes, and that will always remain with me.
And everyone said she has this ability to make you feel special in the room, but also at ease, because many people get quite nervous meeting the Queen. But, you know, there was a sort of a humbleness when you met her, that you felt included and that she was genuinely interested in what you had to say.
Absolutely right. Of course, everyone who's going to meet the Queen was always a bit of wondering as to how it will go. But she put you at ease immediately she saw you, and she was always interested. I'll give you one example of the details she would go to. When I was going to be installed by her to the Order of the Thistle, at the rehearsal the day before, her private secretary had come along, and then she asked me, Her Majesty wants to know how would you pronounce, exactly how you pronounce your name. And I said, it doesn't matter. Her Majesty can read it as it is written, and that'd be fine. No, she wants to know exactly how you pronounce it. So I told her. Next day, the first question Her Majesty asked me was, did I pronounce your name correctly? And of course she had. And years later,
I might have
she
to ask the same
remembered.
thing. Lord Patel, I apologise. We have many people to talk to. I do apologise. I hope I also pronounced your name correctly. I wish I'd had a chance to ask you in advance, like the Queen had. But lovely to hear your stories and your tribute to her. Thank you very much indeed. Thank you.
Thank you for the opportunity to do so. Goodbye.
Well, here at Buckingham Palace, we've got the scaffolders who have just moved in just next to us, building a structure, expecting the world's media to descend here at Buckingham Palace as people around the world want to catch up on the news and the developments over the next few days in the aftermath of that news about the Queen's death. Let's just get some reflections, though, on that. I've got Dominic Waghorn with me and Sir Anthony Selden. And, Dominic, we've seen a lot of people arriving here at Buckingham Palace to pay their own personal tributes. And this is something that people are feeling very personally, aren't they? The Queen has been such a constant in all of our lives, and people want to pay their respects and make that felt.
Yeah, people from all around the world, not just from the Commonwealth and Britain, spoken to Australians, Canadians, Brazilians, as well as British people coming to lay flowers there. And what they have in common, I think, is a sense of loss and sadness, but also a kind of a sense of emotional confusion. I think we all knew this had to happen eventually, but we could never really imagine a world without the Queen, and therefore we're having to adjust to that. And she has, you know, whether you're a Republican or monarchist or whatever you make of the monarchy, she has defined what it is to be British. So she has been a part of what it is to be us. So that is a lot to get used to. And people have been using different words like disconcerting, surreal, strange. One man said it's an emotion that we've never quite experienced before. It's just something we've not really had to confront before. So I think, you know, for a lot of people, it is a process of adjustment. It'll take a while to sink in. And there's a sense of apprehension, as one woman said. These are turbulent times, recovering from the pandemic. The enormous economic and political uncertainty ahead, the war in Ukraine, and we would have looked to the Queen as a source of consolation and reassurance during all that, and now she's gone. And one last thought, one man said to me, that it should be a day of reflection as well and gratitude. So, you know, this is a day when we look back on this extraordinary life of service and duty. We're thankful for that as we grapple with all these other emotions.
Well, that's right. And so, Anthony, people working out how personally they are reacting and responding to this. But this is also a moment of national importance, isn't it, of constitutional significance?
Absolutely. So on Monday, we had Boris Johnson as Prime Minister serving as the head of Her Majesty's government. At the end of the week, we have Liz Truss at the head of His Majesty's government. That hasn't happened since the birth of democracy. So many adjustments. At a very turbulent time, there was never going to be a right moment for her to die. It was always going to rip the heart out of the nation. And it takes time to adjust. It will come in waves. There'll be the first shock, there'll be the funeral, the whole memorial, the grieving process. It will take time, and yet we have to move forward. And our new king, we have to clearly get behind him, and he has to make his mark too. And those early speeches, the early moments will really define his entire kingship.
Of course, and we expect to hear from him later today, don't we?
We do expect to hear from him, and it will be extraordinarily interesting. He's been preparing for that for 70 years, and yet nothing will ever quite have prepared him. Now the moment is here. A
very big moment indeed. So Anthony and Dominic, thanks both very much indeed. Well, let's get some more reaction to the death of the Queen. Joining me now is the former Foreign Secretary, under Tony Blair, of course, Jack Straw. Jack Straw, thanks very much indeed for joining us this morning. Your immediate thoughts and reflections on the passing of the Queen?
Well, my immediate reaction was that of total shock. And as so many people have said, this is something that is being expected for years and years and years. And yet, when it happens, one is in shock as it happens. My wife and I were at a performance of Richard III, Shakespeare's most brutal play, at the Royal Shakespeare Theatre. And Greg Duran, the artistic director of the Royal Shakespeare Company, announced the death of the Queen just before the performance started. And so that was a moment too, to understand the degree to which this death shocked everybody, and regardless of their opinions or their background and so on. I saw a reasonable amount of the Queen when I was Foreign Secretary, particularly because Foreign Secretaries have to accompany Her Majesty on her, or did, on her overseas state visits. She didn't make very many of them because this was 20, 15 years ago. enough. So we went to France and to Germany, to Nigeria, to Malta, and a couple of other places. The striking thing was how interested she was in the country she was going to. She'd done it all before, but there was no sense of déjà vu in it, that she wasn't bothered about this. And she had this absolutely extraordinary memory as well for people and places. One of them was when I went with her on a state visit to Nigeria. The last time she'd been there, I think, was as Princess Elizabeth, or sometime in the early 50s. She'd had presented to her there a 9-year-old princess from a royal family in Nigeria. We go back, or she goes back. I'm with her in, I guess, 2004. This same woman is now a grandmother herself, is presented to us. For sure, she'd had lots of briefing about the intervening period and about this woman, but she'd also remembered all sorts of incidental things about the meeting almost 70 years before, which only came out of her memory. I mean, the other thing, that the sort of formal job I had when I was Home Secretary and then as Lord Chancellor, was to what was called administer the oath of homage at the swearing in ceremony of new bishops to the Queen. And this is a ceremony that literally goes back to the reign of Henry VIII, when he removed the English Church from the Church of Rome. Just 4 people in the room, a new bishop on his knees, really very nervous. And again, although for sure the Queen had been briefed, she had such an unbelievably extensive knowledge of the Church of England. Her faith really mattered to her, and she was the supreme governor of the Church of England. And for her, that was very, very important, and if you like, symbolic of her profound faith as well.
So incredibly well briefed, hugely knowledgeable wherever she went. Am I right in thinking that you did once comment on her professionalism to her on a trip to Nigeria? Is that right? How did she respond?
Yeah, it was. Well, it was a very firm, gentle put down. So, on the same trip to Nigeria, it has to be said that there was a very sharp contrast in the professionalism of the royal household, British royal household, and the what was going on at senior levels in the Nigerian government and presidency. I mean, it wasn't as bad, I have to say, as the Greek presidency of the European Union, but it was getting on that way. They only just finished the place where she was going to stay. Anyway, I go along with her to some event, and I mean, it was extraordinary how well she handled everything. And bear in mind, this is 15 years ago, but she was at that
Jack
stage.
Straw, I'm so sorry to interrupt you. Just to break in just for a moment, apologies, but we were just seeing Prince Harry getting onto the plane at Aberdeen Airport, having flown in to Balmoral to see the Queen. This is a replay of the pictures we saw just a few moments ago. Prince Harry leaving Scotland. He happened to be on a trip to Europe and to this country with his wife when news came from the palace that there were concerns about the Queen's health. So he was able to travel to Scotland a lot quicker than he would have done from his home in America. He was the last to arrive. The Queen's children and him and his brother, Prince Harry, and his brother, Prince William, all arrived at Balmoral yesterday afternoon. Once the news had come through, he was the last to arrive, and it appears that he's the first to leave Balmoral as well. They're getting on a plane at Aberdeen Airport to make his way away. Let's rejoin Jack Straw. I do apologise, I interrupted you. You were telling us a story about how you had commented on the Queen's professionalism.
And the Queen has, she'd been through these things a million times before, but she had to show great interest in it. Anyway, I think when we got back, I was with her on a room by herself, and I said to her, "Ma'am, if you don't mind me saying so, I think that was very, very professional." Which was a really stupid thing for me to say. And she turned to me, looked at me with steely eyes and said, "Well, it would, Mr. Straw, wouldn't it? I've been doing it for long enough." And anyway, I didn't make that kind of comment to her again.
And she had this huge sense of duty, didn't she? And a huge sense of the importance of traditions. But how open do you think she was to modernising the monarchy as well?
Well, she did modernise the monarchy. If you think about how much our society has changed since the early 1950s, and I'm one of the sort of diminishing number of people in this country who can not only remember her coronation and her accession 18 months before, but remember her father before that. Britain was a very, very hierarchical country. I mean, just look at the photographs of not of the royal family, but of members of Parliament, people in the city. Think about how industries worked. Extremely hierarchical. You still had debutantes coming out at the Queen Charlotte's ball, and the Queen was expected to officiate there. That was, whether people were in society or not in society. That went. Many other things like that went. There's much less formality. I think to some extent she was held back by some of her courtiers, who, of course, and it's often the courtiers who are really, really anxious to preserve tradition as they see it. But somehow or other, she's managed to keep the formality. And I think that formality and ceremony is a really important part of all our lives. And if people say, well, let's just get rid of the monarchy and forget about all this stuff and make it all very informal. Well, if you go to France, where they've been a republic since the revolution at the end of the 18th century, they understand the importance of tradition and ceremony and ritual. You always got the best guard of honor of all at the Élysée or the Quai d'Orsay. Nowhere else in the world would give you a guard of honor with soldiers in plumed helmets and all the rest of it. So it's not just monarchies that have ceremony. Any sensible country trying to bind people together has ceremony. But the Queen, I think, understood how important it was to adjust it. And the other thing I say, and she was, this has been said a great deal, somebody had the most extraordinary sense of humour. But for her to be willing to put herself into the position that she did, for example, in the James Bond movie, or even more sort of powerfully and poignantly in the Paddington Bear movie, I think shows someone who was trying to live with the times whilst preserving the institution at the same time.
Jack Straw, we really appreciate your thoughts this morning and your reflections on the Queen and your time working alongside her. Jack Straw, former Foreign Secretary, thanks very much indeed.
Thank you very much.
Well, as you can see, so many people have come here to Buckingham Palace to gather together after news of the Queen's death. The doors opening up there for what looks like a postal van, actually, going into Buckingham Palace. People also gathering on the streets of Windsor as well. Shaman Freeman-Powell is there for us. And Windsor, of course, a place that the Queen spent so much time in over the last few years.
Yes, of course. And here at Cambridge Gate is where members of the public have been asked to lay their flowers, to light their candles and to pay respect to the Queen, who sadly died yesterday. There are already hundreds of flowers that have been laid, and each evening these will be taken into the castle. And as you say, Windsor was a very special place for the Queen. It's a place that she spent much of her time, not only for work, but for her private moments too. And for the people that live locally, the Queen was not only their head of state, but she was also their neighbour, one that will be sadly missed, especially by people like Jenny, who I am joined with now. She's lived in the area for around 5 years. I saw you got quite emotional when you were laying your flowers earlier, Jenny. How are you feeling?
Sad. It's an end of an era, and the world will never see a queen, a person like that. When you think about the era through which she's lived, so many things have changed and developed. There were no computers, there were no anything like that. And that she coped with it all. And through lockdown, she was doing things on Zoom. But she's a fantastic lady and had time for everybody. Yes, we will never see the like again. And I just feel it's the end of an era. It's the end of the Elizabethan era. I just wanted to come and say thank you. Just to nod, bow my head, because there's no other way. Bit of a surprise to turn around and see you.
Well, I do appreciate you coming to speak with us. And do you mind sharing just exactly what the Queen meant to you? Because I know you spoke about how you were only a toddler during her coronation. Tell me about what she meant to you.
She was a stable head of government. Doesn't matter who she dealt with them politely. She coped with all sorts of situations, and there was never any fuss. The thing that always puts a smile on my face is that little clip with Paddington. Just fantastic lady, somebody of her stature, and all the things that she's done, and then to agree to do a clip like that. But no, she was a fantastic lady. I mean, since I've lived in Windsor, I've quite often come into the castle and looked around. Windsor's a great community. All sorts of people doing all sorts of things. And you see the same people when you come in and do your shopping, etc. There's one of the PCSOs who's Mr. TVP, Thames Valley Police. He pops up on everything, and I saw him here last night. Yeah, it is a family, and she will be missed, and what will happen, I don't know. But yeah.
Thank you so much, Jenny.
Quite all right.
Thank you. The people locally to Windsor are still trying to get to terms with exactly what's happened, and later today we are expecting that the bells here will toll, and the official state of mourning has officially begun and will continue until the funeral.
So the latest then from Balmoral, we saw Prince Harry departing here early this morning. He's now arrived and boarded a plane at Aberdeen Airport to return back to London. So the first royal departure. The next that we are anticipating is that of King Charles II and Camilla, the Queen Consort, his wife, accompanying Prince Charles on what will become a very important part of his constitutional roles of the future, the accession to the throne. He immediately, obviously, becomes king as soon as the monarch dies. There is no time when there is no monarch. But of course, the accession to the throne is a formal and carefully laid out process, and that will begin properly once he departs Scotland. So King Charles III, apologies, King Charles III, it's going to take some time getting used to these new names, but King Charles III will depart Balmoral a little bit later on this morning, we understand. Well, let's get the reaction now, international reaction to this, and the US Ambassador to the UK, Jane Hartley, joins me now. Welcome, Ambassador, on what is, a deeply upsetting and sad day for the United Kingdom, but already we've seen the US President Joe Biden paying his tributes to Her Majesty.
Yes, thank you so much. I'm happy to be with you, but what is on a very, very sad day. And I would like personally to express my sincere condolences to the royal family. I think the country is heartbroken I know when I met with my team here yesterday, my UK team, everybody was in tears. And somehow everybody, I think, felt that even though we knew this was coming, it was still rather sudden. I think the sense of respect and love for her is not just in the UK, but around the world, and certainly in the United States. Since last night, I've received many emails, texts from people throughout our country. And the theme throughout all of them was love, respect. And what everybody said was she was an amazing, amazing lady. I was actually lucky enough to be here for the Platinum Jubilee. And it was incredible going through the streets during those days and seeing the number of people from around the world, certainly throughout the UK, but from around the world that were there. And there were many Americans there too. And there was one story during that time in the New York Times from a woman, I think from California, saying, she's our queen too. So love and respect. And personally, I so respected her.
And it was the longevity of her reign which brought such extraordinary experiences to, said to have met every US president since the 1950s, apart from, I think, Lyndon B. Johnson, but you might be able to correct me on that one. Each one of them will have, will have had recollections. Okay, but each one of them will have had recollections of the conversations with the Queen, perhaps a state visit to Buckingham Palace. I know Hillary Clinton, for example, had joined in one of those and really felt it was one of the privileges of her time as First Lady. So give us some recollections, really, of this close relationship with the presidents of the US and the Queen.
Yes, well, I know what Hillary thought, having heard that from her as well. And I did talk to the Obamas, I think a couple summers ago, about their time at Buckingham Palace. And, what an incredible woman they thought she was, both the president and Michelle. And by the way, that, as you can see from President Biden, he was the first to sign the condolence book in Washington. So you can see the same thing from him and from Jill. I know in terms of my own personal experience, when I first arrived here, I presented credentials to the Queen, which is what every American ambassador has to do, and her kindness and her warmth was just exceptional. It was actually the hottest day in London history. And there's a formal process that you go through, and usually the ambassador is picked up in a horse-drawn carriage. But that day it was too hot for the horses, so the Queen insisted on sending a car to get me and my husband, which was just so kind of her. And in my audience with her, it was interesting. Obviously, policy was discussed because she was so informed, interested in policy, substantive. But then she touched. I was so touched by her because she was really concerned. I had just gotten to London, and she was so concerned. Was I happy? Was London treating me well? How was Winfield House? One of the things I told her was I had brought my dog with me, and that seemed to make her very happy.
Oh, that is lovely. You know she loved her dogs, don't you? And just in one word or one sentence, are you able to confirm who will be attending from the US, from Joe Biden's administration, for the state funeral?
I can't confirm that yet, but I can tell you the president loved the Queen, as did Jill Biden. So I would hope to see them here.
Ambassador Jane Hartley, much appreciate your time. Thank you very much indeed for joining us. Thank you.
Well, here at Buckingham Palace, I'm joined once again by Dominic Waghorn and the contemporary historian Sir Anthony Selden. And Dominic, a lot of attention has been at Balmoral, understandably, where the Queen has lived out her last days and where all the family went up to gather on the news of her concerns about her health and her passing, but the focus will start to turn to London as the day goes on, won't it?
Yeah, the centre of gravity is moving towards London already, and I think we've got two twin processes. Obviously, we have the process of accession and succession for King Charles. He is on his way to London. He is going to have an audience with the Prime Minister. The Accession Council will reaffirm his accession to the throne, and then he is expected to address the nation at some point this evening as well. He's coming down here, obviously, with his consort, Camilla. So that's obviously one key part of the process, that the constitutional importance of that is it reassures the subjects that the continuity of the constitution of the monarchy just continues as expected. And then obviously we have the mourning period that's begun already. The Queen's coffin will lie in St Giles's Cathedral in Edinburgh for some time, where the royal family will hold a vigil for her, and then it will move down to London. It will lie in state, the first time that's happened for decades. It'll be lying in state here, and then preparations for her funeral as well. And I think while that's going on, obviously, for her subjects and all those who want to mourn her, the centre of gravity will be here at Buckingham Palace, where people can come, express their sadness, share their grief with others, and seek consolation, I think, in the company of others.
And so, Anthony, this is such a big moment for King Charles, isn't it? He's going through the personal grief that he would as losing his mother, but also this weight of responsibility now falls on his shoulders.
Yes, I mean, extraordinary day for him to cope with the personal grief and to know that tonight he has a broadcast that will define the impression that he makes, not just on this country, but the Commonwealth, who will be weighing him up, and is he the monarch who they want to continue with. And as we've seen throughout the rest of the world, she was the most famous person in the world. Will he become so? The British monarchy is the most famous monarchy. He'll be defining all that tonight in this all-important address. And I think in time, he'll take the monarchy in a different direction. Obviously, a more active person with strong views on young people, on the environment, on faith, on the arts. He will want to be a different kind of monarch. And I think that's appropriate. She carried the monarchy from deep back into the 20th century into the 21st century. He's picking up that beacon, and he has to take it forward and implant the monarchy in the 21st century. We'll see.
So, Anthony Selden, thank you. Dominic, thank you to you as well. And the crowds continue to gather here at Buckingham Palace, the Union flag there at half-mast to mark the death of the Queen. Continuing coverage from here and from Balmoral throughout the day.
This is Sky News. It is 10 o'clock. I'm live in Balmoral as the country mourns the death of the Queen. A remarkable Queen and an inspiration to the world. A period of mourning will be observed until 7 days after the Queen's funeral. King Charles III will leave Balmoral Castle shortly and travel to London and address the nation. Earlier, his son Prince Harry left the residence after spending the evening with his family. At Buckingham Palace, the crowds are already gathering. Crowds remember a life lived in service and a monarch who has been a constant presence for millions of people.
She's all I've ever known, and you feel like you know her, even though you don't.
She's dedicated her whole life to us, so I don't think many people would be prepared to do that.
A stateswoman of unmatched dignity, international leaders paid their respects too as President Biden signs a book of condolence. Tributes also paid around the Commonwealth as landmarks around the globe are lit up. Bells will toll and a gun salute will sound for every year of the Queen's life. We'll bring you all the developments as they happen live. Well, hello and good morning from Balmoral. The UK has begun a period of mourning today following the death of Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II. Tributes and flowers have been laid here and across the country as the nation mourns the death of its Queen. The new King, Charles III, will make his way from here to London later today to address the nation. A little earlier, we had a statement from Buckingham Palace outlining some of the details of mourning and condolence. Well, the date of Queen Elizabeth's funeral will be confirmed in due course. Flags at royal residences will remain at half-mast until 8 a.m. on the morning after the final day of royal mourning. The public will be allowed to leave floral tributes at royal residences. And an online book of condolence is available on the royal website. Well, our royal correspondent, Rhiannon Mills, is in Westminster. So we see Prince Harry, Rhiannon, leaving Balmoral, departing Aberdeen, and more details too about the plans for the days ahead.
That's right, because as well as a family in mourning, you also have a country in mourning. And I think the palace are very aware that people in some ways will be looking for some kind of guidance in terms of how they can really make their mark, how they can pay their respects after what is less than 24 hours since we found out that Queen Elizabeth II had died in Balmoral. It's interesting that we've also heard that the King's wish is that a period of royal mourning, so that will involve the royal family and also those who work within the royal household. That period of royal mourning is going to last for 7 days after the funeral. The date of the funeral is still set to be confirmed. And in terms of what we should do in terms of national mourning, well, we're still waiting on the government to announce those plans. Of course, as you've seen at Balmoral and is happening at Buckingham Palace, people are taking flowers. And I think at all the royal residences, people will be guided as to where they can leave their flowers to mark this moment. But of course, also, you have a family who are still coming to terms and most keenly feeling the loss. If we first of all talk about Prince Harry, because that's the person that we've seen first this morning. He left Balmoral around an hour and a half ago, and about 20 minutes ago was seen arriving at Aberdeen Airport, where he's now going to make that journey, we presume, down to London, where he will join his wife, Meghan. We know that yesterday it was decided that she would not make that trip up to Scotland. Of course, there has been so much discussion, hasn't there, over the last couple of years about the relationship between the Sussexes and other members of the royal family. But I think it is worth stressing that for the Queen, whenever she was forced in some ways to respond to the difficulties caused by them stepping away from royal life, she did always refer to them as much-loved members of the royal family. So it did seem very apt and very fitting that he was also there with other members of the family. And also yesterday it reminded me that it was in Balmoral that actually William and Harry were together when they found out about the death of their mother. But also Scotland, Balmoral, a place where they have enjoyed so much time all together as a family. Of course, we also now have to turn our attentions to the fact that we have got a new king, and for King Charles III, the constitutional duties, the responsibilities of head of state were immediate. And so for him, the red boxes of state papers will have started this morning, and we know that he also will be making that journey down to London. What can we anticipate that he will do? Well, we're still waiting for confirmation from the palace. But of course, as I mentioned, the constitutional duties, we'd expect that he will potentially have a meeting with Prime Minister Liz Truss, one of the last people to see the Queen, of course, on Tuesday. Also, of course, there are those funeral plans to talk over in detail. Yes, over the years, we've had briefings behind the scenes about what is likely to happen. But in the end, it's up to her son to decide exactly what form that funeral will take for Queen Elizabeth II. And also, while we had that very touching tribute from him yesterday, a written tribute, today we are expecting for him to stand in front of a camera and address the nation. And this will be a pivotal moment for our new monarch, the new sovereign, as he really marks this moment, mourns the death of his mother and a much-loved monarch with the rest of the country.
Rhiannon, thank you very much indeed. Well, clearly lots of detail there and lots of detail still to come. What will be taking place then in the coming hours to mark Her Majesty's death? Let's just run through that once again. The King and his Queen Consort Camilla will return to London today from Balmoral, with the monarch due to hold his first audience with Prime Minister Liz Truss, as outlined there by Rhiannon. In central London, 96 rounds of gun salutes will be fired in tribute to the late monarch, and bells will ring out at Westminster Abbey, St Paul's Cathedral and at Windsor Castle. Both Houses of Parliament will gather at noon, with Liz Truss leading tributes in the House of Commons. Well, Liz Truss and senior ministers will also attend a public service of remembrance at St Paul's Cathedral in central London today. And in the evening, King Charles is expected to address the nation in a televised speech where he will pay tribute to his mother and pledge to serve as head of state. And tomorrow morning, an accession council will meet at St James's Palace in London to formally proclaim Charles as the new sovereign. Then in the afternoon, the Commons will hold a sitting to allow senior MPs to take the oath of allegiance to King Charles III. Well, let me bring in two people who have played and sung respectively for Her Majesty the Queen, Paul Anderson and Shona Donaldson. Welcome to both of you to a place obviously you know so well. So Paul, let's start with you. What have your interactions with the Queen been, and how special were they to you?
Well, the main reason would be because I regularly play at Crathy Kirk, which is where the royal family come to worship when they're up at Balmoral. So that's every year. So in normal years, pre-COVID, probably would have played for her maybe 2 or 3 times through the time that she was here. So there was that. And I'm a traditional Scottish fiddle player, so what I would play would be traditional Scottish fiddle music, which I think is well known, certainly up in Scotland. She's a real love of the local culture and the music. She can speak in the local dialect with a very convincing accent. She loves Scottish country dance, and the whole family enjoy it and feel very much at home here. So, and then during COVID, the first year of COVID, I was asked to come up and play at the castle for a private religious observance. So there was the local minister, Ken Mackenzie, and myself and the Queen and Princess Anne in the ballroom. Just a bit surreal, really, but I think it was just something she wanted to try and give a sense of normality at a time when she couldn't go and worship at the church, because I know it, she really felt that really deeply and strongly, so it was something that was much missed, I think.
She loved going to the church.
Absolutely, yeah.
Yeah.
So, but I mean, we'd normally play some kind of reflective music through the service, sort of slower tunes, and then at the end, always played something a bit more up-tempo, and it did get her feet tapping. She always sat and listened to the end, which is not something that necessarily happens. She is known to just get up and leave. So she would sit to the end, and I got a wee smile at the end. So, I mean, she did appreciate it. So I suppose that would be something I'll always remember.
Absolutely, a private audience.
A wee bit. But I was playing as part of the service for the congregation. She just happens to be a member of the parish while she's up here.
Yes, and as you say, so important. Her faith is so important to her. So those visits to church really would have been, and she would have sorely missed them. Shona, what about you then?
So I'm a bit the same as Paul. We played at Crathy Kirk, and I've sung for her on a few occasions. We've also attended the local Gillies Ball as well, where the royal family have been dancing and very relaxed, and it's just nice to it was an honour really to sing for her. You know, it's something that doesn't happen to every musician and singer.
And you get her feet tapping, or did you get her feet tapping too?
Yeah.
But with what tunes?
So we've both played. I play the fiddle as well with Paul. So we've both played during the services at Crathy, and she really, you could tell that she loved the music. Absolutely, it was an important part of being part of the community. You know, she embraced every part of Deeside and Scotland.
And the Gillies Ball, I mean, this is a working estate, isn't it? Some 50,000 acres. I know the public can, go in as well. Who's invited to the Gillies Ball? Who's it for?
Well, I suppose there's folk that are linked in with the kirk. I mean, there'll be elders for the local kirk. There'll be folk that provide services to the estate. So, I mean, a broad cross-section of the community, really. So, I mean, folk might think, oh, it's just going to be the gentry and the aristocracy for the local estates. It's very much not the case. There is a bit of that because there's neighbouring estates get invited up, but you'll see the local butcher here as well as a local fiddler sometimes. But I think the fact they loved the atmosphere there, they were very relaxed by what I could see, and they loved the dancing. I mean, the last time I saw the Queen here was about 3 years ago, and I think she danced about half of the dances, and that's her age, 93. And she was encouraging everybody to get up and dance, and you could just feel her joy at the occasion. And it's very much, I think, the locals give them a lot of space, a lot of respect, and just leave them to get on and be themselves. I think that's probably why, quite apart from the space they've got here, I think they liked it because the locals just let them be.
But also, do you think they could feel part of a community here in a way that possibly she could not at Buckingham Palace or even Windsor Castle? That this, gave a bit of normalcy to her life?
I think so, yeah. I mean, she was part of the community. People were, you would sometimes see her out and about, or,
She took a real interest
absolutely.
in things locally, and would be out walking in the Balmoral estate. So one of the local mountains is Lochnagar, very popular with walkers and climbers, and but she'd be out for a walk with one of the security guys, just like a member of the community. And there's one local story for, I think it was within the last couple of years, an American couple were walking and they stopped to speak, and they said, "Oh, have you ever met the Queen?" It says, "No, but he has." So just, I think she had a bit of a sense of humour with that side of things, but well aware of her sense of duty and position, but actually quite down to earth at the same time.
Yes. And just one final thought from both of you, just quickly, how much will she be missed? Paul, you go first.
I think folk, when I really hit them till they've had time to think, I mean, I saw a few comments with friends that, they weren't folk that were massive royalists, but they did sort of say, I hadn't realised how much it would affect me until it had happened, and I think there's a dawning sense of the historic nature of what's just happened. Her period as Queen spans a huge change in society, and I mean, it's gone from being a British Empire to, she's overseen that, and you sometimes see comments about, overseeing the Empire, and there's folk criticise, but actually she oversaw a period where folk got back to a post-colonial period and oversaw the Commonwealth becoming an important organisation in the world. So, she's historic.
She will be missed. Yeah, she will be missed indeed. Yeah, Paul Anderson and Shona Donaldson, thank you so much for sharing those stories with us. And you'll have those memories, won't you, forever, that happened there. Thank you very much indeed. From Balmoral, then let's head back to Jane at Buckingham Palace.
Thanks very much, Anna. Yes, Buckingham Palace, it's a place where a lot of people have been coming this morning so far. The rain has held off, and we've seen hundreds and hundreds of people coming down here, many of them bringing flowers, leaving messages, many of them just coming down because they want to be here, to look at the flowers, to talk to other people who are down here, and to express their shock and their sadness at what has happened in the last 24 hours. And people have been taking in the news across the UK, and today Sky has correspondents in Cardiff, Birmingham and Windsor, as well as at Buckingham Palace, where I am, where people have been laying flowers outside the gates. Let's talk to some of our correspondents in those locations. Dan Whitehead is in Cardiff for us. Dan, to you first of all. How are people marking it there?
Well, there will be a 96-gun salute at Cardiff Castle, just a few metres away from where we are, stood on Queen Street in the centre of Cardiff. That will take place at 1 o'clock. The public are invited to attend that 96-gun salute, a shot being fired for every year, of course, of Her Majesty's life. Let's have a chat to some people who have lived through most of Her Majesty's reign. Jacqueline, Jennifer and Janice, three Welsh sisters who we've been speaking to this morning. Jacqueline, let's start with you first. Your initial reaction to the sad news last night?
I think we were all shocked because we'd seen her only 2 days before meeting the Prime Minister, although she did look terribly frail, but it did come as a shock all the same.
And Jennifer, you were talking about the emotion that you felt when that news first came out.
I was heartbroken.
I had such admiration for her. I thought she was a wonderful person who lived up to her words. She said that she would look after her country and her people from the time she was made queen to the time to her death. And she did. She did everything. I really admired her. I broke my heart. I couldn't believe she had gone. It's a great loss. Great loss. I just hope that Charles can live up to what his mother has obviously instilled in him. That'll be a wonderful legacy for him to carry forward.
Clearly very upsetting.
Yeah.
A moment for everybody, isn't it? And Janice, for you as well, looking back at 7 decades of continuous uninterrupted service.
Oh, yes, yes. I remember meeting her once following the Aberfan disaster when she visited with Prince Philip. And I remember seeing her getting out of the car and thinking how small she was and how pretty she was. And I was devastated. It was a sad time. It's an end of an era.
End of an era, absolutely. Well, thank you all for speaking to us on Sky News, and it's a flavour of the emotion being felt, of course, across not only the 4 home nations but the Commonwealth and countries around the world. People are being personally affected and bringing back those personal memories of not only the royal family and the Queen, but the service that she has dedicated to the United Kingdom and indeed those home nations. Very strong links between the royal family and Her Majesty and Wales, and of course the new king, King Charles III, formerly known of course as the Prince of Wales. And in the coming days there will be a focus of course on his deep connections to Wales and what that means for the monarchy going forward. But for today and for the next 10 days as this national period of mourning continues, the focus of course will be on Her Majesty's life and the service and dedication that she gave to Wales and all countries.
Dan, thanks very much for that, and really interesting hearing your guest there talking about Aberfan, you know, a disaster that the Queen felt very, very personally and really, really upset Her Majesty. So interesting to hear her talking about that. Well, here at Buckingham Palace, I mean, obviously this is a focus for many people here in London. Sky's Becky Cottrell is down just outside the gates, Becky. And before I came, I was having a look at some of those flowers, and there are inevitably quite a lot of tourists down here at Buckingham Palace, but lots and lots of people from London as well.
Yes, certainly people coming to take a picture of Buckingham Palace at this time, but also people coming to lay flowers. People like Helen here. Helen, you've come down and you bought some white roses. Why did you pick white roses?
I think that they represent purity, and to me, you hope that the monarchy is all that's pure, all that's good, and I think that in the UK, that's what we hope about our monarchy and how people felt about the Queen, and so that's why I chose these flowers.
And before we just came to air now, we were talking about one of the most difficult times during the Queen's reign, the death of Princess Diana, and you said that you thought that had changed the Queen's approach to reigning. Just talk me through that.
Yeah, so I think the Queen had a very particular view about how the monarchy should be, and she behaved in a particular way to uphold how she believed the monarchy should be. But I think when she saw how the people reacted to Diana's death, that really made her reflect on how the nation felt. And I think her approach did change after Diana died.
Perhaps that she became more, I don't know, relatable or human, or what?
I think so. I think she noticed a shift in society and how people were perhaps communicating more. I think with the rise of communication through the media and through newspapers more and more, people had more of a dialogue, and I think she realised that she needed to have more of a dialogue, and I think from that point she did, and then monarchy was successful again after that.
Yeah, talking about the success of her reign, that's certainly what many people think.
Yeah.
How do you think Charles will be different?
Well, I think the Queen, throughout her time as the monarch, respected the British Constitution in terms of not being political. And I think there is a concern about Charles, to an extent.
I'm going to have to leave it there.
Yeah.
But thank you so much, Helen.
Okay.
We'll let you lay your flowers and we'll be talking to more people throughout the morning coming to pay their respects.
Becky, thanks so much. Let's talk now to Sky's Lisa Dowd, who's up in Birmingham. Lisa, there's quite a lot of events planned up there, aren't there, today?
Well, the Queen's image is on huge billboards, digital billboards across the city, and I think the city is just waking up to the fact of what is available for them. A short time ago, books of condolence were opened here at the city's Hall of Memory, and across the way at the city's cathedral, Birmingham Cathedral, one of the cathedrals, and people are able to lay flowers and listen to services there. Now, we spoke to one of the people who was waiting for these doors to be opened. She was first to sign the Book of Condolence. Her name is Jackie Francis, and she told me why it was important that she came today.
For me, it's just one of those iconic eras, you know. Everywhere you go, it's Elizabeth II. It is it's baked into this country, this culture, however you feel about the Queen and the monarchy. The money, the stamps, the portraits all over the place. So for me, it was just recognising there has been a handover, there has been a change that has come across the country.
And as well as the books of condolence, over at the library there is going to be a photographic event commemorating the many visits that the Queen has made to the city over the years of her reign. It is perhaps the city that best reflects the depth and the breadth of the Commonwealth, and it was with some sadness that people realised that she was unable to attend the recent Commonwealth Games here. Of course, Prince Charles, now King Charles, attended instead of her. And some of the thoughts and reflections left in the books of condolence here already today include, "You touch the heart of a nation. My heart is heavy for your family." And another one reads, "You will always be my Queen. You represent the most important values. Thank you, Ma'am." And the city's library, when it turns dark, will be highlighted in the colour purple, a regal colour in her memory tonight.
Lisa Dowd in Birmingham, thanks very much. Well, people are gathering at all of the different royal palaces. Of course, Buckingham Palace, focal point in London, but not too far away, also Windsor Castle, where the Queen lived. Sky's Shaman Freeman-Powell is there for us now, and I can expect that many, many people will wish to go there as well as here at Buckingham Palace, Shaman.
Yes, there has been a steady stream of people coming over here at Cambridge Gate. This is where members of the public have been asked to lay their flowers, to light candles and to pay respect to the Queen who died yesterday. I am actually joined now by Violet and by her mum, Chloe, who came down here this morning to pay their respects too. So, Chloe, tell me about how you're feeling today.
I think it's just quite a poignant moment, isn't it, really, in history? So I think everybody's feeling quite saddened by it, even if they weren't expecting to be feeling sad, really.
And, of course, you're here with your daughter, Violet. Violet is only 1 year old. How are you going to explain to Violet just how significant and important the Queen was?
I think kind of when she grows up and in school and things, they'll probably talk about the Queen and her being the longest reigning monarch. I think it's really important for her to have been here today and to kind of have the photographs and just know that she was here on this important day.
And what exactly did the Queen mean to you personally?
I think she was a brilliant icon for feminism, to be honest, because she was a powerful woman in a world that's men are normally seen as powerful. So I think that was incredibly important.
Perfect. Thank you so much for sharing your thoughts with me this morning, Chloe. And Chloe is joined by hundreds of people throughout this morning. There have been school children here with their teachers. There have been tourists here too, laying flowers. All of these flowers will be taken into the castle this evening. But there have also been a steady flow of people that live locally in Windsor, because to them, the Queen was not only their head of state, but she was also a neighbour too, and one that would be sadly missed.
Indeed. Shaman, thanks very much. And a similar picture down at Buckingham Palace, actually. The people are not being discouraged from coming and leaving flowers, but they are being asked to leave them instead in Green Park and Hyde Park. And what they are going to do is, periodically, they're going to move the flowers that are being left here to those two positions where there is more space, where it's not in the way of traffic, and where people can come and look at them at their leisure. Well, leaders from around the world have been offering their thoughts and condolences after the Queen's death. Joe Biden, Barack Obama and Canada's Justin Trudeau have been among the global leaders paying their respects. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky said that Her Majesty's death was a heavy loss for Europe and the whole world. Our US correspondent Mark Stone reports.
She was, he had said, more than a monarch. She defined an era. And with that reflection, the American president was the first to sign the Book of Condolence at Britain's embassy in Washington. She led with enduring strength and dignity, he wrote.
We mourn for all of you. She was a great lady. We're so delighted we got to meet her.
At the White House, the lowering of the Stars and Stripes was a salute to the closest of friendships. America, the colony which split from British rule and yet became so fondly entwined from afar.
This is CNN Breaking News.
I want to go straight to London.
And so it was that the news of her death dominated everything, and will do for days.
Queen Elizabeth II, Britain's longest reigning monarch, has died at the age of 96.
For the woman who had met 13 of the last 14 presidents. From Truman, Eisenhower and Kennedy to Obama, Trump and Biden, she knew them all and she charmed them all. The so-called special relationship was one she fostered through so many American presidencies. Over the border, Canada, a Commonwealth nation, and a Prime Minister with a deeply personal reflection.
In a complicated world, her steady grace and resolve brought comfort and strength to us all. Canada is in mourning. She was one of my favorite people in the world, and I will miss her so.
She was head of state in nations far beyond Britain, but where the institution was increasingly questioned, the fondness for her was never in doubt.
This time of mourning will pass, but the deep respect and warm regard in which Australians have always held for Her Majesty will never fade.
Last summer's G7 meeting in Cornwall was, it would turn out, the last time many of today's leaders saw her in person. The French people are also in mourning, President Macron said. The one who rubbed shoulders with the giants of the 20th century on the path of history has gone to join them. She was above the turbulent geopolitics of the decades she reigned through, and yet so often her duty was to navigate it all. The tributes from around the world suggest a duty well done. Mark Stone, Sky News in Washington.
Well, with me here at Buckingham Palace, our International Affairs Editor Dominic Waghorn and the historian Sir Anthony Selden. And Sir Anthony, to you first of all, we've talked a lot in the last 24 hours about what happens now, the change, the new king, but in a sense there is no change because the crown is constant, isn't it?
Absolutely, and that's the whole point about it. We've just had a 6-week leadership competition in the Conservatives. Who is going to be our next Prime Minister? But the Queen died, and instantaneously King Charles becomes the king. The Queen is dead, long live the king. And that is the point, that is the continuity. That's been the backbone of this country since 1066. That's the way it works.
And yet he will come down to London today and meet the Prime Minister. It's been an extraordinary week for her, hasn't it? Meeting one monarch, meeting a second as well. Constitutionally, what is important about that meeting?
Well, it's extraordinary, wasn't it, that we entered this week with Boris Johnson as Prime Minister and the Queen as Queen, and we finish it with two different players. In modern times, we've never had both head of government and head of state changing. It will be a novelty, therefore, for both of them. And isn't it important that the head of government, the Prime Minister, comes to meet the King, the head of the state? And it will be significant for both of them individually, testing each other out, and a very significant marker for the kind of country we are. Yes, Britain is a democracy, but yes, Britain is a monarchy, and how the democratic history works out with the monarchical institution will be fascinating to watch. Those two key players. It's going to be a lot of exciting issues of the Crown will be coming up in years to come.
And Dominic, just reflecting back on the Queen's time, and one of the ladies that Becky was talking to in the crowd just there was talking about how the Queen always modernised, and we saw that yesterday with the announcement of her passing on Twitter, but also the notice on the palace here down at Buckingham Palace. You get a sense, perhaps, that that's one of the reasons that she's continued to be held fondly by people, that she's kept up with the times despite her age.
Yeah, she's managed to do both. She's managed to remain constant and that source of stability and continuity, but she's also moved with the times. As you say, she's sort of moved on to social media. The monarchy has modernised under her stewardship, but also with the advice of courtiers as well. And, you know, she was able to loosen up with those appearances with Jane Bond and Paddington Bear as well towards the end of her reign. So she's been able to do that and appear more modern. But I think the great connection she has with the subject is as a person, and regardless of her institution that she represents or the way she's presented herself, her messaging and the messaging of the institution, it's a great strength of personality, her integrity and strength of character, I think, that has made her feel so connected, or the subject feel so connected to her as well. And I think what she's been able to do is, while move with the times, also be this great connection with the past, because she has been the Queen for so long. And that's what you've heard from world leaders as well. You know, people like Bill Clinton and Barack Obama saying that it was a thrill to meet somebody who had met the greats like Kennedy and Eisenhower and Johnson in the past as well, and also met with their enemies, Brezhnev and Andropov and Russian leaders and others. And for them, that, as for her subjects, I think the connection with the past has been hugely important.
And that knowledge that she has, the life experience that the Queen had, is something that's a loss to the new Prime Minister, isn't it? Because, you know, she was just the most amazing resource that any Prime Minister could talk to about things that had happened in history. And as you say, all of those people that she had met and had experience with.
Yeah, and her wisdom, she met every Prime Minister for every week. That wisdom the Prime Minister talks about, but also American presidents. I remember Bill Clinton talking about her ability to find the right words at the right moment. And some of those words are on a Union flag that someone's put on the railings over there, saying that grief is the price we pay for love. Now, that's a quote that she used in her message of consolation to the American people after 9/11, that's being used now by, presumably, a British subject to console other subjects at a very different moment of mourning. But Bill Clinton said that her ability to choose the right words, to whether it's in consolation or advice, was a real strength and sort of gift she had. And obviously in private, she had that as well. So I think, yes, I mean, Liz Truss will not be able to benefit from that wisdom and that kind of counsel as Prime Ministers have for decades now in the past.
And that quote is also on one of the front of the papers today as well. It's been repeated widely. Thank you both very much for now. Well, at noon, MPs and peers will come together in the Houses of Parliament. They will spend time thinking and reflecting on the Queen, and it's a chance to pay tribute to her as well. Let's bring in our Deputy Political Editor, Sam Coates, who's in Westminster for us. And Sam, we were just touching on it. It has been quite an extraordinary week for Liz Truss, hasn't it? And also for parliamentarians.
That's right. And political leaders up and down the United Kingdom, frankly, like the rest of the nation, like so many across the entire world today, paying tribute. That process began in private in a cabinet meeting held by Liz Truss in the last hour or so, where we understand cabinet ministers were going to be reflecting on their memories of Queen Elizabeth. And then at midday, the Speaker of the House of Commons has announced that MPs will get a chance to pay their public tributes to the Queen, who passed away yesterday. This will be led by Liz Truss. Now, we got a flavour of what she might say yesterday when she spoke on the steps of Downing Street. She talked then about the Queen being the rock on which modern Britain was built, who led the country with dignity and grace for 70 years. But what's interesting about the tributes that will be paid in the House of Commons and actually simultaneously in the House of Lords is that there are many, many people who will have deep and enduring memories of the Queen, not least former Prime Ministers. We might even be hearing from Boris Johnson, Prime Minister, until Tuesday lunchtime when he saw her as well. He's talked about yesterday being our country's saddest day and the wave of grief rolling across the world. We could also hear from Theresa May, and she was saying many of the things that you were just reflecting with Dominic Waghorn about how audiences with the Queen were about talking with somebody who was immensely knowledgeable. And Theresa May identified with the Queen in the sense that she saw in her someone who did her homework, did her red boxes, read her papers, knew what was going on, and brought that, as well as her tremendous experience of all of those years of her reign and her personal relationships with all those world leaders, to bear in those conversations. Audiences, Theresa May was saying earlier, too formal a word for the conversation, in a moment each week that Prime Ministers would have that was valuable, not least because, in Theresa May's eyes, important that it would never leak or reach public ears. Liz Truss will have the first meeting in person with her successor later. King Charles III will meet Liz Truss in person. They spoke last night, of course, by telephone shortly after Liz Truss gave this address on the steps of Downing Street. These are not two figures that don't know each other. They have had meetings, private meetings, going back all the time to when Liz Truss was a cabinet minister in David Cameron's government. There are records of them meeting as far back as 2014. So they are not unfamiliar with one another, but today's meeting will be one of very special significance.
Well, the world has, of course, changed immeasurably since the Queen ascended to the throne, and even more since her birth 96 years ago. Well, ahead of her passing, some of those who knew her best, including her family, have spoken about what made her so unique. Our royal correspondent Rhiannon Mills looks back at the second Elizabethan era.
All those years of wisdom and compassion, we've been so lucky.
Her work ethic, her strong faith, her leadership, there wasn't anything Her Majesty couldn't do.
There was a courtesy and a humanity and a kindness that I'll remember forever.
It was a life of public service and duty. Committed to her country.
My lords and members of the House of Commons, I pray that the blessing of Almighty God may rest upon your councils.
And her Commonwealth.
I feel enormously proud of what the Commonwealth has achieved, and all of it within my lifetime.
Devoted wife and mother. A constant figure of national pride as the world around her witnessed extraordinary change. Born in 1926, Princess Elizabeth wasn't expected to be Queen. Home videos show it was a happy childhood.
In those days, it was such wonderfully unorganised fun because, I mean, we played a game called Catching Happy Days, which involved roaring around the garden at great speed, catching the leaves as they fell off the trees. That kept us happy all day.
Her destiny changed with the death of her grandfather and the abdication of her uncle. Her father was now king, and Elizabeth his heir. Her role for life was set, and her approach to it shaped by the Second World War. Clear even in her first broadcast when she was evacuated to Windsor.
My sister Margaret Rose and I feel so much for you, as we know from experience what it means to be away from those we love most of all.
The keep calm, carry on philosophy was absolutely embedded in her, I think.
The princess became a member of the ATS.
She joined the Auxiliary Territorial Service as others went off to fight.
Lieutenant Mountbatten seems glad to be back at work again.
Wartime also sparked the most important relationship of her life. She kept in touch with Prince Philip by writing letters. And in 1947, they got engaged. A glamorous young couple, their wedding was celebrated across the country. Soon, Prince Charles was born, followed by Princess Anne.
They're taking the places of the King and Queen who would have gone but for His Majesty's illness.
But duty called, her father was ill and they had to take his place on a tour of the Commonwealth.
To the stunned heart of London and to the whole Commonwealth came the tragic news from Sandringham of the passing of a beloved sovereign, King George VI.
In a remote lodge in Kenya, Prince Philip told her the news. She was now queen.
All accounts say that she gulped, gathered herself, a grieving daughter, but also now the queen, in a way that she could never have imagined, and of course in her early 20s at the time.
The following year came her coronation, broadcast for the first time on television.
She was very conscious of the fact that she needed to be out there, to be visible, going right back to televising the coronation.
Only 26, Queen Elizabeth still had to prove herself to courtiers, politicians, and the country. Years later, she described how it felt.
In a way, I didn't have an apprenticeship. My father died much too young. It was all a very sudden kind of taking on and making the best job you can.
From the very start, she felt she had to get out and connect with the public.
The Queen and Duke now took their places.
Through thousands of engagements and inventing the walkabout.
Whether you were the lollipop lady or you know, you were a president or a prime minister of a nation, people become nervous. And it was wonderful to see how Her Majesty would put them at ease.
Always calm, even when blanks were fired at Trooping the Colour. The Queen was constantly on duty, with constitutional responsibilities and weekly audiences with her prime ministers.
For someone who'd been a little boy in the streets of Durham waving a flag when she drove through in the 1960s, and suddenly there you were prime minister, virtually alone of all the people that you knew anything that you said to her stayed within the room.
Always displaying her support for the military.
The principle of listening to what she thought Churchill might have done in similar conditions or circumstances to what I found myself in. It was those sort of conversations that I learned a huge amount from and will treasure forever.
It's really nice comments, including one from President Biden.
Oh, that's very kind.
As every day, there were red boxes full of state papers to deal with.
Do we think that this is a good idea? Do we not know what it's about?
She was a wonderful boss. We used to put up a red box every evening, and we knew that she would have been through them and it would be back on our desk the next morning at 8 o'clock. It was extraordinary how she did this day after day throughout her reign.
It wasn't just matters at home. As head of the Commonwealth and Queen of other realms, she travelled more than any other head of state.
I remember going to Uganda for the Commonwealth Heads of Government Conference, and from the airport to the hotel, I don't think I've ever seen crowds like it.
Always conducting her own powerful form of soft diplomacy.
I did get a sense how concerned she was sometimes about some of the conflicts, some of the challenges. She can have a personal conversation which, you know, helps to move on some really quite difficult and tricky political moments.
I think we haven't kept you waiting. Very nice to see you. Yeah.
They melt around her. And I've seen the strongest men just literally sort of become putty in her fingers. They are all in awe of her.
Uachtaráin agus a coide.
The first British monarch to visit the Republic of Ireland in 100 years. She was a figurehead of unity and stability.
She never wavered from duty or service. And in uncertain times, people need anchors. We've lost one of our most important anchors.
I'm very glad to have been able to join you today.
There at times of national tragedy, including the coronavirus pandemic. Adapting the way she worked to reach out, set an example, and rally the nation with messages of resilience.
We should take comfort that while we may have more still to endure, better days will return. We will be with our friends again. We will be with our families again. We will meet again.
Her Majesty is the warrior queen. She has done it. She's been there. When Her Majesty addressed the nation, it's the empathy. We're all in this together, but it's going to be okay.
My grandfather broadcast the first of these Christmas messages.
Her Christmas broadcast every year was her chance to send a personal message.
It's no surprise that families so often treasure their Christmas routines.
Because behind the formality was an utterly devoted wife and mother.
Prince Andrew, 5 last February, probably feels quite senior now that he has a baby brother.
The family is very close together, and we do enjoy spending time. And she's always made time all the way through her life. And yes, there have been those particular moments of the year when that very much comes first.
When we were very young, obviously, it was harder for her to have so much time. And we were obviously living elsewhere as well, so we were never really all together in the same place. But whenever we had the family moments and we met up, she'd be very keen on watching what the children were up to. And I think there were moments when she loved the noise and running around the house. It kind of brought the house to life, and it kind of made the real family atmosphere.
I think that'll be strong enough.
Try that one up there.
We'll see if this is strong enough to... Get off, get off. I want it.
While she was head of state, Philip was head of the family and a huge support.
Come around this side. Nasty feeling, isn't it? Another brother.
They were a couple with a different relationship than many people have. But he learnt to live with that. It's difficult to be a monarch with the degree of responsibility that you have without a very good partnership to back you up.
When there were tough moments, if he was around, it was hugely important. You could see them working a crowd or working a walkabout.
You watch it, they'll stop you.
It wasn't planned, it was instinct. They both had the same metabolic clock, I think.
In 2021, she said goodbye to her beloved husband and dedicated consort.
We have been inspired by his unwavering loyalty to our Queen.
what you see is courage, but also a complete lack of self-pity. She feels grief, but as she said on one occasion, it's not about me.
In a less deferential world, they did weather more difficult times, especially in the 1990s, as her children got divorced and a fire wrecked Windsor Castle.
In the words of one of my more sympathetic correspondents, it has turned out to be an annus horribilis.
In 1997, Princess Diana died in a car crash. It was a low point for the royal family, as the crowds criticised them for staying in Scotland.
Take care of the boys. Take care of the boys, Mum.
That's what we've been doing.
Sorry?
That's what we've been doing.
I know you did.
The Queen eventually decided to speak.
I admired and respected her for her energy and commitment to others, and especially for her devotion to her two boys.
The Queen's life has been a continual process of evaluation, re-evaluation, shaping how you keep in touch with a world that's changing very fast. But she was always doing that.
In recent years, the Queen led the monarchy through more turmoil, with the Sussexes leaving and Prince Andrew facing sex abuse allegations. She rarely showed emotion in public. Privately, she was known for her genuine warmth and kindness.
One of my predecessors said, you never come out of your morning session with the Queen feeling worse than when you went in.
She was always worried about you and how you were.
It must be quite difficult to do.
You know, and how your family were.
You stick all these things in.
We were up shooting one day up in Balmoral, and the weather changed in the afternoon. So I took my raincoat, wrapped it round, I gave her my scarf and my gloves, and as I walked away, I cheekily took my flat shooting hat off and put it on top of her headscarf. 3 weeks later, she called me into her office, and she'd had this photograph developed and put in a beautiful frame for me, and she said, I thought you'd like to keep this as a souvenir of that very funny afternoon we had up in the hills of Scotland.
Just one paw. That's it.
She was never happier than when she was with her dogs and watching her horses.
Oh, she does relax with racing pork. Yes, definitely.
Has won for Her Majesty the Queen.
When she gets to racing pork, you can see the shoulders drop. You can see her. Somebody I know, somebody I've got something in common with. And she does maybe spend a little bit longer with them.
I do remember that suddenly there was a huge fight going on amongst a number of corgis. She waded in and she got bitten in the process, but she sorted it out.
Just sometimes we would see a glimpse of her sense of humour.
Careful what you wish for.
Oh, really? Please.
Boom.
As she shared the screen with some of Britain's other biggest stars. James Bond at the 2012 Olympics.
The two figures disappeared out of the helicopter. Harry, in complete incredulity, just shouted out, "Go Granny."
And Paddington Bear for her Platinum Jubilee.
I always keep one for emergencies.
So do I. I keep mine in here.
Oh.
For later.
Thank you for everything.
That's very kind.
As the Queen grew older, the whole country would come together to celebrate her milestone moments. She would go on to become Britain's longest reigning monarch.
Inevitably, a long life can pass by many milestones. My own is no exception.
And the first to mark a Platinum Jubilee. Her family increasingly expected to step in to support her. remarkable reign and the stability it brought, helping to secure the future of the monarchy as her family continued to grow. Throughout her life, honouring to the end the pledge she made at just 21.
I declare before you all that my whole life, whether it be long or short, shall be devoted to your service and to the service of our great imperial family to which we all belong.
Well, let us just bring you the very latest pictures that we've got, actually. This is from Buckingham Palace, first of all, the first changing of the guard, now called the King's Guard. All of this will take some getting used to, certainly, but the first King's Guard to take place since Prince Charles became king. Well, concerning King Charles III, then, let's also show you pictures from Aberdeen Airport. This, we believe, is the RAF jet used to move the royal family around. It's a Dassault Falcon 900 LX. It is anticipated that that will be used for the King and the Queen Consort, Charles and Camilla, to leave Aberdeenshire and head back to London for that anticipated meeting with the Prime Minister, and preparations too for that national address via television later on this evening. So the latest pictures from Aberdeen Airport. We certainly will keep abreast whether we see King Charles and Camilla, his Queen Consort, a little bit later on. In the meantime, joining me now is the former Director General of the European Union Military Staff and former Gentleman Usher of the Black Rod, David Leakey. Quite a title, is it not, Mr. Leakey? Remind us how your role brought you into contact with the Queen.
As Black Rod, you have a number of roles. The iconic bit of the role is banging on the door of the House of Commons at the state opening of Parliament. But this is if I can put it this way, a nano part of the role. There's much more to it than that. And one of the major parts is organising the ceremonials that take place in the Palace of Westminster. And over the next few days, you will see within the Palace of Westminster, and it has already started, a transformation ready to receive the coffin of the Queen, which will be placed on a catafalque in the centre of Westminster Hall. Westminster Hall is the huge space just below overlooked by the tower with Big Ben, and when the coffin has been received there, which will normally be on day 5, so probably early next week, there will then be 5 days of lying in state, when members of the public can file past the coffin and pay their respects. And then on about day 10, the coffin is taken from Westminster Hall in the Palace of Westminster across to Westminster Abbey for the state funeral. So that's a general outline. The detailed dates and timings, I think, have yet to be confirmed.
David Leakey, thank you very much indeed for your time. Plenty more from Balmoral and Buckingham Palace in just a moment. This is Sky News. It is 11 o'clock. I am live in Balmoral as the country mourns the death of Queen Elizabeth. A remarkable queen and an inspiration to the world. A period of mourning will be observed until 7 days after her funeral. King Charles III will leave Balmoral Castle shortly and travel to London, from where he will address the nation. Earlier, his son, Prince Harry, left Balmoral after spending the evening with his family.
Here at Buckingham Palace, the crowds are still gathering. Crowds remember a life lived in service and a monarch who has been a constant presence for millions of people.
She's all I've ever known,
and you feel like you know her, even though you don't.
She's dedicated her whole life to us, so I don't think many people would be prepared to do that.
A stateswoman of unmatched dignity. International leaders pay their respects to as President Biden signs a book of condolence. Tributes also paid around the Commonwealth as landmarks around the globe are lit up. Bells will toll and a gun salute will sound for every year of the Queen's life. We'll bring you all the developments as they happen live.
Hello and good morning from Balmoral. The UK has begun a period of mourning today following the death of Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II. Tributes and flowers have been laid here and across the country as the nation mourns the death of its Queen. The new King, Charles III, will make his way from here to London later today to address the nation. A little earlier, we had a statement from Buckingham Palace outlining some of the details of mourning and condolence. Well, the date of Queen Elizabeth's funeral will be confirmed in due course. Flags at royal residences will remain at half-mast until 8 a.m. on the morning after the final day of royal mourning. The public will be allowed to leave floral tributes at royal residences. And an online book of condolence is available on the royal website. Well, our royal correspondent, Rhiannon Mills, is in Westminster. And certainly today, Rhiannon, apologies, we don't have Rhiannon Mills. Let's just bring you up to date with the timeline of what would be expected, what will be taking place in the coming hours to mark Her Majesty's death. The Queen and his Queen Consort Camilla will return, as I said, to London today from Balmoral, with the monarch due to hold his first audience with Prime Minister Liz Truss. In central London, 96 rounds of gun salutes will be fired in tribute to the late monarch, and bells will ring out at Westminster Abbey, St Paul's Cathedral and Windsor Castle. Both Houses of Parliament will gather at noon, with Liz Truss leading tributes in the Commons. Well, Liz Truss, the Prime Minister, and senior ministers will also attend a public service of remembrance at St Paul's Cathedral in central London today. In the evening, King Charles is expected to address the nation in a televised speech where he will pay tribute to his mother and pledge to serve as head of state. And tomorrow morning then, an accession council will meet at St James's Palace in London to formally proclaim Charles as the new sovereign. Then in the afternoon, the Commons will hold a sitting to allow senior MPs to take the oath of allegiance to King Charles III. Well, let's bring in our correspondent then, Rhiannon Mills, our royal correspondent. And certainly we're seeing different elements of today, aren't we, Rhiannon? First of all, tributes, for example, in the Commons and the Lords, but also the beginnings of these constitutional processes to allow the new king to begin the accession to the throne.
There are so many different elements to this at play. I think for people up and down the country, in some ways still coming to terms with the shock. It is, after all, only 24 hours ago, less than 24 hours ago, actually, that we were reporting that doctors were concerned about the Queen's health, and then it was obviously 6:30 yesterday evening that they announced that she had died peacefully at Balmoral. And there is no doubt there have been these enormous fulsome tributes from right around the world in terms of her official status, the fact that she was this head of state without equal, everything she achieved in that incredible 70-year reign. But also, of course, the processes now kick in when it comes to the fact that we have a new king. The moment she took her last breath, her son and heir, Charles, immediately became our new monarch. And so for him, the procedures now start in terms of taking on those constitutional responsibilities. He has to take on the mantle of head of state. So we are anticipating that probably within the next hour or so, we are likely to see him down in London, and a number of things are likely to happen. So there's likely to be that meeting with Liz Truss, Prime Minister who's only been in the role, 3 days, and was one of the last people to see the Queen at Balmoral on Tuesday. Also, of course, importantly, we're going to see him deliver that address to the nation, a moment where he will really set that lasting impression of him as a future monarch. And I think it's going to be undoubtedly a very difficult moment for him. We know that he is an emotional man, and also it's a difficult balancing act. Yes, he is now the new king, but also will be hugely conscious of the fact that this is a country and a Commonwealth that is mourning a much-loved monarch. And for him, that sense of personal grief. Of course, he has been surrounded by family while he's been up in Balmoral. And one of those who was there was, of course, the Duke of Sussex, Prince Harry. It was purely fate that he was in the country this week. Him and Meghan were carrying out a series of engagements. And it was just over an hour ago that we saw Prince Harry leaving Aberdeen Airport to head back down to London, possibly to be reunited, of course, with Meghan, who decided not to travel up there. But there's been so much discussion, hasn't there, about that relationship between the rest of the royal family and the Sussexes. You hope that in this difficult moment they came together and were able to comfort each other and share some of those memories that they would have shared together so often during those summer holidays in Balmoral. We're seeing again a royal flight being wheeled onto the runway there at Aberdeen Airport. We wait for confirmation as to whether King Charles and Camilla, Queen Consort, have actually left Balmoral. There's some confusion at the moment as to when exactly they're likely to leave there. But yes, I anticipate that it won't be long, the next couple of hours, I would say, that they will be flying back down here to London to carry on with those constitutional duties and also talk about the funeral plans as well, because while we are talking about what's due to happen over the next few days, the palace, of course, always putting caveats in and saying, yes, these are the briefings that we've given you, but things are subject to change because it's still in his gift to look at the plans and decide what he believes is best and a fitting tribute to say farewell to his much-loved mother.
Rhiannon, thank you very much indeed. As we see those pictures from Aberdeen Airport, and certainly there's quite a crowd here now at Balmoral. You can see it a little bit later on, but people anticipating possibly that King Charles might leave from here. But there is some confusion about that, whether he'll leave from his own residence of Birkhall. Let me just quickly ask our Scotland correspondent James Matthews. So when you know, there's a lot of people now, you know, hoping to see our new king effectively, but he doesn't necessarily stay here. He's got the residence of Birkhall, which used to belong to the Queen Mother as well.
Indeed, that's right. The property that he inherited in 2002 upon her death. Very happy in that particular property. Had it refurbished. Celebrated his honeymoon, of course, there in 2005. So that's his base within this estate, and that. Should he leave from there, it may be that these people are disappointed if they and we are expecting to see a picture of Prince Charles. On these occasions, Anna, when there is media in town, photographers in town, they say follow the photographers, and actually there are as many of them at the gates of Birkhall as there are here. So who knows if we see him departing from this particular estate, but he will be bound for Aberdeen Airport at some stage for his onward journey to London, and very important engagements, a very important address on television to the nation. This is a man, you know, in the process of grieving, yes, in the process of leading his family through grief, but also in the process of becoming king, in a situation where he needs to inspire belief and confidence amongst a population that was so fond of his predecessor, his mother, and held her in such high esteem. So an important day on a number of levels for the new King Charles III.
In the simplest terms, she is a hard act to follow, isn't she? James, stay there. Thank you very much indeed. Well, more tributes coming in, certainly, including from international leaders. Let's listen then to the French President, Emmanuel Macron.
Dear citizens of the United Kingdom and the Commonwealth, aujourd'hui, nous sommes tellement tristes. It is with great sorrow that the French people have learned of the death of Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II. Her wisdom and empathy have helped us all to steer a path through the historic ups and downs of the last 7 decades. With her passing, we all feel an emptiness. Millions of people around the world discovered the images of her coronation and were immediately captivated by the young leader who already exhibited such strength and courage. The courage of a life marked by the war, and soon the courage to uphold, from one century to the next, the values of freedom and tenacity. Her rare and powerful words, her unwavering dignity, made her the constant symbol of the United Kingdom. We are grateful for her deep affection for France. Elizabeth II mastered our language, loved our culture, and touched our hearts. From her coronation on, she knew and spoke with all of our presidents. No other country had the privilege of welcoming her as many times as we did. In her, I have known a great head of state, a unique example of her devotion to her people, and a very close ally. With her, France and the United Kingdom shared not just an entente cordiale, but a warm, sincere, and loyal partnership. To you, she was your queen. To us, she was the queen. To us all, she would be with us forever. We will remember and perpetuate the values she never ceased to embody and promote, the moral fortitude of democracy and freedom. At this sad moment, we send our heartfelt condolences to His Majesty the King, the royal family, the British people, and all those who loved the Queen and will miss her so deeply. Nous sommes avec vous.
Well, the French president speaking beautifully in English there and paying a real tribute to Her Majesty and saying what we've heard from other nationalities, indeed those with monarchy still, like the Netherlands and Denmark. To you, she was your queen. To us, she was the queen. And that is certainly something that we have heard across the world. Jane.
Anna, thanks very much. Yes, heartfelt words indeed. Well, I'm outside Buckingham Palace, where thousands of people have gathered to pay their respects, laying flowers, leaving condolences. Many more are expected to come throughout the day to mourn their monarch of 70 years. People are still taking in the news of what has happened over the last 24 hours. Sky's Dan Whitehead is in Cardiff, and at Buckingham Palace here we also have Becky Cottrell. Should we cross to Becky first of all? Becky, just give us a flavour of what people are saying down there and why they're gathering here.
I think people kind of didn't know what else to do, maybe, if they were particularly fond of the Queen, or even if they were just sort of in London, they felt the need to come down today and lay flowers, pay their respects. And one of those people is Glyn. Glyn, you're with me now. Let's see the flowers that you bought. Glyn, you were a huge fan of Her Majesty. Just tell me why.
Well, just to reflect on what's happened over the last 24 hours, it just seemed the right thing to do today, to come here and pay respect to a lady who has been through so much in 70 years. But for me, she was with me morning, noon and night, and the mother and grandmother that I never met, but she was always there. And in certain times, you needed that strength and the service she provided.
Yeah, talk to me about that, times when she sort of led the nation.
Yeah, I mean, you know, she's been through a great deal in 70 years, you know, obviously the Second World War being probably one of the biggest, and then, you know, going through tragedy, but also great comfort as well. She has picked us up. She's picked the nation up. Even when Prince Philip passed her Christmas speech last year was very poignant about how she felt at the loss of a loved one and how she could understand that. But she's had a great deal of that. But to pick us up and make us feel very patriotic, yeah, I mean, you know, look at this. How many people here today that are doing the same thing just felt a need to come and pay respects to Her Majesty.
And will it be a very emotional moment when you lay the flowers down?
Yes, I'm doing it for a good friend of mine as well. I'm a carer, and she couldn't get up here. The crowds were too much. How much she was much royalist, a very patriotic young lady, and it will be emotional. This is a huge thing to happen in my lifetime, and yes, I suppose we all knew it would come, but after she introduced, our new Prime Minister 2 days before, an amazing woman, right up to the last.
Thank you, and you're just very smart today, and the moustache is actually a regular feature of yours because you're a professional Santa Claus, aren't you?
Oh, yes, I am, yes, that's coming up very soon. And obviously she has a family, and, you know, the festivities will continue with some, obviously, sadness, but, yeah, I'll give the big ho-ho-ho to the royal family this year, bigger than normal.
Thank you, and we'll let you get on with laying your flowers. Thank you for talking to us.
You're welcome.
And it really has got very busy here today. The crowd's swarming, and they're being directed over there to lay their flowers in respect to Her Majesty.
Becky, thanks very much. Let's cross to Dan Whitehead, who is in Cardiff for us. And Dan, there's going to be a gun salute where you are. We are certainly going to have that in London, and you're going to have the same where you are today as well.
Yes, I think that's one of the first major national events which are taking place in this period of mourning now. We're outside Cardiff Castle, where, as you say, a 96-gun salute will take place at 1 o'clock, a shot fired for every year of Her Majesty's life. The castle would normally have been open to the public. It was closed this morning, this notice put up, but since then some crowds have started to gather and queue up. It's going to open in around 20 minutes or so. They'll allow the public in to witness that moment. And as I say, the first point here in Wales to gather as public and remember Her Majesty. And we've been chatting to people here in Cardiff and indeed just around the corner on Queen Street this morning about how they're feeling on the news, less than 24 hours on, of course. And we were speaking to Jennifer Thomas, who understandably got quite emotional. She remembers the coronation of the Queen. Her Majesty was there present throughout her life. This is what she had to tell us.
Couldn't believe she had gone. It's a great loss. I just hope that Charles can live up to what his mother has obviously instilled in him. That'll be a wonderful legacy for him to carry forward.
We were actually talking as well to Jennifer's sister earlier on as well, who met the Queen when she visited the Aberfan disaster back in '66, which led to the death of more than 100 children when that coal tip fell on that school. She has personal memories of meeting the Queen then, and those tight connections between Her Majesty and Wales will be remembered over the next few days and in the lead up to the funeral. But of course, on people's minds here in Wales is the former Prince of Wales, now King Charles III, and the incredibly tight connections that the King has with Wales, and that will be a thought in the days going forward. But this afternoon, the crowds are starting to gather here in Wales as that gun salute takes place at 1 o'clock.
OK, Dan, thanks very much. And as we've been saying, the crowd's gathering too here at Buckingham Palace. Just come down to the palace. A lot of tourists, but a lot of people from London as well. And with me here at Buckingham Palace is one of the Queen's cousins, Princess Olga Romanov. Thanks so much for coming down and talking to us. Just tell us a little bit about the Queen. You met her a few times. What was she like in private?
She was an amazing woman. I mean, she was the most amazing woman and the most amazing monarch. Mother, grandmother, great-grandmother. Sorry. She was very kind, and she had an amazing sense of humour.
It was very kind of you to come down and talk about her. You know, she obviously meant a great deal to you. She meant a great deal to a lot of people watching as well.
She meant a great deal to everybody, 99% of the people in the country, of all walks of life, from, you know, people that work to the aristocrats, and all around the world with all her cousins and things.
We look at her service and her sense of duty that really ran the backbone of her reign, but also about her mischievous sense of humour. And I suppose you saw a side of her that people didn't see privately.
Well, I didn't really see that much of her privately, but I mean, cousins and friends saw her quite a lot, and she did have a good sense of humour. She was also a brilliant rider, and she had, you know, she adored her animals, which I always think is a good sign. Brilliant horsewoman.
And coming now behind, in the last few moments, we hear that the King and Queen have left Balmoral. They are now heading down to London. We have a new king, King Charles and Queen Camilla. You know them too both. What kind of king do you think Charles will be?
Oh, I think I've always thought he'd make a really good king. He's in touch with a lot of things that people used to poo-poo, like talking to his trees and being green, which of course is very apt now and been proved right many times. Camilla, I stayed in a house party so many years ago, like 1970, with her, and I thought she was fantastic, and I haven't changed my mind. I think she's a great girl, and they will be good, and they will do good. And he's not quite king, by the way. He's not been crowned yet. He's still, although he's called Charles III, yes. He's not quite there.
Yeah. In terms of the Queen and Camilla, she made it very clear, didn't she, before she passed, that she was going to be Queen Consort. Clearly the Queen was a fan of Camilla as well.
Well, she's done remarkably well. She hasn't, since she was married to Charles, said, or I mean, she's good. She's grounded and sensible.
We've seen other members of the royal family leaving Balmoral this morning as well, Prince Harry. One can only imagine what it was like for them there last night, but perhaps comfort in the fact that they were all able to be together.
Hopefully. A pretty grim situation to be in. And poor old Duke of Cambridge on his own. Duchess was down here looking after the children, which was very good, first day at school and all that. Hopefully they all had a bit of bonding.
How do you think the family will cope now?
Well, you know, they were brought up to cope, so I suspect they'll cope very well.
And do you feel that they will step up to their new roles? Because, of course, it's not just Charles stepping up to the new role, as you say. Formerly the Duke of Cambridge, now Prince William, is stepping up also. I'm
quite sure they'll step up beautifully. They're not the types to fail like that. They will do a grand job.
How will you remember her?
As being so normal, so not at all grand, just a very, very nice person.
And do you think that is why she was held so fondly in people's hearts? When we look at the number of people who are coming down here, there is nothing to see. It's an empty castle with some flowers outside it, but people still feel the need to come.
I think people just want to pay respects, even though her coffin hasn't arrived to London, and it won't be at the palace anyway. They just want to pay respects.
And we spoke to you at the Jubilee, of course, in the same location, but a really different atmosphere. Similar crowds, though. How do you think she would have regarded the fact that all of these people are coming out? She wasn't one for a fuss, was she?
She wasn't one for a fuss, but I think she would have been touched that people, cared so much.
They clearly do, and it's very kind of you to come down and talk to us today.
Thank you.
Despite how you feel. Thank you very, very much. It's Princess Olga Romanov, who is a cousin to the Queen. Well, we've just heard from President Macron a short time ago giving his tributes to the Queen, saying that she wasn't just a Queen, she was the Queen. And other leaders from around the world have also been offering their condolences. Joe Biden, Barack Obama and Canada's Justin Trudeau have been amongst those paying their respects. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky said that Her Majesty's death was a heavy loss for Europe and the whole world. The US correspondent Mark Stone reports.
She was, he had said, more than a monarch. She defined an era. And with that reflection, the American president was the first to sign the Book of Condolence at Britain's embassy in Washington. She led with enduring strength and dignity, he wrote.
We mourn for all of you. She was a great lady. We're so delighted we got to meet her.
At the White House, the lowering of the Stars and Stripes was a salute to the closest of friendships. America, the colony which split from British rule and yet became so fondly entwined from afar.
This is CNN Breaking News.
I want to go straight to London.
And so it was that the news of her death dominated everything, and will do for days.
Queen Elizabeth II, Britain's longest reigning monarch, has died at the age of 96.
For the woman who had met 13 of the last 14 presidents. From Truman, Eisenhower and Kennedy to Obama, Trump and Biden, she knew them all and she charmed them all. The so-called special relationship was one she fostered through so many American presidencies. Over the border, Canada, a Commonwealth nation, and a Prime Minister with a deeply personal reflection.
In a complicated world, her steady grace and resolve brought comfort and strength to us all. Canada is in mourning. She was one of my favorite people in the world, and I will miss her so.
She was head of state in nations far beyond Britain, but where the institution was increasingly questioned, the fondness for her was never in doubt.
This time of mourning will pass, but the deep respect and warm regard in which Australians have always held for Her Majesty will never fade.
Last summer's G7 meeting in Cornwall was, it would turn out, the last time many of today's leaders saw her in person. The French people are also in mourning, President Macron said. The one who rubbed shoulders with the giants of the 20th century on the path of history has gone to join them. She was above the turbulent geopolitics of the decades she reigned through, and yet so often her duty was to navigate it all. The tributes from around the world suggest a duty well done. Mark Stone, Sky News in Washington.
So confirmation then that King Charles has now left the Balmoral area and is heading towards Aberdeen Airport. This is a really important constitutional part of his journey, the formalising of the process as he becomes king. James Matthews, our Scotland correspondent, is here. Pictures taken at Ballater. You know, it really is, you know, the start of his. First of all, he's going to do a tour of the UK, isn't he? But also, this is how he establishes himself. It's a very critical time for him.
Yeah, the process of becoming king amidst a family's grief. You know, King Charles was here, indeed, yesterday. The first inkling we had that things were not right was when he cancelled his royal visit in the Central Belt. He came to spend time with his mother. He had spent long periods with his mother. On Saturday, when he substituted for her at the Highland gathering, the Braemar Highland gathering, he'd been inside in the company of his mother for several hours before and after that. So he's been at close quarters. He has been very much the family anchor throughout her final days. But yeah, that's the family business. Now there is the business of becoming king, a king that this nation can believe in. And that's why his journey to London, his meeting with the Prime Minister, a tour of the home nations, and particularly his address to the nation on television, a man who this country knows, this country has seen as Prince Charles, the son, first in line, the son of the monarch. It's important for him to establish himself as the new king, the new monarch, and at the most difficult time, at a time when he's lost his mother and clearly has much on his mind as a father, as a family man, but has much to prove as King Charles III.
And as a son as well, we know he's emotional, sensitive. We saw that at the death of his father, the Duke of Edinburgh. And yet now he has to go about the business of formalising the funeral plans, of his own accession plans that address to the nation. All high-profile events for him at a time when many of us would really want to grieve in private, but that is not what the royal family can do and indeed necessarily want to do at this time.
Indeed. He will want to carry the country with him, both in the process of becoming king, but also in the process of grieving for his family's loss and this nation's loss. And as we look around us here, Anna, there is a well-ordered, well-structured, well-organised process of public grieving going on. There are flowers being laid at the gates of Balmoral. There are stewards shepherding mourners, people who want to lay floral tributes for the Queen. You know, this is a plan that is being enacted, a plan a long time in the making. That's here at the gates of Balmoral. This is duplicated, as we see, and we've seen throughout the day at Buckingham Palace, elsewhere around the country. The public are being invited to express their grief and their gratitude, whether it's books of condolences, floral tributes at various buildings and so on, signing the online remembrance book on the royal website. The public are being invited to take a step forward and show their appreciation. And King Charles is very much at the heart of that.
Absolutely, James Matthews, thank you very much indeed. And certainly many of these people possibly had hoped to come and see the King departing the Balmoral estate. He's gone out of, it appears, his Birkhall estate, the one he inherited from the Queen Mother. But they are paying tributes here. They're leaving balloons. Many of them just want to say thank you, they said, and goodbye as well to Her Majesty the Queen. Well, tributes continuing to be paid to the Queen from right around the world this morning, as we heard more from Macron in the last hour. An image of Her Majesty too was projected onto the Sydney Opera House as night fell in Australia. Earlier in the day, a 96-gun salute was also held outside Australia's Parliament in Canberra, with one shell fired to mark each year of her life. Another gun salute was held at Wellington in New Zealand, where the country has been placed into a period of official mourning. Meanwhile, in Brussels, European Union flags have been lowered to half-mast. The French President, Emmanuel Macron, in the last half hour, paying tribute to the late monarch from Paris.
With her, France and the United Kingdom shared not just an entente cordiale, but a warm, sincere and loyal partnership. To you, she was your queen. To us, she was the queen. To us all, she would be with us forever.
Flowers have been laid at the British Embassy in Tokyo, where the Prime Minister of Japan is expected to visit later today. And in Brazil, Rio de Janeiro's Christ the Redeemer statue was lit up in red, white and blue in honour of Queen Elizabeth II.
Well, it's just been announced in the last few minutes that in addition to a number of things that we knew were going to be cancelled over the next few weeks, last night at the Proms, some sporting events, all Premier League matches this weekend are now also going to be postponed. We know that industrial action that was planned for next week by the Royal Mail and the RMT has also been postponed, but this will be key for many people. All Premier League matches this weekend have been postponed. Well, with me here outside Buckingham Palace, I'm joined by our International Affairs editor, Dominic Waghorn, and the historian, Sir Anthony Selden. The heavens have just opened behind us. But Dominic, the crowds still seem to be coming, don't they? An extraordinary amount of people coming and not a great deal for them to see.
Despite the very bad weather forecast, the thunder, I think, rumbling above us and torrential rain again, as we saw last night, they are coming in their thousands from Green Park, down from Wellington Arch at Hyde Park and down the Mall, and they're coming here to I guess, pay tributes, to pay their respects, to lay flowers, some of them. The ones I've spoken to, people all around the world, Brazil, Canada, Australia, as well as the UK. And what they have in common, I think, is a sense of profound sense of loss, a sense of loss that is personal for a lot of them. I think they feel that the Queen was almost a member of their family. One woman described her as the grandmother of the world. But I think also there's a sort of deeper sense of loss, which is, I think, harder to define, but a sense that we have lost somebody who's just been there throughout our lives. We knew this was going to happen eventually, but I don't think many of us could really imagine the world without the Queen. And she has kind of defined what it is to be British for so long. So whether or not you're a staunch royalist, she is a part of what we all are. And I think people are struggling with the emotion of how to cope with that loss. As one RAF veteran put it to me, he said it's an emotion he's never really experienced before. It's a sort of emotion that is unusual to all of us. And I think people are, we talk about struggling with emotions, coming to terms with emotions, almost a cliche, but I think people are trying to let it sink in, and the best place, I think, for many people to do that is at Buckingham Palace.
And coming here and drawing some comfort from the fact that others are doing the same.
Yes, I think so. And I think people have been saying that. They're saying that they want to be with others. Some people I spoke to last night said they'd heard the news, they were in their office and they felt they had to come here and do something. And I think that's being repeated today. We get drawn together, don't we, in moments of grief. And this is an extraordinary moment. I think people are drawing consolation and solace from being with each other. And they're, I think, also hoping for more news. And I think they're hoping that the succession process and the mourning period will reassure them. As one man said to me, he said, we just want it to continue. It can't continue with Queen Elizabeth, so it needs to continue under King Charles. And he felt deeply there's a real need for it to carry on. I think a lot of people will be feeling that as well. And so they'll be looking for reassurance from the process, the ceremonies of succession, and also during the mourning process as well.
And on that succession, Sir Anthony Selden, we've seen King Charles now travel down from Birkenhall Estate. We thought he was at Balmoral, but from Birkenhall to Aberdeen, and he's now then going to come down here to London. We think he's hopefully going to come to Buckingham Palace. We know that he's going to meet the new Prime Minister, a new King meeting a new Prime Minister. There must be so much going on in his mind, not least of all that he's just lost his mother. And just thinking about the fact that he's had all of these years to prepare for this. He knew this was coming. It was something he didn't want to think about because it would mean the passing of his mother. It's been a long apprenticeship for him, hasn't it?
A very long apprenticeship, and he is, as you say, having to cope with the personal loss. I mean, that was his mother, and when we all lose our mothers, it's a very big moment in our lives. At the same time, he's having to step up. We are a monarchy as well as a democracy, so the second that the monarch dies, the new monarch steps up. So he's known that this moment is going to be coming ever since he was aware that this was going to be coming in the 1950s, and he's been thinking it through and planning it out in his mind. Perhaps one reason why he has spoken on the subjects that he has on the environment and the arts and young people and faith, amongst others, is because he's been thinking it through for himself. What does he think the country needs? But for all that apprenticeship, nothing, like when the Prime Minister steps up, nothing prepares Liz Truss to know what it's like to be Prime Minister. Nothing will fully have prepared him to know what it's like to be King. I wonder if the first time he was called King, he slightly jumped inside himself, like perhaps we're all getting a little bit used to that, but it takes time.
And it's in marked contrast, isn't it, to his mother, who had a very short period of time compared to him to understand what was going to be expected of her and prepare for that role.
Absolutely. So she was a young woman, and her father died. No one hoped, everyone thought that and hoped that he would live longer, and it was a blow. And suddenly she found herself there as the monarch. And she didn't have that time, and yet there was also that same sense of service, obviously, her talk about wanting to serve till the very end, and the sense of the whole country and the Commonwealth of Nations. So she thought it through too, but with nothing like the length that he has had.
And in terms of what actually happens now, we've been referring to him as King Charles, but there hasn't been a coronation yet. Is he king? Or he is king, but he isn't king? Just explain where we are constitutionally there.
Well, he is the king. He became the king the moment that she died. And then there is the accession down the road in St James's Palace. Sometime tomorrow morning, we hear there'll be that formal announcement. We'll all see it on our television screens from the balcony about having the Accession Council having met, the formal announcement, and that will happen in key cities around the country. And then there'll be the coronation. So it's a series of steps while the country and the world, the Commonwealth, can say goodbye to the Queen who has died, but a series of steps also by which we can embrace the new king.
And in terms of that coronation, that's going to be a little way away, isn't it?
Coronations have always been massive events in British history for the monarch, and we'll see that. It will be an enormous international event. Yes, it will take time preparing. Obviously, people in the building behind us have been planning for her funeral for many, many years. London Bridge, the code name, as we know, and preparing also for the coronation. But in practical terms, no one obviously knew when it was going to occur. So the planning and the thinking through with winter approaching, indeed it's here now, feels like it, will affect the timing of that coronation, no doubt.
So Anthony Southern and Dominic Wackel, thank you both very much. And just to remind you of the breaking news a short time ago, the English Premier League has postponed all games this weekend as a mark of respect following the death of Queen Elizabeth II. The English Football League has followed suit, cancelling all of its games for this weekend too. And this comes on top of other sporting events being cancelled. Last night, the proms being cancelled and a number of union events being cancelled. We've got this tweet from the Premier League. It says, at a meeting this morning, Premier League clubs paid tribute to Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II to honour her extraordinary life and contribution to the nation, and as a mark of respect, this weekend's Premier League match round will be postponed, including Monday evening's games. Further updates regarding Premier League fixtures during the period of mourning will be provided in due course. I think we can expect quite a lot of events are going to be cancelled over the coming days as the country enters this period of mourning. But at noon today, MPs and peers will come together in Parliament to pay tribute to the Queen. Our Deputy Political Editor Sam Coates is at Westminster. And Sam, it was just 24 hours ago that really the first we all knew that something was wrong was that we saw notes being passed around the House of Commons during that energy statement and saw solemn faces. It's hard to believe, isn't it, that just 24 hours later, here we are sitting and the MPs are going to be paying tribute to the Queen who has now passed.
It's quite remarkable, isn't it, Jane, that 24 hours ago, Liz Truss was making possibly the biggest policy announcement of her career as Prime Minister, and here we are today. MPs gathering as we speak in the Houses of Parliament. What we're expecting at 12 o'clock is MPs to process in wearing mourning clothes, and there will be a prayer led by the Commons chaplain, and then the Speaker of the House of Commons will give his thanks to the Queen, who passed away yesterday, and then we'll call upon the Prime Minister Liz Truss, Opposition Leader Keir Starmer, and other senior figures. And I think what we will get through the afternoon, all the way through until 10 o'clock tonight, is a combination of MPs reflecting on the enormity of the Queen's role, of course, aside from politics, but there as head of state, not just in the United Kingdom but elsewhere, the role that she played in political and civic life. But also you have many, many politicians who have personal memories, personal stories to draw on. So expect a lot of anecdotes to reflect the light and the shade of her time on the throne and what she meant personally to them in the so many different roles that the Queen played. Already this morning, the Cabinet has been gathering where tributes have been paid, led by Liz Truss, in private, and there was a moment where the Cabinet stood to show their respect. The Shadow Cabinet with Sir Keir Starmer also did the same, memories and a moment of silent standing reflection as well. Liz Truss will have her first face-to-face meeting with Prince Charles later today. She will also give a reading at the memorial service later. The two of them have known each other for a number of years. Not only did they speak yesterday by phone shortly after Liz Truss gave the address on the steps of Downing Street, but Prince Charles, as he was then, has had meetings with Liz Truss. Now, as King Charles III, they will come face to face later today.
Sam, thanks very much.
Well, welcome back to Balmoral, and what has been made very clear is the Queen's faith was incredibly important to her. We're joined now by the Very Reverend Dr. E. Lorna Hood, a former moderator of the Church of Scotland and chaplain to Her Majesty the Queen. Well, very good to talk to you at this very difficult time, and certainly you must have come into very close contact with Her Majesty in your roles.
Yes, one of the delights of our ministry was staying at Balmoral. And at least a couple of weekends and having that time with her and having that personal touch. In fact, when I saw the photograph just the other day with our Prime Minister, and I thought, I sat on that sofa with her and saw the pictures from her holiday. And it was just these personal things that made her so very special in such a way to so many people.
And tell us about her relationship with Balmoral and your visits here then. You know, did you see it was a time where she could be more relaxed, you know, walk along the River Dee, get in those Land Rover Defenders, ride the horses, walk the dogs? What sort of Queen did you see here?
Just someone who was very relaxed in her setting and loved the place. I remember looking out of the window in that lounge and talking about the beauty of the landscape, and she said yes, and then she suddenly said it, and it was I'll just say a world leader from many years ago who had referred to our mountains and hills as these little brown hills, and she was quite annoyed at that because she just loved Balmoral, she loved the landscape, she loved the countryside, and I think at Balmoral she could just be herself, and she had that freedom to enjoy. And of course, part of being Balmoral is you have not only the formal dinners, but you have the barbecues, the special barbecues out in the countryside. And in that time, she drives you to the barbecue. So there's that part where you're thinking, I'm sitting with the Queen and she's driving me to a barbecue. But it was so normal in so many ways. And certainly when there, I had to keep reminding myself that this was not an old lady in my congregation, but this was the Queen. So I had to throw in a ma'am every now and again, just to remind myself who I was speaking to, because she did make you, I felt, feel just so welcome, and she was glad to have you there. But you could just see her love of Scotland, her love of Balmoral shining through everything that was there. And of course in Balmoral she went to church every Sunday at Crathy, and there was a series of ministers who would take the service at Crathy, and then you would have a discussion afterwards as to your sermon, etc. And her faith was just so much part of her. You can't talk about the Queen without talking about her faith, because her faith was her, and her faith gave her the purpose and the strength and all that she was.
And it was so important, was it not, to go to those services, and was said to be desperately sad when she wasn't well enough to attend them. Is that what you would have thought too?
Absolutely. Being at the service was just part of her life. It wasn't something she would have thought about. It was just part of her to be there for worship. And I'm told that you had to have your readings and the scriptural readings for your sermon on the Sunday, and the minister of Crathy would take those readings, the order of service, up to her on the Saturday evening, so that she knew what you'd be preaching on, at least the scripture you'd be preaching on the Sunday morning.
Were you involved in any of the plans in case the Queen did pass away here at Balmoral? What the order of events would be?
Yes, we have had meetings in Scotland. It's called Operation Unicorn. And so there are details, and we're just waiting for the final details because we know that the Queen's remains will be brought down to Holyrood, and there'll be a vigil, and then over into St Giles Cathedral, and there'll be a service there, and then a vigil for that. So there are 10 chaplains in Scotland, and we will be involved in the vigil and being present at the service. So for Scotland, the chaplains are involved over the next 2-3 days, basically from Sunday evening until Tuesday. But we're just waiting to get the final details of that. But we've known what the procedure would be at that time. But of course, it's the Minister of Crathie, Ken Mackenzie, who's up there, and all our thoughts and prayers are with Ken at this time as he seeks to minister to the family and was there for the Queen, which was so very important for her minister.
Well, there are plenty of details still to come, aren't there, on very many of the events, commemorations and remembrances over the next few days. But we much appreciate your time there. The Very Reverend Dr. E. Lorna Hood, former chaplain to the Queen.
Well, Anna, the new king will be formally proclaimed monarch at a historic accession council on Saturday. His Majesty Charles III has automatically become king on the death of his mother, but the accession council is usually convened at St James's Palace within 24 hours of the death of a sovereign to formally proclaim its successor. And one of those who will be there is the Archbishop of York, who is a member of the accession council for the proclamation of His Majesty Charles III, Stephen Cottrell. Good to talk to you today, Archbishop. Just talk us through a little bit about what happens tomorrow before we touch on your recollections of the Queen. Just talk us through what will happen.
Well, tomorrow the work of the Accession Council is very simple. Really, there's a simple process that is gone through, which has the effect of proclaiming King Charles as king, as you've just said. He became king the moment his mother, Her Majesty the Queen, died. But the work of the council tomorrow is to formally declare that. So I'm in York at the moment, travelling down to London soon. I'm hoping to maybe pop into the House of Lords today. But there's the national service at St Paul's Cathedral this evening. Then yes, the council tomorrow.
Yeah, a busy time. So to the Queen, a loss, of course, to the nation, a loss to her family deeply, but also a loss to the church. She was a deeply religious woman, wasn't she?
Yes, I mean, I've said to several people this morning already that I don't think you can really understand the Queen without understanding her Christian faith. It was deep inside her. It was what sustained her, what motivated her. And it's a word that we maybe don't use that much in wider society, but we still use in the church. For her, it was a vocation. That is, she felt a great sense of calling from God to serve this nation. And her life, her Christian life, was therefore sustained by the ordinary things. Worship each Sunday mattered to her, daily prayer. And so I think she was someone who understood that although she was Queen, head of state, supreme governor of the church, she also knew where she had to bend the knee, that she was accountable. She understood that there's more to this life than what we see around us. So, of course, I, like everybody else, is full of sadness today. The shock that you always have when somebody dies, even if you see that death coming. But also great hope, because the Queen's life was a life of profound faith, motivated, sustained by faith. She lived and died in the great Christian hope. That's why in churches up and down the nation today and in the coming days, we will be saying, may she rest in peace, but also rise in glory. That is the great hope of the Christian faith, a hope which goes beyond this life.
And in terms of that, comfort for her family, and perhaps comfort for her too in her final moments, that she will be rejoining her beloved Prince Philip.
Yes, I mean, obviously I can't pretend I knew her well, but I did have the great privilege of meeting her on numerous occasions, indeed staying with her on one occasion, and it was very evident to me that this was a person of faith whose faith was real, and therefore I trust and hope and believe that in her final moments, as she let go of this life, she was cleaving to the life which is to come. She was placing herself and her trust in her Lord and King, our Saviour Jesus Christ. This is what all Christians do. And so I look back and think, well, what was great about the Queen was, if you don't mind me putting it this way, she didn't take herself too seriously. She took her role as head of state, servant to the nation, very seriously indeed. But she gave herself to inhabiting that role with a kind of simplicity and a joy and a great warmth. And as her life drew to a close, I believe, as is the case with people of strong faith, she was looking forward to that which is to come. And I really hope and pray that her family, and indeed the whole household of our nation, will today and in the coming days be sustained by that faith. There's a prayer we're saying in the churches today and at the moment about following her example. And that's an example of service, an example of dedication, but it's an example that was born and sustained of her faith in Jesus Christ.
Are you worried about the church and its popularity now that she has passed? Because we are, it seems, an increasingly secular society, and the Queen was not at all shy to talk about her faith and to be proud in leading a church.
I'm not worried about it, no. Of course, I care deeply that the people of this nation know that they have a God who loves them and a purpose for people's lives and a joy and a hope beyond this life. Of course, I care deeply about that, but no, I'm not worried. If God is real, then that's a reality for everybody, and God is bigger than the church and bigger than Archbishop, bigger than the Queen. And the thing is, the Queen knew that's the thing. Because of her faith, she was able to put herself and her whole life in proper perspective. It kept her warm. Actually, quite, when I stayed with her, on the one hand, I thought, what an incredible person, what a life, what a faith, and yet there was a simple ordinariness to her. So she exemplified for me and for us what a Christian life looks like. So no, I'm not worried, but I do hope and pray that we will heed and learn from her example, because it's what the world needs. We need to live our lives with simplicity, faithfulness, service, dedication, duty. They're things we need in our world, and we need the hope of the gospel. So let's learn from our Queen. That might be her last greatest gift to us. The knowledge of her faith, which carried her through life, but beyond life, through death, into the life which is to come, the great hope of the Christian faith.
That's a lovely sentiment to end on. Stephen Cotterill, the Archbishop of York, thank you very much. Well, you're watching Sky News. It's just coming up to midday. You're watching us live from Buckingham Palace. In a few moments, the leader of the House of Commons will lead a procession and a minute's silence to mark the death of Her Majesty the Queen. The new Prime Minister, Liz Truss, will be in attendance. And at 12 o'clock, bells are expected to toll across the country to mark the Queen's passing. At Westminster shortly, the Prime Minister will lead MPs and peers as Parliament comes together to pay tribute to Queen Elizabeth. We will bring you all of those moments live. We're also waiting for King Charles, who has now left Balmoral Castle to arrive at Aberdeen Airport, where he will leave for London. In the last few minutes, we saw his car leave, but let's cross to the Houses of Parliament and talk to our Deputy Political Editor, Sam Coates, who is there for us. Sam, just tell us what's happening.
central lobby into the House of Commons chamber shortly before we're going to hear tributes from the Speaker and senior parliamentarians reflecting on the life of the Queen. You can see many MPs will be in mourning dress, others dressed in black tie as this prepares to get underway. Right now what is going on is MPs going into the chamber for prayers. Those prayers are not shown on camera, but the tributes will begin starting with the Speaker very shortly.
Sam, we're going to listen now to the bells that are ringing across the UK. They're ringing at Westminster Abbey in London.
As the bells ring out at Aberdeen Airport, the RAF jet, which takes the royal family, is standing by for the new king, King Charles III, and Camilla, Queen Consort, to begin those important constitutional duties which will see his formal accession to the throne. Our Scotland correspondent James Matthews is here with us, and leaving the Balmoral area around an hour ago. We anticipate them there very shortly, and this really is a formalising of the process for the new king in order to meet the Prime Minister and, importantly too, later on tonight make an address to the nation.
Yeah, King Charles III left not by this, the front gate of the Balmoral estate, but by what might be considered a rear gate. Burke Hall is the property that he owns in this part of the world. He inherited it from his mother, from the Queen Mother, in 2002, and of course that's where he spent his honeymoon in 2005. He enjoys very much this part of the world, much in the way that his mother did. And you know, there's long been conversation and discussion about the royal family's attachment to Balmoral after the passing of the Queen. So I suppose in time we will see how that evolves. But King Charles, as a child and as a man, had a close association with the Balmoral estate, a great fondness, like his mother and like his father, for this place and everything that this place had to offer, the solitude, the outdoor pursuits, the wildlife, the scenery. It has been very much his place, as much as it has been the chosen place, a favoured place of the Queen.
And there we can see a small number of people who are there to stand by to greet King Charles. Let's listen to, or actually go and witness, a minute's silence in the Commons.
Before I call the Prime Minister, it is with the greatest sadness that I rise to say a few words in tribute to Her late Majesty, Queen Elizabeth. Almost all of us in the House have experienced no other monarch, this country's throne, but Her late Majesty. There are indeed only a score or so members in this House who have already been born, let alone who can recall a time when she wasn't the Queen. She is wedded in our minds with the crown and all it stands for. After accession in February 1952, she first came to the Palace of Westminster to open the session of Parliament in November 1952, when Winston Churchill was the Prime Minister and Speaker William Morrison was in the chair, almost 70 years ago. 57 complete sessions of Parliament have passed since then, and as she was here to open all but 3 of them, as parliamentarians, we have celebrated with her for silver, golden, diamond jubilees, and of course, marked her platinum jubilee this year, in which the lamp standards have been unveiled in New Palace Yard. In this place, her reign saw 10 different speakers occupy the chair. During her reign, there were 18 general elections, and I'm sure the Prime Minister will remind of us how many of her predecessors she welcomed to, and always, I am sure, with quiet wisdom. As the longest-serving monarch this country has known, she would have been assured of a notable entry in our history books, even were it not for the magnificence in which she undertook the role as Queen, but for a magnificent service, and what a service that entailed, not just as head of the nation, but head of the Commonwealth, head of the Armed Forces, and Supreme Governor of the Church of England. Over her reign, she has seen unprecedented social, cultural, technological change. Through it all, she was the most conscientious and dutiful of monarchs. But while she understood the inescapable nature of duty, which sometimes must have weighed upon her heavily, she also delighted in carrying it out, for she was the most devoted monarch. As well as Queen, she was a wife, a mother, a grandmother and great-grandmother, roles she carried out with the same sense of vocation as well as human kindness as the role of Queen. Her life, without unhappiness and troubles, but our memories of her will be filled with that image of a gently smiling dedication that showed throughout her life. Indeed, while this is a time of very considerable sadness, those memories of a noble, gracious lady who devoted her life to her family, the United Kingdom, and those nations around the world whom she served as Queen, will bring us some consolation and joy. My deepest sympathies are with His Majesty, the King, and other members of the royal family, to whom I commend all our sincere condolences and support at this very, very sad time. Order. We are meeting today for tributes to Her late Majesty, Queen Elizabeth. I would like to inform the House that we will sit today until approximately 10 p.m. for tributes. At approximately 6 o'clock, the House will be suspended while His Majesty, the King, makes his broadcast to the nation. Members present will be able to watch the broadcast on screens in the chamber. We will then resume our proceedings to continue with tributes. The House will then sit again tomorrow at 1 o'clock. The first business will be oath-taking for a small number of senior members. Members to be invited to take the oath tomorrow are being contacted by my office. All other members will have an opportunity to take the oath when the House returns. After oath-taking tomorrow, tributes will be continued. The House is expected to sit till approximately 10 p.m. The House is not expected to sit on Sunday. I now call the Prime Minister, Elizabeth Truss.
Mr. Speaker, in the hours since last night's shocking news, we have witnessed the most heartfelt outpouring of grief at the loss of Her late Majesty, the Queen. Crowds have gathered, flags have been lowered to half-mast, tributes have been sent from every continent around the world. On the death of her father, King George VI, Winston Churchill said the news had stilled the clatter and traffic of 20th century life in many lands. Now, 70 years later, in the tumult of the 21st century, life has paused again. Her late Majesty, Queen Elizabeth II, was one of the greatest leaders the world has ever known. She was the rock on which modern Britain was built. She came to the throne at just 25, in a country that was emerging from the shadow of war. She bequeaths a modern, dynamic nation that has grown and flourished under her reign. The United Kingdom is the great country it is today because of her. The Commonwealth is the family of nations it is today because of her. She was devoted to the union of England, Scotland, Wales and Northern Ireland. She served 15 countries as head of state, and she loved them all. Her words of wisdom gave us strength in the most testing times. During the darkest moments of the pandemic, she gave us hope that we would meet again. She knew this generation of Britons would be as strong as any. And as we meet today, we remember the pledge she made on her 21st birthday to dedicate her life to service. The whole House will agree. Never has a promise been so completely fulfilled. Yeah. Her devotion to duty remains an example to us all. She carried out thousands of engagements. She took a red box every day. She gave her assent to countless pieces of legislation and was at the heart of our national life for 7 decades. As Supreme Governor of the Church of England, she drew on her deep faith. She was the nation's greatest diplomat. Her visits to post-apartheid South Africa and to the Republic of Ireland showed a unique ability to transcend difference and heal division. In total, she visited well over 100 countries. She met more people than any other monarch in our history. She gave counsel to prime ministers and ministers across government. I have personally greatly valued her wise advice. Only last October, I witnessed firsthand how she charmed the world's leading investors at Windsor Castle. She was always so proud of Britain and always embodied the spirit of our great country. She remained determined to carry out her duties, even at the age of 96. It was just 3 days ago at Balmoral that she invited me to form a government and become her 15th Prime Minister. Again, she generously shared with me her deep experience of government, even in those last days. Everyone who met her will remember the moment. They will speak of it for the rest of their lives. Even those who never met her, Her late Majesty's image is an icon for what Britain stands for as a nation, on our coins, on our stamps, and in portraits around the world. Her legacy will endure through the countless people she met, the global history she witnessed, and the lives that she touched. She was loved and admired by people across the United Kingdom and across the world. One of the reasons for that affection was her sheer humanity. She reinvented monarchy for the modern age. She was a champion of freedom and democracy around the world. She was dignified but not distant. She was willing to have fun, whether on a mission with 007 or having tea with Paddington Bear. She brought the monarchy into people's lives and into people's homes. During her first televised Christmas message in 1957, she said, "Today we need a special kind of courage, so we can show the world that we are not afraid of the future. We need that courage now." In an instant yesterday, our lives changed forever. Today, we show the world that we do not fear what lies ahead. We send our deepest sympathy to all members of the royal family. We pay tribute to our late Queen, and we offer loyal service to our new King. His Majesty, King Charles III, bears an awesome responsibility that he now carries for all of us. I was grateful to speak to His Majesty last night and offer my condolences. Even as he mourns, his sense of duty and service is clear. He has already made a profound contribution through his work on conservation, education, and his tireless diplomacy. We owe him our loyalty and devotion. The British people, the Commonwealth, and all of us in this House will support him as he takes our country forward to a new era of hope and progress, our new Carolean age. The crown endures, our nation endures, and in that spirit, I say, God save the King.
I now call the Leader of the Opposition, Keir Starmer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today, our country, our people, this House are united in mourning. Queen Elizabeth II was this great country's greatest monarch. And for the vast majority of us, it feels impossible to imagine a Britain without her. All our thoughts are with her beloved family, our royal family, at this moment of profound grief. This is a deep and private loss for them. Yet it's one we all share, because Queen Elizabeth created a special personal relationship with us all. That relationship was built on the attributes that defined her reign: her total commitment to service and duty, her deep devotion to the country, the Commonwealth, and the people she loved. In return for that, we loved her. And it is because of that great shared love that we grieve today. For the 70 glorious years of her reign, our Queen was at the heart of this nation's life. She did not simply reign over us. She lived alongside us. She shared in our hopes and our fears, our joy and our pain, our good times and our bad. Our Queen played a crucial role as the thread between the history we cherish and the present we own. A reminder that our generational battle against the evil of fascism or the emergence of a new Britain out of the rubble of the Second World War do not only belong to the past, but are the inheritance of each and every one of us. A reminder that the creativity, the hard work, the enterprise that has always defined this nation is as abundant now as it ever was. A reminder that the prospect of a better future still burns brightly. Never was this link more important, that when our country was plunged into lockdown at the start of the pandemic, her simple message that we would see family again, that we would see friends again, that we would be together again, gave people strength and courage when they needed it most. But it wasn't simply the message that allowed a shaken nation to draw upon those reserves. It was the fact that she was the messenger. COVID closed the front doors of every home in the country. It made our lives smaller and more remote. But she was able to reach beyond that, to reassure us and steel us. At the time we were most alone, at a time we'd been driven apart, she held the nation close in a way no one else could have done. For that, we say thank you. On the occasion of the Queen's Silver Jubilee in 1977, Philip Larkin wrote of her reign, "In times when nothing stood, but worsened or grew strange, there was one constant good, she did not change." It feels like we are once again in a moment in our history where, as Larkin put it, things are growing strange, where everything is spinning, a nation requires a still point. When times are difficult, it requires comfort. And when direction is hard to find, it requires leadership. The loss of our Queen robs this country of its stillest point, its greatest comfort, at precisely the time we need those things most. But our Queen's commitment to us, her life of public service, was underpinned by one crucial understanding: that the country she came to symbolise is bigger than any one individual or any one institution. It is the sum total of all our history and all our endeavours, and it will endure. The late Queen would have wanted us to redouble our efforts, to turn our collar up and face the storm, to carry on. Most of all, she would want us to remember that it is in these moments that we must pull together. This House is a place where ideas and ideals are debated. Of course, that leads to passionate disagreement. Of course, temperatures can run high. But we all do it in pursuit of something greater. We do it because we believe we can make this great country and its people greater still. At this moment of uncertainty, where our country feels caught between a past it cannot relive and a future yet to be revealed, we must always remember one of the great lessons of our Queen's reign, that we are always better when we rise above the petty, the trivial, the day-to-day, to focus on the things that really matter, the things that unite us, rather than those which divide us. Our Elizabethan age may now be over, but her legacy will live on forever. And as the children of that era, it falls upon us to take that legacy forward, to show the same love of country, the love of one another, as she did, to show empathy and compassion, as she did, and to get Britain through this dark night and bring it into the dawn, as she did. We join together today not just to say goodbye to our Queen, to share in our mourning, but to say something else important. God save the King, because as one era ends, so another begins. King Charles III has been a devoted servant of this country his entire life. He has been a powerful voice for fairness and understood the importance of the environment long before many others. As he ascends to his new role, with the Queen Consort by his side, the whole House, indeed the whole country, will join today to wish him a long, happy and successful reign. Mr. Speaker, the emotions we see across the nation today are echoed across the Commonwealth, to which our Queen was so committed. in the church to which our Queen was so devoted, and in the armed forces which she led and her family served. Around the world, people will be united in mourning for her passing and united in celebrating her life. We've already seen beautiful tributes flow from across the world. It will be impossible to capture them all here. But each one is a reminder of the esteem in which she was held, of what she achieved on behalf of her country, of the shared values we treasure. The reason our loss feels so profound is not just because she stood at the head of our country for 70 years, but because, in spirit, she stood amongst us. As we move forward, as we forge a new path, as we build towards a better future, she will always be with us. For all she gave us and all she will continue to give us, we say thank you. May our Queen rest in peace. God save the King.
Sir Keir Starmer following the Prime Minister Liz Truss in paying heartfelt tributes to Her Majesty the Queen. Meanwhile, this is Aberdeen Airport. On that plane is the King, Charles III, Camilla the Queen Consort, as they make their way towards London. Buckingham Palace has just issued another announcement. His Majesty the King will be proclaimed at the Accession Council at 10 o'clock tomorrow morning in the State Apartment of St James's Palace, London. The Accession Council is attended by Privy Councillors. It is divided into two parts. In part one, the Privy Council meets without the King present and they formally proclaim the sovereign. Part two is held with the King. The King will make his declaration and read and sign an oath to uphold the security of the Church in Scotland and approve orders in Council which facilitate continuity of government. The Accession Council will then be followed by what they call Principal Proclamation, which will be read at 11 o'clock from the balcony overlooking Friary Court at St James's Palace. The first time that we have seen the King boarding the plane just a short time ago as he heads towards a meeting in London with the Prime Minister Liz Truss. He will then make a public address to the nation, and we heard from the Speaker, Lindsay Hoyle, it will be at approximately 6 p.m. this evening that we will hear King Charles pay tribute to his mother, Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II, and also show his willingness for the continuity of the sovereignty and monarchy of this country. And Rhiannon, this is the beginning of a formal process for King Charles at what must be still a very difficult time for him.
Anna, it was only 24 hours ago that I was reading out a press release from Buckingham Palace in which they confirmed that doctors were concerned about the Queen's health and that she was under medical supervision. And now we look at a plane on the tarmac there at Aberdeen Airport, preparing to take off to now return our new King from Scotland to London, where he will continue the constitutional duties which were left behind the moment that his mother took her last breath. And I think what was striking for me was seeing him stepping out of that car, clearly with some notes under his arm, the work has already begun at a time when he is also sharing in the grief that this country is feeling, but also experiencing, no doubt, a very personal sense of loss. As we see that plane taking off, he has an enormous task ahead of him. The transition from one monarch to the next is immediate. And now he takes on the full weight of all those constitutional duties, and also in the coming days, the important task of joining this country and people around the world as they mourn the death of Queen Elizabeth II, and also preparing a fitting tribute for her when it comes to her funeral. Earlier on, we were told that he had decided that royal mourning would last for 7 days after the funeral took place. We're still waiting to hear the date of that funeral, as King Charles III is now in the air with his wife, Camilla, the Queen Consort. And these were pictures that were filmed earlier, and it really stood out to me that this is the man that for 73 years we have known as Prince Charles. He is now King Charles III. And yet in this moment of loss, he was still there, spending time, thanking those at Aberdeen Airport who it looks like he already knows quite well, and you would expect that. After all, the royal family spend a great deal of time up in Scotland, especially during the summer. But taking that time to pause with Camilla next to him, also taking that moment to stop and chat as all of their bags were taken onto the plane, and then finally making his way up those steps where he knows that there are important duties lying ahead of him back here in London. So we know that he is due to meet with the Prime Minister Liz Truss, who, of course, was one of the last people to see his mother, Queen Elizabeth, alive during that handover of power on Tuesday. We also anticipate that we will see a pre-recorded speech delivered by him, an address to the nation. And that was confirmed by the Speaker of the House, Lindsay Hoyle, during that moment where members of the Commons were sitting in order to pay their tributes. Lindsay Hoyle confirming that that broadcast is going to happen at 6 o'clock this evening. And that, I think, will be a seminal moment for him, where he will really show and give that impression of what he is going to deliver, how he wants to connect, how he wants to share this moment with the country and so many around the world. But as I alluded to, it is a difficult time, isn't it? Immediately taking on those important constitutional duties at a time where he is also, in his own private moments, saying farewell to his, as he described her yesterday, his beloved mother.
Rhiannon Mills, thank you very much indeed, as we have watched King Charles III and Camilla, Queen Consort, departing Scotland on the way to London.
Well, in the last few minutes, Parliament has begun to pay tribute to Queen Elizabeth, with the new Prime Minister Liz Truss saying that Her Majesty's death has caused a heartfelt outpouring of grief around the world. She talks about how she was so proud of Britain, her sheer humanity, and that she reinvented the monarchy for the modern age. As you can see, a moment's silence was held in the Commons before these tributes began. Liz Truss talked about how the Queen brought into people's lives and into people's homes her sheer humanity. Lindsay Hoyle, the Speaker of the House of Commons, talked about the magnificence with which she undertook her role. And Keir Starmer, the leader of the opposition, spoke about her casting a thread between the history we cherish and the future that we own, and both the leader of the opposition and the Prime Minister finishing their tributes with God Save the King. Well, Well, across the country, people are digesting the news and responding to it. Dan Whitehead is in Cardiff. Lisa Dowd is in Birmingham. Let's listen, though, to the Commons first of all. Boris Johnson is speaking.
Almost familial sense of loss. Perhaps it's partly that she's always been there, a changeless human reference point in British life. The person who, all the surveys say, appears most often in our dreams. So unvarying in her pole-star radiance that we have perhaps been lulled into thinking that she might be in some way eternal. But I think our shock is keener today because we are coming to understand in her death the full magnitude of what she did for us all. And think of what we asked that 25-year-old woman all those years ago. To be the person so globally trusted that her image should be on every unit of our currency, every postage stamp, the person in whose name all justice is dispensed in this country, every law passed, to whom every minister of the Crown swears allegiance, and for whom every member of our armed services is pledged, if necessary, to lay down their lives. Think what we asked of her in that moment. Not just to be the living embodiment in her DNA of the history and continuity and unity of this country, but to be the figurehead of our entire system, the keystone in the vast arch of the British state, a role that only she could fulfill because in the brilliant and durable bargain of the constitutional monarchy, only she could be trusted to be above any party political or commercial interest and to incarnate impartially the very concept and essence of the nation. Think what we asked of her and think what she gave. She showed the world not just how to reign over a people, she showed the world how to give, how to love, and how to serve. And as we look back at that vast arc of service, its sheer duration is almost impossible to take in. She was the last living person in British public life to have served in uniform in the Second World War. She was the first female member of the royal family in 1,000 years to serve full-time in the armed forces, and that impulse to do her duty carried her right through into her 10th decade to the very moment in Balmoral, as my right honourable friend has said, only 3 days ago, when she's 15th, and I can tell you, in that audience, she was as radiant and as knowledgeable and as fascinated by politics as ever I can remember, and as wise in her advice as anyone I know, if not wiser. And over that extraordinary span of public service, with her naturally retentive and inquiring mind, I think, and doubtless many of the 15 would agree, that she became the greatest statesman and diplomat of all. And she knew instinctively how to cheer up the nation, how to lead a celebration. I remember her innocent joy more than 10 years ago after the opening ceremony of the London Olympics, when I told her that the leader of a friendly Middle Eastern country seemed actually to believe that she had jumped out of a helicopter in a pink dress and parachuted into the stadium. And I remember her equal pleasure on being told just a few weeks ago that she had been a smash hit in her performance with Paddington Bear. And perhaps more importantly, she knew how to keep us going when times were toughest. In 1940, when this country and this democracy faced the real possibility of extinction, she gave a broadcast, aged only 14, that was intended to reassure the children of Britain. She said then, "We know, every one of us, that in the end, all will be well. She was right. And she was right again in the darkest days of the COVID pandemic when she came on our screens and told us that we would meet again. And we did. And I know I speak for other Prime Ministers, when I say ex-Prime Ministers, when I say that she helped to comfort and guide us as well as the nation, because she had the patience and the sense of history to see that troubles come and go and that disasters are seldom as bad as they seem. And it was that indomitability, that humour, that work ethic and that sense of history which together made her Elizabeth the Great. And when I call her that, I should add one, Elizabeth the Great, I should add one final quality, of course, which was her humility. Her single-bar electric fire Tupperware using refusal to be grand. And unlike us politicians, with our outriders and our armour-plated convoys, I can tell you, as a direct eyewitness, that she drove herself in her own car with no detectives and no bodyguard, bouncing at alarming speed over the Scottish landscape to the total amazement of the ramblers and the tourists we encountered. And it is that indomitable spirit with which she created the modern constitutional monarchy. An institution so strong and so happy and so well understood, not just in this country, but in the Commonwealth and around the world, that the succession has already seamlessly taken place. And I believe she would regard it as her own highest achievement, that her son, Charles III, will clearly and amply follow her own extraordinary standards of duty and service. Yeah. And the fact that today we can say with such confidence, God save the King, is a tribute to him, but above all to Elizabeth the Great, who worked so hard for the good of her country, not just now, but for generations to come. That is why we mourn her so deeply. And it is in the depths of our grief that we understand why we loved her so much.
Yeah. Now come to Mother of the House, Harriet Harman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and what an excellent speech from the Right Honourable Member for Uxbridge, which I'm sure will have resonated in every member of this House and indeed everyone in this country. It was a brilliant speech. I'm grateful for the opportunity to pay my tribute to the Queen and to do so on my own behalf, but also on behalf of my constituents, particularly those who, coming from Commonwealth countries in Africa and the Caribbean, held the Queen in such high regard. We're a constitutional monarchy, and for we MPs, the Queen was ever present in the interwoven relationship between the monarch and her Parliament. She underpinned our democratic system for over 70 years, underpinning it but never intervening in it. She was always salient but never meddled. She avoided controversy not by staying in the background, far from it. She performed her role to the utmost, but she did it by respecting the boundaries. She carried out her duties and gave us her full commitment for us to carry out ours. When many denigrated, she always respected and supported Parliament, and we should be very grateful for that. Between her ministers, and not just prime ministers, there was regular contact. After Labour won the election in 1997, I went up to the palace where, like the other new secretaries of state, she appointed me to the Privy Council and bestowed on me the seals of office. They are actual seals which are given to you and you take back to your department to be locked in a safe. But when just a year later I was sacked, and the seals taken out of the safe and taken back to Buckingham Palace, my diary was empty and my phone stopped ringing. My office was astonished to get a call from Buckingham Palace. No one else wanted to have anything to do with me, but the Queen wanted to see me. I was invited to take tea with the Queen for her to thank me for my service as Secretary of State. My point is that the relationship between our Queen and Parliament and our Queen and government was never just on paper, but was always active and always encouraging. She radiated British values of duty, patriotism, internationalism, charity and service. But while she embodied British values, she never intervened in politics. And that is constitutional alchemy, nothing less. It's evident that everyone, even those who don't agree with the hereditary principle of the monarchy, cannot but marvel at her personal qualities. And I want to marvel at how she could do all this flawlessly, not just over so many decades, but as a woman starting her reign in what was emphatically then a man's world. Yeah. We have to remember what attitudes were at the time. The order of the day was men were in charge and women were subservient. The man was head of the household, and the role of a woman was to get married, have his children, and support him. In the 1950s, when she was crowned, I was a child, and I remember my mother warning me that people thought men knew more than women, that men's views were valuable, whilst women's were to be disregarded. And so it was in that atmosphere that she stepped up as a 25-year-old married woman with 2 children to take her place at the head of this nation and play a huge role on the world stage. What determination and courage that must have taken. Yeah. The prime ministers she dealt with were mostly men, mostly twice her age. Things were very different. A huge change has taken place during her reign. Things were very different when 6 years ago she threw open Buckingham Palace for us to celebrate the 70th anniversary of BBC's Woman's Hour, to celebrate how much women had achieved. As Sir Tony Blair said, she was the matriarch of this nation, a matriarch for us on the world stage, and a matriarch too at home in her own family. As well as being our monarch, she was the mother of 4 children, had many grandchildren and great-grandchildren, and it is to her family that I extend my deepest sympathies for their loss and condolences for their grief, which we all share.
Theresa May.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is with great sadness that I rise to pay tribute to Her late Majesty Queen Elizabeth II, on my behalf and on behalf of my Maidenhead constituents. Yesterday was a day that we all knew would come sometime, but in our hearts of hearts, we hoped never would. But as we mourn a beloved monarch, we must always remember that she was a mother, a grandmother, and a great-grandmother, and my thoughts and prayers are with King Charles III and the whole of the royal family. Yeah. And I also remember the close members of her royal household. Queen Elizabeth II was quite simply the most remarkable person I have ever met. I am sometimes asked, among all the world leaders I met, who was the most impressive? And I have no hesitation in saying that from all the heads of state and government, the most impressive person I met was Her late Majesty Queen Elizabeth II. She gave a lifetime of service, as she promised to do when she was 21. Her selfless devotion to duty was an inspiration and example to us all. She was respected and loved, not just here in the United Kingdom and in her other realms and the Commonwealth, but across the world. And that love, respect, and admiration was born not out of her position, but because of the person she was. A woman of dignity and grace, of compassion and warmth, of mischief and joy, of wisdom and experience, and of a deep understanding of her people. Like so many until last evening, I had never known another monarch. She was a constant throughout our lives, always there for us, uniting us at times of difficulty. And as others have said, most recently during COVID, when she gave us hope that we would once more come together. Her passing marks a generational change, not just because of the length of her service, but because of what she lived through. When we marked the 75th anniversary of the D-Day landings in 2019, she was with the world leaders not just as Queen, but as someone who had worn uniform during the Second World War. An experience which, quite apart from anything else, had taught her how to strip an engine. The Queen was always interested in people. When she walked into a room, the faces of those present were lit up, and her magnificent smile would calm nerves and put people at their ease. As I said on her Platinum Jubilee, I saw that at Chogham in 2018, when there was a reception at Windsor before a lunch, and the leaders were gathered and talking amongst themselves, and I knew Her Majesty was going to join the reception, but they didn't. The minute she walked into the room, the sense of love and respect was palpable, and they all turned and they all wanted to speak to her. They loved her, and she loved the Commonwealth, and the Commonwealth today is a significant part of her legacy. But I also saw that on other occasions, including on what was one of her last, if not the last, appearance she made in public, when she came to open Thames Hospice in my Maidenhead constituency in July. The moment she walked through the door, the atmosphere in the room changed. You felt the love and respect of the people there for her. And as she spoke to staff and patients, she exuded a warmth and humanity which put people at their ease. She was Queen, but she embodied us. Across the nations of the world and for so many people, meeting Queen Elizabeth simply made their day, and for many will be the memory of their life. Of course, for those of us who had the honour to serve as one of her prime ministers, those meetings were more frequent with the weekly audiences. These were not meetings with a high and mighty monarch, but a conversation with a woman of experience and knowledge and immense wisdom. They were also the one meeting I went to, which I knew would not be briefed out to the media. What made those audiences so special was the understanding the Queen had of issues which came from the work she put into her red boxes, combined with her years of experience. She knew many of the world leaders. In some cases, she had known their fathers. And she was a wise and adroit judge of people. The conversations at the audiences were special, but so were weekends at Balmoral, where the Queen wanted all her guests to enjoy themselves. And she was a thoughtful hostess. She would take an interest in what books were put in your room, and she didn't always expect to be the centre of attention. She was quite happy sometimes to sit playing her form of Patience, while others were mingling around her, chatting to each other. My husband tells of the time he had a dream. He dreamt that he was sitting in the back of a Range Rover being driven around a Balmoral estate, and the driver was Her Majesty the Queen, and the passenger's seat was occupied by his wife, the Prime Minister. And then he woke up and realised it was reality. Her Majesty loved the countryside, and she was down to earth and a woman of common sense. I remember one picnic at Balmoral, which was taking place in one of the bothes on the estate. The hampers came from the castle, and we all mucked in to put the food and drink out on the table. I picked up some cheese, put it on a plate, and was transferring it to the table. The cheese fell on the floor. I had a split-second decision to make. I picked up the cheese, put it on the plate, and put it on the table. And I turned round to see that my every move had been watched very carefully by Her Majesty the Queen. I looked at her, she looked at me, and she just smiled. And the cheese remained on the table. This is indeed a sad day, but it is also a day of celebration of a life well spent in the service of others. There have been many words of tribute and superlatives used to describe Her late Majesty Queen Elizabeth II, but these are not hype. They are entirely justified. She was our longest-serving monarch. She was respected around the world. She united our nation in times of trouble. She joined in our celebrations with joy and a mischievous smile. She gave an example to us all of faith, of service, of duty, of dignity, of decency. She was remarkable, and I doubt we will ever see her like again. May she rest in peace and rise in glory.
Sir Ed Davey. It's a real pleasure to follow the Right Honourable Lady, and can I congratulate her on her lovely, heartwarming speech.
Well, Theresa May there, concluding some of those tributes. They're going to continue in the House of Commons until around 6 o'clock this evening, where they're going to pause in order to hear from the King. But just a flavour of some of them. Boris Johnson talking about, think what we asked of her as a 25-year-old woman, and then think what she gave in terms of her service, how she gave her love, and how she taught the world how to serve. He said that she thought that she'd become the greatest statesman and diplomat of them all, and her indomitable spirit invented the modern monarchy. Harriet Harman talked about some of her experiences with the Queen, being asked around for tea after she'd been sacked as a minister, and saying that she created this constitutional alchemy. She managed to underpin democracy but not interfere with it. And also Theresa May there saying, quite simply, she was the most remarkable person she had ever met. Well, you're watching Sky News. It is coming up to 1 o'clock. We are live at Buckingham Palace. In a few moments' time, a 96-gun salute will be held across the country. This is Gibraltar, you can see. One shot fired for each of the 96 years of Her Majesty the Queen's life. We will bring it to you live as it happens. We've also heard today bells being rung across the UK in commemoration of the Queen. It's 1 o'clock. You're watching Sky News. It's happening across the UK and across the world and the Commonwealth. Let's go to Hyde Park. Gun salutes also in Edinburgh. And let's take you across to Hillsborough Castle in Northern Ireland. Let's take you to Stonehenge in Salisbury. Gun salutes also being fired in Cardiff. And let's take you to the Tower of London. And let's return to Hyde Park.
Number 1! Fire! 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 Number 2! No! Fire! Fire! Number 1 gun! Fire! Fire! Number 2 gun! Fire! Fire! Number 3 gun! Fire! Fire!
Well, from the bright blue skies of Gibraltar, across a rather gloomy Stonehenge, up to the ramparts at Edinburgh Castle. 96-gun salute, one marking each year of the Queen's life, have rung out. Let's bring in our royal correspondent, Rhiannon Mills. Rhiannon, on paper, a 96-gun salute. In reality, 16 minutes it took for them to make that tribute that was heard across the nation.
And it was quite an arresting sight and sound as we just saw them packing up the First World War era 13-pounder field guns that were carrying out that gun salute at Hyde Park. And I think throughout the Queen's reign, we were so used to seeing this as a custom, as a tradition, the gun salutes fired as a sign of respect or welcome, marking special occasions such as Accession Day, her birthday, Coronation Day, and those big milestone jubilees. And yet today, as we paused to listen to those 96 guns ringing out, there was a sombre feel. And I think it helped to encapsulate that sense of shock that many are still feeling. It is less than 24 hours since it was announced that Queen Elizabeth II had died at Balmoral. For many, it has come as a profound shock. That's certainly the impression that you get from talking to many people. After all, we only saw her carrying out her duties on Tuesday, and yet already the constitutional shift has happened. We already have a new monarch, and that happened immediately she took her last breath. And we have, in the last hour or so, seen the Prince of Wales, as we formerly knew him, now King Charles III, boarding a plane at Aberdeen Airport and making his way from Scotland down to London to carry out those important constitutional responsibilities. He is automatically head of state. And I think it was quite striking to see that as he waited for Camilla, Queen Consort, to be given an umbrella, the weather probably fairly damp up in Aberdeenshire, he took time to stop and thank those from Aberdeen Airport who had waited for them. Staff that no doubt he probably knows quite well. They do, of course, spend a great deal of time in Scotland. But also what was striking, those notes under his arm, and following close behind him there, his private secretary, Clive Alderton, who will be, of course, vital to him at this moment as he moves from that position of heir to now monarch. And I think it's a difficult time, obviously, for the new king. He has got those important responsibilities to carry out. We understand that he's going to meet with the Prime Minister Liz Truss this afternoon. He also, of course, will have to look over the funeral plans that we will see unfold over the next 10 days or so. He gets the final sign-off, despite the fact those plans have been some time in the making. And also a key moment for him that we will see this evening is that he will address the nation. Yesterday, we had a written statement in which he paid tribute to his beloved mother, where he talked about how the whole family will find great solace in the fact that she was so loved and respected by so many around the world. This evening, though, I think will be a very poignant and emotional moment, but also defining his first impression that he will give to the public across the United Kingdom, across the Commonwealth, as he takes on the mantle of this role from a woman who was so widely respected. And that, I think, is going to be a difficult balance for him, because throughout the next 10 days, the pendulum of emotions will really swing between mourning her death, but also welcoming him as a new king. And we will see that in action tomorrow. We will experience and witness ritual ceremony pageantry that many of us have never seen before, as the Accession Council and Principal Proclamation is going to be carried out, and it's now been confirmed that that will take place at 10 o'clock tomorrow morning, where we will see Privy Councillors gather and he will formally be proclaimed as sovereign. I also understand, we've been told in the last 10 minutes or so, that also Prince William, now of course the Duke of Cornwall and Cambridge, he has also now left Balmoral. He is now heading back to Windsor, where he's going to spend time with his family ahead of that Accession Council tomorrow.
Okay, Rhiannon. So as Rhiannon was saying, a lot of key moments still to come today, including that meeting between King Charles III and the Prime Minister. And he'll also address the nation, we know, at 6 o'clock this evening. In the last hour, church bells tolled in all 4 nations of the United Kingdom, honouring Her Majesty, beginning a period of 10 days of mourning.
I invite the House to rise and observe a minute's silence in memory of Her late Majesty, Queen Elizabeth II.
Well, as those bells began to ring, a minute's silence was held in the Commons, after which MPs started to pay tribute to the Queen. Those tributes will continue until 10 o'clock this evening. And shortly afterwards, King Charles arrived at Aberdeen Airport, where he and his wife, the Queen Consort, boarded a private jet that's taking them back to London. They're expected to arrive there within the next half hour. Well, long queues of people have been gathering outside Buckingham Palace to lay flowers in memory of the Queen. We'll hear from some of those waiting later in the hour. These images, not of Buckingham Palace. I think there's a Constitution Hill. They are just around the corner from Buckingham Palace. So those are the people that are queuing in order to then lay their flowers in front of the palace. In the past hour, both the Prime Minister Liz Truss and the leader of the opposition, Sir Keir Starmer, have led MPs in tribute to the Queen. MPs are going to continue paying their respects to the late monarch in the Commons until this evening. And the Prime Minister says she's spoken with the new King, Charles III, last night and had offered her condolences to him.
On the death of her father, King George VI, Winston Churchill said the news had stilled the clatter and traffic of 20th century life in many lands. Now, 70 years later, in the tumult of the 21st century, life has paused again. Her late Majesty, Queen Elizabeth II, was one of the greatest leaders the world has ever known. Yeah. She was the rock on which modern Britain was built. The United Kingdom is the great country it is today because of her. The Commonwealth is the family of nations it is today because of her. She was devoted to the union of England, Scotland, Wales and Northern Ireland. We remember the pledge she made on her 21st birthday to dedicate her life to service. The whole House will agree. Never has a promise been so completely fulfilled. Yeah. She was loved and admired by people across the United Kingdom and across the world. One of the reasons for that affection was her sheer humanity. She reinvented monarchy for the modern age. She was a champion of freedom and democracy around the world. She was dignified but not distant. She was willing to have fun, whether on a mission with 007 or having tea with Paddington Bear. She brought the monarchy into people's lives and into people's homes. His Majesty, King Charles III, bears an awesome responsibility that he now carries for all of us. I was grateful to speak to His Majesty last night and offer my condolences. Even as he mourns, his sense of duty and service is clear. He has already made a profound contribution through his work on conservation, education, and his tireless diplomacy. We owe him our loyalty and devotion. The British people, the Commonwealth, and all of us in this House will support him as he takes our country forward to a new era of hope and progress, our new Carolean age. The crown endures, our nation endures, and in that spirit, I say, God save the King.
Queen Elizabeth created a special personal relationship with us all. That relationship was built on the attributes that defined her reign: her total commitment to service and duty, her deep devotion to the country, the Commonwealth, and the people she loved. In return for that, we loved her. The late Queen would have wanted us to redouble our efforts, to turn our collar up and face the storm, to carry on. Most of all, she would want us to remember that it is in these moments that we must pull together. This House is a place where ideas and ideals are debated. Of course, that leads to passionate disagreement. Of course, temperatures can run high. But we all do it in pursuit of something greater. We do it because we believe we can make this great country and its people greater still. At this moment of uncertainty, where our country feels caught between a past it cannot relive and a future yet to be revealed, we must always remember one of the great lessons of our Queen's reign, that we are always better when we rise above the petty, the trivial, the day-to-day, to focus on the things that really matter, the things that unite us, rather than those which divide us. Our Elizabethan age may now be over, but her legacy will live on forever. And as the children of that era, it falls upon us to take that legacy forward, to show the same love of country, the love of one another, as she did, to show empathy and compassion, as she did, and to get Britain through this dark night and bring it into the dawn, as she did. The reason our loss feels so profound is not just because she stood at the head of our country for 70 years, but because, in spirit, she stood amongst us. As we move forward, as we forge a new path, as we build towards a better future, she will always be with us, for all she gave us and all she will continue to give us. We say thank you. May our Queen rest in peace. God save the King.
Well, some of the tributes that have been already made in the House of Commons. Let's bring in our Deputy Political Editor, Sam Coates, who's at Westminster. And Sam, the theme throughout, it struck me, all of the people that we heard from, first of all, was about the Queen's humanity, how she was the monarch, but she was also one of the people. And interestingly, from Boris Johnson, he felt that she was the greatest statesman and diplomat of them all. And Theresa May talking about her being the most remarkable person I have ever met. It's difficult to underestimate her importance to politicians over the years.
That's right, Jane. What I thought was been remarkable about the last 90 minutes or so of tributes, hearing from all the senior figures in the House of Commons and tributes going through till 10 o'clock today, is that they have reflected the sheer breadth of all the different roles that the Queen performed. For, as politicians, they saw in the Queen not somebody who herself was political, but was intimately woven into the fabric of our political life. Lindsay Hoyle, the Speaker, talking about her reign coming during 18 general elections, 57 sessions of Parliament, which she opened all but 3. So politicians knew her better than most. I was struck by Keir Starmer reflecting on the Queen as a figure from history. He called her the thread between the history we cherish and the present we know. She was the nation's comforter-in-chief. She was highlighted and praised for her role in COVID when she held the nation close in a way no one else could have done. There was discussion in the Commons chamber of the Queen as a woman who ascended to the throne in a man's world. Harriet Harman talking about her starting her reign in an era where the man was head of the household. And Boris Johnson talked about her as a human being navigating the pomp of the monarchy with Tupperware and a single-bar electric fire, who drove around her estate without bodyguards. It was him that came up with the phrase, to sum her up, Elizabeth the Great. Liz Truss said, "We do not fear what lies ahead." Tory MPs made clear, and all MPs made clear, however, they will miss what has now gone.
Sam, thanks very much. Well, in the last hour or so, we saw King Charles leave Aberdeen Airport. He made the journey from Balmoral to the airport by car, and we are expecting him to land down here at RAF Northolt in West London in the next few minutes. A really difficult journey for him, one can imagine. And as Rhiannon Mills, our royal correspondent, pointed out, his notes under his arm. Time to thank those at the airport before he got on that plane to make that journey south. And we are expecting him to come here to Buckingham Palace, perhaps to look at some of the flowers and the messages that have been left. And we know that he also has in his schedule today an audience with the Prime Minister before the act of accession happens tomorrow morning. I've got the constitutional historian Anthony Selden with me now. Sir Anthony, just talk us through the next 24, 48 hours. What awaits the new king?
Well, a lot of briefing about the position of the country. We know that this is a very difficult time economically, the cost of living for people, all of that, the international position with the war in Ukraine, but also understanding, although he's always known it in theory for 70 years that he was going to take over, it's only when the moment happens, like when the Prime Minister steps through the black door, that the full sense of the reality will dawn on him as it is at the moment. And he has to prepare for the speech tonight, regardless of his own inner emotions at the loss of his mother, who he loved greatly. He will have to suppress all that, deal with that, and put on a face for the rest of us so that we can feel confidence that the continuity, that the baton has been passed. It has in name, but we need to feel it in humanity, that there is somebody there who can guide and shape the country as monarch, not obviously as political leader, but as monarch for the next period, however many years it will be.
But does he have to do that? I mean, the Queen obviously was very much of that generation of a stiff upper lip, and we saw that when Diana died, there was a misstep perhaps in the royal family about how they responded to it and how the Queen responded to it. We can see the plane landing now at RAF Northolt in West London. He lost his mum just a day ago. Do you think the nation will be expecting a speech that is very formal, very stiff, or will they be expecting humanity?
I think humanity always works in any leader, as long as it's not self-indulgent, and of course it wouldn't be. But if he can do that, he needs to bond with the nation. He needs to get it right from the very first moment, and he will know that. And so the more he can be himself, inside Prince Charles is a very sensitive human being, the way he empathises even with plants, for goodness sake, as well as the dispossessed and the hurt and those who lack health and means. He is a very compassionate soul, putting that into place, learning some of those skills that Diana obviously had so superbly, but in his own way. He has it. He has to find that tonight. It will be a defining speech of his entire period as king.
We see the King's plane just touching down now at RAF Northolt. And when we listen to those tributes in the House from all of those politicians, Harriet Harman talks about the Queen and how kind she was to her personally, but how she said that she managed to achieve constitutional alchemy, that she managed to underpin democracy throughout her reign without interfering with it.
Yeah.
And I suppose we know more about Prince Charles's, as he was, King Charles now, political views, things like the Black Spider memos, and we know his views about the environment. It's going to be difficult for him, is it not, to do the same as his mother, and would he indeed want to do the same as his mother?
No, and I think he shouldn't. He should be his own kind of monarch, his own person, and by being authentically that, he will best serve himself and the monarchy and the country. And let's face it, the views that he has are not 20th century and reactionary and absurd in most areas. They are progressive. He does believe strongly in the Prince's trust in young people, in the value of a holistic education, in the environment, in the arts, a great patron of the Royal Shakespeare Company and numerous other artistic bodies, a great believer in faith. Faith is very important to him, but he's given that a 21st century twist because he will represent people of all faiths in the country. So he's got to find his way, hasn't he, of doing that. But I don't think that agenda should knock or unsettle people. Those are 21st century agenda values. He's looking forward, and in many ways he was looking further forward than many of his detractors who love to scorn him. I think we need to give him our support now.
It will be fascinating to see the public reaction to him. We're seeing an enormous public outpouring just down here at Buckingham Palace. Thousands of people have been down here, hundreds and hundreds of people here at the moment, but they're coming and going all the time, aren't they? As you say, he has got a very different persona to the Queen. Do you think that there will be the warmth towards him that there has been towards Her Majesty?
Well, I hope so, but I imagine that there'll be a period of standing back and waiting to see. He doesn't, no one, you never want as a leader to succeed somebody who everybody loved. No, the leader who succeeded Churchill was, although in fact they did very well, but that's tough. And to succeed the most loved, the longest serving monarch in British history, that's a tough act. And he has to find that. He has to find his own tone, his own note that is authentic and true, so that people can bond with him in their own way, in a King Charles way, not in a Queen Elizabeth way.
And in terms of striking that note and tone correctly, by his side will be Queen Camilla, Queen Consort. It was very clear from things that the Queen had said that she felt Camilla enhanced Prince Charles considerably.
I think that's right. She clearly does give him an enormous amount of confidence and security in his own persona, and he'll need every drop of that. And it's a good thing probably that it is 25 years since Diana died, and those memories, while still real for many people, have become absorbed. And one would hope that the country would give Camilla, every opportunity, because why would we not want to do that? The monarchy, Harriet Harman was right. The monarchy, ironically, underpins democracy.
But mustn't interfere with it at the same time, which is incredibly challenging.
Interfere with it, and if it doesn't interfere with it, people can say, well, what's the point of it? What's the relevance? And those are the conundrums that Charles will have to solve.
It is perhaps also an acknowledgement from the Queen that this is not a job for one person. It's not an easy job for one person. And perhaps an acknowledgement of how helpful she found Prince Philip in her time.
I think that's right. And Queen Victoria was a lesser figure when her much-loved Prince Albert died. And the Queen did struggle, though, unlike Victoria, she came straight back at us.
Now we see King Charles passing the plane.
Still seems odd to hear the words King Charles, doesn't it?
It does. I think we're going to be calling him Prince Charles mistakenly for quite a few days yet. And Queen Consort Camilla also coming off. They took off in Aberdeen to quite a rainy, grey morning. They are landing to quite bright sunshine, quite blustery sunshine. And then they're going to be travelling by road into central London.
He's looking a bit worried there, isn't he? Maybe he isn't certain who to say farewell to, but he'll be thinking. This is pictures on this day will be there, going all around the world, and will be with him for the rest of his life, as they were with the Queen. And we remember those that day that she was told that she was Queen when she was on that Commonwealth tour.
And still carrying, we can see in his hand, those notes that he has taken with him down from Scotland. As you say, the speech that he is due to give tonight is so incredibly important, isn't it? And one of the other themes of what we heard in the House of Commons from all of the political leaders, that this is a dark time for the nation, and perhaps the best way to get through it is to be more like the Queen, is to put your collar up, face the storm, and just get on with it. And I wonder if that may be something of the theme of what he talks about later.
Well, there's a stoicism that you need to have, and you need to balance that stoicism with authenticity, and for him to find his own note, which isn't going to be easy for him. But I'm sure he will do it, and you know, he will know how important the speech is going to be in defining the way the nation bonds with him.
Looks a little bit like he's trying to possibly open a window or something. The sun's beaming down on that car. A change of role, of course, for the man who was Prince Charles and is now the King, but also a changed role for those below him.
Absolutely. Everyone bounces up one.
It does. What does this mean now for Prince William?
Well, it means, and one could feel how in his 30s Prince William was attuning himself for this happening and presenting himself as an assured figure, a stable figure, putting his youth behind him, presenting himself at the head of the family with Kate. But he'll be stepping up too. He is now the next in line.
But also, what about Prince Charles's siblings? The effect on them constitutionally, is anything different now that he is the king and the line of succession falls to his son? In a way, do they step back a little further?
Yes, but Edward and Anne will continue, I'm sure, to want to fulfil their many duties. They're both involved with very large numbers of charities as presidents and patrons, but they have lost, as has Andrew, their mother, and we know how close that Andrew, well, all of them were to her, and we, those of us who've lost mothers, will have some sense about what they're all feeling at the moment.
This is around a sort of a 15-minute journey, one would imagine, from RAF Northolt through to central London, with the police outriders moving the traffic out of the way. And in terms of national mourning, there is a period of royal mourning, and then there is a period of national mourning. Are you able to just tell us a little bit about those two and the differences between them?
So the royal mourning is the family, those who were connected and relatives, and the court and community. And the national mourning is what happens when the monarch dies, that process of adjustment, of getting, of paying respects, of taking a pause in national life, of reflection, and coming to terms with loss. When anyone does die, it does take time to adjust. I'm wondering what the rest of the world is thinking as it's seeing this. There are barely 30 monarchies outside the Commonwealth left in the world, and many of them that are left, they're either irrelevant or they're autocracies. To have a monarchy like in Britain, which is at the heart of the history and the constitution, and yet somehow manages to avoid having political power, is a uniquely British juggling act.
And in terms of the royal family, obviously they were all together at Balmoral. We now know that Prince William has gone back, he's left Balmoral, heading to Aberdeen Airport, heading back down to Windsor. The royal family will all now go back to their respective homes. They have been seen by some as being quite cold, a little bit stuffy. Will there be, do you think, many opportunities for them to be together again, aside from things like the funeral itself?
Well, one would hope so. It's that conjunction, isn't it, of the apex of national history, what's happening with a very human story of the loss of a much-loved mother, a grandmother and great-grandmother, and for all families, after a tragic loss, to spend time together, to love and support each other, it is important. And indeed, if it wasn't a family, if it wasn't human at the heart of that royal family, the whole thing wouldn't work. It's because it is. It's because they are real human beings that we can identify with them.
And you were touching on it earlier, but you can only imagine what the king is now feeling. Most people, as you say, the day after they lose a parent will be a mess and will just be sort of trying to put one foot in front of the other. But today he's got to meet the Prime Minister, he's got to speak to the nation. And as you say, he has to leave us with a message that there is somebody at the helm of the ship.
Absolutely. He has to project both strength and confidence, but also humanity and vulnerability as well. And, you know, those with elderly relatives, one knows that one day they're going to pass, but when the moment comes, it is shocking. And yet we don't have to, the rest of the country, we don't have to step up and put on that face or give a speech that will so define our relationship. And I think he'll be very different. Look, I think he'll be a very different monarch, and I think that is good and necessary for the country. She brought the monarchy into the 21st century. The person inside that car will need to cement it in the 21st century. And Britain is a vastly different country to what it was in 1952. So is the Commonwealth. And the skill, the weight on his shoulders will be to be the person who will be able to transition the monarchy so it is still at the heart of the Constitution, but without intrusive political power, which will only result in resentment and anger, which has unseated other monarchies. Monarchies are far frailer than we think they are.
It is a gargantuan task indeed. Sir Anthony Seldon, thanks very much. As we stay on these images of the King leaving RAF Northolt and travelling into central London, let's rejoin Anna Botting, who is up at Balmoral. Anna.
Yes, indeed. Thank you very much indeed, Jane. Joining me now is the Queen's Scottish Press Secretary for almost 15 years, Louise Tate. And Louise, we spoke to you only on Tuesday here at Balmoral, witnessing the Queen play a major constitutional role in the appointing of a new Prime Minister. And here we are watching King Charles driving with the royal standard fluttering on his vehicle as he heads towards London to begin agreeing those funeral plans and beginning that process of the formal accession. It really is hard to conceive it, isn't it?
It is. As you said, it was only Tuesday when we were there to see the monarch fulfil her constitutional role and duties. And it seems like a long time ago now, but yet not enough time. It's all come very soon. That's how it feels, too soon. But she is remarkable, or was remarkable. And the new king has clearly been around Her Majesty for much of the official duties that she's carried out, especially in Scotland recently. And he has seen the business of state. And I have no doubt that he will have no doubt a lot on his mind at the moment. But he will set out his reign as he chooses.
Well, express your sentiment then as somebody who worked closely with Her Majesty. How are you feeling now? Because we heard, you know, some quite extraordinary tributes being paid to her in the House of Commons, including from Theresa May, the former Prime Minister, who said she was literally the most remarkable person she'd ever met, and also paying tribute indeed to household staff who will be grieving themselves right now.
Indeed, I think we all knew that this day would eventually come, and I'm just as shocked and I think devastated as everyone else. But right now we want to do Her Majesty justice, and in the tributes that we make, and it is a shock. But she was a very caring. I always find her to be very kind and very caring, and a lot of people talked about that humour. And I have got so many happy memories and feel so hugely privileged and fortunate to have known her to the extent that I did.
People talk about her grace, her wisdom, her stoicism, her duty, her service. As you watched her in her work, how would you have described her?
Very, very committed and very always interested, always very keen to meet as many people as she possibly could. It's what it's always about. It's about people. Often it was a building to be opened or something of that sort, but inevitably it's always about people, and people were always at the heart of everything that Her Majesty did in her public life, and we were very clear about that. Whenever we were doing, you know, reconnaissance visits, it was always about bringing in as many people as we possibly could.
And how do you think the family will be bearing up? Harry first, then Charles. Charles and Camilla and William have all now left the Balmoral area. We are being told that Beatrice, Eugenie and Zara are on their way to Balmoral now. The Queen's grandchildren possibly being reunited with their parents as well, who remain here. But how do you think the family will be feeling at this, you know, difficult, seismic, extraordinary time for them?
Well, I think your previous commentator was just talking about, you know, at the heart of this is a family, and they are having to grieve privately and publicly, because they will be seen, no doubt. There's talk of perhaps the new king coming to look at some more tributes and things. They are a close family, despite what you might think. They are supportive of one another, and it's been my experience. And they will do their best to be there for the people of this country, because they completely understand, I'm sure, the strength of feeling that it seems not just the country but the world seems to be feeling.
I think it was Queen Mary, the Queen's grandmother, who said, "We are royals, we never get tired and we love hospitals." Do you think that is what we saw on Tuesday when the Queen had a very busy day? She worked right to the end.
She did, but you know, whenever I was doing public engagements with the Duke of Edinburgh and Her Majesty, I always had to tell cameramen and photographers, be quick. Don't, you know, particularly the Duke of Edinburgh was always much quicker on his feet than one might expect, and they did work tirelessly, and I think it showed her determination on Tuesday to go ahead with those constitutional duties. I remember driving the Duke of Edinburgh to Balmoral a few years ago, and I took him from a sleeper, Edinburgh sleeper. I drove him to Balmoral, and we drove back, and I put him back on a sleeper. He was 95. And he spent a day at Balmoral and the morning with the shopkeepers in Ballater and businesses in Ballater to see the effects of the floods. And I just felt, and someone once said to me, that the Duke of Edinburgh never wasted a minute of his life. And I think the same can be said of Her Majesty.
And everyone talks about her calmness, the way she never panicked, didn't make snap or rash decisions, you know, calm in a crisis, suggesting it comes from her father's outlook. Her father had been in the Royal Navy, and the idea that this too shall pass, this storm shall pass. And certainly, even with her own family, she had much to deal with, and certain years stand out for her, and yet she got through it, and in a sense, therefore, also got the nation through it.
Yes, I think that strength, it was palpable. That strength was palpable. Yes, calm in a crisis. I can't think of an example now, but in public engagements, if things didn't go exactly as they should, you know, there was always humour involved. There was always, you know, that beautiful smile. She did radiate strength, and I think a lot of what she did was informed by her faith. I think she was a person of quiet faith. She wore it lightly, although spoke about it more openly, I think, in recent years. But she wore it lightly, and I think it informed everything that she did.
And Prince Charles, we know he's passionate, committed to the environment, to his causes, those causes that really have found more public favour now. Would he find it hard not to be able necessarily to pursue them or to sound overtly political now that he is, after this succession, the head of the royal family?
Well, yes, he is very passionate about the causes that he supports and has been for many years. But I think that things will necessarily change. I think that's well understood.
And will he want, do you think, above all else, to make his mother proud?
I'm sure that goes without saying. He will chart his own reign, and it won't be necessarily different to Her Majesty's. And he will do it in a way that I've no doubt would make her very proud.
Louise Tate, the Queen's former Scottish Communications Secretary, former aide to the Queen. Thank you very much indeed.
Well, as we stay on these images of the King's car travelling from RAF Northolt into central London, expected to come here to Buckingham Palace at some point. Here, thousands of people are continuing to pay their respects to the late monarch. There have been very long queues of people down Constitution Hill, just round the corner from Buckingham Palace, as well-wishers wait patiently to lay flowers here. We're also seeing that across the country, the Queen's subjects have been remembering the monarch, who has been a constant presence in their lives.
Couldn't believe she had gone. It's a great loss, great loss. I just hope that Charles can live up to what his mother has obviously instilled in him.
She's done her best for this country, and what more can we ask of somebody, you know? I think she's a marvellous person.
I think it's just quite a poignant moment, isn't it, really, in history? So I think everybody's feeling quite saddened by it, even if they weren't expecting to be feeling sad, really.
Very sad, very sad. But then again, it was nice that she worked right up to the very end, and she was with all the family, and she had a very peaceful passing, which I think is very nice.
She's been as solid as a rock and very, very selfless.
Yeah, she's dedicated her whole life to us, so I don't think many people would be prepared to do that.
For me, it's just one of those iconic eras, you know. Everywhere you go, it's Elizabeth II. It is it's baked into this country, this culture, however you feel about the Queen and the monarchy.
She's a fantastic lady and had time for everybody. Yes, we will never see the like again, and I just feel it's the end of an era. It's the end of the Elizabethan era. I just wanted to come and say thank you.
Well, these are images of the King and his car travelling from West London into central London. He touched down at RAF Northolt after travelling from Aberdeen a short while ago. It's 2 o'clock, you're watching Sky News. Here at Buckingham Palace, the UK is beginning a period of mourning. Thousands of people have arrived down here at Buckingham Palace following the death of Her Majesty the Queen. Overnight and throughout the day, tributes and flowers have been laid here and across the country as the nation mourns her death. Well, we are expecting the King to address the nation on television this evening, as well as holding his first audience with the Prime Minister, Liz Truss. The King left Balmoral Castle this morning, accompanied by the Queen Consort Camilla, and they boarded a plane at Aberdeen Airport to fly to London. They arrived at RAF Northolt, near London, and were then driven to Buckingham Palace. Well, the police outright is clearing the way for the King as he travels in through the suburbs of West London. We think he is heading here to Buckingham Palace. We know that also on his diary for the rest of the day is an audience with the new Prime Minister, who was only sworn in by his mother on Tuesday. In the car with the King is Camilla, Queen Consort. She too has a new role with the Queen's passing. As he travels in, tributes are continuing to be paid from world leaders and also from politicians here in the UK. The House of Commons is holding a special session today, as is the House of Lords. And throughout the course of the morning, we've heard from a number of MPs. We heard, of course, from the Prime Minister, Liz Truss, who talked about how when she met the Queen, she was aware that she was always so proud of Britain, and talked about her sheer humanity, how she reinvented the monarchy for the modern age and brought it into people's lives and people's homes. We also heard from the Leader of the Opposition, Sir Keir Starmer, who talked about the Queen as a running thread between the history we cherish and the future we own. And of course, the man who was Prime Minister, who only said goodbye to the Queen on Tuesday, Boris Johnson, who talked about the Queen's great sense of duty and asked us all to think about what we asked of her as a 25-year-old and then what she gave to us. We talked about her being the keystone in the vast arch of the British state. And he said that in her view, she became the greatest statesman and diplomat of them all. And that is something that has been echoed by so many people who've talked about the Queen, because of the fact that she, over her 70 years, spoke to virtually every single world leader, spoke to kings, spoke to prime ministers, had spoken to many of their fathers as well, and had this unrivaled knowledge of history from being there on the front seat of it all as it happened around her, and from the conversations that she had. And Theresa May in the Commons saying that those conversations that she had with the Queen, and it raised a real laugh in the Commons, was one of the best things about them was the fact that she knew that it wouldn't be briefed out afterwards, because what was said behind those walls between a Prime Minister and the monarch was absolutely sacrosanct, and she knew that she could ask anything of the Queen and that the Queen would give her full and frank advice. And Theresa May said that she's often asked of all the world leaders she's met who is the most interesting, and she said quite simply she was the most remarkable person I have ever met. We're joined here at Buckingham Palace by the historian Sir Anthony Selden, and it must be with a heavy heart that the King is making this journey today.
Absolutely. Feeling such a conflict of emotions, of personal grief, trepidation maybe. He's only human at what's going to be coming up, and in particular thinking ahead to that speech that will define his period as monarch for as long as it may last. So he will he will remember this journey forever.
We saw as he got into the car that he had these notes that he was carrying onto the plane and then carried off the plane himself.
Now, as a historian and chair of the National Archives Trust, I would hope that they would end up in the National Archives at Kew. I suspect that they will end up in the Royal Archives at Windsor. But wherever they are, they'll be preserved and somehow be all the more important because the rest of the world have seen them from afar and will be pondering, are they written in his black spidery hand, or are they type notes given to him by aides? Who knows?
I think that looks to me like Hyde Park, that they are now passing the top end of Hyde Park by Kensington Palace.
It absolutely looks. I don't normally go along Hyde Park at this elevation. I'm not that tall, but it certainly looks like Hyde Park and the Royal Lancaster Hotel, doesn't it?
So not very far from Buckingham Palace at all.
They'll be coming down in about 5 minutes.
And so we have this speech that he must give to the nation tonight, and a really important speech, but also he's meeting the Prime Minister, and an extraordinary set of circumstances where a Prime Minister finds herself to be more experienced in her role than the monarch is in theirs.
That's a way of putting it, isn't it?
Well, she's been in the job for 3 days and him just one.
Experience. Yep, she can trump his experience 3 times over. But they're both new in job, and I'm sure that will be something that they will talk about, the fact that they're both so new in post. Now, of old, when the monarch died, there would be a general election, there'd be a new Prime Minister. But since the birth of the democratic age in 1832, I cannot recall ever an occasion where we've had a double change, a change of head of state and head of government at the same time. And one would have wished that would have happened at a moment of greater national financial security.
What kind of reception do you think Prince Charles, as he is now the King, will receive if he comes down here and takes a walk around the flowers and the messages that people have left?
I think there'll be a whole cross-section. I mean, there are, as we know, a significant number of percentage of people in this country who are wondering, what on earth are we talking about? Why do we have 10 days of mourning? Why are the Premiership League matches being cancelled? And they're not monarchists, or they don't believe in the period of mourning. But the great majority, if the polls are to be believed, will be deeply distressed and sad by the passing of Her Majesty the Queen, and will want the very best for him. He hasn't had that easy, natural relationship that some leaders, that the Queen herself had and the Queen Mother had. Here they seem to be coming, the helicopter's
just passing
starting.
Hyde Park Corner. Yep.
He'll find it in his own way. Our great leaders don't try and emulate anybody else, even somebody as all-dominant as the Queen, his mother. He will need to find his own path, as indeed the chauffeur is coming here.
And they are such difficult shoes to fill, aren't they?
Massive. I mean, no one wants to take over from a giant. It's much easier to succeed to any post and whatever one does in life if somebody has maybe not seen to have been a dazzling success. And it's hard to imagine anyone, anywhere, being more respected and loved than his mother, our late Queen.
I was just a tiny bit ahead of myself. I think they're now just approaching Hyde Park Corner. They've just come down that side of Hyde Park.
All the cars.
Yeah. So now they will come across the corner and then down Constitution Hill, we would imagine, which is possibly the first chance that the new King will have had to see people who have come out to pay tribute to his mother. They are queuing up Constitution Hill as we speak in order to lay flowers, just driving past One London there, that building on the right-hand side.
The Duke of Wellington's house. He, of course, was Prime Minister. And George IV.
And I think as he now hopefully will turn left down here, or maybe he'll go around the back of Buckingham Palace, we don't know, do we? He may well see these crowds. And there they are.
And one wonders how he'll feel, whether he'll feel a rush of emotion, bringing it home.
Perhaps
realising
his first impression of what the public's reaction is to the loss of his mother. That's an awfully long way that those crowds have now gathered.
Hasn't always been the case with an incoming monarch. They haven't always been loved. We'd be wrong to assume because the Queen was so loved that all Britain's earlier monarchs were.
We've got our royal correspondent, Rhiannon Mills, who's here with us as well. Rhiannon, we've just been talking about what a difficult journey this is for the new king. He has an awful lot on his plate for the rest of today, and it's less than 24 hours since he will hopefully have had an opportunity to say goodbye to his mum.
And the thing that really hits me now that I've joined you here at Buckingham Palace, and the fact that I was at Balmoral on Tuesday when we saw the Queen carrying out that last constitutional duty, is the difference in just a short period of time, in a couple of hours. He's moved from the tranquility, the sanctuary of Balmoral, where they have spent together so much important family time.
Rhiannon, what, you could just listen to that. Cheers from the crowd. Applause. And thousands of arms in the air with phones. And Prince Charles is now getting out. King Charles is now getting out.
And that is only the kind of reception that they could have hoped for. And you can only start to imagine how King Charles III is feeling now. And
let's just listen in to the reception.
And for joining him on so many engagements, so many overseas tours, the fact that he has automatically decided to get out of the car and go over and meet those crowds really is not surprising. And he's surrounded by close protection officers who've worked with him for a very long time, who he has a great deal of trust in. And you can see that there was a kissing of hands there. A woman kissed his hands. And this is what certainly his mother, the Queen, would have hoped for. And we saw around the Platinum Jubilee that sense that she was saying during those important balcony moments that this was her son and heir, supported by, as she said, she wanted Camilla to be Queen Consort. And the crowds are welcoming him.
Enjoy the moment. Thank you, Joe. Thank you, Joe. God bless you. God bless you. God bless you. You've got big shoes to fill, and I know you'll do. You're going to be great. You're going to be a fantastic couple. Good luck, Charlie. Good luck, Charlie. God bless you. Lovely, gorgeous.
73 years they've known him as a prince. Now many of his players are his subjects.
phone down as we come past, please. Thank you. Phone down, madam, please.
We really appreciate it. We appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Phones down, please, ladies and gents. We come down. Phone down, sir.
God save our gracious Prince of walking. God save the King. We love Charles. Thank you, Charles. We love you, King Charles. We love your mum. We are from Singapore.
Thank you so much.
Long dream, sir. God bless
Put your phones down. Put your phones down as we come past, ladies and gents.
It's very touching.
Phone down, sir. Come past. Phone down. Put your phone down, ladies. Come past, please. Put your phones down. Put your phone down, madam. Put your phones down, ladies and gents. Come past, please. Come down. Phones down, guys. Come past, please. Just enjoy the moment.
Sorry for being lost.
Come past. Enjoy the moment.
Du, nå står jeg faktisk 5 meter fra kongen og skal ta den i hånda, så det føles jo veldig mektig. Det er klart at det har vært mye blandede følelser i dag.
Phones down as we come past, please. Thank you.
Ganske interessert i den nye kongen.
Phones down, ladies and gents. We come past, please. Watch it spin. We're going to make Phones down, sir.
God save the king! And let's see you. All the very best. Thank you.
Look, it's her eyes there.
Thank you very much.
Clear to the side. Can you come to the barriers? To the barriers.
Come and stand there on the I'll stand in the corner and you'll catch it. You'll just get a view set on now.
And with that, King Charles III and Queen Consort Camilla go inside Buckingham Palace. They're all standard flying here now in the palace because the monarch is here. I'm joined outside Buckingham Palace by our royal correspondent Rhiannon Mills and historian Sir Anthony Selden. And the King's car pulled up, and Rhiannon, he could have been in no doubt as to what the public emotion was because there were cheers. And as he got out and walked along that line, impromptu a chorus of God Save the King, people hip, hip, hooray, and one woman even leaned across and gave him a kiss. But at the same time, I was just thinking, you know, all these faces, a lot of them had been crying, and they were all saying, I'm so sorry. What a difficult thing to do, to walk along and have all of that when you've just said goodbye to your mum.
And we know that King Charles is an emotional man. I think back to the words that he delivered outside of Highgrove when his father, Prince Philip, had died. And he seemed visibly moved at that time. And now he has lost his mother, as we have lost a much-loved monarch. We knew that the king and his queen consort, Camilla, wanted to pause outside of Buckingham Palace to look at the flowers. What was an unexpected in some ways was the fact that he decided immediately to get out the car and go and talk to the crowds. However, for those of us who have followed him on many royal engagements and many royal tours, that is his style. And actually it's something he's obviously inherited from his mother. Members of the royal family have often described how as they were growing up, they would look to her and Prince Philip in terms of their education, their learning in how they must get out, meet the people, be seen to be believed. They, in essence, were the ones who invented the walkabout. And today he was carrying out that tradition. But it's so important, I think, for him to be seen here, for him to actually do what he does best. Yes, he is, for some, a controversial character. We can't get away from that. Yes, he has at times been outspoken. And yes, there will be some across the country, across the Commonwealth, who will have questions about our hereditary monarchy and the fact that he automatically becomes our king. However, he does have this natural connection with people. He does genuinely care. And I think for him, it's that difficult balancing act now over the next 10 days. We are going to see, and this will happen as soon as tomorrow, the most incredible pageantry, ritual ceremony, which many of us have never witnessed before in terms of the Accession Council. Yes, we are welcoming a new king, and there will be fanfare with that. But also he appreciates that this is a country and a world who wants to pay the most fulsome tributes to Queen Elizabeth II. And I think today we saw him and his Queen Consort there amongst the crowds sharing this moment. But he must have been having to hold it together. But I think knowing that he had Camilla by his side, I was saying to Anthony mentioned earlier, well, why is Camilla not by his side as they were walking amongst the crowds? They've become this fantastic working team, and she would have known he went one way, she had to go the other. They would want to make sure they could meet as many people as possible.
But I thought it was really interesting that after he did talk to the crowds, he was directed to go to the flowers, and he paused and he waited for her. It was something they were going to do together.
Yeah. And that's what we will see, is yes, their relationship was controversial, and there are still those who find it difficult to accept Camilla because of Princess Diana's legacy. However, the late Majesty the Queen, she made it very clear in her Accession Day message back in February that in her mind, Camilla has committed herself to the institution, to those royal duties, and most importantly, supporting her son, her heir, and now our king. And as a result, she wanted her to be rewarded with that title of Queen Consort. When they got married, we'd been told, no, she's going to be Princess Consort. The Queen didn't want that. She wanted everything, if you like, rubber stamped, so there would be no questions, so that actually a moment like this could appear seamless. There wouldn't be questions behind the scenes. And that's really what we saw around this Platinum Jubilee year, was the Queen future-proofing the monarchy. And this is what she would have wanted, is to see her son being welcomed by the crowds. And as you said, the hip hip hoorays, the God Save the King, it's quite a striking sight to see.
Sir Anthony Selden, do you think he will have drawn succour from this reception for the events that he has now ahead of him, this big speech and meeting the Prime Minister?
Oh, I'm absolutely certain that he has, and that emotional moment, we heard it from here, the cheering coming down Constitution Hill down towards Buckingham Palace. And here you can see it on his face, can't you? You can see there's a relief, there's a happiness, there's a glow, an enthusiasm. There he is holding his hands together in a prayer, underlying the fact that he has pledged himself to be the defender of all faiths and all the different people of all diverse backgrounds who make up this country. And I think this is a very cathartic moment for him. And here you just feel there's a visible release from him. And I think also it's important, here he is imprinting himself, if you like, as a servant leader. And you know, that's when the monarchy works well. That's what the Queen did. She was a servant leader. She didn't have that sense of entitlement and grandeur of some of the monarchs of old, or indeed some of the lesser royals who've gone awry, that sense that all the wealth, all the money, all the privilege is there not to be enjoyed and consumed, but to be there to serve. And here we see him visibly serving the nation.
Serving indeed. And tributes have been paid to the Queen, not just here at Buckingham Palace with the King, but across the United Kingdom as well.
Couldn't believe she had gone. It's a great loss. Great loss. I just hope that Charles can live up to what his mother has obviously instilled in him.
She's done her best for this country. And what more can we ask of somebody, you know? I think she's a marvellous person.
I think it's just quite a poignant moment, isn't it, really, in history? So I think everybody's feeling quite saddened by it, even if they weren't expecting to be feeling sad, really.
Very sad, very sad. But then again, it was nice that she worked right up to the very end, and she was with all the family, and she had a very peaceful passing, which I think is very nice.
She's been as solid as a rock and very, very selfless.
Yeah, she's dedicated her whole life to us, so I don't think many people would be prepared to do that.
For me, it's just one of those iconic eras, you know. Everywhere you go, it's Elizabeth II. It is it's baked into this country, this culture, however you feel about the Queen and the monarchy.
She was a fantastic lady and had time for everybody. Yes, we will never see the like again, and I just feel it's the end of an era. It's the end of the Elizabethan era. I just wanted to come and say thank you.
Well, people have got many memories of meeting the Queen right across the country. Sky's Lisa Dowd is up in Birmingham for us there. And Lisa, how are they marking what's happened over the last 24 hours there?
Well, as the bells rang out here at Birmingham Cathedral, as they did across the country, it drew people into the grounds here for a moment of stillness, a moment of reflection. They've been going into the cathedral to light a candle, to write in a book of condolence, and they have been coming in here to lay flowers as well. There are some really poignant tributes, and they have really been turning some people to tears, actually, at times. Let's have a little chat with some of the people who stopped to lay flowers. Joan, your great-grandson, isn't it, Caius? You left some flowers inside, didn't you? And Caius, what was your message on them?
That I always looked up to her from when I was just a baby, and that she's been leading us for 70 years now, since she was like 25. Since 1925 she started leading us.
Oh, why did you feel like it was important to come today with your great-gran?
Because we all looked up to her in this moment of time when she died because of her age. So I thought like if we came and light a candle, it would make me feel better.
Oh, that's really lovely.
Showing your respect to the Queen, because she's a hard-working Queen. She puts all her heart and soul into it. And she's a hard worker. We're proud of her and we're proud to be British.
What are your feelings about the Queen?
What I feel about her? I feel she's just a wonderful woman. She's done everything. She's neglected herself and put herself last and the country and the people before her. She's wonderful.
Thank you so much for joining us. And those sentiments are reflected as the people keep coming here to lay more and more floral tributes. There's another group down here. I'll just see if they'll have a chat with us. Gentlemen, do you have a second? Why have you come here today?
Because my son is absolutely obsessed with the Queen, and he wanted to pay his respects, didn't you?
Yeah, I find it really sad that we've lost her in this country, and I've been doing coin collecting of her, and it's quite sad that that she's gone now.
What about yourself? What do you miss about her? What made you come down here today?
Yeah, I mean, she's always been there. She's a powerhouse, isn't she? Like 2 days ago, she was just doing a thing, you know, and then she's gone. And he, you know, and to be honest with you, it's more about my boys, you know, coming to pay the respects, you know, going sign a book of condolences and things like that as well. And we will be going down to London as well at some point as well, won't we?
Yeah.
To pay your respects, won't you?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Such an age range of people who have so much respect for her, both young and old here today.
Yeah, definitely, isn't there? You know, it's it's quite amazing, really, how people, come together in times of grief. And to be honest, I wasn't expecting it to be, me to feel like this, but you do.
I've seen some people move to tears.
Yes. I mean, you was a bit tearful yesterday, wasn't you, when you found out?
It was quite a shock that it happened straight away.
But as a memorial, really, we've got a dog named after her. So
You've got a dog.
Yes, yeah, we've got a dog named after her and kind of called her.
Yeah, I got Elizabeth, is a husky, and I got Diana, and there's Arthur. So I've got a Japanese Akita, Diana, and Elizabeth's Alaskan husky.
Oh, yeah. Of course, she was a big dog fan herself, wasn't she?
Yeah, she was.
Oh, well, thank you both for
Thank
joining
you very
us.
much. Thank you.
We'll have a little look at more of the tributes down here. I have to say, some of them really do move you to tears, but what seems to be the overarching message is simply thank you, Mom. Just down here there's a little card with a corgi on, and I've noticed a solitary jar of marmalade as well left. I believe that will be because of that very famous Paddington sketch. I saw a lady here leave some red, white and blue flowers earlier. It reads, "Your Majesty, your service is complete. Philip is waiting for you. Thank you." And this one reads, "Your Majesty, thank you. You served us magnificently. You will be greatly missed. Rest in peace." As well as the flowers, the floral tributes here, we've had a wreath-laying ceremony as well, and people are able to go to different areas around the city to sign books of condolence, and those books of condolence, when they're full, will be kept at the city's library, where people will be able to read the messages for time to come. They'll be stored in the archives there.
Lisa, thanks so much. Just a little bit of information about the King's address to the Commonwealth. That is going to be broadcast, we are hearing, in a video message at 6 o'clock this evening. And there is also, we understand, it is being recorded in the Blue Drawing Room at Buckingham Palace today. So that is something that presumably the King is now going on to do after he spent time outside with the crowds here at Buckingham Palace. So that is a confirmation from the Palace that there will be an address from the King to the nation and the Commonwealth at 6 o'clock this evening. Well, let's continue to reflect reaction across the UK. Sky's Fraser Maud is in Leeds for us. And Fraser, what's happening up there?
Yeah, I'm at the Civic Hall in Leeds here. It's a building that the Queen visited several times during her reign as monarch, and even before her first visit here was in 1949 when she visited the centre here as Princess Elizabeth. And according to news reports at the time, she was wearing a floral silk tea dress in an intriguing, if indecipherable, print. Of course, the Queen always was a fashion leader. She had a strong sense of style. She had an iconic image, always one of her own style rather than following any fads or trends. She certainly set the benchmark for sartorial elegance and has been respected for that throughout the world. She's been here several times since. She came back in 1958, a two-day visit here to Leeds. During that time, she went to Harwood House, which is a former royal residence. She visited there, and Harwood House have issued a statement saying the trustees, staff and volunteers of Harwood House are saddened to hear of the death of Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II, first cousin once removed and godmother to the 8th Earl of Harwood, David Lascelles. Sincere condolences from all of us here remain with the Queen's closest family members, His Majesty King Charles III, his brothers, the Dukes of York and Wessex, and his sister Anne, the Princess Royal, her friends and her loved ones. Here in Leeds, a large video screen is saying that it is with great sadness and sorrow that Leeds joins the rest of the country in mourning the loss of Queen Elizabeth II. She came here again in 1965, visiting Seacroft Civic Centre She came here again in her Silver Jubilee year, 1977. That's my first memory of the Queen. I remember seeing her at the Great Yorkshire Show in Harrogate in an open-top carriage around the main parade ring there. It was quite a moment for a young schoolboy and all my school friends who were with us. It was really quite a special moment to see the Queen in the flesh for the very first time. And of course, millions of people across the world over the past 70 years have shared that experience, that thrill of seeing such a great monarch, someone who devoted so much of her time, her entire life, to the people that she chose to serve. Some of the people who've been coming here to lay flowers in tribute to the Queen have spoken to me today. This is what they said.
I think for me, the Queen is everybody's grandmother. You know, you've grown up with her, she's always there.
I just think what a wonderful woman, not only just as an icon for the country and the Commonwealth and the world, but also as a grandma. You know, I mean, we've all got grandmas, and you know, and that's what's really special.
You know, watching the news and they just announced to say that the Queen has just passed away, you know, and you see, you know, tears to our eyes, and you know, it's just emotional.
Very sad. Sorry for her family, and I don't know what's going to happen next.
So a real sense of how people here in Leeds feel seeing the Queen as that matriarchal figure, the mother, the grandmother, the great-grandmother, not only to her family but to the British people. There are books of condolence open here at the Civic Hall, at cathedrals across Yorkshire, as the people in this part of her territories remember her very, very fondly.
Fraser, thanks very much for that. And I think what those people were saying will be mirrored in many households across the UK last night, as that news was revealed at 6:30 yesterday evening. Well, for so much of the Queen's life was defined by her duty and her role, but of course there were other elements to her life, and one of them was horse racing, and that was something that was nothing to do with duty or her role. It was just something that she absolutely loved. And I'm joined now by Major General Simon Brooks-Ward, who was show director of the Royal Windsor Horse Show and a good friend of the Queen. And my condolences to you. How will you remember her?
I think I will always remember the Queen as being in the most relaxed mode at the Royal Windsor Horse Show. And she attended and supported it for 79 years. And I just remember the joy that winning a rosette gave to the Queen when one of her ponies or horses won one of those in the show ring. That just joy and beaming smile was, was what we were all hoping for during the week.
And you know, she supported it, but how involved was she in it, behind the scenes, and putting her two penneth in about how it should go?
Well, the Royal Windsor Horse Show takes place in the private grounds of Windsor Castle, so it's very personal anyway. And so when it came to deciding about where the rings went or where roads that came into the showground went, the Queen and the Duke of Edinburgh, both as patron and president, were hugely involved and walked the route and gave it their approval. It wasn't just a name-only title patron. It was an active supporter who never missed an event at Royal Windsor Horse Show and was always there, including this year, which was one of our wonderful times that we had with the Queen on the showground when she won one of the Supreme Championships.
Yeah, and we knew that at the time that she was struggling with her mobility then, wasn't she? Because she'd been unable to attend other engagements, but did thankfully feel well enough to attend that. And it obviously brought her enormous pleasure.
A huge pleasure. I mean, the smiles on her face when she saw her granddaughter, Lady Louise, driving carriage through the arena, driving the Duke of Edinburgh's fell ponies, actually, on one day was very gratifying to see. And also, she attended in the evening the Platinum Jubilee celebration that we ran with the likes of Tom Cruise, Dame Helen Mirren, and 600 horses and 1,200 performers from around the world. And the Queen came to the full show of a sort of an hour and a half. And so the atmosphere in the arena when the Queen arrived in her vehicle to be there that night, I don't think I'll ever forget.
And it's impossible to state just how seriously she took her horses, isn't it? It was a real passion for her on every level, from buying, from breeding, from rearing them to racing them.
You know, the Queen is well known for her racing horses, both the flat and latterly over the jumps. But when I came into from our point of view, it was all to do with show ponies and horses. And actually, the Queen saved a lot of breeds, different ponies and horse breeds by her patronage, and actually actively competing with them. And you can name a whole host, whether it be the sort of Cleveland Bays or the Fell ponies or the Highland ponies. The Queen was responsible for saving those breeds, and took enormous pleasure from them and with them. And actually knew more about horses, I think, than anybody I've ever met. You never had a conversation with the Queen about horses or ponies and gave a fatuous opinion because you knew that you would get a sort of look which said, I think I know that. I think I know better than you.
And I did hear an anecdote on the radio this morning, and you may be able to confirm it or not, that heads of state, obviously, and parliamentarians had to go through, obviously, the Queen's secretaries, but that she had a special number or a special line that her racing trainers could get her on at any time they needed to.
I think the Queen had a very special relationship with her racehorse trainers, because actually the Queen was interested in her horses and took a huge sort of active supporting role with all of that. Wanted to know how they're getting on, whether one was lame or one was not, where was racing, why did it race well, why did it perform well in the show arena. It was a lifetime passion and interest for the Queen, and we were just lucky enough to benefit from that.
Yeah, lucky indeed. Simon Brooks Ward, really good to talk to you from the Royal Windsor Horse Show. Well, we have seen tributes continue to be paid to Queen Elizabeth today. Meanwhile, it's been confirmed that the US President Joe Biden will be among the world leaders attending her funeral. And leaders from across the world have also been paying their respects to the Queen. As our Europe correspondent, Adam Parsons, now reports.
At the White House, the flag's lowered to half-mast. America may be a nation formed because of a row with a British monarch, but the Queen was loved here. President Biden said she had defined an era. He came to the British Embassy to sign a book of condolence, praising her dignity and strength.
She was a great lady. We're so delighted we got to meet her.
North of the border, Canada too in mourning. Still a member of the Commonwealth, its leader visibly moved.
She was one of my favorite people in the world, and I will miss her so.
Gestures of solidarity from all around the world. In Tel Aviv, the municipality illuminated as a tribute. In New York, the Empire State Building lit up in silver and purple. And this in Rio, Christ the Redeemer illuminated for Elizabeth the Beloved. In Australia, where the role of monarchy remains a contentious political issue, a 96-gun salute. And also a fulsome tribute.
The deep respect and warm regard in which Australians have always held for Her Majesty will never fade.
In Paris, the Eiffel Tower was turned off. The Queen visited France more than any other country. It's an affection that was reciprocated.
To you, she was your Queen. To us, she was the Queen. To us all, she would be with us forever.
And in Germany, thanks for her role in uniting countries that had fought during her own teenage years.
Germany looks back with gratitude on the Queen, who, among many other things, was responsible for reconciling the once wartime enemies of Great Britain and Germany.
But sympathy extends beyond the corridors of power. At Britain's embassy in Tokyo, flowers and memories are being shared.
When Hong Kong was handed over to China, I was already a secondary school student. So in my mind or in my memories, Queen Elizabeth is so special. Like, she's always on the cons, on the stamps, and even has a photograph in the classroom. So to me, she is very special.
The Sydney Opera House also used as a canvas. Tributes have come from so many places. Even Vladimir Putin expressed his sadness. In New Zealand, that most profound of honours, a haka to remember the Queen. In an era of quick celebrity, the world has remembered a public figure who endured so very long. Adam Parsons, Sky News.
Tributes there from around the world, but closer to home in the House of Commons and the House of Lords, they've been paying tributes today, and amongst those paying their respects, Liz Truss and Keir Starmer, who led the tributes to the Queen this afternoon.
I invite the House to rise and observe a minute's silence in memory of Her late Majesty Queen Elizabeth II.
It followed a minute's silence, which was held in the House of Commons in tribute to the Queen, with members on all sides dressed in black, bowing their heads.
We remember the pledge she made on her 21st birthday to dedicate her life to service. The whole House will agree. Never has a promise been so completely fulfilled. Yeah. She reinvented monarchy for the modern age. She was a champion of freedom and democracy around the world. She was dignified but not distant. She was willing to have fun, whether on a mission with 007 or having tea with Paddington Bear. She brought the monarchy into people's lives and into people's homes. His Majesty, King Charles III, bears an awesome responsibility that he now carries for all of us, our new Carolean age. The crown endures, our nation endures, and in that spirit, I say, God save the King.
At this moment of uncertainty, where our country feels caught between a past it cannot relive and a future yet to be revealed, we must always remember one of the great lessons of our Queen's reign, that we are always better when we rise above the petty, the trivial, the day-to-day, to focus on the things that really matter, the things that unite us, rather than those which divide us. Our Elizabethan age may now be over, but her legacy will live on forever. And as the children of that era, it falls upon us to take that legacy forward, to show the same love of country, the love of one another, as she did, to show empathy and compassion, as she did, and to get Britain through this dark night and bring it into the dawn, as she did.
Well, let's bring in our Deputy Political Editor, Sam Coates, who joins us now. And Sam, really heartfelt tributes in the Commons to the Queen. And it was something that the Windsor Horse Show chairman, who I was just speaking to a short time ago, was talking about. She knew everything, he said, that there was to know about racing. And that has been something that's been echoed by politicians, isn't it? Because she met all the politicians, she met all the prime ministers, she met all the presidents, she met all the world leaders, and she had been doing it for so long that she had this vast library of knowledge that she was able to help current prime ministers with.
That's right. Harriet Harman, former Labour deputy leader, said that the relationship between the monarch and Parliament was never just on paper. And I think, Jane, that's exactly what we've been hearing for almost 3 hours now in the Commons, as each MP that has got up to speak has taken to talking about a different aspect of the late monarch's role, whether it was Keir Starmer talking about her as a figure from history, the thread between the history that we cherish and the present that we know, her role during COVID as sort of the nation's comforter in chief. Then you take some of the more recent contributions like Shabana Mahmood, talking about the Queen's role as head of the Anglican Church, head of the Church of England, and how nevertheless she represented all faiths for people like her. Harriet Harman talked about her as a woman in a man's world. When she came to the throne, men were the head of the household, yet she prospered and flowered in the role of monarch. And Boris Johnson talked about her as a human being navigating the monarchy. He talked about her Tupperware and how she relied on a single electric bar for heating sometimes and drove all the way through her Scottish estate without bodyguards. And I think it's some of the human moments that make for the most compelling storytelling in the Commons. Listen to this from Theresa May.
I remember one picnic at Balmoral which was taking place in one of the bothes on the estate. The hampers came from the castle and we all mucked in to put the food and drink out on the table. I picked up some cheese, put it on a plate and was transferring it to the table. The cheese fell on the floor. I had a split-second decision to make. I picked up the cheese, put it on the plate and put it on the table. And I turned round to see that my every move had been watched very carefully by Her Majesty the Queen. I looked at her, she looked at me, and she just smiled. And the cheese remained on the table.
Hearing how MPs have chosen to pay tribute to the Queen in their own individual ways has been quite something. Former Tory leader Ian Duncan Smith writing his own poem based on W.H. Auden. I think Boris Johnson's speech captured something of the mood of the Commons. He concluded by calling her Elizabeth the Great. Liz Truss, in her opening speech, says, "We do not fear what lies ahead." In her remarks, today, I think it's quite clear from MPs that they are very, very conscious what they and the nation will miss.
Absolutely, Sam. Thanks very much. And those tributes are continuing today. They're going to pause at 6 o'clock because that is when the King is due to address the nation. And then they will resume and go on till 10 o'clock this evening. We know that Parliament is also going to sit tomorrow, and then those tributes, if there is still time for them, will continue to be held on Monday as well. There are a lot of people who have a great deal they wish to say about the Queen. Well, down here at Buckingham Palace, the numbers of people who've arrived is now, I would suggest, in its thousands. The weather has brightened, and that has certainly brought more people out, but we are seeing hundreds and hundreds of people coming and going throughout the day, and they are bringing flowers, they are bringing messages, and they are leaving them outside the gates of Buckingham Palace. And within the last hour, we saw the new King, King Charles III, accompanied by Queen Consort Camilla, who arrived and stopped outside the gates of Buckingham Palace and got out and met the crowds there. And it really was quite a moment. There was applause as his car drew up and cheers as he got out. There were shouts of hip, hip, hooray, shouts of God save the King. There were people who were in tears or looked as they had been crying, who greeted the King as he walked along that line. And then he and Camilla then looked at the floral tributes and then turned and walked into Buckingham Palace. And you can see that the King's new royal standard is now flying above Buckingham Palace for the first time. The King is in residence. This is Sky News live from Buckingham Palace. A first sight of the new King, Charles III, after his arrival here from Balmoral. A kiss for the King as he greets well-wishers ahead of his first address to the country as monarch. For the former Queen, confirmation that a period of mourning will be observed until 7 days after her funeral. And gun salutes around the UK and beyond, with one round being fired for each year of the Queen's life. Bells toll in churches and cathedrals too to commemorate the life of Queen Elizabeth. A minute's silence is held at Westminster, with tributes paid to the Queen in both Houses of Parliament. And books of condolence are opened and flowers laid as people around the country remember their former monarch.
Couldn't believe she had gone. It's a great loss, great loss.
Hello, good afternoon from Buckingham Palace, where the new monarch, King Charles III, has arrived after travelling from Balmoral. Well, having made his way by car from RAF Northolt, the King was met by cheering crowds as he stepped out and shook hands with well-wishers. A kiss for the King, as His Majesty spent almost 10 minutes greeting the crowds of people who had gathered here to see him and also to pay tribute to Queen Elizabeth. King Charles and the Queen Consort Camilla inspected some of the hundreds of bouquets of flowers which have been placed around the gates here in tribute to his mother. A symbol of the continuation of the monarchy, the royal standard, the King's royal standard, was raised above the palace for the first time in the King's reign to mark his arrival here. His Majesty and the Queen Consort entered the palace to the sound of a single bugler. The King is now expected to begin preparations to meet the Prime Minister, Liz Truss, before addressing the country in a broadcast at 6 o'clock this evening. Earlier bells sounded at noon at churches up and down the country, including at St Paul's Cathedral, to mark the beginning of a 10-day period of royal mourning following the death of the Queen. And at 1 o'clock this afternoon, gun salutes across the UK and further afield mark each year of the 96 years of the Queen's life. Well, our royal correspondent, Rhiannon Mills, joins us now. And Rhiannon, that was quite a reception that the new king got here, wasn't it?
We knew that he was obviously going to come to Buckingham Palace, monarchy HQ, as it were, and a place that he has spent so much time as a child and watching his mother carry out that business of state. But he was meant to come here to simply look at flowers. But it was, in a way, for those of us who followed Prince of Wales as we knew him, now King Charles, on so many engagements and royal tours, it was textbook for him. He immediately made a beeline for the crowds. And actually, whatever you think of him, I think it's at those moments that he really is at his best. He has a security team around him who he really trusts. And at times you could see him talking to them, but making sure that, 12 minutes he was there, meeting as many people as could, shaking hands. And I think for both of us, the reaction was just incredible to watch. The fact that you had people actually kissing the new king. And there will be those who, across the country, will, of course, question our hereditary monarchy and the fact that it all happens so quickly. We're mourning the death of a much-loved and respected monarch, and yet we automatically have a new king, and there's no choice in the matter. He is our future now. And yet, for the Queen, for her, I think, certainly over the last 12 months, increasingly, you have seen her saying to us, you saw her saying to us, that he should be a man that we opened our arms to, that we did take on, and that she trusted him to continue the constitutional duties, but also be there as that figure of support for the nation that she was throughout so many decades. And just carrying out a walkabout there, just in that act, he was carrying on such an important tradition that the Queen and Prince Philip started, that sense of you have to be seen to be believed, you have to make that connection. And throughout her life, she met so many people, throughout those countless engagements that she carried out, the audiences, and you and I, we've been hearing so many lovely stories about the impact that she had on people. And now it's time for us to get to know what was, for many of us for so long, Prince Charles, and is now our King Charles III.
I mean, it must have been a really tough thing to do, I think, to when you're upset yourself, to see other people being nice to you. It can be quite hard, can't it?
Yeah, and there is no doubt he's an emotional man, and often that contrast has been made between him and his mother and him and his father. And he does wear his heart on his sleeve, and sometimes that has come out in anger and rage and frustration at some of the social injustices in the world. And yet also on other engagements, I've seen him hugging people and just spontaneously interacting with people in a very natural way. And that's what we've seen today. But I think what we have to remember over the next 10 days, it's going to be this quite difficult balancing act for him, because we were all preparing for this moment. But I think for those of us who've been getting ready for it, it's always going to be interesting to see how the public adjusts to this sense of, over the 10 days, the pendulum is going to swing in terms of emotion between mourning the death of Queen Elizabeth II, but welcoming the new king in sometimes the most extravagant ritual and pageantry that we've never seen, many of us never seen in our lifetime. And that happens tomorrow with the Accession Council, as he is formally proclaimed as king. So it's going to be fascinating to see how he gets that balancing act right between the emotional side and what we now know is getting on with the job. So meeting the Prime Minister, and today, this evening, addressing the nation, which I think will be a particularly poignant and emotional moment.
Rhiannon, thanks very much for that. Well, let's just get some reflections now from back up in Scotland. The Queen remains at Balmoral, and her former Scottish Press Secretary, Louise Tate, joins us today. Louise, we spoke to you yesterday, we've spoken to you today, when we didn't quite know what was happening with the Queen yesterday, and sadly, the news that perhaps everybody was fearing now has happened. What are your feelings today?
Well, I think, like you and like Rhiannon, we've kicked into professional mode to make sure that we do Her Majesty justice. But there's inevitably going to be a time to really grieve, and I'm sure that will be quite soon. It is a shock, just as shocked as everyone else, because it happened so quickly and it was so unexpected.
Well, indeed. What kind of boss was she? What was she like to work for?
Well, she was an extraordinary woman, and I felt so fortunate to work with her and know her to the extent that I did. I always found her very straightforward to work with, especially in public, but in private I always found her a very kind, a very caring person, a very funny person, and that smile was there behind closed doors just as much as it was when she was out in public, and it lit up a room.
And we heard a lot about the Queen's very mischievous nature. Did you see much of the evidence of that?
Oh, well, there were the odd little things here and there when she spotted some of her staff in archers' uniforms, for instance. The Royal Company of Archers' uniforms. There's lots of little things like that, because she was such a keen observer. She never missed anything. Nothing. She had such a keen eye, and she was so practiced at watching military displays and even small changing of the guard of an evening at the Palace of Holyrood House. And occasionally, there was one occasion when I think someone forgot to open a gate, and they all concertinaed into one another, and it was late in the evening, and the Queen was, of course, watching. And things like that, small things, they probably seemed huge to the particular soldiers on the night, but for Her Majesty, that was just it was just a light thing. It wasn't a faux pas. It was clearly just something that she found in the moment to be amusing and would never pick fault with.
And when we listened to all the tributes that were being read out in the House of Commons, one of the themes amongst them was that we should all try to be a little bit more like the Queen, that this is perhaps a difficult period for a lot of people and a period of great uncertainty, and that she was exactly the kind of person who would just knuckle down, head down, just crack on with it. Was that sense of her personality very much in evidence throughout her life, as you saw it?
Yes, I think she was very no nonsense. What's in front of me? What needs to be done? Okay, let's do it. I remember, I think I spoke about this story earlier in the year, actually, at Platinum Jubilee. The fog at Palace Holyrood House was so thick that the helicopter couldn't land, and the message went out once the helicopter did land that it was actually at Musselburgh Golf Course. And she said, I'll go to the helicopter. There was nothing. She'd seen so much in her life, so much. I think very little faced her.
And the things that she held on to, the things that helped sustain her, clearly her sense of duty, clearly her family, but her faith was incredibly important to her, wasn't it?
Yes, I believe so. I saw that for myself. I recognise it in something from my own father, who wore his faith lightly too, but was a man of great faith. And she always behaved in a very considered Christian way to everyone. She was always very welcoming and very open, and so pleased to see people. It was always a joy to watch people's reaction when they saw her. And you've seen some of that today with His Majesty the King and the Queen Consort.
Indeed. Louise Tate, always lovely to talk to you. Thanks a lot again, former Scottish Press Secretary for the Queen. Thanks very much. Well, the historian Sir Anthony Selden is with me here outside Buckingham Palace. And Sir Anthony, we know that the King is recording his message to the nation this afternoon. It could be happening as we speak inside Buckingham Palace. It's a big moment for him, isn't it? This is a speech that will define a great deal.
It's a colossal moment for him, because people will be listening. Some will be wholly with him, but a majority perhaps of the population will just be waiting to see what kind of response they have to it. Do they feel that he is truly connecting with them, or is he perhaps a little bit overly formal, a little bit wooden? He's got to get it right, and we'll know, and he'll know if he's got it right because of that reaction. So, a colossal moment.
And what does he have to say this evening? I mean, presumably it will involve some indication of the kind of king he would like to be, but also a tribute to his mother and acknowledgement of what the nation is going through.
Yes, I doubt if he'll ever give a more difficult speech to try to get right, because he's obviously hurting inside. I mean, he might have submerged those feelings of grief that he'll feel as a son, but he'll be very conscious of being pulled both ways. He'll want to set out the kind of monarch he is, with his beliefs for the country in the 21st century, as a multicultural country committed to service, committed to the arts, committed to young people, to education, to the environment. And yet at the same time, he knows he can't really do that, because people will expect him to be like his mother, much more ears than a mouse, listening and receiving, and not on transmit mode.
Do you think that's interesting? So do you think that the things that we know him for, his passions, the environment, to name just one, do you think that he will have to rein them in, or we won't see this as an opportunity that he now has more power?
Of course he'll see it as an opportunity. He's a human being, and he believes passionately in what he believes in passionately. And that is the environment. He was a very early starter, long before almost everybody, including all his deriders. Many of his deriders have now become passionate environmentalists themselves, but with local arts and crafts, the importance of local villages and local communities, the importance of young people, of volunteering, of the Prince's Trust, of the arts, of the ballet, the Royal Shakespeare Company, but also faith and the fact that he represents the country as it now is, totally different to how it was in 1952 when his mother acceded to the throne. So he wants to represent all faiths and all backgrounds that go and make up Britain.
And he has had a long time being the heir and being in waiting to sort of cogitate over what kind of king he would like to be.
He certainly has. I mean, whether that long period of waiting, it can sometimes make people exasperated and boil over with the sense that, you know, he's wanting to be king, but of course he doesn't want his mother to die. I mean, you know, that's a difficult one, isn't it? He has thought it through. He's been obviously preparing for it and working out what he thinks the country needs as it goes forward and what the monarchy needs. How does he complete that process his mother started of making the monarchy? I mean, monarchies have died throughout the world since his mother took over. Those monarchies that remain are either irrelevant or they are despotic and using all kinds of torture and manipulative methods to keep their subjects in place. To have a constitutional monarchy that is vital, underpinning democracy, as Harriet Harman said, and yet not crossing that line, you know, difficult, but that's what he has to do if the monarchy is to survive and flourish.
And that's such an interesting thought, isn't it? Because if we look back over the monarchy in recent years, the Queen did have her annus horribilis, and there have been periods where the monarchy has not been especially popular, and there are certainly those in society who still are very anti the monarchy. I mean, could this be the last of our monarchs, do you think, if he doesn't tread carefully, if he doesn't tread correctly?
It could be the last, and choosing the name Charles III reminds us that Charles I lost his head and Charles II went a long way down the line to ensuring that the monarchy wouldn't survive by his own poor and self-indulgent leadership and not handling the different emotions between Catholics and Protestants. So two very poor examples from the 17th century, the century that executed the monarch and for which Britain became a republic for 11 years. So, yes, I mean, that is tantalizing, raises the question, the spectre of the monarchy not surviving. There is no reason on earth why the monarchy has to survive, in the same way it's dwindled from so many other countries and become an autocracy or irrelevant, to make it vital. I mean, I'm sure he'll succeed. I really do. And if you look at those countries that have elected heads of state, that become more and more polarized. And in America, which was formed breaking away as a democracy from Britain, we see democracy under real threat, with a former president challenging the legitimacy of the elective democratic process. To have, ironically, to have an unelected figure at the heart of a democracy could be exactly what it needs to be for monarchies to survive.
And it's been interesting seeing the reaction from America, where, of course, the monarchy is, it seems, loved. Universally loved.
Maybe they'll be knocking on our door and saying, can they rejoin the Commonwealth?
Well, you never know. Or they could get a king and queen of their own.
Well, they could too.
Sir Anthony Sheldon, thank you very much. Well, let's take a closer look at what we expect to happen over the next 24 hours. King Charles is expected to hold his first audience with the Prime Minister, Liz Truss, this afternoon. Both Houses of Parliament are currently gathered in the Commons and the Lords, and they are paying tribute to the late monarch until at least 10 o'clock tonight. Well, at 6 o'clock, Liz Truss and senior ministers will attend a public service of remembrance at St Paul's Cathedral in central London. And King Charles is expected to address the nation in a televised speech at the service, in which he'll pay tribute to his late mother and pledge to serve as head of state. Moving on to tomorrow at 10 o'clock in the morning, an accession council will meet at St James's Palace to formally proclaim Charles as the new sovereign. Then in the afternoon, The Commons will hold a sitting to allow senior MPs to take an oath of allegiance to King Charles III. Well, tributes are being paid to the Queen across the whole United Kingdom.
Couldn't believe she had gone. It's a great loss. Great loss. I just hope that Charles can live up to what his mother has obviously instilled in him.
She's done her best for this country, and what more can we ask of somebody, you know? I think she's a marvellous person.
I think it's just quite a poignant moment, isn't it, really, in history? So I think everybody's feeling quite saddened by it, even if they weren't expecting to be feeling sad, really.
Very sad, very sad. But then again, it was nice that she worked right up to the very end, and she was with all the family, and she had a very peaceful passing, which I think is very nice.
She's been as solid as a rock and very, very selfless.
Yeah, she's dedicated her whole life to us, so I don't think many people would be prepared to do that.
For me, it's just one of those iconic eras, you know. Everywhere you go, it's Elizabeth II. It is it's baked into this country, this culture, however you feel about the Queen and the monarchy.
She's a fantastic lady and had time for everybody. Yes, we will never see the like again, and I just feel it's the end of an era. It's the end of the Elizabethan era. I just wanted to come and say thank you.
Well, people are gathering at many of the royal palaces. Guys, Shaman Freeman-Powell is in Windsor for us today, where, like Buckingham Palace, lots of people are taking flowers down there, aren't they, Shaman, and leaving messages and just coming down to see them and be amongst the crowds.
Yes, Cambridge Gate here at Windsor Castle was where members of the public were asked to come and lay flowers, to light candles and to pay their respects to the Queen. And over the course of today, thousands of people have done just that. You might not be able to see, but over my right shoulder, there are so many bouquets of flowers that a gate has been erected to make sure that they don't overflow. And that's because hundreds and hundreds of people have been coming down here to pay their respects, some of them travelling from very far. I'm actually joined now by one of those thousands, Richard Mobbs. Now, you've travelled all the way from Leicester, haven't you? Tell me how you felt when you heard about the news of the Queen passing.
It's obviously very sad, not too unexpected, because getting old, it's always a sad time, you know, so we thought I'd come and pay our respects down here.
And you used to see the Queen quite a lot, didn't you? Can you just explain that for me?
Yeah, we used to go and watch the polo at Great Park, Guards Polo. I used to take a lot of photos. I've got quite a lot of photos of her, you know, and always smiling and very pleasant.
And as I said, there's been hundreds, in fact thousands of people that have come here today to lay flowers and to pay their respect, but it's still very quiet, it's quite sombre, isn't it? Can you describe the feeling and how the Queen's death affected you?
Well, obviously everybody's very sad, you know, but very respectful. And she's been, you know, I'm 70 years old and she's been in my life all of my life, you know, and you just respect her, and she's never done anything wrong. She's always been kind and friendly and courteous, and she's very nice lady. We'll all miss her.
And it's a huge moment in history, isn't it? We're never going to see a day like this again, are we?
No, that's right. It's going to be the King now, so let's change the stamps, change the coins, change the national anthem. So it'll be strange for a start, but I'm sure we'll get used to it, and Charles will settle in and do a good job.
And I know that you've told me that you will be going down to Buckingham Palace too. How important is it for you to be able to pay your respects in this way?
Well, yes, I mean, to say she's part of my life, you know, so it's nice to go and pay your respects, see everybody, and you know, it's just nice to be there, you know, at this sad time.
Thank you so much, Richard. And many of the flowers that have been laid directly behind me also come with many heartfelt messages. There have been so many different types of people that have travelled down to Windsor today as well. Earlier I saw school children with their teachers. There's been many tourists coming here too, but most strikingly there's been lots of people that live in the local area, and they say for them the Queen was not only their head of state, but she was their neighbour too, one that will be sadly missed. And we do know that Windsor Castle was very close to the Queen's heart. She spent a lot of her time here, not only for work, but also to spend her private moments. And we have been told that Prince William and Prince Harry are likely to be in Windsor as the nation mourns their Queen.
Shaman Freeman-Powell in Windsor, thank you very much. Well, it's been confirmed that US President Joe Biden will be among the world leaders attending the late Queen's funeral. Leaders from across the world have been paying their respects, as our Europe correspondent Adam Parsons reports.
At the White House, the flag's lowered to half-mast. America may be a nation formed because of a row with a British monarch, but the Queen was loved here. President Biden said she had defined an era. He came to the British Embassy to sign a book of condolence, praising her dignity and strength.
She was a great lady. We're so delighted we got to meet her.
North of the border, Canada too in mourning. Still a member of the Commonwealth, its leader visibly moved.
She was one of my favorite people in the world, and I will miss her so.
Gestures of solidarity from all around the world. In Tel Aviv, the municipality illuminated as a tribute. In New York, the Empire State Building lit up in silver and purple. And this in Rio, Christ the Redeemer illuminated for Elizabeth the Beloved. In Australia, where the role of monarchy remains a contentious political issue, a 96-gun salute. And also a fulsome tribute.
The deep respect and warm regard in which Australians have always held for Her Majesty will never fade.
In Paris, the Eiffel Tower was turned off. The Queen visited France more than any other country. It's an affection that was reciprocated.
To you, she was your Queen. To us, she was the Queen. To us all, she would be with us forever.
And in Germany, thanks for her role in uniting countries that had fought during her own teenage years.
Germany looks back with gratitude on the Queen, who, among many other things, was responsible for reconciling the once wartime enemies of Great Britain and Germany.
But sympathy extends beyond the corridors of power. At Britain's embassy in Tokyo, flowers and memories are being shared.
When Hong Kong was handed over to China, I was already a secondary school student. So in my mind or in my memories, Queen Elizabeth is so special. Like, she's always on the cons, on the stamps, and even has a photograph in the classroom. So to me, she is very special.
The Sydney Opera House also used as a canvas. Tributes have come from so many places. Even Vladimir Putin expressed his sadness. In New Zealand, that most profound of honours, a haka to remember the Queen. In an era of quick celebrity, the world has remembered a public figure who endured so very long. Adam Parsons, Sky News.
Well, that is reaction around the world. Let's just, though, remind you of reaction here at Buckingham Palace. The moment King Charles took it upon himself to meet the crowds outside Buckingham Palace this afternoon. Let's just listen in again, in full.
Put your phones down as we approach, guys. Enjoy the moment. Put your phone down, madam. Phone down.
Take your time. We wish you success. Thank you, Charles. Thank you, Charles.
Very much. The flowers, all your kind flowers.
God bless you.
God bless you, Charles. God bless you. You've got big shoes to fill, and I know you'll do. You're going to be a fantastic couple. Good luck, Charlie. Good luck, my darling. Oh, what man.
Long live the king.
God bless you.
Thank you. All the best.
Come down, please, guys.
73 years they've known him as a prince, and then he was declared like his subjects.
God save the king! God save the king!
Thank you. I'm so sorry. Thank you. Wishing you fond memory. Thank you. Wonderful memory.
Fond memory. Fond memory.
Lovely to meet you.
Put your phone down, guys. Phone down, please.
God save the king! God save the king!
Sorry for your loss. Guys, just put your phone down as we come past, please. Thank you. Phone down, madam, please.
We really appreciate it. We appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Put your phones down, please, ladies and gents. We'll come down. Put your phone down, sir.
God save our gracious King, God save our walking, God save the King. We love you, Charles. Thank you, Charles. We love you, King Charles. We love your mum. We are from Singapore.
Thank you so much.
Long thing, sir. God bless you.
Come past, Just put your phones down as we come past. Put your phones down as we come past, ladies and gents.
It's very touching.
Majesty.
Phone down, sir, as we come past. Phone down. Put your phone down, ladies. Come past, please. Put your phones down. Put your phone down, madam. Put your phones down, ladies and gentlemen. Come past, please. Come down. Put your phones down, guys, and come past, please. Just enjoy the moment. Phone down, ladies.
Sorry, we lost that.
Come past. Enjoy the moment.
Nå står jeg faktisk 5 meter fra kongen og skal til å ta den i hånda, så det føles jo veldig nyttig. Det er klart at det har vært mye blandede følelser i dag.
Let's get phones down as we come past, please. Thank you.
Jeg er interessert i å hinte den nye kongen.
Phones down, ladies and gentlemen. Come past, please. Watch this bend. We're going to make
God save the king!
Phones down.
God save the king! God save the king!
And let's see you. All the very best.
Look, it's her eyes there. Just there.
Security! Security!
Yeah, we're meant to go back.
back. Also back. We go back down to see
Clear to the side. Can you come to the barriers?
A lone bugler there piping in the King and his Queen consort into Buckingham Palace a little earlier this afternoon. And as he walked into the palace, the Royal Standard was flying fully above the palace, his Royal Standard. Up to now, it was the Queen's Royal Standard that would fly when she was in residence, but he has his own, and that is now above Buckingham Palace. But if you scan the QR code on your screen right now, you can submit your own personal tribute to Her Majesty the Queen on the Sky News website. I know a lot of you are going to be doing that. Lots of people have been leaving tributes and books of condolence around the country, or also just on bouquets of flowers that they're bringing to some of the royal palaces. Sky's Dan Whitehead is in Cardiff for us. And Dan, what tributes are being paid there?
Well, the books of condolence opened at 2 o'clock here at City Hall in Cardiff. And of course, as all the focus is on Buckingham Palace as the new king arrives there, in the nations around the UK, those gun salutes took place earlier. Cardiff Castle, just over the way, had the 96th gun salute with 104 Regiment Royal Artillery carrying out those duties. And I would say around 2,000 to 3,000 people gathered for that event. Here, flowers have just started to be laid at City Hall, and we caught up with Juliet Anderson. She's one member of the public who came in feeling compelled to write down her thoughts on the Queen.
She was loved by everybody. She was everybody's granny. I've grown up with her, and I can remember the 1977 Jubilee and decorating my bike, and I think she's been there through thick and thin, a constant for the UK and Great Britain. Through no matter what's happened, no matter what's been thrown at us, she's always been there. She's always participated. She's got stuck in. Never been one to shirk duty.
Juliet's words there echoing what a lot of people have been telling us in the Welsh capital today. I think people are shell-shocked still, but they are attending these events knowing that the gravitas and the importance of just what has happened in the last 24 hours. The books of condolence here at City Hall will be open until 5 o'clock every day, up until including Her Majesty's funeral. Tomorrow morning in Cardiff at 11 o'clock, there will be a 21-gun salute back at Cardiff Castle, just the next in the series of organised events during this national period of mourning.
Dan, thanks very much. Well, here at Buckingham Palace, the crowds are still gathering. There are hundreds and hundreds of people here coming and going throughout the day, but a large number staying. Our international affairs editor, Dominic Waghorn, is with me now. And Dominic, you've been going down there and talking to people. There are a lot of tourists. You know, London is obviously a big tourist destination, but there are lots of people from the UK as well, aren't they? What kind of things are they saying?
Yeah, from first light, I've been talking to people here, and there've been tourists, British people, people from across the Commonwealth, some Brazilians I spoke to as well. And sometimes at these events, you get people coming along to pay respects in the wake of someone's death. A lot of people coming along to spectate and watch. But the sense you've had here is that most people have been here not to look on, but to be involved and to express their condolences in one way or another, and also just to be with other people going through the same emotions as they are going through or struggling with. And as they've been struggling with the rain as well, I think swirling through the crowd has been a sort of range of emotions that people have been dealing with. Not least when King Charles arrived and the rain lifted and the sun, I think, came out. And as he drove through, there were cheers for the king, some spontaneous singing of the national anthem, and he got out and was greeted. The first glimpse the public that the subjects have had of their new monarch in the flesh, and a whole range of emotions from people talking about, ranging from excitement as well as sadness, a sense of optimism and hope, but also apprehension as well. These are some of the feelings that people share with us in our camera.
Very exciting. It's kind of a moment in history, isn't it? It's a very special thing that's happening today with the King coming back to Buckingham Palace.
Yeah. Quite strange. When he first went past, it was silent, and then it was like, no, he's here. And then God Save the King, and started singing the national anthem under God Save the King again. So it was a nice atmosphere, the whole thing.
We saw him sitting in the car, the first car passing by. Really emotional, especially everyone screaming, God Save the King, which still is really new to me. But yeah, really impressive and really emotional moment.
My parents have never seen anyone other than this. My grandparents never saw anyone other than, Her Majesty. Just, when you're in London, you've got to be a part of an occasion this big.
The thoughts of some of those that you've been talking to out there, and also what struck me was not only the people's reaction to their new king, but also for him, he left Balmoral. There were some people who'd gathered outside, but it is a pretty remote, pretty rural area. He flew down to Northolt, again, not a particularly public place, and it wasn't until he drove past the mile at the end here at Constitution Hill that he will have seen the crowds gathering, and he would have seen the outpouring of emotion that people are feeling on the streets and coming here to show that to him.
Yeah, and I think, yes, we're talking about swirling emotions, but the emotions swirling through his head as well is worth considering. As you say, sort of leaving, Balmoral is kind of in the middle of nowhere in Scotland, so some people have been able to get there, but not so many. But flying down here and then being, greeted by crowds which have taken a lot of us by surprise and driving through it. And what was going through his heart and his mind, I think, you have to wonder. And then he got out and was greeted by the crowds. And this is what he's been living his entire life towards. But on the same day, he is obviously dealing with the grief of being a grief-stricken son as well. So, yeah, he has a lot to go through emotionally today. And then he's got to give this speech, this address to the nation tonight, where it's going to be the first sense of what kind of king he's going to be, how he's going to define his monarchy from the beginning. So I think for him, there's a lot to go through emotionally, and for his subjects as well. One of the great strengths of the constitutional monarchy is the hereditary principle that the succession of power of the office is instantaneous. As soon as one monarch dies, the heir takes over. So I think what has happened today has emphasised the fact that there's this smooth succession that is one of the great strengths of the constitutional monarchy. But of course, it's difficult, I think, for people to be involved in that, having not been experienced in it for decades. None of us have really gone through this in our lives. And that's, I think, the sense we have from those people we're speaking to. Excited to be part of history, but deeply moved as well by what's been happening and what's happened to their monarch.
Yeah. Dominic, thanks very much. Well, there has been a lot of reaction, of course, not just here outside Buckingham Palace, but in the House of Commons and Lords as well, where tributes have been paid to the Queen in Parliament. Liz Truss and Sir Keir Starmer led those tributes. Well, this was the moment that a procession was led through Central Lobby. Special sessions are currently taking place in the Commons and the Lords, with members sharing their memories of Queen Elizabeth II.
I invite the House to rise and observe a minute's silence in memory of Her late Majesty, Queen Elizabeth II.
Well, MPs held a minute's silence in tribute to the Queen, with members on all sides dressed in black, bowing their heads.
We remember the pledge she made on her 21st birthday to dedicate her life to service. The whole House will agree. Never has a promise been so completely fulfilled. Yeah. She reinvented monarchy for the modern age. She was a champion of freedom and democracy around the world. She was dignified but not distant. She was willing to have fun, whether on a mission with 007 or having tea with Paddington Bear. She brought the monarchy into people's lives and into people's homes. His Majesty, King Charles III, bears an awesome responsibility that he now carries for all of us, our new Carolean age. The crown endures, our nation endures, and in that spirit, I say, God save the King.
At this moment of uncertainty, where our country feels caught between a past it cannot relive and a future yet to be revealed, we must always remember one of the great lessons of our Queen's reign, that we are always better when we rise above the petty, the trivial, the day-to-day, to focus on the things that really matter, the things that unite us, rather than those which divide us. Our Elizabethan age may now be over, but her legacy will live on forever. And as the children of that era, it falls upon us to take that legacy forward, to show the same love of country, the love of one another, as she did, to show empathy and compassion, as she did, and to get Britain through this dark night and bring it into the dawn, as she did.
Well, in Northern Ireland, Sinn Féin's Vice President Michelle O'Neill praised the Queen's efforts to advance peace and reconciliation in the province during her life.
First and foremost, obviously my thoughts are very much with her family, with her children, with her grandchildren, with that wider family circle. I'm sure they mourn her loss very, very deeply. I also want to specifically acknowledge the hurt and the grief of those in the Unionist community here, our neighbours, who will obviously profoundly feel her loss and miss her leadership over the past 70 years. I think that there's no doubt that she leaves a legacy of someone who reached out the hand of friendship, someone who advanced peace and reconciliation, someone who sought to build relations between those of an Irish and those of a British identity. And I think that was sterling work and something that I think that should be very much remembered for here on this island.
Well, to reflect on this, our political correspondent Joe Pike joins me now. And Joe, it struck me listening to those various tributes in the House of Commons this afternoon that the loss to the nation, yes, but a loss to politicians in terms of what the Queen had provided in terms of advice and information and solace over the years seemed to shine through.
Yes, Jane, counsel and wisdom and also confidentiality. A lot of former Prime Ministers have spoken about the fact that their audiences, weekly audiences with the Queen would not be shared with anyone else and would not be leaked to the media. As we've seen, the Commons was a sea of black. And yet again, Liz Truss faced an enormous task in trying to respond to this moment. You could see in her body language, on her face, I think that she recognised the weight of the occasion because, of course, she needed to reflect and capture the mood of the nation, reflect on the legacy and personality of the Queen, who, of course, she did not know that well, certainly compared to some of her predecessors, and also mark the transition to a new reign. She had opposite her in Keir Starmer an opposition leader who's a bit more experienced at the dispatch box in that leadership role. And of course, behind her, two former Prime Ministers in Boris Johnson and Theresa May, who, as I say, had far more recollections, far more experience of meeting the Queen, and certainly displayed that, I think, in their speeches. Boris Johnson spoke of Elizabeth the Great, and he was the first person in the Commons about 40 minutes into proceedings who provoked humour, provoked laughter when he spoke of the 2012 opening ceremony of the Olympic Games, and the fact that a foreign dignitary actually thought that the Queen had arrived after jumping out of a helicopter and coming down in a parachute. He said telling the Queen of that provoked joy on her face. We also heard from Theresa May, who perhaps wouldn't be seen as a natural humorist, but I think perhaps changed perceptions today. She spoke of a visit she'd paid to Balmoral, as Prime Ministers have done for many decades, often in early September over a weekend. This was one of Theresa May's recollections.
I remember one picnic at Balmoral which was taking place in one of the bothes on the estate. The hampers came from the castle and we all mucked in to put the food and drink out on the table. I picked up some cheese, put it on a plate and was transferring it to the table. The cheese fell on the floor. I had a split-second decision to make. I picked up the cheese, put it on the plate and put it on the table. And I turned round to see that my every move had been watched very carefully by Her Majesty the Queen. I looked at her, she looked at me, and she just smiled. And the cheese remained on the table.
There was another memorable speech from Harriet Harman, a former Labour cabinet minister, who remembered the moment after she was sacked from that job as a Secretary of State, and her diary was empty, her phone was silent. But she was invited for tea with the Queen. That, she said, was a remarkable moment. She also spoke about the fact that the Queen had acceded to the throne at a time where she was a prominent woman in a man's world. Of course, Jane, many of the politicians we've seen today and former Prime Ministers we've heard from in the last few hours will be attending that accession council tomorrow, the first key ceremonial event since the Queen's death, when the new sovereign is proclaimed. That is due to start at St James's Palace at 10 a.m. and for the first time it will be televised.
Well, indeed, Joe, thanks very much for that. And I think that's an interesting point that Joe made there, that Harriet Harman reiterated, that she was head of a nation at a time crowned when it was very much a man's world. And she said what determination and courage that must have taken for her to step up to her place at the head of this nation at a time when women's opinions were not really valued. She said she was the matriarch of this nation. Well, many people still coming down to Buckingham Palace to leave their tributes to the Queen and also to listen to the King. In 2 hours' time, he will make a speech setting out his plan for the nation and giving his reaction to what happened yesterday and the death of his mother, the Queen. It's 4 o'clock. This is Sky News, live from Buckingham Palace, where the new monarch, King Charles III, has arrived after travelling from Balmoral. Having made his way by car from RAF Northolt, the King was met by cheering crowds as he stepped out and shook hands with well-wishers. A kiss for the King, as His Majesty spent almost 10 minutes greeting the crowds of people who had gathered here to see him and to pay tribute to Queen Elizabeth. King Charles and the Queen Consort Camilla inspected some of the hundreds of bouquets of flowers which have been placed around the gates here in tribute to his mother.
Very exciting. It's kind of a moment in history, isn't it? It's a very special thing that's happening today with the King coming back to Buckingham Palace.
Yeah. Quite strange. When he first went past, it was silent, and then it was like, no, he's here. and then God Save the King, and start singing the national anthem under God Save the King again. So it was a nice atmosphere, the whole thing.
We saw him sitting in the car, the first car passing by. Really emotional, especially everyone screaming God Save the King, which still is really new to me. But yeah, really impressive and really emotional moment.
My parents have never seen anyone other than this. My grandparents never saw anyone other than, Her Majesty. Just, when you're in London, you've got to be a part of an occasion this big.
A symbol of the continuation of the monarchy. The royal standard was raised above the palace for the first time in the King's reign to mark his arrival here. His Majesty and the Queen Consort entered the palace to the sound of a single bugler. The King is now going to meet the Prime Minister, Liz Truss, before addressing the country in a broadcast at 6 o'clock this evening. And these pictures have just come into us here at Sky News. Prime Minister Liz Truss seen entering the palace for that first audience with the new King. Earlier, bells sounded at noon at churches up and down the country, including at St Paul's Cathedral, to mark the beginning of a 10-day period of royal mourning following the death of the Queen. And at 1 o'clock this afternoon, gun salutes across the UK and further afield, marking each year of the 96 years of the Queen's life. Well, here at Buckingham Palace, hundreds and hundreds of people have come down here today. When the heavens opened, the umbrellas came up, but it didn't deter people. And you saw from the images that we brought you there, the real reaction that Prince Charles got when he came down here. Prince Charles as he was, King Charles III as he is now. Let's bring in our correspondent, Ashish Joshi, who's with me now. Ashish, a real mixture of emotions that we're seeing today from the people who have come down here and from those in authority.
Yeah, I think that's exactly it. People here are still dealing with the loss of their queen. And today they've seen their new king arrive. So they're in this shocked state that they're stunned. They're still coming to terms with losing, as many people here have described, somebody who was like a member of their family, someone they've grown up with, someone they've known for the last 70 years. So while they're still dealing with that emotion, they're still thinking about the new king and how they celebrate his life, the beginning of his reign. So I think we're in that very difficult position 24 hours after the Queen has died. People are still trying to understand how they should be feeling. And I think the King himself will be in that position. He has just lost his mother, and he's a man of emotion, and you saw that emotion on display, where he broke with royal protocol, embraced a well-wisher, an exchange of a kiss.
I don't think he had much choice over it, it has to be said.
But he was still there. He made a beeline for the crowds. And he must be thinking now, while still dealing with his own grieving, his own mourning, that he has to look forward, has to prepare for becoming the king of the United Kingdom, the king of the Commonwealth. And that will all be going through his mind. The address tonight, the royal address from the king, and then tomorrow when we have the royal protocol, and it's all about him tomorrow. But for now, people are still trying to think, do we celebrate the new king? Do we mourn the loss of our queen? And I think you can sense that just looking at the crowds here right now. Hundreds and hundreds of people, stunned silence.
You can, and when you're down there and you look at the messages, there are messages of thanks and there are messages of sorrow, and I think that was the overriding emotion that we perhaps expected. But then when the King arrived, there was almost a sense of jubilation. There was hip hip hooray was repeatedly chanted, wasn't it? And an impromptu verse of God Save the King.
Yeah, and long live the King. So and that's exactly what I was talking about. So that was I think a brief moment where people thought, it's okay, the King is here, he's arrived, he's flown down from Balmoral, he's about to enter Buckingham Palace, where his mother is no longer present, but it's okay. And I think there is a connection between the King and the crowds here. While the Queen has been on the throne, he's been there, so he's been an ever constant. So there will be that continuity. And it was a sense of relief, I think, for the crowds when they saw the King and the Queen consort. And now it's gone back to that somber, almost coming to terms with the loss of the Queen. So I think the next 24 hours, at least here for the crowds here, I think it's difficult because they don't know how to react and how to deal with their emotions and their own sense of grief. But I have to say, it all happened very quickly. You know, she was 96 years old. She's an incredible woman who was always in the public eye. Everyone must have been steeling themselves for this day, but when it came very quickly. And the news breaking yesterday and events unfolding very quickly as well. So I think people are still trying to process that sense of loss.
Indeed, but although, as you say, it was incredibly sudden, at the same time, the plans for what happens after the Queen dies have been in place for a long time. It is a well-rehearsed and well-planned event, isn't it? So the next few days, there is a set pattern of what we're going to see, and it has all been planned out.
Yes, I think the only turbulence that the royal family would have been thinking about was COVID, and they would have had to revise a lot of their plans during the pandemic. What happens if the Queen passes during the pandemic? But yes, you're right. These are events which have been planned years and years and years in advance. There is a protocol. Most of this is formulaic. They know exactly what they have to do. What they can't do, though, is try and understand the mood of the people, the crowds that will turn up. I mean, we will see something over the next few days. We had a royal funeral last year, but we will see something over the next few days leading up to the funeral itself, when that is announced officially, that we have never seen before in our lifetimes here, and for a lot of the people who have grown up with the Queen. So for them, that's all they'll be thinking about. And yes, these are well-rehearsed plans. Everything is put in place. Nothing is left to chance. And you will see a very slick operation.
Well, let's look at that operation in more detail, Ashish, and let's take a closer look at what we expect to happen over at least the next 24 hours. King Charles has, we know from the images that we've just seen, held his first audience with the Prime Minister, Liz Truss, mid-afternoon today. She arrived here at Buckingham Palace. The audience was held here. Also, at the same time, both Houses of Parliament are currently gathered in the Commons and the Lords, and they are paying tribute to the late monarch, and that will go through until 10 o'clock tonight. At 6 o'clock, Liz Truss and senior ministers will attend a public service of remembrance at St Paul's Cathedral in central London. And as part of that service, King Charles is expected to address the nation in a televised speech, and he will pay tribute to his late mother and pledge to serve as head of state. At 10 o'clock tomorrow, an accession council will meet at St James's Palace. Now, this will formally proclaim Charles as the new sovereign. Then in the afternoon, the Commons will hold a sit-in to allow senior MPs to take the oath of allegiance to King Charles III. Well as at the Royal Palace's tributes are being paid to the Queen across the United Kingdom.
Couldn't believe she had gone. It's a great loss, great loss. I just hope that
Charles can live up to what his mother has obviously instilled in him.
She's done her best for this country, and what more can we ask of somebody, you know? I think she's a marvellous person.
I think it's just quite a poignant moment, isn't it, really, in history? So I think everybody's feeling quite saddened by it, even if they weren't expecting to be feeling sad, really.
Very sad, very sad. But then again, it was nice that she worked right up to the very end, and she was with all the family, and she had a very peaceful passing, which I think is very nice.
She's been as solid as a rock and very, very selfless.
Yeah, she's dedicated her whole life to us, so I don't think many people would be prepared to do that.
For me, it's just one of those iconic eras, you know. Everywhere you go, it's Elizabeth II. It's baked into this country, this culture, however you feel about the Queen and the monarchy.
She's a fantastic lady and had time for everybody. Yes, we will never see the like again, and I just feel it's the end of an era. It's the end of the Elizabethan era. I just wanted to come and say thank you.
Tributes from around the UK. The Sky's Lisa Dowd is in Birmingham for us there. And Lisa, how are they remembering the Queen there?
Stopped people off coming here. The bells rang out for the Queen here at Birmingham Cathedral, as they did across the country, and it drew people into the grounds here to have that moment of stillness, that moment of reflection to remember the Queen. And as well as that, they have been leaving floral tributes in her memory as well. And I'm just going to have a chat with a few of the people who are still here in the rain. Thank you both for joining us. Hello. Why have you come down today?
Well, I always throw our respects to the Queen and the monarchy, who's been part of my life for 60 years, and who all I've known. So, and she's a remarkable lady, the Queen, and loved by millions of people all over the world. So, we thought we'd come down and show our respects today.
What was it that you admired about her so much?
She was totally amazing. You know, all the jubilees that she had. I was so proud to be part of the Silver Jubilee as well, and you know, obviously the latest one. But she's just never gave up. She was there not just for all her family, but you know, for everyone here in the UK and all the other countries as well. You know, I found out yesterday that she rode a motorbike. I mean, that's totally amazing. She was a mechanic.
In the army, yes.
Yeah,
in the wars.
You know, and my dad used to talk about her. Sadly, my dad passed away about a year and a half ago, or 2.5 years ago. God, time flies. But and he used to say, because we're from Uganda, and he used to tell me stories about when she was in Africa, and she heard the very sad news of when her father, King George, passed away, and you know how she was rushed back to England at a very young age, how she became queen. And like we've all heard on the news, that when she became queen, she said that, you know, she'll serve the country as best as she can, as long as she lives, yeah. Whether it's going to be young or old. And she kept that promise, didn't she?
Even that this week.
Yeah, when she was like, you know, when she had to meet and, you know, do her duties for the signing the new prime minister. So I mean, totally amazing. There's no.
Because so young.
Still a shock, wasn't it?
Still a shock because it was just so sudden. You know, we know she's been not well, but you know, to hear it in the morning that she's not well, and then in the evening that she's passed away, it's so.
It's quick, really sad. It's so shocking and really
just
sad.
Remarkable because you know she just started from a very early age, in the mid-20s, to become queen, which she wasn't going to be. She wasn't born to be queen. It was only for her uncle giving up the throne.
What I liked about her as well is that, you know, no matter what, she always had a big smile on her face. No matter what, you know, if she's going past in her car or at events, and whenever she saw anyone, and you know, she'll just smile at people and wave at them, and you know, she gave happiness to other people, to the world. I think she put a lot
of people at ease as well.
Yeah.
You know, that's why she was loved all over the world.
Yeah.
Not just in the Commonwealth, but all over the world.
And doesn't feel like a celebrity has left us. You know, it feels like a part of our own family, doesn't it?
Yeah.
So, it's touched us all. Yeah, she's always
been there.
She's remarkable. You know. It's just, I don't know, it's not going to be the same again, ever again.
I see you've got a rose in your hand. Is that for her?
That's for her.
Yes.
We've come to the cathedral today. We're going to light a candle. Birmingham, I used to work here, but we live in Coventry. So tomorrow we're going to go to Coventry Cathedral. Obviously she was there at the opening of the Coventry Cathedral as well. I'm so happy, actually. I've just remembered that I walked with the baton this year as well, just recently.
The Commonwealth Games?
Yeah, so that's the
of
Queen's
course she
baton.
couldn't make the Commonwealth Games,
Yeah,
could
she
she?
couldn't make
People were
that
so
one.
sad about that, weren't
Yeah,
they?
it was, but it's understandable. But she still made most events, and I'm just glad that I had something to do with the Queen, as in, I walked with the Queen's baton.
We both worked at the Commonwealth Games this year as well, so that was proud to do that as well.
Yeah, exactly.
Volunteers.
So we've given something back as well.
Of course, Birmingham's such a reflection, really, of the Commonwealth and its depth and breadth and its diversity.
Yeah. There's a lot.
It is. It's the same as back in Cardiff, it's the same.
Yeah.
There's a diversity, because we've just come out of the City of Culture, you see. So, and we were volunteers in that as well. So we do our bit.
And I've seen some people here today so moved by reading some of these messages that have been left.
I have been as well. I mean, there's some beautiful comments there from little children.
Yeah, drawings and everything, little things like that.
It's just so amazing. There's little paper birds made out of there, It's just, imagine what it's like in London.
I've spotted pictures of corgis. I've spotted a jar of marmalade as well. Orange marmalade.
What about that, for the Jubilee Paddington Bear sketch? That's just amazing. And see, she had such a good sense of humour as well. Who else? Which other member of the royal family in the whole world would have done something like that? And there was that other one, wasn't there?
James Bond one.
Amazing.
Jumped out of a helicopter. But she's game for it, wasn't she?
Yeah.
She's game for it.
Totally amazing.
Everyone
and I know we were chatting earlier, and you felt she was the Queen.
Yeah.
So recognisable.
Yes.
And you didn't have to explain any more about
you didn't have to. Everyone knew. Anyone knew, who she was. All over.
Your thoughts going forward now? King Charles in charge?
I don't know. I think it's... I don't know. We'll see.
I haven't got any reservations. I think he'll be good.
I think so. Yes.
Yeah.
I think
he's
took a lot.
beside
he's
her
waited
all
a long
this
time.
Yeah.
He's taken a lot from his mum as well, so he'll be taking that forward with him. I think he's going to be a good king. Yeah, definitely.
He's always been beside her side.
He's always been beside her.
He's always been close by, and
everything.
Yeah.
So he's going to take a lot from his mum.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. Thank you for braving this weather. So many memories, so much to talk about. And people still coming here. They're going to light a candle now, and you can also sign a book of condolence in Birmingham Cathedral, and then they're going to store those books of condolences at the library in the archives for generations to come.
Thanks very much, Lisa. A lovely tribute there from that lady. She just gave happiness, which is a very lovely thing to remember of anybody, isn't it? Well, if you'd like to leave your own tribute, if you scan the QR code on your screen right now, you can submit your own personal tribute to Her Majesty the Queen on our website. And I know that quite a lot of you are doing that already. Just a couple of updates that we can bring you, things that have happened in the last few minutes. We're hearing that the first official rendition of God Save the King, of course we've heard some non-official versions of it down here at Buckingham Palace, will be sung tonight at the end of this service that is being held at 6 o'clock at St Paul's Cathedral. And that is the service where the King will address the service with his recorded message to the nation. We also think Liz Truss may have left the Royal Palace. We don't know for certain. We did just see a convoy just coming past us, but we do know that she arrived a short time ago for her first address with the King. It has been quite a week for the new Prime Minister, elected leader of the Conservatives on Monday, meets the Queen on Tuesday. Prime Minister's questions on Wednesday. The monarch dies on Thursday, meets the new King Friday. I'm not quite sure that any Prime Minister we've ever had has had a first week quite like that one. Well, our correspondent Ashish Joshi is with me now outside Buckingham Palace. And Ashish, you've been down there talking to some of the crowds. The umbrellas have gone back up again as the heavens open once more. So many people are bringing flowers, aren't they? And they've been told they haven't been discouraged from bringing flowers, but the flowers that are being laid outside Buckingham Palace are going to be moved, aren't they?
Yeah, they'll be moved to the parks, the royal parks, fitting for the environmentalist king, keeping his green credentials there. And he's right. You know, I remember when we were here for that very sad passing of Prince Philip, and there was a message sent out to the crowds: don't bring flowers, don't bring any floral tributes, because there won't be space here. But people still did, because that's your first reaction. That's an emotional thing to do. So it was good that people weren't discouraged or dissuaded from bringing their flowers, because people are going to do that anyway. But instead, bring your flowers, but if you can, take your flowers to the royal parks near the royal palaces there, where once they can decompose and do some good for the environment as well. There are people carrying floral tributes everywhere. I've been across London this morning. Lots of people seeming to make their way down to Buckingham Palace despite the weather.
And also what's really noticeable in London, from the outskirts through the centre, is all the billboards, all the electronic billboards have lost their adverts, and they're all just with pictures of the Queen.
Yeah, portraits of the Queen absolutely everywhere, on all the public billboards, the private billboards. Wherever you go, you are reminded, and that's a fitting tribute, I think, for somebody who was so enmeshed in our everyday life, somebody who was always there. And even now, wherever you go in the capital, I've been travelling across the city for the last day and a half. Everywhere I've been, I've seen portraits, and it seems to be the only thing people are talking about is how they remembered the Queen.
Indeed. Ashish, thanks very much. Well, talking about her, the Queen and the King's environmental credentials, let's bring in John Kerry, the former US Secretary of State. He is now a special envoy for climate, and he joins us now. Very good to talk to you, John Kerry.
Thank you.
You were lucky enough to meet the Queen. What are your memories of her?
Well, I thought she was quite extraordinary. I mean, she was obviously so dignified, she was graceful, and she always carried herself that way, and interested in what you were doing, you, the other person. And so we had a very, brief conversation in the context of saying hello at an event, but meaningful and memorable in so many ways. I mean, she looked at me and she said, "I've seen you on television," because I'd just done an event with Prince William on the Earthshot, and she'd been watching it, and in the course of that, I had played a small role in it, so she commented on it, and she was very funny about it. And but I think in much more important ways, she touched people all around the world, obviously, for such a long period of time, and despite all the trappings of the monarchy and the remoteness that can create, she had a way of connecting to people everywhere. She had street cred, so to speak, and people loved her for her calm ability to kind of weather the storm and to be the calm in the storm.
Yeah, and just him to be able to put people at ease, which seems to be the universal tale that everybody who brushed shoulders with her had. You're here in the UK, but what are you aware of how she's being mourned in America? My understanding is that the President Biden's having flags on all federal buildings at half-mast until the funeral. Do you think that's the right reaction?
Well, I think it's one thing. Of course, I think it's the right reaction. I think it's a terrific thing that he did. I read the proclamation, actually. I happened to see it. I think it's the first time I've ever read a proclamation regarding the lowering of the flag, and I thought it was touching. But I do think that, obviously President Biden understands as well as anybody does the special relationship, the connection with our cousins in Great Britain. And I know that all Americans just felt enormously positive about her because of all the reasons I just listed. She was a great statesperson. She conducted herself on the global stage with such grace over such a long period of time that I think she was one of the people that American leaders most wanted to meet, whether you were, President Biden or President Obama or President Trump, this was the go-to place, frankly, for lots of people. I happen to be here. I happen to be here because I was just going to say I'm here because then His Royal Highness Prince Charles had convened a meeting that was supposed to take place today in Scotland, and we were all coming, many people involved in the environmental struggle. A lot of CEOs of companies and a lot of non-governmental organizations were being convened by His Majesty, and obviously that meeting was canceled. But King Charles has been an extraordinary voice, way ahead of his time, for 50 years talking about nature-based solution, talking about deforestation and its challenges, and most recently been a real force in trying to galvanize private sector efforts to invest in the solutions that will bring about a rapid transition in the global economy to a clean energy economy. So I hope King Charles will be able to continue to exert the moral authority he has thus far to help us win the battle of this crisis.
It's interesting, isn't it? Because, not to take anything away from the Queen, she obviously cared deeply about the environment, but to have a king who has placed the environment front and center for so much of his life, what impact do you think that could have?
I think it can have profound impact, and I hope it will. I know that it's in his DNA, and obviously there are some limits in terms of involving yourself in a political action component of it. But to summon people to the table to deal with an existential issue is not unlike addresses that have been given by monarchs in the past regarding war and survival and some of the greater challenges of humankind. And I think that we are really in need of that kind of moral input. It doesn't have a labor label or a Tory label or a Republican or Democrat label. No matter what's happening, for instance, in a war in Ukraine, the climate crisis is not going to wait. It is growing because of the challenge of emissions, and nobody has been more articulate about that and frankly concerned about it than King Charles.
We now have a period of mourning. We're expecting the funeral to take place the week after next. Is your understanding that Joe Biden will be there, that there will be a strong American presence at this event?
I'm absolutely confident there will be a strong American presence, but I have no idea whether the president is expected or has made a decision. But I would be confident that President Biden and Dr. Joe Biden would want to pay their respects, if possible.
John Kerry, very good of you to join us today. Thanks very much for speaking to us on Sky News. Well, at 6 o'clock tonight, we will bring you the King's address to the nation and the Commonwealth live at 6 o'clock this evening here on Sky News. Well, let's cross now to Windsor Castle. Crowds have been gathering there throughout the day. Lots of people bringing their children there to see the flowers and to just see what's happening. Sky's Shimon Freeman-Powell has been there throughout the day for us, talking to them. Shimon, how would you describe the atmosphere there?
Well, I'm at the Cambridge Gate, and this is where members of the public have been asked to come and lay their flowers, to light their candles, and to pay their respects to the Queen. And throughout the course of today, thousands of people have done just that. But despite the numbers of people down here, the atmosphere has been quite quiet. It's been quite sombre as people have taken the opportunity to share their memories and some of the reasons why the Queen has been so iconic to them. There have been people from all different types of backgrounds, and people have travelled really far to come and pay their respects. But most strikingly, there's been lots of people from the local area that have come down today, pointing out that to them, the Queen was not only their head of state, but she was also their neighbour. I'm actually joined by Natalie. You came down here today to lay flowers, didn't you? You also live quite locally. What did the Queen mean to you?
We live in Windsor and have done for 15 years, so she is almost like a neighbour to us. I feel that she represents so much in the country and globally, so And our children go to school in Windsor, so it's really like a family environment. So when we heard the news, it was obviously pretty devastating.
And you've obviously brought your little girl down here today. Why was it important that she's also able to witness this huge moment in history?
Well, she goes to school locally in Windsor, so the royal family play a huge part in her daily life. And I really wanted her to understand the heritage behind the Queen and what it means to the country and how iconic her reign has been.
And how will you describe the Queen to your daughter?
Almost like a grandmother figure, you know, very kind and caring and really representing what is amazing about the UK, which I think, you know, we're lucky to have had her for so long, and it's just terrible. It's terrible. It's really sad. So I just want my daughter to understand how incredible she was.
Perfect. Thank you so much, and thank you for sharing that with us as well, Natalie. Natalie was one of the thousands that have come down here today to lay flowers and to pay her respects. And so many people have done just that I don't know if you can see, but directly behind my right shoulder, there are so many flowers that a fence is now being erected to stop them from overflowing. It's just a snippet of just how much love was had for the Queen in this local area. And that Windsor Castle is quite significant as well. Was quite significant to the Queen. She spent a lot of time here, not only for work and for business, but to spend her private moments here too. So for many of the people here, it was instinct to come here and pay their respects.
Yeah, thanks very much, Shaman. And it's really nice, you know, first week back at school for lots of children. Really nice to see so many parents bringing their children down there in their school uniform after their day at school, just to mark this really historic moment. Well, a couple of hours ago, King Charles arrived here at Buckingham Palace. He travelled down from Balmoral by plane. Not many crowds there, but as he drove down through central London and approached Buckingham Palace, of course, the crowds gathered to bring flowers here, to meet here. He would have seen them for the first time, and as his car pulled up outside Buckingham Palace, he took time to get out and to meet the crowds. Nobody quite knew what reaction he would get, but there was a huge cheer as his car pulled up. Let's listen in to see what kind of reaction the new king got in full.
Put your phones down to approach, guys. Enjoy the moment. Phone down, madam. Phone down.
Take some time. We wish you success. Thank you, Charles. Thank you, Charles.
Thank you very much. Flowers, all your kind flowers.
God bless you. God bless you, Charles. God bless you. God bless you. You've got big shoes to fill, and I know you'll do. You're going to be great. You're going to be a fantastic couple. Good luck, Charlie. Good luck, my darling. Oh, what man. Long live the king. God bless you.
Thank you. All your best. Come down, please, guys.
73 years they've known him as a prince, and many of his subjects.
Phone down, guys. Phone down, please.
God save the king! God save the king!
Sorry, wheels. Guys, just put your phone down as we come past, please. Thank you. Phone down, madam, please.
We really appreciate it. We appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Put your phones down, please, ladies and gents, as we come down. Put your phone down, sir.
God save our gracious King, God save our walking, God save the King. We love you, Charles. Thank you, Charles. We love you, King Charles. We love you, Mum.
Long live the king. We are from Singapore.
Save the king.
Thank you so much.
Long live, sir. God bless I have
Just put your phones down.
Why did you say this to your mum?
Put your phones down as we come past, ladies and gents.
Thank you so much for all your time. It's very touching.
Majesty.
God bless you very much.
Phone down, sir. Come. Put your phone down, ladies. You come past, please. Put your phones down. Put your phone down, madam. As you come past. Put your phones down, ladies and gents. Come past, please. Come down. Put your phones down, guys. Come past, please. Just enjoy the moment. Phone down, ladies.
Sorry to be the last.
Come past. Enjoy the moment.
Du, nå står jeg faktisk 5 meter fra kongen og skal ta den i hånda, så det føles jo veldig mektig. Det er klart at det har vært mye blandede følelser i dag.
Let's just phones down as we come past, please. Thank you.
Ganske interessert i den nye kongen. Blir bedt om kongen.
Phones down, ladies and gentlemen, come past, please. Watch us bend, we're going to let you.
God save the king!
Phones down.
God save the king! God save the king!
And let's see you. All the very best.
Look, it's all right there. Just there. Thank you very much.
Security! Security!
Quite an arresting sight, isn't it? The King and the Queen Consort walking in side by side on their own into Buckingham Palace as this new royal standard flutters above it. Well, at 6 o'clock tonight, we will bring you the King's address to the nation and the Commonwealth. That has been recorded in Buckingham Palace behind me. You can see that this evening at 6 o'clock on Sky News. And there will also be a special look back on the Queen's reign. That is happening tonight at 8 o'clock. It's called Elizabeth II, A Life of Duty. That is at 8 o'clock tonight. And tonight and every night at 9 o'clock, you will have another chance to see highlights of today's events. Trevor Phillips will be presenting a royal special, The Death of the Queen, live from Buckingham Palace. Well, I'm joined now by the Right Reverend Dr. Ian Greenshields. He's moderator of the General Assembly of the Church of Scotland. Good to talk to you today, Ian. When did you last see the Queen?
I saw her on Sunday afternoon, just recently.
Yeah. How did she seem to you?
In very good spirits. She was quite remarkable, given her age and the fact that she was obviously in quite a bit of pain, but she was in very, very good spirits.
And of course, you saw her then. We saw her all on Tuesday meeting the new Prime Minister. Did that in any way prepare you for the news that we got yesterday?
No, quite the opposite. I mean, obviously at 96, she's reasonably frail, but the minute she sat down and came into the room and started to engage with us, you just knew you were in the presence of the Queen and in the presence of someone who was very much alive and with it. And to hear the news coming through yesterday was really quite surprising, shocking even, I suppose.
Her faith was important to her, wasn't it? How important was she to the Church of Scotland?
She's always been a friend to the Church of Scotland and very important to us, somebody who's taken an interest in everything that the Church has done, somebody who has reached out to us year on year to give us encouragement. And the other statement you made about her faith, absolutely, her faith wasn't just important, it was a very core of who she was. She depended upon it for wisdom, for strength, for courage. She was quite a remarkable lady.
She wasn't shy about sharing her faith either, was she? We live in quite a secular society, some would say, and she was not at all shy about sharing how she felt.
No, and you heard that in particular in her Christmas Days kind of talks to us. There was that deep sense of this is what Christmas is all about coming forward, and not just as a story, as an example of how we might benefit from that and live our own lives. She was very much like that. And although she had a profound Christian commitment, she would talk about, her life of following the examples and teachings of Jesus Christ. She had a deep respect too for people of other faiths and none. And that was just the value of her for the country and for the Commonwealth.
And that's that leading with example, of course, central to her Christian faith. And as you say, that it was an example that she really made.
Yes, it was. And that was there from the very beginning, because just before her coronation, she said that she was asking for wisdom, very much like King Solomon did in the Old Testament. And I believe she probably did that again and again throughout her life, because it cannot have been an easy job. And vocation, well, it was a vocation, wasn't it, really? And you could see that deep sense of service in the way that she led her life and put others and the nation before herself.
Indeed. The Right Reverend Dr. Ian Greenshields, the moderator of the General Assembly of the Church of Scotland. Thanks so much for joining us.
Thank you.
Well, let's talk now to Lieutenant James Bashall, who's National President of the Royal British Legion. And Lieutenant Bashall, it must be such a sad 24 hours for the Royal British Legion. The Queen was a big part of what you did and what you've become over the years, and a monarch who had served in the war.
It is very sad. And the Queen had a deep affection with all the veteran community, because, of course, she was well known by them. And if you look at imageries of her 70 years, she's almost every year at a military event of some sort and links so much of the past with the present. And her role as the head of the nation, leading us all in remembrance every year in November, of course, serves to highlight to our veterans the importance of remembrance and the fact that those who served are not forgotten.
And how important do you think it is to those veterans that this was with a monarch who had practical experience herself?
Well, I think it gave particular credibility, but I always thought she had a very, very good, a really deep affection and affinity with our World War II veterans. And on the occasion when I introduced her to World War II veterans, I always noticed there was an immediate rapport, a sense of shared endeavour with those that had served at the same time as she did.
Indeed. And the Royal British Legion, of course, helps veterans of all ages. But would you say it is perhaps that generation, the wartime generation, that will be feeling her loss most keenly at the moment?
I think everyone in the Legion all feels deeply saddened by her loss, because, of course, she was our patron throughout her time as the Queen for 70 years. She attended every Festival of Remembrance at the Royal Albert Hall, apart from 3, and was known and seen by many veterans across the ages.
So she was clearly very important to you, but did you get a sense of how important she regarded the work that you did and the service that the veterans had themselves put in?
Absolutely. I think she was always very interested. And one of the great qualities I noticed of the Queen was her ability to listen. And whenever I introduced her to people and they told her particular story, she always seemed to focus on the detail and listen very carefully and ask a couple of questions. And she was always interested in their welfare and their well-being and their own particular stories.
And it does seem from all of those that we've spoken to that she did have an extraordinary memory, and that she did seem to absorb this information and the life experiences that she'd had in terms of meeting people like veterans, meeting people like prime ministers and leaders, and was able to bring that to bear in conversations that she had with people.
Yeah, she did have a good memory. I'm sure she did. She was very good at, as I say, to me, she was very good at picking out detail and listening to a story and then asking a question about a particular part of it, which she either had a particular interest in or something had caught her attention. And she was good at remembering people, and she always made you feel as if she was, there for you. And I think as other people have been commenting on, the buzz after I'd taken her around a group of people was electric, because she just had that magnetic effect on people and just brought out the best in them. And we had some, I hosted on a number of very memorable and wonderful visits.
How will you remember her?
I think I always remember her smile. She always had that way of just bringing something out in a story that made a bit of a laugh or turned a bit of humour. And I think that was part of her attraction. Her captivation was that she spent a lot of time looking very solemn and serious, but actually underneath it there was always a little bit of a something that she wanted to just talk about that made her laugh. And that's how I always remember hosting her and those around her laughing. And that was the sort of the moment that everything, the tension broke, and there was a moment of great coming togetherness with those that she was talking to.
A bit of a twinkle. Lieutenant James Bashall, the President of the Royal British Legion, thank you so much for talking to us today.
No, thank you.
Well, it has been confirmed that the US President Joe Biden will be among the world leaders attending the late Queen's funeral, and leaders from across the world have been paying their respects. Our Europe correspondent Adam Parsons has this report.
At the White House, the flag's lowered to half-mast. America may be a nation formed because of a row with a British monarch, but the Queen was loved here. President Biden said she had defined an era. He came to the British Embassy to sign a book of condolence, praising her dignity and strength.
She was a great lady. We're so delighted we got to meet her.
North of the border, Canada too in mourning. Still a member of the Commonwealth, its leader visibly moved.
Canada is in mourning. She was one of my favorite people in the world, and I will miss her so.
Gestures of solidarity from all around the world. In Tel Aviv, the municipality illuminated as a tribute. In New York, the Empire State Building lit up in silver and purple. And this in Rio, Christ the Redeemer illuminated for Elizabeth the Beloved. In Australia, where the role of monarchy remains a contentious political issue, a 96-gun salute. And also a fulsome tribute.
The deep respect and warm regard in which Australians have always held for Her Majesty will never fade.
In Paris, the Eiffel Tower was turned off. The Queen visited France more than any other country. It's an affection that was reciprocated.
To you, she was your queen. To us, she was the queen. To us all, she would be with us forever.
And in Germany, thanks for her role in uniting countries that had fought during her own teenage years.
Germany looks back with gratitude on the Queen, who, among many other things, was responsible for reconciling the once wartime enemies of Great Britain and Germany.
But sympathy extends beyond the corridors of power. At Britain's embassy in Tokyo, flowers and memories are being shared.
When Hong Kong was handed over to China, I was already a secondary school student. So in my mind or in my memories, Queen Elizabeth is so special. Like, she's always on the crowns, on the stamps, and even has a photograph in the classroom. So to me, she is very special.
The Sydney Opera House also used as a canvas. Tributes have come from so many places. Even Vladimir Putin expressed his sadness. In New Zealand, that most profound of honours, a haka to remember the Queen. In an era of quick celebrity, the world has remembered a public figure who endured so very long. Adam Parsons, Sky News.
It's 5 o'clock. This is Sky News live from Buckingham Palace, where the new monarch, King Charles III, has arrived after travelling down from Balmoral. Having made his way by car from RAF Northolt, the King was met by cheering crowds as he stepped out and shook hands with well-wishers outside Buckingham Palace. And even a kiss for the new king, as His Majesty spent almost 10 minutes greeting the crowds of people who had gathered here to see him and, of course, to pay tribute to his mother, Queen Elizabeth. Well, King Charles and the Queen Consort Camilla inspected some of the hundreds, thousands of bouquets of flowers which have been placed around the gates of the palace in tribute to his mother.
very exciting. It's kind of a moment in history, isn't it? It's a very special thing that's happening today with the King coming back to Buckingham Palace.
Yeah. Quite strange. When he first went past, it was silent, and then it was like, no, he's here. And then God Save the King, we started singing National Anthem under God Save the King again. So it was a nice atmosphere, the whole thing.
We saw him sitting in the car, the first car passing by. Really emotional, especially everyone screaming God Save the King, which still is really new to me. But yeah, really impressive and really emotional moment.
My parents have never seen anyone other than this. My grandparents never saw anyone other than, Her Majesty. Just, when you're in London, you've got to be a part of an occasion this big.
Well, a symbol of the continuation of the monarchy, the royal standard was raised above the palace for the first time. That marks the King's reign to mark his arrival here. Unlike other flags, the Union flag will fly at half-mast over public buildings, but the royal standard there flying aloft to signify that the King is at the palace. Well, His Majesty and the Queen Consort then entered the palace to the sound of a single bugle. And we're next going to see him in just under an hour's time when he addresses the United Kingdom in a broadcast at 6 p.m. this evening. We will have that for you right here on Sky News, of course. Well, this afternoon, the new Prime Minister, Liz Truss, arrived at the palace for her first audience with the King. This just 3 days, of course, after she was appointed to her role by the late Queen at Balmoral. Well, earlier, bells sounded at noon at churches right up and down the United Kingdom, including at St Paul's Cathedral, to mark the beginning of a 10-day period of royal mourning following the death of the Queen. Then, at 1 o'clock this afternoon, gun salutes across the UK and further afield, marking each year of the 96 years of the Queen's life. Well, Liz Truss and Sir Keir Starmer have been leading tributes to the Queen this afternoon in Parliament. The former Prime Minister, Theresa May, was among the MPs paying tribute to the Queen in the House of Commons. She had the chamber in stitches with one particular anecdote.
I remember one picnic at Balmoral which was taking place in one of the bothes on the estate. The hampers came from the castle and we all mucked in to put the food and drink out on the table. I picked up some cheese, put it on a plate and was transferring it to the table. The cheese fell on the floor. I had a split-second decision to make. I picked up the cheese, put it on the plate and put it on the table. And I turned round to see that my every move had been watched very carefully by Her Majesty the Queen. I looked at her, she looked at me, and she just smiled. And the cheese remained on the table.
Well, I'm glad to say we can now speak live to the former Prime Minister, Theresa May. And it was such a lovely anecdote you told there, and a very good afternoon to you, Theresa May. And just sticking with that, what that illustrated about Her Majesty was just, I suppose, how wry, dry, knowing, and a little bit mischievous she was.
Well, I think that was certainly what came through, but also just a kind of down-to-earth common sense in terms of her approach to the issue. But that sort of slightly mischievous nature, that twinkle in the eye, that sense of fun, was all part of Her Majesty the Queen, alongside obviously the very serious side of the Queen. But it was good to be able, particularly in more relaxed moments at Balmoral, to enjoy that sense of fun and that more mischievous side.
I think it's good for us, the public, to know that the head of state and the Prime Minister, you know, are regular human beings who can relax.
Well, indeed, and certainly relax was one of the things that the Queen was always very keen that her guests at Balmoral were able to do. She, I think, found Balmoral the most relaxing place that she was able to stay at. She loved Balmoral and the Scottish countryside, and she wanted everybody else to enjoy that as well. And so she went out of her way to make sure that the Prime Minister and in my case, my husband, when we went up there for the weekend, could really enjoy it. She chose some of the books that were put in the room that we were staying in, always trying to make sure that her guests felt at ease, were comfortable, and were able to enjoy their time there.
Tell me about that experience in the chamber of the House of Commons today. It was quite remarkable for us to watch from outside, but being inside that chamber with the whole chamber, MPs from all sides of the House just united in their appreciation of what has now passed.
Well, indeed, and it's a remarkable time. It's one of those times when I think the House of Commons comes into its own. Absolutely packed. Everybody obviously somberly dressed, and initially very, very somber, recognising that we were grieving and mourning the loss of a very remarkable woman, our monarch, the late Queen Elizabeth II. You could have heard a pin drop during... Sorry, you could have heard a pin drop during the opening speeches. And then every tribute thereafter, people were telling their own anecdotes of their experience of meeting Her Majesty the Queen.
Well, one thing that really shone out, that I really picked up from, as you say, the wonderful tributes and anecdotes, was that as public servants yourself, you can tell when someone is way, way better at it than you. That selfless devotion to duty.
Absolutely. I mean, it was one of the marks of Her Majesty. If you remember, she said when she was 21 that she would devote her life to the service of her people and and that is exactly what she did. My goodness me, a well-lived life, but a life full of service. She would never shy away from her duty. She would never shy away. We saw that from the fact that only a few days ago, on Tuesday, she had an audience of the new Prime Minister, Liz Truss. Now, that was part of her role. It was part of her duty. And she wanted to carry on doing her work, doing her service to the country, right to what turned out to be very close to the end.
And what we've been finding out is, of course, that service to the country, well, we saw it externally and maybe superficially in the public appearances, so many thousands, I guess hundreds of thousands of those over the 70 years. But it was things that people like you saw, and I know you can't share any of the conversations that passed between you during those audiences with Her Majesty when you were Prime Minister. But we know that you, when you were in those meetings, could see that you were talking to somebody who wasn't just ticking the box as head of state. There was some real wise counsel to be given.
Indeed, and I think that was one of the reasons why Her Majesty was so remarkable, because we've talked about the devotion to duty, but she was hardworking. She had a red box every day. She would read the papers in the red box. So she knew what the issues of the day were. She knew the challenges that the government was having to grapple with. But she had an enormous experience, born obviously of her length of time on the throne. So towards the latter years of her reign, that experience could be brought to bear, but she was also very wise. She was a very good judge of people. She was, as I say, down to earth, had a great common sense. She understood her people. I think that was one of the crucial things about her. And she was able to bring all that together in a sense of how she felt on some of the issues that were being considered and the government was looking at. And critically, it was somebody who was above politics, who didn't have a political angle to come from. She was coming from the angle of an understanding of knowledge and experience.
Now, of course, the vast majority of us in the country have all grown up with only one head of state we've ever known, of course, Her Majesty the Queen. Was she an inspiration to you as you were developing your career of public service?
Well, I think that I was asked a while back why it was that the UK had managed to have at that stage 2 female prime ministers, now, of course, 3. And I did say that I think, actually, the UK was used to having a woman as a leader because we had Her Majesty on the throne for all those years as our head of state. So there wasn't a hang-up in the UK about having a woman as Prime Minister because we'd had a woman as Queen, as leader of the country for so many years. And yes, when you look back at Her Majesty's life, when you consider, and this was one of the contributions in the House of Commons today was from Harriet Harman, who spoke about the challenge that the Queen will have faced when she acceded to the throne at the young age of 25, at a time when the expectation was that women didn't take leadership roles, that women weren't outspoken, that men were the dominant, the man was the dominant one in any couple. And she managed, with her grace and her charm and her devotion to duty, to show a woman in a very critical leadership role. And I think that was an inspiration to many.
That is a hugely important point. Thank you so much for making it. And just lastly, I'm sure you've been asked this question quite a lot, but we all know, you've rubbed shouldered, hobnobbed or whatever with world leaders, the great and the good. How did Her Majesty measure up to the others that you met?
Oh, well, there's absolutely no hesitation in saying she was the most impressive. I'm often asked that question: who most impressed you as a world leader that you met? And I have absolutely no hesitation in saying every time that the head of state who I found most impressive was Queen Elizabeth II.
Marvellous memories. Theresa May, thank you very, very much indeed for joining us on Sky News.
Thank you.
Former Prime Minister Theresa May, the 13th Prime Minister, I think, if my counting's correct, under the reign of Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II. Well, I'm joined now by our correspondent Ashish Joshi. We are, of course, broadcasting from outside Buckingham Palace, where so much has been happening today. But one thing that is constant is the hundreds, the thousands of people, this stream of people flooding in from the London parks behind us, queuing up to lay their flowers outside the gates of Buckingham Palace and to silently and quietly pay their own tributes to Her Majesty, and of course to see the arrival of the new King, King Charles. And now she's, as I say, is with me, King Charles and the Queen Consort Camilla. We saw them going through the gates a few hours ago.
And that was quite a moment. It's a moment where you are respecting the death of the Queen and you are celebrating the new King. And I think people here struggled for a little bit because they're here to mourn the loss, their loss of their head of state. And the arrival of the King was just an outpouring of emotion. It was quite a moment because he made a beeline for the crowds. There was a suspension of royal protocol, as it were, because he went straight in for a hug. There was a kiss, an embrace, and that's just an outpouring of emotion. I think what people have to remember is, while we've had the Queen for 70 years, Charles has also been a constant in our lives. Seeing him grow up as the Prince, waiting for this day, and that will give people some continuity. That will help.
Yeah, born, of course, before she became Queen.
Yeah. And that will help people come to terms with what has happened. Right? This is a shock. They're dealing with the shock of losing their Queen, and then King Charles III arrives. He's also a man who's just lost his mother. He's in mourning. There is grief there. But he also acknowledges now that tomorrow morning, when the Accession Council meets and formally appoints him as the new king, that tomorrow will be all about him. There will be the royal protocol. It will be about the king and what he says. And at 6 o'clock tonight, we'll hear his address. But there was that moment between grief and mourning and embracing the new king. And I think some people might have had a little difficulty trying to bridge that.
I think we all are. I think, when we hear the national anthem being played, you knee-jerk want to sing God Save the Queen. It's going to be a strange moment as well when King Charles addresses the nation in, what, just 45 minutes' time or so?
Yeah. He's an emotional man. We don't know what the contents of the address will be, but we already know that he feels this profound sense of loss. He has lost his mother, our Queen, his mother. And I think it will be a reflection of his connection with his mother, but also, of course, the great work she has done, her steadfast service to the country, the Commonwealth, everything she has brought and everything she has instilled in him. So that will be quite some address, I imagine.
OK, Ashish, maybe. Ashish Joshi there. Well, as we're just saying, let's just underline this for you. At 6 o'clock, we'll bring you the King's address to the nation and the Commonwealth. You can see that. It's precisely at 6 o'clock this evening, right here on Sky News. Well, now, Liz Truss and Sir Keir Starmer have been leading the tributes to Her Majesty the Queen this afternoon in Parliament. Special sessions are still taking place in the House of Commons and the House of Lords. Members have been sharing their memories of Queen Elizabeth II. And this was a procession led through Central Lobby, the lobby between the two Houses of Parliament. Special sessions, as I say, are taking place in those two houses, the Commons and the Lords.
I invite the House to rise and observe a minute's silence in memory of Her late Majesty Queen Elizabeth II.
Well, MPs then held a minute's silence in tribute to the Queen. Members on all sides, dressed in black, bowed their heads.
We remember the pledge she made on her 21st birthday to dedicate her life to service. The whole House will agree. Never has a promise been so completely fulfilled. Yeah. She reinvented monarchy for the modern age. She was a champion of freedom and democracy around the world. She was dignified but not distant. She was willing to have fun, whether on a mission with 007 or having tea with Paddington Bear. She brought the monarchy into people's lives and into people's homes. His Majesty, King Charles III, bears an awesome responsibility that he now carries for all of us, our new Carolean age. The crown endures, our nation endures, and in that spirit, I say, God save the King.
At this moment of uncertainty, where our country feels caught between a past it cannot relive and a future yet to be revealed, we must always remember one of the great lessons of our Queen's reign, that we are always better when we rise above the petty, the trivial, the day-to-day, to focus on the things that really matter, the things that unite us, rather than those which divide us. Our Elizabethan age may now be over, but her legacy will live on forever. And as the children of that era, it falls upon us to take that legacy forward, to show the same love of country, the love of one another, as she did, to show empathy and compassion, as she did, and to get Britain through this dark night and bring it into the dawn, as she did.
In Northern Ireland, Sinn Féin's Vice President, Michelle O'Neill, praised the Queen's efforts to advance peace and reconciliation there during her life.
First and foremost, obviously my thoughts are very much with her family, with her children, with her grandchildren, with that wider family circle. I'm sure they mourn her loss very, very deeply. I also want to specifically acknowledge the hurt and the grief of those in the Unionist community here, our neighbours, who will obviously profoundly feel her loss and miss her leadership over the past 70 years. I think that there's no doubt that she leaves a legacy of someone who reached out the hand of friendship, someone who advanced peace and reconciliation, someone who sought to build relations between those of an Irish and those of a British identity. And I think that was sterling work and something that I think that should be very much remembered for here on this island.
Michelle O'Neill, Sinn Féin Vice President. Well, Deputy Political Editor Sam Coates joins me now. And Sam, tell us more about these sessions taking place in both Houses of Parliament. And I understand they continue tomorrow as well.
That's right, Dermot. It was the mother of the House, Harriet Harman, the longest-serving female MP, who said that the relationship between the monarch and Parliament is not just on paper. And I think that's what you got a very good sense of today, because you had, in the tributes that we've had so far in the last 5 and a bit hours that will go on until 10 o'clock tonight and take place tomorrow, MPs and peers in the House of Lords reflecting on all sorts of different aspects of their individual and collective relationship with the Queen, a relationship that saw her on the throne through 18 general elections, 57 sessions of Parliament, which she opened all but 3 of, and many MPs sharing their own personal reflections of time that they spent with the monarch and different aspects of the job that she fulfilled for all those decades. Keir Starmer looked at her as a figure from history. He talked about the thread, how she was the thread between the history we cherish and the present that we know. Shabana Mahmood, a Labour MP, talked about how even though she was the head of the Church of England, she stood and represented and was there for people of all faiths. It was Harriet Harman who talked about her as a woman ascending to the throne at a period of time where the man was dominant in the household, a theme that Theresa May picked up on in your interview, Dermot. And Boris Johnson, I think, captured quite a lot of the mood of the House today best. He talked about her simply as a human being, with her Tupperware for food and her single electric bar fire, and how she drove around the Scottish estates without a bodyguard, without those armoured cars that accompany politicians, just on her own, fast, with often a Prime Minister in the side seat bumping along. As a leader, it was Boris Johnson who coined the phrase Elizabeth, the phrase for the Queen, Elizabeth the Great. The new Prime Minister, Boris Johnson's successor, Liz Truss, said, "We do not fear what lies ahead." Today, MPs made very clear that they are going to miss what has just departed.
So true. Sam, thank you very much indeed. Our Deputy Political Editor, Sam Coates there. Well, I'm glad to say I'm joined now by Lord Coe, former chair of the British Olympic Association, of course, joins me now. And I know, Lord Coe, that you're travelling, so haven't been able to fully get into mourning attire. I suppose you must have had many interactions with Her Majesty and the royal family, but that marvellous Olympics back in 2012, and of course the opening ceremony. Just tell me a bit about when you were first told about what the director and producer Danny Boyle was planning with Her Majesty.
Well, if I may go back one stage before that, because we're talking very much about the end of the 7-year project to deliver the Games, but actually Her Majesty was absolutely essential in helping us get across the line. If you remember, we were competing against Madrid, New York, Paris, Moscow, huge cities that had staged the Games before. And our ability to be able to host the evaluation commission that came through London to look at every dot and comma in a 600-word prospectus, 600,000-word prospectus rather, was huge. And she actually waved the evaluation commission off, absolutely unscripted, off the balcony, which sort of slightly put Paris and Madrid in its place. So our gratitude goes way, way in advance of actually even the opening ceremony. But no, when Danny Boyle came in and said, look, we've been doing some research and we've concluded that the two most popular and iconic figures in Britain globally, in this order, are Her Majesty the Queen and James Bond, I was sort of comfortable and buying right up to the moment he said, so I've got this great idea that they might jump out of a helicopter in the opening ceremony. I thought, well, Yeah, thank you, Danny. That's going to have its challenges. But in fairness, of course, it was Danny Danny, the arch Republican, that actually got it across the line with her, and her wanting to enter into the spirit of that and enjoying every moment of it because we got good feedback, and actually being able to keep such an extraordinary secret, because even her close members of the family sitting alongside us all in the opening ceremony had no idea what was actually happening. So it was one of those great moments. And I can say this now, I think it will always forever be looked at as the iconic moment in any opening ceremony, in any Olympic Games, in any era.
Well, it would certainly take something to trump that. And just to pick up on that point you made there, Lord Kerr, I mean, it's glaringly obvious now you tell us about Her Majesty the Queen and those surveys. I'm sure it was an international survey of what defines the United Kingdom. Well, now she's gone. We have a king, of course, a well-known king, but he isn't his mother. We are at a moment of transition.
Yeah, I think we are, but I don't have any doubt at all about the ability of the new king and the royal family to continue with that same, exuding that same absolute commitment to public service. I mean, I can't think of anybody in my lifetime, I'm not sure that any of us can think of anybody in their lifetime that has had such a devout and devoted commitment to public service. It is extraordinary. There are some that do it for a few years, others probably for a little longer than that. But the thought that she did that unflinchingly for 70 years is almost beyond comprehension. And for me, it is actually that commitment. And, those of us who met her on occasions and were privileged to do that are actually still spellbound by the amount of interest that she was prepared to show and the well-briefed way that she would attend sometimes even the most mundane of occasions. I remember with awe, but also with slight amusement, that when we wanted to show the world, or certainly the International Olympic Committee, the parcel of land in East London that we had the vision to develop, and those of us that knew that parcel of land before the development knows that it was a fairly desolate landscape. The only way you could show them that was for us to build a platform on the side of a senior citizens' home in Hackney. It was the only way you could look over the site. She was insistent on wanting to see that. And so I escorted her. And the funnier moment was getting into the lift. I'd been in the lift a couple of times in advance. And the caretaker, lovely caretaker, Jack, had spent pretty much the night before polishing this lift to within an inch of its life. And she actually made the observation that it was very clean and, and she could obviously see her own image in it. And then Jack went into a lengthy explanation about how he'd managed to do this with Johnson's baby oil, and he'd been up all night. And suddenly I'm in this surreal conversation where she's actually so interested in how he had applied the Johnson's baby oil and how she might actually take this information back to the royal household in terms of polishing other surfaces. And it's those stories, I think, that have captured the nation. And it's not the big moments of state. It was her ability to connect in such an empathetic way, no matter how mundane the visit was, and whoever it was that she was talking to. And she was so well briefed, but was very, very interested. I think for me, it was just that natural interest that she had in people that just came through.
And it is a kind of lesson for us now in this frenetic social media age, isn't it? That there is another way to gain appreciation, to gain likes, I suppose. I mean, and I know that the royal family did embrace some of the social media platforms to get their messages across, but we pretty much knew it wasn't really Her Majesty tapping the keyboards when the messages came out. But that's 70 years and more of service and, of course, connecting us to that huge defining conflict of the Second World War. It shows that there is that stoicism, there is that devotion to duty, there is that life of service. It takes a lot longer, but you will get your appreciation and your following that way as well.
Yes, absolutely, and it doesn't happen overnight. You know, you know, these things take a long time, and I guess if you are prepared in life to commit to something for 70 years, that's ultimately fully deservingly where we and she ended up. But for me, last night was actually a really interesting moment because the news came through. I was sitting in the stadium in Zurich about to watch the Diamond League, the culmination of our athletic season, and I sat with a very multinational group of people. There were Canadians, there were Kenyans, there were some South Africans there, I got some Americans, some Eastern Europeans. And when the news came through, the look of shock and real sadness, you know, and I'm not overstating this, there were people from overseas with tears in their eyes at that moment. And it made me realize this wasn't just a connectivity at a local or a national or even a Commonwealth level, which we know there is. It actually really came home to me about the way that she was held with such affection globally, and that little microcosm in that stadium the other night, and the stadium was quiet when the news came through. It came through at roughly the same time. Everybody was on their phones, and you know, it was a very, very somber moment, and that was in the middle of Switzerland.
That is a fascinating and telling insight. Thank you very much indeed for sharing it with us, Lord Coe. Sepco there, Lord Coe, with some of his memories of Her Majesty the Queen. Well, let's take a closer look now at what can be expected to happen over the next 24 hours. Well, King Charles has held his first audience with the Prime Minister Liz Truss this afternoon. Both houses of Parliament, the Commons and the Lords, are currently gathered paying tribute to the late monarch, and those sessions are scheduled to last till about 10 o'clock this evening. Then at 6 p.m, Liz Truss and senior ministers will attend a public service of remembrance at St Paul's Cathedral in central London. At the same time, King Charles is expected to address the nation in a televised speech. That's coming just before the service, in which he'll pay tribute to his late mother and pledge to serve as head of state. That address, will have it all for you here on Sky News at 6. Then at 10 a.m. tomorrow morning, an accession council will meet at St James's Palace. Now, this is part of the process of formally proclaiming Charles as the new sovereign. That then in the morning. Then tomorrow afternoon, the House of Commons will continue to sit to allow senior MPs to take the oath of allegiance to the new monarch, King Charles III. Well, I'm joined now by the former British Formula One world champion, Sir Jackie Stewart, who was a close friend of Her Majesty the Queen. Good to talk to you, Sir Jackie, and I know you want to share your tributes with us and just take us through, you know, your thoughts over the last few days as the inevitable, I suppose, became clearer.
Well, I think it's the saddest experience I think I've ever had in my world of motor racing. Sadly, death came often, but in the case of Her Majesty the Queen, totally unique lady, probably one of the finest examples that the world's ever had of a leader. And I was privileged, very privileged, to have the opportunity of knowing Her Majesty reasonably well. She'd been to our home many times, and I've had the opportunity of spending a lot of time with the Queen, mainly because of the Princess Royal, who was Sportswoman of the Year when I was first Sportsman of the Year way back in 58 or 59. And because of the relationship that we built enjoying sport together, I had the privilege of being able to see more of the royal family, and particularly Her Majesty and of course, the rest of the family. She was the most impressive lady that I've ever met or seen in the world. And she carried our country in a manner that I think everyone would wish to be able to live like. So what we've lost is something that I don't think will ever be replaced. And I, for one, it's a terrible loss. It's just a terrible loss.
And take me back then. It's interesting what you say there, Sir Jackie, about being introduced by the Princess Royal, Princess Anne. Can you remember your first meeting with Her Majesty? Were you a little nervous? Did she have to break the ice? And if so, how did she do it?
Well, I think that's the great thing about the Queen. She was making people feel so comfortable so easily. It was when I was shooting, actually, with Her Majesty at Windsor. The Princess Royal, Princess Anne in those days, had to take on another responsibility. And Her Majesty came to be the host of that particular event. And it was the first time I had met Her Majesty. And she was so charming and so interested in my little world. And from that point on, because of my friendship with the Princess more than anyone else, I got to meet Her Majesty more often, both at Windsor or Buckingham Palace or Balmoral, which, of course, was her favourite place to be. And I think for Her Majesty to lose her life in her own most loved, I suppose, home as well as country, I think just happens to be just what I believe she might have wished. And it's a terrible loss to the nation. It's a terrible loss to the world, because there is no leader with the dignity and style and longevity of leading a country in the manner that Her Majesty has. And she's the most wonderful example in so many different directions. And, you know, I'm just very proud to have had the opportunity of spending what I would call very much quality time with the Queen.
Are you reliving those memories, particularly of Balmoral? We hear about particularly those summers there, the activities, the wide range, mainly outdoor activities, of course some indoors as well. But do you have some happy memories of that?
Well, to see her out on a shooting ground working her dogs was a pleasure of its own. She loved her dogs. She absolutely adored her dogs, whether it was the house dogs or whether it was the gun dogs and the shooting dogs that she had. And there was head keepers at Handringham, like Bill Meldrum, who she liked very much because he trained a lot of her dogs, and she loved her dogs. And she loved her country, and she was so versatile in that, and such a wonderful host. And I'm so privileged to have enjoyed many times in different locations of Her Majesty, whether it be Balmoral or whether it be Buckingham Palace or whether it be Sandringham or Wood Farm, which she absolutely adored, up near to Sandringham. And really, what a pleasure it was for me to be able to have access to someone who I don't think there was any equal to it in the whole world.
And Sir Jackie, what of the future? As we're all aware, we are in a moment, in a time of transition. It's a big responsibility for, I was going to say Prince Charles, for King Charles. But he's been preparing for this for many, many decades. He's going to be a very different monarch, but he's certainly qualified for it.
Yes, I mean, he's very qualified for it, and His Majesty carries our country in a magnificent style. He's learned so much from Her Majesty and from Prince Philip. And the whole family, the Princess Royal, for example, and of the rest of the family, there was nobody that they admired more than their grandmother in that case, in some cases, and their mothers in others. And, you know, they've all behaved so well and presented themselves so well. I mean, the Princess Royal is a great example. And she is a busy, busy royal, as has been the Queen all those years. She's always been the actual busiest of all. I just don't think enough people fully realise the wonderful skills, talent and charm that she had. And Prince Charles equally has that same charm. And he's a great man, and I'm sure he's going to be a great monarch. And it's a big challenge, but he's had a huge amount of experience. And of course, he's had all the wisdom passed on from his dear mother.
It's going to really hit home, Sir Jackie, isn't it, in terms of what we've lost at the state funeral?
Well, I can't remember having felt the way I do in any other circumstance I've had, with all the loss of friends I've had in my motorsport world. And there are many, something like 59, I think, who died. Somehow or other, it was part and parcel of the world I was living in at that time. This is different. And this is somebody who is so unique that we've been privileged to be close to, both Helen and I, and my boys too, because she often came to my home in England. And she was a wonderful guest to have, and it happened every year. And I was privileged to be able to enjoy the whole family. And she was responsible for that family and making them as very charming as they all are. So I feel very privileged to have been in that position to enjoy this. My sport allowed me to do it, I dare say. But beyond my sport, it was a friendship which, of course, I'll never forget.
Sir Jackie, I think you've encapsulated our nation's sadness and appreciation. Thank you so much for joining us on Sky News.
Well, I thank you very much for having me, and I understand that Her Majesty will have to go down south. It would be wonderful, for example, if Her Majesty would be driven down south all the way so our British public can see Her Majesty for the last time in such a fashion. She is so loved and been such a great person for our country.
We will give her a magnificent send-off. Sir Jackie Stewart, thank you very much. Sir Jackie Stewart there. Well, tributes are being paid to the Queen right across this United Kingdom.
Couldn't believe she had gone. It's a great loss, great loss. I just hope that Charles can live up to what his mother has obviously instilled in him.
She's done her best for this country, and what more can we ask of somebody, you know? I think she's a marvellous person.
I think it's just quite a poignant moment, isn't it, really, in history? So I think everybody's feeling quite saddened by it, even if they weren't expecting to be feeling sad, really.
Very sad, very sad. But then again, it was nice that she worked right up to the very end, and she was with all the family, and she had a very peaceful passing, which I think is very nice.
She's been as solid as a rock and very, very selfless.
Yeah, she's dedicated her whole life to us, so I don't think many people would be prepared to do that.
For me, it's just one of those iconic eras, you know. Everywhere you go, it's Elizabeth II. It is it's baked into this country, this culture, however you feel about the Queen and the monarchy.
She's a fantastic lady and had time for everybody. Yes, we will never see the like again, and I just feel it's the end of an era. It's the end of the Elizabethan era. I just wanted to come and say thank you.
Well, let's go to Birmingham. Sky's Lisa Dowd is there for us. And Lisa, tell us about some of the tributes that you've been hearing from people.
Bells rang out here at Birmingham Cathedral this lunchtime, as they did across the country. It really drew people into the grounds here for a moment of stillness, a moment of reflection. They've been able to sign a book of condolence and light candles inside the cathedral and outside. They have been beginning to lay flowers. There's been a wreath-laying ceremony as well, and some of the tributes written on the flowers are really poignant. I've seen people at times wiping a tear away as they've read them. I was having a chat a short time ago with an overseas student, Amna. You're studying here in Birmingham, aren't you?
Yeah, that's right.
Why did you decide to come down today?
It's a very historical day today, a day that people around the world mourn the loss of Her Majesty the Queen Elizabeth II. And as I can see, from the flowers, people from China, people from Jamaica, me myself from Bahrain, I have come, we have all come here, and we have to express our sadness and condolences to the royal family and all British citizens for the loss of Her Majesty the Queen.
And I just saw you reading some of the tributes. They're very poignant, aren't they?
Yeah, they're so heartfelt. It shows that all ages, all nationalities, they all had we're all sad for to hear the news of the death of the Queen. So there's this one person who kept for example the marmalade. There's that sense of humor at the same time.
Yes, because I've spotted a jar of marmalade.
Yeah.
There.
Yeah.
Do you know what that's for?
Yeah, with Paddington. The Paddington Bear for the Jubilee, I suppose. Yeah. So
that's right.
Yeah. So it shows that there's that sense of kind of a connection. People connect to the Queen, even throughout social media, even though my friends, they're not British, but it's all around Snapchat and Instagram. People have posted the picture of the Queen with His Majesty King Hamad bin Isa Al Khalifa, the King of the Kingdom of Bahrain, and yeah, so it's kind of it's such sad news to hear.
You've been inside as well, haven't you? Have you written in the Book of Condolence? Did you light a candle?
Yeah, my family and I have written the Book of Condolences. We have written both Arabic and English as a family and citizens of Bahrain, extending our sincere condolences to the royal family again and all British citizens for the loss, and wishing King Charles all the best on his new journey as the new king.
Thank you so much for joining us. If you don't mind, I'm going to have a little chat with the gentleman behind you as well. Hi, so we're live on Sky News. Why have you decided to come down here today?
Well, to mark my respects, because I've been ex-forces Fusiliers, and it's been an honour to serve her. It's been an honour to be a humble servant of the Queen. She's done a good job, and she'll be dearly missed by thousands, and just to really just pay my respect to her of the service and the dedication she's put into this country.
I just saw you reading some of the tributes. What stands out to you the most here as you're reading them?
How people have really missed her, how the people have recognised her for what she has done for the country, and how she's been there when we've been in thick and thin, say the COVID situation. She's so strong, even though she had COVID herself. She was strong, and she didn't give up.
And have you had time to pop into the cathedral yet?
Yes, I did, and I've written the Book of Condolence.
Do you mind me asking what you wrote?
I wrote, thank you for your dedication and service to your country over the last 70 years, and you'll be dearly missed. Rest in peace from your humble servant.
What's your abiding memory of her?
Well, I remember the Silver Jubilee. I celebrated the Silver Jubilee, the Golden Jubilee and the Platinum Jubilee. And I've got a coin of the 70th anniversary coin of her marriage at home. And I'll always keep that.
Thank you very much for joining us on Sky News. I'm just going to take you a little bit further down the rest of the tributes. Actually, there's a couple here as well. Let's see if they'll have a chat with us as well. Excuse me, I hope you don't mind me disturbing you. We're live on Sky News.
Oh, right.
I just wondered why you felt the need to come here today.
Well, we were in absolute tears yesterday, weren't we, when we heard the news. We feel like she's just the nation's mother, grandmother, and feel a great sense of loss. So I would have loved to have gone to London, but this is the next best thing. She was our rock. She really was, and the monarchy just won't be the same now, although we will support the monarchy always, but without her, it just won't be the same.
I can see you've been reading the tributes. I can see you've been very touched by them.
Yes, extremely, extremely. She was just loved by everybody. Everybody, wasn't she? Yeah.
What's your abiding memory of the Queen?
I just remember forever. She just represented the country so well all over the years. It's fantastic. Absolute brilliant ambassador. Just fantastic. Just a tragic loss, isn't it?
Have you both had time to go inside the cathedral yet?
We just come actually, finished work and just come. So we've just laid our tribute and we're just going to go in now. Yeah.
I'll let you take that time. Thank you for joining us live on Sky News. And throughout the day here, actually, they have been welcoming people. There has been time for a service as well. And when all of those books of condolence are filled, they're going to go into the library archives here in the city centre for people to look at in times to come.
Thanks, Lisa. Some lovely tributes there. Lisa Doubtford, live in Birmingham. And just a reminder, there's going to be an address to the nation very shortly from King Charles. That's at 6 o'clock. That will be followed immediately by a special memorial service at St Paul's Cathedral. The congregation already gathering for that. Many leaders and politicians amongst them and members of the public. They'll listen to the address inside the cathedral. That's at 6, and then the service will start immediately after that. Now it's been confirmed that the American President Joe Biden will be among the world leaders attending the Queen's funeral, and leaders from across the world have been paying their own respects, as our Europe correspondent Adam Parsons reports.
At the White House, the flag's lowered to half-mast. America may be a nation formed because of a row with a British monarch, but the Queen was loved here. President Biden said she had defined an era. He came to the British Embassy to sign a book of condolence, praising her dignity and strength.
She was a great lady. We're so delighted we got to meet her.
North of the border, Canada too in mourning. Still a member of the Commonwealth, its leader visibly moved.
Canada is in mourning. She was one of my favorite people in the world, and I will miss her so.
Gestures of solidarity from all around the world. In Tel Aviv, the municipality illuminated as a tribute. In New York, the Empire State Building lit up in silver and purple. And this in Rio, Christ the Redeemer illuminated for Elizabeth the Beloved. In Australia, where the role of monarchy remains a contentious political issue, a 96-gun salute. And also a fulsome tribute.
The deep respect and warm regard in which Australians have always held for Her Majesty will never fade.
In Paris, the Eiffel Tower was turned off. The Queen visited France more than any other country. It's an affection that was reciprocated.
To you, she was your Queen. To us, she was the Queen. To us all, she would be with us forever.
And in Germany, thanks for her role in uniting countries that had fought during her own teenage years.
Germany looks back with gratitude on the Queen, who, among many other things, was responsible for reconciling the once wartime enemies of Great Britain and Germany.
But sympathy extends beyond the corridors of power. At Britain's embassy in Tokyo, flowers and memories are being shared.
When Hong Kong was handed over to China, I was already a secondary school student. So in my mind or in my memories, Queen Elizabeth is so special. Like, she's always on the crowns, on the stamps, and even has a photograph in the classroom. So to me, she is very special.
The Sydney Opera House also used as a canvas. Tributes have come from so many places. Even Vladimir Putin expressed his sadness. In New Zealand, that most profound of honours, a haka to remember the Queen. In an era of quick celebrity, the world has remembered a public figure who endured
so very long. Adam Parsons, Sky News.
Well, our royal correspondent Rhiannon Mills joins us now as we take in that remarkable scene. You can see for yourself the hundreds, the thousands of people who've been gathered here, well, since 24 hours ago, since the news of the Queen's death was announced, gathered outside Buckingham Palace around the Victoria Fountain. They will be focused very shortly on their screens, wherever they can access it, an address to the nation, the first address to the nation by the new King, King Charles III. That's at 6 o'clock, followed immediately by a service of reflection, remembrance, and, of course, celebration of Her Majesty's life in St. Paul's Cathedral. As you can see, the congregation already gathered there. They will apparently be hearing the address over the public address system there inside the cathedral. Of course, political leaders there, but also members of the public have been able to access tickets. Those lucky enough to get their hands on them will be part of that congregation as well. We'll bring that service to you live. Of course, we're going to bring you the speech, the address to the nation by King Charles, every word of that at precisely 6 o'clock. So as we count down to that in just about 3 minutes' time, let's just talk now to our royal correspondent, Rhiannon Mills. And Rhiannon, this is day one, of course, of King Charles III's reign. It's day one of it sinking in for us that Her Majesty has gone.
Yes, only 24 hours ago it was announced that she had died peacefully at Balmoral, and immediately life changed for the Prince of Wales, as we've known him for so long, and now King Charles III. And if you look at the day that he's had, starting in the seclusion of Balmoral, the Scottish Highlands, having time, I suspect, to reflect on the enormity of this moment, surrounded, of course, by his family. But also for him, of course, this is a week of huge contrasts. And I think it was particularly striking to see today that he really seemed to want to connect with the crowds, as we saw him meeting people, not just looking at the flowers, but spending time to talk, because he is very conscious of this contrast we're going to see, the mourning of a monarch, that very sombre reflection about her life, but also the fact that for him, the hard work has already begun. We saw him walking into Buckingham Palace, no longer heir, now monarch, which is where he recorded this address that we are going to hear shortly. These addresses are rare. The Queen in her lifetime only conducted 5 of them. The most recent one, of course, during COVID, one we'll never forget, where she said, "We will meet again." But now we pause, take time as a country to reflect. This is our opportunity to hear for the first time from a son in mourning, our new king, and a man now expected to lead this country in tribute.
Well, we pause now for King Charles III's first address to the nation.
I speak to you today with feelings of sorrow. Throughout her life, Her Majesty the Queen, my beloved mother, was an inspiration, an example to me and to all my family. And we owe her the most heartfelt debt any family could owe to their mother, for her love, affection, guidance, understanding, and example. Queen Elizabeth was a life well lived, a promise with destiny kept, and she is mourned most deeply in her passing. That promise of lifelong service I renew to you all today. Alongside the personal grief that all my family are feeling, we also share with so many of you